at the Manhattan courtroom where 12 New Yorkers are deciding the fate of Donald Trump in his criminal hush money trial. Day 2 of deliberations will begin in just a few hours. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now. Hi, Bree. How did the judge prepare the jury for this big task ahead of them?
Good morning, Francis. So deliberations began yesterday after more than an hour of instructions from the judge. Judge Juan Merchan telling the jury to set aside any biases for or against Mr. Trump and not to ignore any evidence simply because they want the trial to end. The judge also walked the jurors through each of the 34 counts Mr. Trump faces for allegedly falsifying business records. The charges are normally misdemeanors, but they've been raised to a low-level felony because prosecutors say the records were allegedly doctored to cover up other possible crimes, including campaign finance violations. The judge told the jury they do not need a unanimous agreement about what unlawful acts trigger the felony. The former president, he continues to insist that these charges are baseless.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges. These charges are rigged. The whole thing is rigged. And I mean that. Mother Teresa could not beat those charges, but we'll see. We'll see how we do.
And during more than 4 hours of deliberations, the jury did ask some questions, wanting a read back of testimony from National Enquirer publisher David Pecker and from key witness Michael Cohen. A decision must still be made about which portions of the testimony they will hear. The jury was told not to consider any possible sentences because that is up to the judge to decide. Now, if convicted, Mr. Trump faces anything from probation to prison time, and he can still be elected even if he is found guilty. Francis.
We'll be watching if today will be that day. Okay, Bree, thank you. Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito is refusing to recuse himself from cases that involve January 6th and former President Trump. Alito has faced pressure to recuse himself after reports about flags that were previously seen flying at 2 of his homes. The flags are popular among Trump supporters who deny the 2020 election results. Alito has repeatedly blamed his wife, Martha Ann, saying he asked her several times to take it down, but she refused. He also says he was not aware of any connection between one of the flags and the Stop the Steal movement, and neither was his wife. 18 Democrats from the House Judiciary Committee signed a letter asking Chief Justice John Roberts if Alito violated the court's new code of conduct and urging him to enforce the code. President Biden and Vice President Harris hitting the campaign trail together, the pair making a stop in the critical swing state of Pennsylvania as part of a new bid to reach out to black voters. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has more from Philadelphia.
In a rare joint appearance on the campaign trail, President Biden and Vice President Harris turned up the heat on former President Trump.
Now he's running again and is clearly unhinged.
Their campaign launching a renewed effort to court black voters in this critical swing state.
Joe Biden gave his word that we would fight to address some of the biggest issues facing the black community, and we have delivered.
It comes as Mr. Trump is making his own push, including in the South Bronx.
Joe Biden is not getting the job done for the Bronx.
Recent NBC News polling shows that President Biden's support among black voters has dropped since 2020. Back then, exit polls showed black voters supported Biden over Trump by 75 points. Now, that Biden advantage has narrowed to 58 points. Perhaps more concerning for Democrats, less enthusiasm. 4 years ago, 74% of black voters had high interest in the election. Now, it's just 59%.
Is the campaign worried about that?
I think it's important for each and every one of us to go out and make the case and show black America that this is an administration that sees us. This is an administration that is willing to fight for us.
Democratic Maryland Governor Wes Moore is helping lead the outreach.
You've got to continue to believe in an administration that's actually doing the work.
But it's a tough sell for Eugene Thomas, who runs a nonprofit in Philadelphia.
Has President Biden earned your vote?
Not yet.
After voting for Biden in 2020, he's considering voting third party or not at all. For him, inflation is a top issue.
People are struggling. We have to help people extra with groceries, gas prices.
The Trump campaign argues the former president's economic policies benefited black families, calling President Biden's speech today pandering. Back to you.
Gabe, thank you. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Prague this morning as part of a multi-day meeting with NATO foreign ministers. Earlier at a press conference with the president of Moldova, Blinken made headlines by leaving the door open to a key shift in U.S. policy, allowing Ukraine to fire American weapons into Russian Federation territory.
We haven't encouraged or enabled strikes outside of Ukraine, but Ukraine, as I've said before, has to make its own decisions about the best way to effectively defend itself. We're going to make sure that it has the equipment it needs to do that.
For the latest, let's go to Claudia Lavanga. Claudia, good morning. Why are these remarks significant?
Good morning, Francis. Well, just the idea that the United States will allow Ukraine to use American-made weapons to attack Russia was completely unthinkable up to 2 years ago at the start of the war, when President Biden repeatedly asked Zelensky not to do that because of fear of that will lead to an escalation between NATO and Russia, and possibly it will lead to World War III. But now there are some mixed messages coming out of the U.S. administration, with John Kirby, the spokesperson for the National Security Council, saying there is no change to the policy. But as you mentioned, Secretary of State Antony Blinken on Wednesday saying that the U.S. is ready to adjust and adapt that policy based on conditions on the battleground. And the conditions on the battleground right now is that Ukraine is finding it very hard to fend off Russia's attacks. Well, now the question is, how will Russia react? On Tuesday, Putin spoke to reporters and he said, constant escalation can lead to serious consequences in Europe. How will the United States behave, bearing in mind our parity in the field of strategic weapons? And with that, of course, Francis, it means nuclear weapons. Francis?
Okay, Claudia Lavanga for us. Claudia, thank you. Charges have been dropped against the world's top golfer, according to the police report. Scottie Scheffler tried to drive around a traffic accident on his way to the PGA Championship. He was arrested for allegedly assaulting a police officer. The prosecutor has dropped the case, saying Scheffler's characterization that this was a big misunderstanding is backed up by the evidence. Scheffler says he wishes to put the incident behind him. Disgraced film producer Harvey Weinstein may face new charges, prosecutors say, as they review more claims ahead of a scheduled retrial on charges of rape and sexual assault. In a shocking decision 5 weeks ago, Weinstein's 2020 verdict in New York was vacated by the state Supreme Court after key testimony was ruled inadmissible. The prosecution this time around told the judge they'd need another month before they can update the court again. In Florida, multiple brush fires are burning in the area around Tampa Bay. Authorities confirm at least 19 fires since Wednesday morning, some prompting evacuation orders that were lifted in the evening. Large plumes of smoke could be seen for miles. Authorities say low humidity, high winds, and dry conditions are fanning the flames. Millions of Americans once again in the path of severe weather this morning. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is monitoring the danger for us. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, Francis. We once again have that severe threat that's going to last through the day today. And unfortunately, as we finish out our work week, too, we'll get to tomorrow's forecast in a moment. But let's start with this morning, where those thunderstorms are already starting to fire up across parts of the plains, Texas, specifically Kansas, stretching up into Nebraska. We're going to continue to see the threat for severe weather here as we get through our afternoon and even evening hours. And here's why. You see the system that's going to work its way to the east. We likely will see some of these supercells pop up in parts of Texas later today, specifically this evening. By tomorrow, we really turn our attention to the potential for some heavy rain along with those strong storms. So here's the deal for your afternoon thunderstorms today as far as the risks are concerned. 10 million people included in that, but the hail, the wind gusts look to be the most likely. But we, of course, can't rule out any of those isolated tornadoes. Here's where we're expecting baseball-size hail. Amarillo to San Angelo. Watch for that if you're in Lubbock, Childress. Those are the spots that will likely see the largest the hail falling. Here's tomorrow, 22 million people, so even more, including the Dallas metro area as well as Austin, stretching into Louisiana, specifically Alexandria included in that as we look at all of those impacts on the table. Meanwhile, parts of the Northeast dealing with some cooler than normal temperatures. We top out at 73 degrees today in New York City. Detroit heads to the low 70s, and Pittsburgh tops out at 68 degrees. As we look at the weather across the country, let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 85 degrees in Charleston today. Lots of sunshine for Raleigh into the upper 70s. Thunderstorms in the picture for Shreveport, Wichita, and Joplin, as well as Kansas City, dealing with those afternoon thunderstorms too. Denver heads to the upper 70s with mostly sunny skies. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Appreciate that, Angie. Thank you. A volcano in southwestern Iceland erupted again Wednesday. It is now the 5th eruption since December. Lava and smoke spewed from the fissure, which is south of the nation's capital. The eruption did calm down by early evening. Authorities have been warning of a higher risk of renewed volcanic activity in the area. Earlier this year, eruptions forced the evacuation of Iceland's famous Blue Lagoon geothermal spa. Early Today is back in a minute with a terrifying turn for students on the road for a field trip and not steering clear of trouble. A man with a suspended driver's license shows up for court while he was driving.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We are back with the terrifying moments for high school seniors in Central Florida. A charter bus driver who was taking them to a graduation trip, allegedly driving under the influence. And two parents who were following in their car jumped into action to save the kids. NBC's Stephen Romo has the details.
A community outraged after a senior class trip in Central Florida was cut short due to this.
Pull over, pull over. Oh my God.
Bus driver Keith Shiflett arrested, accused of driving dozens of teens while under the influence of alcohol on Saturday.
There's something wrong with our bus driver, and he's not being responsive, and he's not stopping the bus, and he's ran through a couple red.
Shiflett was driving students and chaperones on a coach bus from Sebring to Daytona Beach, Florida, when passengers noticed him driving recklessly, according to arrest documents.
And he keeps asking him to stop, to pull over, and he's refusing.
But it took the actions of someone outside the bus to get it to stop.
If something would have happened, I couldn't even forgive myself. I don't know what I would have done.
Parents Freddie and Giselle Diaz were following along in a separate car when they got a call from their daughter.
We can hear the kids screaming in the background. We can hear everybody screaming in the background.
They jumped into action, getting in front of the massive bus, slowing it down, and eventually getting it to stop.
Not everyone would put themselves and their wife in front of danger like that, especially a big bus as fast as it was going. So we thank him very, very much.
No injuries were reported, in part thanks to those quick-thinking parents, now being hailed as the heroes of the day.
And our thanks to Stephen for that report. In Michigan, a driver with a suspended license left a judge stunned when he showed up to his virtual court hearing like this.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually.
He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
I don't even know why he would do that.
Right? Judge J. Cedric Simpson seemingly in disbelief earlier this month during the court hearing for that driver, Corey Harris. The judge confirming multiple times that Harris did not, in fact, have a valid license. He then revoked Harris's bond and ordered him to turn himself into police that evening, leaving Harris in apparent disbelief, as you see right there. Still to come, the Stars are covered in oil on the ice as Edmonton lays on the points in the NHL playoffs. All that plus the major milestone for women's hockey.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Yeah, you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. This is where it all begins. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
It took just under a minute for a close game in Edmonton to turn into a blowout. The Oilers scored back-to-back goals on the Dallas Stars in a 51-second span in Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals Wednesday. They tacked on an empty netter in the third period on the way to tying up their series with Dallas at 2 games apiece. And it's not the Stanley Cup, but a new kind of hockey history that was made on Wednesday. Minnesota became the inaugural champions of the Professional Women's Hockey League. They shut out Boston in the decisive Game 5 of the series. Olympic gold medalist Kendall Coyne Sheffield scored the final goal in the 3-0 victory. So when it comes to that, and when it comes to NHL, the Stars, by the way, got out to a 2-0 lead in the first, and then Edmonton scored every point for the rest of that game. So here we are.
Talk about a comeback. Here we are, though. I mean, the series continues. All right, now to a legendary gymnast whose return to the podium is over before it really started. On Wednesday, former Olympian Gabby Douglas withdrew from this weekend's U.S. Championship in Fort Worth, Texas, citing an ankle injury she suffered during training. Her withdrawal ends her Olympic bid which she announced back in February after an 8-year break from competing. Douglas said she'll continue training for the LA Games in 2028, where she'll look to make her 3rd Olympic team. If she did that, she would be the first American woman to do that since the 90s. Of course, Simone Biles still has the chance to do that. Disappointing, because I think it was kind of exciting to see her on this comeback journey, but best of luck to her in 2028.
Yes, looking way ahead, because, you know, it would be so soon, right? The winner of this would compete with the U.S. Olympic trials in June, and then we know how that goes. All right, when we come back, has AI created a rise in misinformation? And Pizza Hut's beloved summer reading program is back, serving up a slice of nostalgia for plenty of millennials.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
All right, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis?
Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberations.
All right, it just midterm.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. Nissan has issued a do not drive warning for around 84,000 of its older vehicles that contain defective Takata airbags. Impacted models include 2002 through 2006 Sentras, 2002 through 2004 Pathfinders, and 2002 through 2003 QX4 vehicles. Boeing is gearing up for another attempt to launch its crewed Starliner spacecraft to the International Space Station on Saturday afternoon. There is still a small helium leak, but NASA officials say it is unlikely to pose a threat. Google researchers and fact-checking organizations have found that AI image misinformation has surged. While the paper has not yet been peer-reviewed, the findings show just how quickly the tech has been embraced by people trying to spread false information. And Pizza Hut is bringing back Camp Book It for a second summer as its reading incentive program, Book It, celebrates its 40th anniversary. Kids who reach their monthly reading goals set by parents will earn a free personal pan pizza from the restaurant. Early today, we'll be right back.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great!
Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their #1 issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
According to a new study published in the journal Frontiers in Medicine, 2 ancient Egyptian skulls belong to some of history's earliest known cancer patients. The skulls, both thousands of years old, had cut marks around cancerous growths. This suggests that ancient Egyptians explored ways to treat cancer through operations. Researchers calling it a milestone in the history of medicine. Later this year, the National Zoo will be getting a delivery that's black and white and cute all over. The Smithsonian Zoo announcing it will welcome 2 new giant pandas from China. The news comes after 3 bears were returned in November. Amy Cho from our D.C. station has the details.
Bao Li and Qing Bao, our new envoys of friendship.
Meet the 2 new furry friends who will soon call the National Zoo home. Qing Bao and Bao Li, meaning green treasure and energetic treasure. They'll take a special Panda Express flight to the DMV sometime this year.
We were so sad when the pandas left last year, and we thought it would be years before pandas could return. We were hopeful, but we thought it would be years. So it's a testament to our relationship with our Chinese colleagues that these conversations went so quickly.
Bao Li has a special connection to D.C. His grandparents are Mei Xiang and Tian Tian, who used to live here at the zoo. Their cub Bao Bao was born here too. She's Bao Li's mom.
I believe he is also excited for the upcoming trip from his hometown in Sichuan to D.C. to see the place where his family lived and get to know the friends here. As for Qing Bao, she is a star.
The pandas have been a staple at the National Zoo for more than 50 years, until last November when the loan agreement with China expired.
There's his face! Oh, man!
News 4 was there as the zoo sent its last 3 bears back on the Panda Express. It's not clear exactly when the new bears will arrive, but the panda preparations have already begun.
Oh my God, that's amazing. That's awesome.
I like them because they're just so big and so fluffy, and they're just full of colors, and I just love pandas.
It's been a while. We've missed them, so we are super excited to see them again.
And in case you were wondering how the previous D.C. pandas are doing, the National Zoo staff just recently visited them in China.
Just all loving their new homes, just chowing down on all this delicious bamboo. They are loved by their keepers and by the visitors in China as much as they were loved here.
And I love that family tree breakdown. Of course, all in the family to come back here to the U.S. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday. See you back here tomorrow morning. A jury weighs the fate of former President Donald Trump. Deliberations will pick back up in just hours in the historic hush money case. We're live with what we learned from day 1 and how soon we could hear a verdict. A Supreme Court flap over flags. Justice Samuel Alito refusing to recuse himself from January 6 cases over a growing controversy from the days that followed the Capitol riot, while he's pinning the blame squarely on his wife. The world's top golfer gets a mulligan. The charges against Scottie Scheffler have been dropped after his run-in with Kentucky police. Tired of high prices? Walgreens has just the prescription. Inside, the chain's plan to roll back prices on hundreds of its most popular items. And meet the real top dog, the three-legged canine still fighting crime after losing a leg to cancer. It's Thursday, May 30th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with a verdict watch at the Manhattan courtroom where 12 New Yorkers are deciding the fate of Donald Trump in his criminal hush money trial. Day 2 of deliberations will begin in just a few hours. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now. Hi, Bree. How did the judge prepare the jury for this big task ahead of them?
Good morning, Francis. Deliberations began yesterday after more than an hour of instructions from the judge. Judge Juan Merchan telling the jury to set aside any biases for or against Mr. Trump and not to ignore any evidence simply because they want the trial to end. The judge also walked the jurors through each of the 34 counts Mr. Trump faces for allegedly falsifying business records. The charges are normally misdemeanors, but they've been raised to a low-level felony because prosecutors say the records were allegedly doctored to cover up other possible crimes, including campaign finance violations. The judge told the jury they do not need a unanimous agreement about what unlawful acts trigger the felony. The former president continues to insist that these charges are baseless.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges. These charges are rigged. The whole thing is rigged. And I mean that. Mother Teresa could not beat those charges, but we'll see. We'll see how we do.
And during more than 4 hours of deliberations, the jury did ask some questions, wanting a readback of testimony from National Enquirer publisher David Pecker and from key witness Michael Cohen. A decision must still be made about which portions of the testimony they will hear. And the jury was told not to consider any possible sentences because that is up to the judge. Now, if convicted, Mr. Trump faces anything from probation to prison time, and he can still be elected even if he is found guilty. Francis?
Okay, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you. Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito is refusing to recuse himself from cases that involve January 6th and former President Trump. That's even after reports about controversial political flags seen flying outside his homes. Here's NBC's Kelly O'Donnell.
A defiant judgment from Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito refusing Democrats' demands that he recuse himself from pending cases related to January 6th and former President Trump over flags flown at his Virginia home in 2021 and New Jersey vacation house in 2023, flags frequently used by MAGA followers who deny the 2020 election results. The incident sparking national attention just this month. Alito repeatedly blamed his wife, Martha Ann, as solely responsible for the controversial displays and distanced himself in a pair of detailed letters to Congress. I had nothing whatsoever to do with the flying of the flag. I asked my wife to take it down, but for several days she refused. The conservative justice said his wife was greatly distressed over a very nasty neighborhood dispute, noting she is a private citizen with full First Amendment rights. Alito contends the events do not meet the threshold for recusal, so he is duty-bound to reject the request. Democratic leaders have expressed outrage.
It's totally inappropriate. Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas are totally out of control.
Justice Thomas's wife, Ginny, backed efforts to overturn the 2020 election outcome, but has recently said she and her husband don't discuss their work with each other. Alito is among the most conservative jurists on the court, yet he asserted ignorance that the flags have been associated with conservative anger and January 6th. I was not aware of any connection between this historic flag and the Stop the Steal movement. And neither was my wife. 18 Democrats from the House Judiciary Committee signed a letter to Chief Justice Roberts asking him if these events violate the court's code of conduct adopted last November and urging him to enforce that code.
Our thanks to Kelly for that report. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Prague this morning as part of a multi-day meeting with NATO foreign ministers. Earlier at a press conference with the president of Moldova, Blinken made headlines by leaving the door open to a key shift in U.S. policy, allowing Ukraine to fire American weapons in a Russian Federation territory.
We haven't encouraged or enabled strikes outside of Ukraine. But Ukraine, as I've said before, has to make its own decisions about the best way to effectively defend itself. We're going to make sure that it has the equipment it needs to do that.
For the latest, let's go to Claudio Lubanga. Good morning, Claudio. Why are these remarks significant?
Good morning, Francis. Well, let me put it this way. Just a couple of years ago, at the beginning of the war, the idea that the United States will allow Ukraine to use American-made weapons to attack Russia was unthinkable, because President Biden was repeatedly asking Zelensky not to do that for fear of an escalation between NATO and Russia that could eventually lead to World War III. But now the U.S. administration is sending some mixed messages. Now you've got John Kirby, the spokesperson for the National Security Council, saying there is no change in that policy. But as you mentioned, just on Wednesday, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said quite the contrary, saying that the U.S. is ready to adjust and adapt according to the conditions on the battlefield. And the conditions on that battlefield in Ukraine are that Ukraine are finding it very difficult to fend off the continuous attacks by Russia. Now, the question is, what will Russia do? Now, Putin spoke to reporters on Tuesday about this, and he said constant escalation can lead to serious consequences in Europe. How will the United States behave, bearing in mind our parity in the field of strategic weapons? And Francis, with that, of course, he means nuclear weapons. Francis?
All right, Claudio Lubanga for us. Claudio, thank you. New this morning, disgraced film producer Harvey Weinstein may yet face new charges, prosecutors say, as they review more claims ahead of a scheduled retrial on charges of rape and sexual assault. In a shocking decision 5 weeks ago, Weinstein's 2020 verdict in New York was vacated by the state Supreme Court after key testimony was ruled inadmissible. The prosecution said this time around they told the judge they'll need another month before they can update the court again. As convicted murderer Scott Peterson is having his case re-examined, a California judge has ruled that only one item from a list of several should undergo new DNA testing. Liz Kreutz has this update on a story that captivated America.
We have the testimony from the cadaver dog expert.
Scott Peterson appearing in court from prison 20 years after being convicted of killing his pregnant wife Lacey and their unborn child Connor.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
The now 51-year-old, who is serving a life sentence without parole, has the backing of the Los Angeles Innocence Project as he makes yet another attempt for a new trial.
There is absolutely no forensic evidence in this case implicating Scott Peterson.
His new attorneys asking a California judge to allow for new DNA testing on several pieces of evidence they say was suppressed, including a burned-out orange van that was found in Modesto the day after Lacey disappeared, but not made known during the initial trial. His attorneys saying inside the van was a bloody mattress, and they want to know if that blood was Lacey's.
Should Lacey Peterson's DNA be found anywhere, that would be irrefutable exculpatory evidence supporting Mr. Peterson's claim of innocence.
But the prosecution pushing back, saying testing done in 2019 showed no blood on the mattress and only male DNA.
These are claims that have been previously litigated.
Peterson's trial captivated the nation, a jury finding him guilty after a trove of circumstantial evidence, including that Lacey and Connor's bodies washed up in the San Francisco Bay, the same place he had gone fishing the day they vanished, and his affair with a woman he had told his wife had died. And after a hearing that lasted all day here, a judge has just struck down the request for new DNA testing of the van and the mattress and other items, finding it unrelated to the case. The judge will allow new testing of duct tape that was found on Lacey Peterson's body, but still not the outcome that Scott Peterson and the LA Innocence Project were hoping for. Back to you.
Hey, Liz, thank you. Charges have been dropped against the world's top golfer. According to the police report, Scottie Scheffler tried to drive around a traffic accident on his way to the PGA Championship. He was arrested for allegedly assaulting a police officer. The prosecutor has dropped the case, saying Scheffler's characterization that this was a big misunderstanding is backed by the evidence. Scheffler says he wishes to put this incident behind him. Multiple robbery suspects are in custody after a high-speed police chase on the Palmetto Expressway in Miami-Dade. Cops say they caught a silver SUV scoping out warehouses. When they ran the plates, they found out the car was stolen. After a dangerous chase where the SUV weaved in and out of lanes at high speeds, police boxed in the car on an expressway and arrested the suspects. In Michigan, a driver with a suspended license left a judge stunned, and maybe some of our viewers too, when he showed up for his virtual court hearing from right there behind the wheel of his car. Judge J. Cedric Simpson seemingly in disbelief earlier this month during the court hearing for that driver, Corey Harris. He asked Harris if he was driving, and Harris responded that he was actually pulling into a doctor's office. The judge confirming multiple times that Harris did not, in fact, have a valid license. He then revoked Harris's bond and ordered him to turn himself into police that evening, leaving Harris in apparent disbelief from behind the wheel. All right, the severe weather is still refusing to let up this morning. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is here with a look at the radar. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, Francis. The radar already active this morning. We're going to round out this work week with more severe weather on the table for parts of the center of the country. This morning, the thunderstorms are already firing up across parts of the plains. That's where we're going to watch specifically for some of those thunderstorms to develop later today. But we could see some strong storms centered specifically across parts of Texas, too, as the day goes on. By tomorrow, more of that heavy rain and, of course, more of the severe weather threat for us as we finish our Friday. Here's today, though, 10 million people at risk, including a good chunk of Texas, Oklahoma, stretching up into Kansas and Colorado as well. 10 million people at risk. Our biggest concern is going to be that large hail up to baseball size, but we can't rule out a couple of tornadoes and, of course, those strong wind gusts. By tomorrow, much of the same area still included in this with all of those same risks on the table for 22 million people. We'll watch this as we finish our Friday. Here's the deal for temperatures. We're on the cooler side of things, but it's not too chilly. 73 degrees in New York today, mid-70s for Washington, D.C. Lexington will hit 75 degrees as well. And we still kind of keep those cooler than normal temperatures in the picture for the day tomorrow before we start to see a bit of a warm up back to the 80s across this region by the end of our weekend. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 85 degrees with mostly sunny skies in Charleston today. Tampa heads to the mid-90s with mostly sunny conditions. Thunderstorms, though, in the forecast from Omaha to Kansas City. We'll see temperatures upper 70s to low 80s there. Lots of sunshine today for Chicago and Green Bay. And that's a look at your forecast. Francis, back to you.
Hey, thank you, Angie. Early today is back in a minute with the latest company to cut prices on hundreds of items. And can Netflix find its own voice? The streaming giant sets its sights on music competitions.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is you, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
A major deal on tap for the oil industry this morning. But first, Walgreens has just the prescription for customers tired of sky-high prices, with cuts in store for over 1,000 items. CNBC's Arabella Gamede joins us with those details. Arabella, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Francis. Look, this is certainly going to be very positive for consumers, right? They've been wanting a few deals, that's for sure. And the post-COVID-19 recovery is beginning to wean off and wane a little bit, just because consumers' pockets are getting a little bit tighter. Higher interest rates have begun to eat up a little bit of that spending. So 1,300 items is pretty much what Walgreens are saying they will continue to decrease the prices of. They become the latest retailer then to try and offer as much by way of discounts in order to keep consumers coming through to retail stores then as well. Of course, we had recently heard from Target, who last week had announced lower costs for thousands of items in their stores as well. At the same time, we heard from Walmart unveiling an entire new line of food items costing $5 or less. So kind of tells you the story here, right? Need to get the consumer into the shopping malls just a little bit more here and try to do as much as possible for them. Let's move on over to the oil stories then as well that are in play here. ConocoPhillips is set to buy Marathon Oil, a deal that could ultimately reach New Mexico, Texas, even North Dakota, adding 2 billion barrels of oil then to its portfolio. It's a deal which could ultimately be absolutely massive, worth $17 billion. It changes the shale game across the United States then as well. It's a massive deal in an industry that has obviously been at the background and the foreground, should I say then, of the U.S. economy.
Okay, Arabile, as always, thank you. Still to come, our latest look at Moana 2, and Netflix is kicking off their search for a superstar. New details on their upcoming competition shows for aspiring musicians. Right after this.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is you.
From the ancestors to sail to new skies and reconnect our people across the entire ocean. Maui?
Boats
snack. Oh.
Only Dwayne Johnson and Ellie Carvalho know how far they'll go in the first trailer for Moana 2. The pair returns as a Polynesian princess and demigod as they once again travel across the seas on a new adventure. The long-awaited sequel to the modern Disney classic hits theaters on November 27th. It's so much fun that we're getting Moana 2, and if that's not enough, a whole year from now, July of 2026, we're going to get the live-action Moana. Dwayne, The Rock, is going to come back for that one, too. Ellie, she's saying, yeah, it's time for somebody else to be Moana for their live action.
Well, we'll be looking forward to that. Never too much Moana, right? All right, now to Netflix looking to hit new notes in the reality TV game. The Wall Street Journal reports that the streamer is developing new music competition shows with a Netflix twist. One of the projects said to be in the pipeline is described as a cross between The Voice and Netflix's own Love is Blind, where contestants would audition to be in a band without actually seeing each other until their final performance. It comes as the streamer is seeking to expand their footprint in the field of reality TV. We know how big Love is Blind was this past year. They deliver when it comes to reality shows. Even Squid Games was pretty good. So we'll see what they do with the music industry now.
Half the fun, too, is not just watching the contestants, but also who's going to be the judges on these, especially like the music competition shows, too. All right, coming up, the Yankees strike out into the history books, and the Oilers bring the Stars back down to earth in a Game 4 thriller.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head? That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Yeah, you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Time now for what's making sports headlines this morning. The Oilers struck gold against the Stars in Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals. Edmonton dominated the ice, scoring 5 unanswered goals against Dallas. The series is now tied at 2 apiece. His agent has made it official. Bronny James is staying in the NBA draft. The USC freshman and son of basketball superstar LeBron James is expected to get selected, but more likely in the second round. And the Bronx Bombers are making history on the mound. The Yankees starting pitchers broke the MLB record for the longest streak, allowing 2 or fewer runs. And more impressively, they pulled off the 15-game streak without reigning Cy Young winner Garrett Cole. Early today, we'll be right back.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Cancer and a lost limb were not all enough to stop one police dog in Virginia from doing what he loves and pushing through to be one of his unit's best trackers. Andrew McClung from our Bristol affiliate introduces us to Boone.
He's one of the most popular members of the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
He loves to work.
His name is Boone, and he's a 1-year-old bloodhound canine.
That dog is just motivated and has the abilities to just hit a track and go straight to it.
Sergeant Michael Tabor is Boone's handler.
With the dog, you've got you're on call 24/7.
And the two are always ready to go.
Ready to go? He's got exceptional drive. You can't make him not work.
Sheriff Grant Kilgore says that was until a few months ago.
Then one day he gets this knot on his leg.
That knot was cancer.
Your heart drops, and you just, it scares you to death.
Vets removed the cancer, which also led to the amputation of Boone's leg. He was set to retire, with Kilgore and Tabor already looking for a new dog.
2 or 3 days after the surgery, I was talking to the vet, and she said, this dog's bouncing around like it has 5 legs. It does not know it's missing a leg. And she said, he's going to be able to go back to work.
After getting the all clear from the vet,
Find him, man.
Boone was back doing the impossible.
When the vet cleared him to come back into service, it's like, man, this is the greatest day ever.
He was motivated. He wanted to get out there, and he wanted to find people.
Good boy. Good boy. And a few weeks after being cleared, he found a missing child. And within the next 9 days, Boone would find 2 more.
3 finds in 10 days. That's just amazing work, and only, in my opinion, only comes from the greatest dog.
Who has some big potential for his future.
He's such a great dog, and I'm so thankful he's pushed through it.
Adam Boone, our thanks to Andrew McClung for that report. The pandemonium is already setting in at the National Zoo. 2 giant pandas named Bao Li and Qing Bao are expected to arrive in D.C. later. They're on a new 10-year loan from China as part of its panda diplomacy program. Last November, Pandamania came to an end when the original agreement expired, just as U.S.-Chinese relations became strained, and the zoo sent back its 3 bears. The Smithsonian National Zoo is now excitedly upgrading its panda exhibit ahead of the new arrivals. Coming up on the Today Show, it's one giant leap for Al Roker, his exclusive interview with NASA's Artemis II crew as they prepare for their historic mission to orbit around the moon. Thanks for waking up with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday.
Right now on Morning News Now, waiting game. Jury deliberations continue today in Donald Trump's historic hush money trial. The 7 men and 5 women are sifting through 80 hours of testimony to decide whether the Manhattan District Attorney's Office proved its case beyond reasonable doubt. As the country awaits the fate of the former president, we'll have a look at the key moments from the first day of jury deliberations. Also developing this morning, Israeli forces are pushing forward with military operations in southern Gaza. Military officials saying they now have tactical control over the Gaza-Egypt border. We'll have the latest there. Plus, an alarming new study says girls are starting puberty earlier than ever before. Our medical expert will tell us what's behind this and how bias in puberty care could affect young female minorities later in life. And let's get down to business. Time just released its annual list of 100 companies that are making an impact around the world, from iconic celebrity brands to innovative tech startups. We'll tell you who made the cut.
From the world of beauty to AI, which is one of the most important issues of the day, we'll delve in. Good to have you with us on this Thursday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We, of course, get started today with the hush money trial of former President Donald Trump. Jury deliberations are set to continue later this morning.
On Wednesday, 12 jurors deliberated for 4.5 hours without reaching a verdict. The jury began the day by receiving instructions from the judge. They're tasked with deciding whether Mr. Trump was part of an unlawful scheme to allegedly falsify business records to cover up hush money paid to adult film star Stormy Daniels in the run-up to the 2016 election. Mr. Trump denies the charges. During yesterday's session, the jury requested a readback of testimony from 2 major prosecution witnesses. They also asked for a repeat of at least some of the judge's instructions to them. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Masugian is outside the courthouse for us, and our legal analyst Danny Savalos is here on set. Good morning to both of you. So, Yasmin, no verdict on day 1, but some potentially important requests made by the jury. Which witness testimony did the jury want to review?
David Pecker, the first witness that took the stand in this trial 6 weeks ago now. They want to hear from David Pecker, again, Michael Cohen as well, about 35 pages or so worth of what the clerk in the courtroom is going to have to read back to the jurors once court resumes at 9:30 this morning. You mentioned it, right? 4.5 hours of deliberation yesterday. They'll be back in court today. They made 4 requests, 3 regarding David Pecker's testimony, 1 regarding Michael Cohen's testimony. David Pecker, when it comes to a meeting he was in, an investor meeting he was in, when he got a phone call from Donald Trump asking what he thought about the Karen McDougal situation, which David Pecker said to Donald Trump he thinks he should pay off Karen McDougal, and Donald Trump at the time responded, "I'm not into these payoffs," because eventually the story gets out. Another conversation that was had about buying the life rights of Karen McDougal. A third, we all remember, right? We've talked about this repeatedly, the Trump Tower meeting back in 2015. David Pecker recounting the Trump Tower meeting in 2015 when David Pecker was there, Michael Cohen, Donald Trump, and they talked about placing damning stories about Donald Trump's opponents in the 2016 election, along with looking out for stories about Donald Trump as well. David Pecker also saying he's going to look out for stories coming from women. The 4th request made was Michael Cohen's recount of that meeting as well, that Trump Tower meeting as well. So again, 35 pages to be read back to this jury this morning, along with, as you mentioned, jury instructions. We don't have specificity as to whether or not the jury actually wants the entire instructions, i.e. an hour and 15 minutes, as was read to them yesterday, or a portion of those instructions. So we could be looking at getting into deliberations once again at 11 or noon this afternoon.
Danny, let's bring you in here. Is there anything to infer with the fact that they want those 2 specific testimonies read back, David Pecker and Michael Cohen? What do you take away from that?
This is the agony of jury notes, because no matter what the question is, it can be subject to many different interpretations. Perhaps the easiest is the jury is looking at the facts of the arrangements with McDougal to show an overall course of conduct, whether this is something that was a set pattern and it was something that Trump knew about or would have known about, i.e. the phone call with Pecker and Trump. Because one of the things the prosecution has plenty of is testimony by people like Pecker and Cohen. They obviously don't have the testimony of Trump. So they've tried to build Trump's intent through circumstantial evidence and evidence from people like Michael Cohen, who took the stand and told the jury what Trump told him. But, of course, the jury may be looking to hammer down specific intent by Trump as inferred from these different conversations or these different testimonial moments.
Danny, what about the jury's request for the judge to repeat at least some of the instructions which they had received earlier in the day? That's not entirely uncommon, right?
Not at all, and particularly so in New York, where the jury doesn't get the jury instructions as paper in the room with them, which is a weird quirk of New York law. So for that reason, you can expect, and I did expect, that the jury would ask for jury instructions to be read back to them because they simply can't memorize them. It took an hour to have them read to them. The human mind simply can't memorize an hour's worth of spoken jury instructions. And it's not like this is something easy to remember. These are really difficult concepts, legal concepts, that they have to hold in their mind. So no surprise they're going to make those requests. I expect many more on the jury instructions.
Yasmin, let's go back to you. What kind of mood was Mr. Trump in as these jury deliberations got underway?
By the way, just quickly to add on to what Danny had to say, saying that these jury instructions are complicated is quite an understatement. I mean, we're looking at 54 pages or so of jury instructions, right? So it's understandable as to why they would want to have those read back to them. The former president was certainly focused in when those jury instructions were read by Judge Juan Merchan yesterday, and then he had to go to another courtroom to await any kind of questions coming from the jury throughout the day. He did make a couple of statements throughout the day, of course, the same kinds of things that we've been hearing from the former president earlier. Let me play for you, though, a bit of what he said at one point, equating himself, guys, to Mother Teresa.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges. These charges are rigged. The whole thing is rigged. But we'll see. We'll see how we do. It's a very disgraceful situation. It's a very unfair trial. It should have never happened.
You got to remember, guys, right? He has been in this courtroom every day for the last 6 weeks. He has said repeatedly he'd rather be out campaigning than sitting inside that courtroom. Nonetheless, that's exactly where he's going to be while these deliberations are ongoing until we actually get a verdict. And we'll have to wait and see what more we hear from the former president today throughout these deliberations that are certainly ongoing, guys.
All right, Yasmin and Danny, thank you both.
Well, while Trump does await the verdict in his hush money trial in that courtroom, President Biden is ramping up his campaign efforts in critical battleground states like Pennsylvania that put him over the top back in 2020. He made an appearance yesterday in Philadelphia alongside Vice President Harris in an effort to boost support among black voters. And as NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez reports, the president has seen a dip in support.
In a rare joint appearance on the campaign trail, President Biden and Vice President Harris turned up the heat on former President Trump.
Now he's running again and is clearly unhinged.
Their campaign launching a renewed effort to court black voters in this critical swing state.
Joe Biden gave his word that we would fight to address some of the biggest issues facing the black community, and we have delivered.
It comes as Mr. Trump is making his own push, including in the South Bronx.
Joe Biden is not getting the job done for the Bronx.
Recent NBC News polling shows that President Biden's support among black voters has dropped since 2020. Back then, exit polls showed black voters supported Biden over Trump by 75 points. Now that Biden advantage has narrowed to 58 points. Perhaps more concerning for Democrats, less enthusiasm. 4 years ago, 74% of black voters had high interest in the election. Now it's just 59%. Is the campaign worried about that?
I think it's important for each and every one of us to go out and make the case and show black America that this is an administration that sees us. This is an administration that is willing to fight for us.
Democratic Maryland Governor Wes Moore is helping lead the outreach.
You've got to continue to believe in an administration that's actually doing the work.
But it's a tough sell for Eugene Thomas, who runs a nonprofit in Philadelphia. Has President Biden earned your vote?
Not yet.
After voting for Biden in 2020, he's considering voting third party or not at all. For him, inflation is a top issue.
People are struggling. We have to help people extra with groceries, gas prices.
Again, that was Gabe Gutierrez reporting. Now, former President Trump's campaign argues that his economic policies benefited black families, calling President Biden's speech pandering. Well, let's talk more about politics here with NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen. John, good morning. So as we heard in Gabe's report, President Biden's support among black voters has dropped since 2020. Broadly, what are some of the reasons we are hearing from voters behind that drop?
Hey, good morning, Sunshine Team. Nice to see you.
I think basically there's not a huge difference between what you're seeing from black voters and the rest of the country in terms of the issues that they're struggling with, right? So you just heard the gentleman in Gabe Gutierrez's piece talking about how inflation is hurting him, how he's having to help others with prices based on rising gas prices, et cetera. I mean, that is the number one issue in this country, whether you are white, black, Hispanic, Asian, whatever demographic group you can come up with, that seems to be the number one issue. And as Gabe pointed out, and as you guys have pointed out, Donald Trump is making a push to sort of take from what has traditionally been the Democratic base. I think most of those voters will come back, particularly in the black community, will come back home to Democrats at the end of the election. But the question is how many? And the second question is how many of those Democratic-leaning black voters will just stay home?
So, John, is there a path to victory for President Biden with the level of support he has from black voters right now? Or does the president have a lot of work to do? And I'm especially thinking not just Pennsylvania, but you got Michigan and Georgia.
No, I don't think he has a path to victory unless he can bring home a lot of those black voters who are either alienated from him at this point, or at least considering one of the options of a third party, Donald Trump, or staying home. Biden does have to shore up black voters. They've been the bedrock of the Democratic Party, meaning the folks who are most likely to vote for Democrats in recent election history. It is a group of voters that he has courted assiduously over time, and the fact that he's having trouble maintaining that is I think really symbolic of his larger problems. One thing I would note, yesterday I was on a train from New York to Wilmington, Delaware. I got in my car in Wilmington, Delaware, turned on Philadelphia radio, and there was a Biden ad basically aimed at the black community, trying to explain why Donald Trump was a bad choice for them and Biden was a good choice. And what I take from that is that the campaign understands that it's not going to win without the level of support, without greater support than it has right now in the black community.
And John, if we talk about the former president for a moment, there are no signs so far that the hush money trial for Mr. Trump has been harming his support. Also, of course, remains to be seen what a conviction would do for support either way. But from President Biden's perspective, with that going on, has he been able to take advantage of Mr. Trump's time, technically off the campaign trail, though we are, of course, still hearing from him a lot each day as this trial unfolds? Is this helping Mr. Biden in any way that you can see?
Yeah, another sign that the Biden campaign is worried is that we saw their reaction earlier this week to the Trump trial, where surrogates for Biden went out, outside the trial to try to get some attention, to try to counter all of the attention that's been going to Donald Trump, and they sent out the actor Robert De Niro, and what's fascinating to me about that is that they chose for 5 or 6 weeks of this trial to not do that, and so I think they see that this is problematic, that Donald Trump is dominating headlines and it's not hurting him. And I think you asked the right question, Savannah. What would a conviction do? But that's only the right question if he is convicted, and we are a long way from seeing that happen.
Absolutely. John, thank you very much. Always great to have you.
Turning to the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas, Israel's military says it has now established tactical control over the Gaza-Egypt border. The IDF says that is the location of smuggling tunnels Hamas uses to bring weapons into Gaza.
Yeah, this comes after Israeli tanks were seen entering central Rafah for the first time earlier this week after an airstrike sparked a major fire that killed dozens of Palestinians. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us from Tel Aviv on this. Raf, good morning. What can you tell us about the Israeli military's control over this particular corridor, and what are we learning this morning about what troops are discovering there?
Savannah, Joe, good morning. So the Israeli military refers to the Gaza-Egypt border as the Philadelphia corridor, and they say it is of military significance because that is where the smuggling tunnels are from Egypt into Gaza, through which Hamas has brought all of these weapons that we saw on October 7th, that we've seen in the war in Gaza. The Israeli military says they have discovered 20 of those tunnels so far. I asked an Israeli official whether those tunnels have been functioning since October 7th or not, they weren't able to say. They also say that they have discovered Hamas rocket launchers that were deliberately placed near the border. They think Hamas believed that Israel would not risk striking so close to the Egyptian border in case they accidentally hit Egyptian forces. But this is really raising the diplomatic tension between Israel and Egypt. The Egyptians are not happy about having Israeli forces in control of the Rafah crossing all along the border. And we saw this very unusual incident last week where Israeli forces and Egyptian troops actually exchanged fire over the border. At least one Egyptian soldier was killed. Both sides since then appear to have backed down and are trying to restore calm there. Guys.
Raph, let's talk more about Rafah. The deputy U.S. ambassador to the UN, Robert Wood, told the UN Security Council Wednesday that last weekend's airstrikes in Rafah are undermining Israel's strategic goals in Gaza. What is the latest in Rafah now that more than 1 million Palestinians have fled the region?
So, Joe, it is just a devastating situation. As we have talked about for months now, more than half the population of Gaza fled to Rafah, hoping it would be safe there. These are families, some of whom have been displaced 7 or 8 times by the fighting already. They are sleeping in tents made of plastic, made of wood. And we have watched as they've been forced to pack up those tents. They've moved some of them to a coastal area called Al-Mawasi. And humanitarian groups say there is simply not the infrastructure there for 1 million people. You basically have them camping out on the beach without access to medical care, without access to food. And throughout, we are seeing these devastating Israeli airstrikes. Israel says they're aimed at Hamas, but they are killing large numbers of Palestinian civilians. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken overnight urging Israel to swiftly investigate that deadly strike Sunday into Monday, where an Israeli bomb ignited a firestorm at a camp for displaced people. At least 45 dead there, many of them women and children. Guys.
All right, Raph Sanchez. Raph, thank you so much.
Well, we are looking at yet another day of severe weather threats as millions from Colorado to Louisiana could be at risk between today and tomorrow.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman's here with the forecast. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. No break for parts of the plains. We're going to continue to see that potential for some of these strong storms to develop later today, but they've already really started across some of this region. Notice the thunderstorms that we've been dealing with from the northern plains to the southern plains specifically. Already some alerts happening in Texas and Oklahoma at this hour. And we've got more where that came from as the day goes on. We've got a cold front that's inching across parts of the northern plains. We do have a slight risk and an enhanced risk for a good chunk of this region. Notice Lubbock right in the center of that enhanced risk, but San Angelo to Oklahoma City and up to Scott City also included in the slight risk. Basically, that means that we're going to be watching some of these thunderstorms erupt, especially into the evening hours tonight, leaving us with the potential of all the risks. Now, the good news is, just like yesterday, that tornado risk is low. It isn't zero, but it's on the lower end, so we're not as likely to see those kind of storms develop. But we could see some of these spots with really large hail and some damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. So kind of more of the same of what we've been dealing with. Today, it's the baseball-size hail that we'll watch impact folks across parts of Texas. Now, tomorrow, Dallas to Houston is going to watch for that potential with Austin right in the center of that, Alexandria as well. And on top of that, we're going to see some of that heavy rainfall, leaving us with the flash flooding risk. But notice all of those threats are still on the table, but more people involved in this. So 22 million people at risk tomorrow. The biggest threat, most concerning at least, is going to be the severe wind gusts that we watch, but we can't rule out some hail and tornadoes too. By Saturday, rolling into the weekend, it looks like the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, stretching down to the Gulf Coast. That's where we'll see some storms. From Colorado to West Tennessee is where we'll see the strongest of those storms. And on top of that, the rainfall is going to be problematic for folks in the south. Notice where you see that darker red, upwards of 3 inches of rain. So that's why we're concerned for the flash flooding. Temperatures, though, in the northeast, on the cool side, we're running a little below normal. Not anything crazy by any means. We're still going to make it into the 70s in Washington, D.C. and in New York, but barely into the upper 60s in Pittsburgh. We'll see 73 degrees in Detroit. We kind of keep more of the same for tomorrow, and then as we look ahead to the weekend, guys, we'll get back to the 80s. I know those are the temperatures people want to see as we're rolling towards summer. 82 degrees on Saturday and Sunday in Washington, D.C., 82 for Columbus on Saturday. And we kind of hang out in that same region of the low 80s for Chicago as well.
That looks like a nice weekend
Yeah,
here.
it does.
All
You're welcome.
Thank you, Angie. All right. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, it's National Water Safety Month, and pools are officially open for this summer. But before you dive in, we have some tips to help you keep safe.
Also coming up, flag controversy. Some lawmakers are calling for Supreme Court Justice Alito to step aside in pending cases related to January 6th and former President Trump. And it's all over flags flown in front of his homes. We have Alito's response. More on that coming up.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito is standing firm this morning amid calls for recusal. The justice says he is, quote, duty-bound to serve the court in 2 cases related to former President Trump after controversy over flags displayed in front of 2 of his homes led to lawmakers calling for him to step aside. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has the latest.
A defiant judgment from Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito refusing Democrats' demands that he recuse himself from pending cases related to January 6th and former President Trump over flags flown at his Virginia home in 2021 and New Jersey vacation house in 2023. Flags frequently used by MAGA followers who deny the 2020 election results. The incident sparking national attention just this month. Alito repeatedly blamed his wife, Martha Ann, as solely responsible for the controversial displays and distanced himself in a pair of detailed letters to Congress. I had nothing whatsoever to do with the flying of the flag. I asked my wife to take it down, but for several days she refused. The conservative justice said his wife was greatly distressed over a very nasty neighborhood dispute, noting she is a private citizen with full First Amendment rights. Alito contends the events do not meet the threshold for recusal, so he is duty-bound to reject the request. Democratic leaders have expressed outrage.
It's totally inappropriate. Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas are totally out of control.
Justice Thomas's wife, Ginny, backed efforts to overturn the 2020 election outcome, but has recently said she and her husband don't discuss their work with each other. Alito is among the most conservative jurists on the court, yet he asserted ignorance that the flags have been associated with conservative anger and January 6th. I was not aware of any connection between this historic flag and the Stop the Steal movement. And neither was my wife. 18 Democrats from the House Judiciary Committee signed a letter to Chief Justice Roberts asking him if these events violate the court's code of conduct adopted last November and urging him to enforce that code.
Kelly O'Donnell, thank you very much for that report.
Now, Justice Alito's refusal to step aside on Trump-related cases comes as the Supreme Court is set to release another crop of rulings later this morning.
One of those rulings could impact President Biden's son, Hunter. He's scheduled to begin trial early next week on gun and false statement charges.
NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now to help break it all down. Ryan, good morning. A lot to cover here. Let's start with Justice Alito for a second. As we reported, he's refusing to recuse himself from 2 Trump-related cases. Remind us, what are those pending cases and what sort of impact could they have on the former president?
Sure. So the big one is the Trump immunity case, which is all just about Donald Trump. Obviously it would have bigger repercussions dealing with the issue of immunity for future presidents. But what that has to deal with is the case that's currently before Judge Chuck, and it's basically on pause. The election interference case brought by Jack Smith, where the president is facing 4 charges in connection with his efforts to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to set up these fake elector schemes in various states where these electors would claim that Donald Trump won the state. He actually lost. So that's what that case all has to deal with. There's also the obstruction of an official proceeding case, which involves a lot of January 6 defendants altogether. 2 of those charges would be impacted in the Trump case because he faces those obstruction of justice charges specifically. And the court was pretty skeptical of the use of that. It was actually a Trump-appointed judge in the local district court that basically brought that up to the Supreme Court because he tossed this for so many of these defendants. It eventually bubbled its way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court heard oral arguments on it. So those are the 2 main cases that will impact the Trump case in D.C.
And Ryan, let's talk about that one that we mentioned that could potentially impact Hunter Biden, a ruling that also might come today. That case concerns whether domestic violence abusers can own guns. That could also affect some gun laws across the country. Help us understand what to expect here and how that could intersect with Hunter Biden's upcoming case.
Yeah, so the Hunter Biden case has to deal with this idea of being an addict in possession of a weapon. It's a very rarely used charge. It's something that, I only really saw when I was covering cases involving white supremacists, where the feds were essentially looking for some charge to stick. When there was some guy who was a white supremacist with guns, but there was no obvious federal charge. And it was like, oh, lo and behold, lucky enough, they also happen to use, marijuana, or they also happen to use some sort of illegal drug, and that's what they would charge him with. But if you were to enforce this across the board, you're talking about literally millions of people, right? Because marijuana is federally legal, even though the Biden administration is trying to step that back a little bit. It's a Schedule I drug, and it's something that if anyone smokes marijuana on a regular basis and also has guns, you can be charged with this crime. It also applies, obviously, to other drugs as well, and that's what you're talking about, really, in the Biden case here. But if the court comes back with a wide enough ruling or something that says that this is illegal, this is too much of a restriction on people's Second Amendment rights, it could impact that Hunter Biden gun case.
Quickly, Ryan, what other cases on the docket are folks eagerly awaiting?
So the immunity one is the big one. That's sort of what we're all waiting on because of the delay that was caused by this, right? Because remember, at this point, in the original schedule that was laid out when this case was indicted back in August, this was supposed to go to trial starting in March. That's when jury selection was supposed to begin. So at this point, that would have impacted the New York City hush money trial case. That would have been pushed back. And the first case would have been this election interference case, which a lot of folks thought was the right way to sort of go about this because that was the really critical case. It was all about stopping the peaceful transfer of power, the really high-profile case. Instead, that's been kicked on the line. It's indefinitely delayed. Very unlikely it actually goes to trial before the election.
All right, Ryan Riley, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning. We're going to start with a decision in the landmark trial of pro-democracy activists in Hong Kong.
NBC News international correspondent Claudio Lubanga is in Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. 14 pro-democracy activists were convicted and 2 were acquitted on national security charges in Hong Kong. Now, the trial comes over 3 years after 47 Democrats were arrested by authorities in dawn raids across the city on charges of conspiracy to commit subversion. Now, China has been using its national security law to crack down on dissent and peaceful opposition. Sentencing will come at a later date for the guilty parties, but prison terms for this offense can range from 3 years to life. Now to Mexico, where political campaigning has come to a close before Sunday's election, as several attacks have been reported on political candidates and their staff across the country. 2 mayoral candidates were assassinated by gunmen, and another mayoral candidate and 2 of his staff members were shot multiple times and hospitalized in serious condition. Both presidential candidates, Galvez and Sheinbaum, spoke of their plans for Mexico's rising violence in their final rallies yesterday. And finally, an ancient medical breakthrough has given us a closer look at how history's earliest cancer patients were treated. The Frontiers in Medicine journal published a study examining 2 ancient Egyptian skulls with cut marks around cancerous growths. Using micro-CT scanning and microscopic bone surface analysis, they can conclude ancient Egyptians have had some sort of surgical intervention for cancer. One skull dates back to somewhere between 2687 and 2345 BC, and the other all the way back to anywhere from 663 to 343 BC. Very impressive.
No kidding. Cool, but probably very different technology.
Yeah.
Then. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Well, still ahead, a new study is shining a light on a shift in puberty among girls. We're taking a look at why researchers say girls are starting puberty earlier than before and the effect racial disparities in puberty can have on girls later in life.
Also, breaking barriers. Major League Baseball just announced a major shift in the recorded history of America's pastime. For the first time, it is including data from the Negro Leagues in official statistics. We're going to have reaction from the players' families coming up next.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back with eye-opening new findings about a shift in puberty among girls. A report published in JAMA yesterday shows a growing number of girls are now experiencing their first period before the average age of 12.
It's especially true among children of color. Research shows that black girls are more than twice as likely as white girls to start their puberty early. Doctors warn the results could be devastating.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us on this now. Dr. Patel, always great to have you. So just tell us about the results of this study and what it tells us about why girls are starting their menstrual cycles earlier and why, as Joe mentioned, Black girls are twice as likely to have this happen.
Yeah, Savannah, Joe, this was important. It also compounds research that we've had for decades that have been showing this disturbing trend in an earlier onset of periods in girls. This was a study done over 4 years, self-reported on a mobile app, over 71,000 females who were born in the last 5 decades. So it got to look at a pretty large span of time, and it showed exactly what you're alluding to, that as you were born later, meaning as girls are born more recently, the average age of onset of puberty is much earlier, and their first periods are coming on at an early age, before the age of 12, on average at 11.9 years. And there was also irregularity, Savannah, between the onset of their period and when their cycles got regular. So it's just giving us a peek into something about the hormonal kind of patterns of younger girls. And to your point, not just Black people, but also people of Asian American descent and of Latino and Hispanic descent and other racial and ethnic categories or higher likelihood to have this earlier onset. And there are several reasons why. And so we'll have to kind of probe into that with more research, some association with diet, some association with environment, but probably a lot more questions than answers about exactly why it's happening.
Dr. Patel, let's talk about some of the health risks associated with girls starting their cycles earlier, including how it affects girls later in life.
Yeah, so it's a great point. So a couple of things that I think researchers and doctors are taking note of is that there is potentially a higher risk of cancers, including breast cancer. There are also higher associations with coronary artery disease, and there have been higher prevalence of mental health disorders and other associated mental health conditions when you have an earlier onset of puberty. Here's the problem, though, Joe. We don't have enough research that we've done in just menstrual research, period, to even know, like, well, what is it that we can do to modify these risk factors? That's what we like to understand when we see these disturbing trends. But we need to understand, what can I do today? And that's going to require some education as well as more research.
What should parents know before talking to a doctor about this? What kind of support do these girls need?
Savannah, I'm in this exact category right now. My daughter is 7, and what we're recommending is that parents start educating and spreading awareness as early as the ages of 6, 7, or 8, because we can see girls with an onset of puberty around the age of 9 or 10. That showed up in this study most recently. So it's education as parents, also having these conversations with your pediatricians so that you normalize body process, normalize body parts, normalize these words. And then I'm going to do this today. I'm taking a hard look at my child's diet. Oftentimes we see like high sugar, high processed foods. We've talked about that. And we want to make sure that we're making healthy swaps so that we can have a better diet overall.
Oh, such important information. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you very much.
Now to a major change for Major League Baseball. The league announced it's updating the record books to include statistics from the Negro Leagues. That means thousands of Negro League players will now have their accomplishments recognized among the all-time greats. Here's NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster.
This announcement was set in motion more than 3 years ago, but Wednesday morning made it official. Major League Baseball has some new record holders in major categories.
It's a dramatic shift in the recorded history of Major League Baseball. For the first time, MLB is including data from the Negro Leagues in official stats. Josh Gibson, who went pro in 1930, now has the league's #1 career and single-season batting average and slugging percentage, surpassing Ty Cobb, Babe Ruth, and Barry Bonds.
This is a great day, not only for the Gibson family, but all the family members of Negro League Baseball players.
Gibson's great-grandson says the honor is meaningful.
This will change how other people view him, but does it alter how you view him?
No. If Josh Gibson played in the Negro Leagues or the Major Leagues, he was still one of the greatest of all time.
The recognition coming after an independent committee spent more than 3 years reviewing a patchwork of available data, including thousands of box scores, with more than 2,300 players from the Negro Leagues now entered into the public database.
We have a whole lot of Black baseball players who are great, who, but for the color of their skin, would be competing with Ty Cobb, would be striking out Babe Ruth.
In a statement, MLB says this initiative will ensure that future generations of fans have access to the statistics and milestones of all those who made the Negro Leagues possible. Last week, the league and its Players Association also announcing expanded financial assistance programs to support players from the Negro Leagues, but few are still alive.
We've caught up with our past. We've made it right. This is sort of reparations. Reparations come to Major League Baseball.
Official records honoring some of baseball's greats.
That updated database is now online for the world to see, and it's also giving us a more holistic look at some black major league players, from more hits for Jackie Robinson to more wins for Satchel Paige. Back to you.
All right, Shaq, thank you.
Coming up, we're all business. Time just released its annual list of 100 companies that it says are making an extraordinary impact around the world.
From iconic celebrity brands to innovative tech startups and everything in between, we're going to tell you who took the top spot this year. That is next on Morning News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health. Big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. New this morning, Time just released its annual list of 100 companies that it says are changing the way business is done.
Yeah, and they range from familiar brands to up-and-coming startups that Time says are shaping the future.
We've got Time senior editor Emma Barker with us for the big reveal. Of course, we had a little sneak peek there on who's on the cover. But before we get into that, let's talk about the idea behind this. What's the criteria for who makes this list?
Yeah, there's no specific data that we look at. It's a really wide range, but the big things we're looking at are newsworthiness and impact. So we're looking at companies that specifically in the past year moved society the most.
And so, as we just saw there, Selena Gomez is one of the covers. We'll get to the other one in just a moment. Of course, she's extremely recognizable. She's an actress, she's a singer, but she is also the founder of this company, Rare Beauty. What is it about her company and her as a businesswoman that's landed her on this list?
Yeah, so we've all heard of a million celebrity beauty brands.
Right.
And what really sets hers apart is that she decided to really put a purpose behind it. The same time she launched the company, she also launched the Rare Impact Fund, which is specifically funded by Rare Beauty proceeds as well as other methods of fundraising. But this funds mental health organizations across the country, and they've already raised many millions of dollars for these organizations. And we spoke to a lot of the organizations that have benefited from it, and they've really seen significant impact from the money coming from Selena Gomez's company.
Wow. Business doing good. All right, let's go from beauty to something that some folks think is kind of ugly, which is AI. The Anthropic founder, Dario Amodei, is the other one to grace the cover. He really focuses on safety with artificial intelligence. What more should we know about him? It's not a name maybe a lot of folks know.
Yeah, he's not really putting himself forward as a face of AI like some other AI CEOs are. But he's come to the forefront in the past year for really speaking out for safe development of AI across the industry. And that's not just speaking out for his own company, but trying to make it so that that is an industry standard. He's well known at this point in the AI community for holding back his own releases to make sure that they're fully safe and responsible before releasing them.
A big question mark a lot of the times when we see some of these new technologies is, are we all ready for this? So it is an interesting way to look at it. So those are two covers, two companies, but there's 100. Tell us about some of the other ones we should know about on this list.
Yeah, absolutely. Another really impactful company that we've all been talking about is the WNBA. A lot of people don't think of the WNBA necessarily as a company, but it is.
Business.
It's a business. And it's seen extreme growth over the past few years, especially even before the Caitlin Clark phenomenon of her being drafted to the Indiana Fever, which has really only exacerbated that. It's their viewership numbers have been huge. They've been setting attendance records. And now with Caitlin Clark joining, teams, not just the Indiana Fever, have seen extraordinary ticket sales and selling out games.
It's so great to see and gives young girls so much to look up to and look forward to as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Emma Barker, great list. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. We always love when you're here. And if you have questions about AI, as we were just talking about, well, I've got some exciting news. I'll be hosting a special town hall right here on NBC News Now, focusing on the challenges facing parents in this increasingly complex and interconnected digital world. As part of that, we will talk to experts about real-world solutions. You can watch the special Digital Parenting, Raising the AI Generation on June 4th at 9 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. The town hall is sponsored by Aura in support of their Digital Parenthood initiative. Let's now get to our financial headlines. Tesla is under pressure this morning over reports of safety concerns with their steering power.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning to you. Yeah, so safety regulators are seeking records from Tesla as part of an investigation into reports of power steering loss in Model 3 and Model Y vehicles. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says it wants the information from Tesla by July 24th. Now, the probe covers about 334,000 vehicles from the 2023 model year and comes after the agency received more than 100 reports about the loss of steering control. Regulators want to know how Tesla identifies and creates solutions for possible defects. Tesla hasn't responded to a request for comment. Mickey, Goofy, and Pluto are officially union members. Federal labor officials have certified the result of a vote that took place earlier this month involving character and parade performers at Disneyland. Actors Equity will represent about 1,700 performers and support staff. The workers say they love Disneyland, but are concerned about health and safety since returning from the pandemic. And more than 60% of parents have made at least one financial sacrifice to help their adult children. A new report from Bankrate finds parents have sacrificed emergency savings, paying off debt, their retirement savings, or reaching some other financial milestone. Now, more than a quarter of adults aged 23 and older have received financial assistance from their parents for rent, help buying their first home, and support for everyday expenses, guys.
That's a sign of the times.
I'm guessing that's a shift. Different from when I was younger, certainly. All right.
Silvana, thank you.
Now, during the height of the pandemic, many Americans looking for a change of scenery were drawn to the perks of living in Florida. They liked the warmer weather and the lower taxes. But some now say they haven't found that dream lifestyle they were searching for. They're looking to move again. NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece looks at why the Sunshine State, for some, has lost its luster.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree. This is beautiful. You know, you can't ask for a nicer setting.
Months into the pandemic, Dennis Cole sold his Connecticut home and, like hundreds of thousands of Americans, headed to Florida. Many drawn by the state's lower taxes and sunny skies.
It's not the panacea that I had in my head.
But now he's preparing to put his Florida house on the market and move back north.
We have political issues in Florida that are just ugly. We have costs skyrocketing.
Florida has been among the fastest growing states in the nation since the start of the pandemic. In 2022 alone, more than 700,000 people moved there. But at the same time, nearly 500,000 left, the largest number since the Great Recession. We spoke with dozens of former Florida residents who have recently left the state. Among the reasons they gave, a soaring cost of living. Florida has had one of the nation's highest rates of inflation. Last year, car insurance was up 24% and homeowners insurance jumped 42%. Home prices have risen 60% since 2020.
They love the blue skies and the dolphins and the water, but this comes at a price.
John Desatel has spent 2 decades selling Florida real estate.
Are you getting a lot of calls from people who moved down here during COVID who are now looking to leave?
Yeah, we are.
And what's the #1 reason they're giving?
Politics. Politics.
Florida has recently enacted some of the most conservative legislation in the country, including a near total ban on abortions and restrictions on how race and sexuality are taught in schools.
My in-migration people want to move here due to politics. My out-migration people want to move out of here due to politics.
A spokesperson for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said that under his leadership, Florida led the country in domestic in-migration in 2022 and saw the highest population growth rate in generations.
Look, this has always been a transient state. People come and go. That's normal. I think our policies have attracted folks.
For Cole, who considered himself a moderate conservative when he moved to Florida, the state's political shift to the right has contributed to his decision to leave.
Whether it was fighting with Disney, whether the whole LGBTQ thing, it's just that there are so many things that make it uncomfortable for a lot of people to be here.
Leaving him and others looking for a brighter future outside the Sunshine State.
Our thanks to Shannon Pettypiece for that report.
Well, coming up, pools are open, and we're not to sound like a buzzkill, but we're going to have a little summer safety chat.
It is important after the break how you can stay safe in the water amid a reported rise in drowning incidents. That's next on Morning News Now.
report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Performance legend Audra McDonald is returning to Broadway, set to headline the latest revival of Gypsy. The show, which originally premiered on the Great White Way back in 1959, follows Rose, a relentless stage mother, as she leads her daughter through show business. McDonald will be the first black woman ever to portray Rose on Broadway. It's just the latest in a long list of accomplishments for McDonald, who has won more competitive Tony Awards than any other performer in history. Oh yeah, the show's being directed by another legend, George C. Wolfe. It's going to reopen at the Majestic Theater, former home of Phantom of the Opera, at the end of this year. That will be unusual to see something not Phantom in that space.
Yeah.
But I think they're hoping to have a good run there.
There you go. And I know you will see it.
Definitely.
Maybe I will too.
Least,
it sounds incredible. Yeah, exactly. Well, the merry month of May might be winding down, but before it ends, we do want to mark National Water Safety Month. So far this year, though, the CDC is reporting that drownings are actually on the rise for the first time in decades.
Let's show you some of the numbers here. Children between the ages of 1 and 4 saw one of the largest increases. Drownings were up 22% in 2022 compared with 2019. That makes it the #1 cause of death for children in that age range. But it's not just the kids who are at risk. 40 million adults in America don't know how to swim.
Joining us now for more on how we can all stay safe in the water this summer is Dr. Molly O'Shea. She's the official pediatrician for Goldfish Swim School. Doctor, thanks so much for being here. So first, tell us why you think it is that we're seeing this rise in incidents like drowning. What are the biggest factors that lead to these accidents?
I think there are several following the pandemic. Number one is that people don't have the same access to swim lessons that they had prior to the pandemic because we have reduced numbers of people available to teach those lessons. The number, just like in every industry where there are labor shortages, the swim industry is no different. So there are fewer swim instructors, fewer lessons. There are also fewer pools available, especially in certain communities. Pools were actually filled in. They cost a lot of money to keep going. And so especially in urban areas, pools are just not available. Parents are still reluctant to take their kids to swim lessons, even following the pandemic, where, of course, during the pandemic, many didn't do it at all, which reduced swim competency. But even following the pandemic, in my practice at least, parents are still reluctant. They see swim lessons as fun and optional, but not the life-saving tool that it really is.
And here's the thing about swim lessons. Stats show that they reduce the risk of drowning by up to 88%. But here's the problem. More than half of U.S. adults say they have never taken a swim lesson. How do we bridge that gap?
I think there are a couple of ways. Number one is, of course, you're never too old to take swim lessons. So even as a parent, you can sort of role model taking lessons by doing it. And also, I think parents, there's a gap in understanding that fact that you just shared, that swim lessons save lives. And so as a result, having children enroll in lessons starting at age 1 and continuously participating in them until that motor memory is really entrenched is essential. It's not like you can just take that swim lesson for, 1 8-week session and feel like, oh, great, my 1-year-old is safe now. Doesn't work that way. Those skills need to be reinforced over and over again until that competency is really entrenched. So swim lessons, kind of like other skills like reading, need to be continuously reinforced. And because it's a life-saving skill, essential, it needs to be part of a regular aspect of that early childhood experience.
And then I think sometimes people who do think that they are strong swimmers or think, hey, I've got an eye on my child, they don't know some of these common misconceptions, whether it's at the beach, the pool, or the lake. What are some of those things that end up to these unsafe conditions in the water?
I think a couple of things. Number one is, even if your kids are strong swimmers, you got to keep your eyes on the prize, right? And your kids are that prize. So especially in an area where there are either a ton of kids, I love that image that you're showing of these crowded beaches. Even if there's a lifeguard there, keep your eyes on your own kids. You know, have a water watcher whose job it is to really watch the kids. And that way you're sure that your children are safe. Don't be distracted by your phone or conversations with other people during that time that your children are in the water. And, you know, older kids, especially in open water, they don't want to wear those life jackets, but life jackets are the only safe device for water safety. Floaties, for example, that we see young kids wearing, they're like, oh, I can swim, I can swim. But actually, it gives them a false sense of security. And then they may jump in the water without their floaties on, and they're really not swim competent yet. So parents really do need to be cautious and careful and demand that those life jackets.
Dr. Molly O'Shea, thank you very much for joining us. Great life-saving tips. We appreciate it. Happy summer.
You too.
That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Thursday, Friday, Junior. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, Verdict Watch. It's day 2 of jury deliberations in that historic hush money trial of former President Donald Trump. The courtroom request made by the jury yesterday and what it could mean for Mr. Trump's case as his legal fate hangs in the balance. Also this morning, as Israeli forces push deeper into southern Gaza, the IDF says it now has gained control of land along the Egyptian border. What Israeli officials are now saying about a timeline for the war. Plus, deadline day for Boeing, the embattled plane manufacturer, given until today to lay out its plan to correct its course. This follows a string of high-profile safety incidents that rocked the jet maker's reputation from Wall Street to Main Street. But we're learning about the company's proposal and why the chief of the FAA says the crackdown is just beginning. And charges dropped against top-ranked golfer Scottie Scheffler. The new video showing the moments after his headline-grabbing arrest, what he admitted to police, and what he's now saying about the officer who put him in cuffs. Questions have been swirling for several days about whether those charges would be dropped. Now we have more information on that. We're going to begin this hour with our top story, the hush money trial of former President Trump. No verdict reached on day 1, so day 2 of jury deliberations will begin this morning.
The jury is deciding whether Mr. Trump falsified business records in what the state alleges was a scheme to conceal hush money payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels. The prosecution says it was done to cover up damaging information in the lead up to the 2016 election, but Mr. Trump denies the allegations. Well, yesterday, the jury requested a readback of testimony from 2 major prosecution witnesses and also for some of the judge's instructions to be repeated. NBC's senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest.
Hey there, good morning. It did not take long for this jury to send up a flare for help. And after a trial that has stretched on for weeks, jurors appear to want to go back to the very beginning.
This morning, the jury determining Donald Trump's legal fate back at it.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges.
After roughly 4.5 hours of deliberations Wednesday, a bell loudly ringing in the courtroom, signaling a note to the judge, the foreman asking for a readback of testimony from the very first witness at trial, tabloid mogul David Pecker, and Mr. Trump's former fixer, Michael Cohen. 2 men who placed the former president in the room where they say the trio agreed to influence the 2016 election. Before that, jurors receiving a dizzying dissertation of instructions on the law. The judge specifically advising even if they find Cohen believable, they can't convict unless they find his testimony corroborated by other evidence. Without written copies of the judge's instructions in the deliberation room, that bell in the courtroom soon ringing again as the jury asked to rehear at least some of the legal rules governing the charges Mr. Trump has pled not guilty to. The 7 men and 5 women holed up during deliberations with a laptop loaded with nearly 300 exhibits, but with no access to their cell phones, as the presumptive GOP nominee sits in a court waiting room, waiting for news with his attorneys, friends, and family. Don Jr. taking to TikTok to pass the time.
Hey guys, I'm here with your favorite president. We're cranking out a couple mean tweets at the courthouse.
The judge, the prosecutor, and the defense now need to hash out exactly what portion of David Pecker's testimony is going to come in this morning, and then the jury will have it read back. It said it could take up to a half an hour. Back to you guys.
All right, Laura, thank you.
Let's talk more about this with NBC News legal analyst Angela Senadella. For the purposes of this segment, we're also asking you to be a mind reader because we want you to try and help us understand what could be on the jury's mind for the fact that they're asking for a readback of Pecker and Cohen's testimony.
So I think that last point that Laura just pointed out is very relevant, and that's that in these jury instructions, it says that because Michael Cohen is considered an accomplice in the eyes of the law, everything that he said has to be corroborated in order for the jury to believe. So now, when we look at those testimonies being put together about David Pecker discussing this meeting and any intent that you can infer that Donald Trump may have had, and then compare that with Michael Cohen and what he has been saying about Trump's intent, that perhaps is the piece that they are looking for. I mean, of course, as you said, though it's just mind reading, it could be for a whole other host of things. It could just be memory lapse, but that is my best guess so far.
I want to ask you about something else that was in those jury instructions. A little confusing, something I saw a lot of commentary about on social media yesterday. I'm going to read it exactly so I get it right. The judge made it clear that while all jurors must be unanimous that Mr. Trump falsified business records with the intent to defraud and conceal the conspiracy to promote his election through unlawful means, jurors are not required to agree unanimously on what those unlawful means are. What does that mean and why is it important?
So that is so true. And as Laura said, it's a dizzying dissertation. So what these instructions did is said they all have to agree that falsified business records happened. Then after that, they have to agree there's this intent to conceal another crime. Now, what is so confusing is that other crime is actually a conspiracy. It has to involve other people. And that conspiracy then is having influence in election through unlawful means. So now we get to that last step, that unlawful means. It doesn't really matter what unlawful means were used. In fact, I believe a jury could even consider other unlawful means, but it's almost like a drop-down menu that was presented. Here were three things: maybe violation of tax code, or even, confusingly, perhaps just other falsification of business records, which brings it back to the beginning.
Is there a good chance that the jury could ask for more information, for more clarifications?
Joe,
how common is that, and what should we read into?
Yes, Joe, I would expect that. I mean, again, dizzying dissertation. They don't get these instructions in their room. And I actually believe...
pretty wild to me.
Yeah, but the reason is because the judge wants to be the one to determine the questions of the law. It shouldn't be, for example, those two lawyers in the room who are explaining everything and saying that because of their background as lawyers that their opinions dominate. So for New York to have these instructions not being taken into the room is intentional. It's not just a fluke.
Right.
Angela, thanks for explaining it. The dizzying dissertation and more. We appreciate it.
We sure do. All right, now let's get to the latest out of the Middle East. This morning, Israel's military says it has gained strategic control of a small strip of land along the Gaza-Egypt border.
The IDF says troops discovered about 20 tunnels crossing from Egypt into Gaza. They believe the pathways were used by Hamas for smuggling weapons and supplies.
NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest for us from Tel Aviv. Raf, good morning. So explain the significance of the Israeli military's presence along this particular border. How does this impact the country's relationship with Egypt?
Savannah, good morning. The Israeli military refers to this border area as the Philadelphia corridor, and they say it is of military significance because that's where the cross-border tunnels are from Egypt into Gaza, through which it says Hamas smuggles both weapons and supplies. Now, Israel says it has discovered about 20 of those tunnels so far. I asked an Israeli official, were those tunnels operational since October 7th? They weren't able to answer that, but they also say that they found Hamas rocket launchers close to the border, which they believe Hamas put there deliberately in the hope that Israel would not bomb in that area for fear of striking Egyptian forces on the other side of the border. But as you indicated, this is a source of rising diplomatic tension between Israel and its neighbor, Egypt. It's a the first Arab state to make peace with Israel, but now they are really at odds over the future of the Gaza-Egypt border. The Egyptians not happy that Israel is in control of the Rafah crossing, not happy that Israeli forces are along the border. And last week we saw this quite unusual incident where troops from the two nations actually exchanged fire over the border. At least one Egyptian soldier was killed. Both sides seem to have backed away now, but this is a pretty significant flare-up.
Raph, well, let's talk about the timeline. A top Israeli official said yesterday the war with Hamas likely to last through at least the end of this year. What are the challenges Israel faces the longer this conflict goes on?
Yeah, guys, so 8 months into this war, the National Security Advisor of Israel indicating it could go on for a minimum of another 7 months. A lot of challenges. One is to the Israeli economy. You have, reservist soldiers who are leaving their jobs in tech, leaving their jobs in finance, other sectors of the economy, going in and serving. But the really big one is international legitimacy. You are seeing just rising impatience worldwide as the number of Palestinian civilian casualties grows, especially after that deadly strike in Rafah, where 45 people were killed, including many women and children. And the question is, how much longer will the world tolerate Israel's military action in Gaza? Guys.
All right, Ralph Sanchez, thank you very much.
Turning now to the latest on Boeing. Today marks the FAA's deadline for the jet maker to lay out a plan to fix the plague of safety and quality control problems affecting its aircraft. Comes after a slew of whistleblower complaints citing years of safety concerns. Back in January, the FAA requested this turnaround plan after missing bolts caused a panel to fly off of an Alaska Airlines plane mid-flight. A few months later, Boeing's CEO announced he plans to step down by the end of the year. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello covers aviation for us, has the latest on what Boeing says it's doing to keep passengers safe in the sky.
The FAA chief has said on the record this is only the beginning, and Boeing still has a long road ahead to prove that it's working to get its quality control and its safety culture issues under control. The plan that Boeing is submitting today is a roadmap of sorts. How will it correct multiple problems found during an FAA audit of Boeing's manufacturing processes? And until those issues are fixed, Boeing will not be allowed to increase production of its MAX jets. The audit was launched after that door plug blew out of an Alaska Airlines jet shortly after takeoff back in January. A preliminary investigation by the NTSB found that no bolts had been installed to secure the plug. Boeing has admitted to quality control breakdowns and said just last week that a big part of its formal safety plan will be focused on the basics, on improving training and simplifying work instructions for its mechanics. The company has been working with regulators, and we know that Boeing and the FAA have a meeting today behind closed doors in Washington. Boeing is also facing other separate investigations, not only FAA, but NTSB and even the FBI, and among them, a probe into the 787 Dreamliner after an employee whistleblower said fellow employees were signing off on paperwork certifying safety inspections on the 87 that had never been done. And the employee notified Boeing. Boeing then self-reported that issue to the FAA. Separate from that now, the families of the victims of those two MAX 8 crashes overseas 6 years ago, they are meeting with the DOJ, the Department of Justice, Friday. They want company to be held criminally liable. They want criminal charges against Boeing because they claim that, in fact, Boeing acted criminally with those two crashes overseas and then violated the terms of its agreement with the FAA and Boeing to avoid any criminal prosecution, violated the terms with the MAX 9 door plug blowout and with everything that we've learned since about the quality control breakdowns at Boeing. So the families of those MAX 8 victims, 346 people, meeting with the DOJ in Washington tomorrow. They want Boeing to be held criminally responsible and charged. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you. Let's check in with meteorologist Angie Lassman. It's spring, so she must be tracking another round of severe weather for us.
That's right. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Will there ever be another quiet day across the middle of the country? To be determined, because over the next couple of days, we've got multiple chances of more of that severe weather. Today, we're already starting off with some of those thunderstorms this morning across that region. As we get through the rest of the day and into tonight, we are concerned concerned with more of these strong storms and clusters of them kind of popping up and impacting folks in some of these similar areas that have dealt with repeated performance when it comes to severe weather. Today, we're specifically worried about Amarillo to Lubbock for the greatest chance for some of that severe weather to develop, but a good chunk of this area does have the potential for it. Dodge City down to Fredericksburg, out towards Dallas, including the metro area, Wichita Falls and Oklahoma City included in that, with all of those same impacts that we've been watching for days on the table. Now, the tornado threat is low, so that's good news, but we've still got the chance for some really large hail. We're talking baseball size in some spots and some of those strong wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. As we look ahead to tomorrow, notice all of the heavy rain and, you guessed it, another chance for some strong storms. The flash flooding risk will be there, especially as we get through the later part of the day with these kind of repeated rounds of heavy rain impacting us on already saturated soil. So we won't be surprised if we see some flooding. But again, the strong storms are possible too. This time, as we look ahead to your Friday, for 22 million people, including, again, the Dallas metro area, Austin and Houston, as well as out east towards Alexandria, including Shreveport too. So heads up for your Friday plans. Now, looking ahead to the weekend, we've got some good news for the ends of the country. The bookends of the country look great. I mean, gorgeous weather from basically Maine down to Florida. Parts of Florida, you could see some afternoon showers maybe. Temperatures will be on the warm side for folks there, but otherwise we've got kind of milder conditions that will settle in over the next couple of days for parts of the Northeast and the Great Lakes. Notice the rain that we'll see across the middle of the country, those severe storms that I mentioned for today and tomorrow. Those will be stretched across the middle of the country, but out west, a lot of sunshine, plenty of it. We'll see sizzling temperatures into the triple digits, especially for the Southwest, so gear up for that. We'll keep it sunny and warm for folks there here as we get into Saturday. On the East Coast, we'll see lots of sunshine, and those temperatures will slowly start to rebound back to more typical temperatures into the 80s for this time of year. Those storms, though, not letting up from the Gulf Coast to the Great Lakes. We will once again see an unsettled Saturday for folks there. And by the time we get into Sunday, guys, abundant sun out west. Out east, we'll still be dealing with sunny conditions. One thing about me, I love to make my friends happy, and everybody on the East Coast has been complaining about the rain every weekend, even last weekend with the long weekend, Monday. Yeah. It was a little rainy here, so your wish is my command.
And it was beautiful before that, though.
Right. Thank you for remembering that. But unfortunately for our friends along the Gulf Coast, it'll be a little bumpy through the weekend, but we'll get better weather on the back.
The middle of the country, they've just had a rough last several weeks. So,
dangerous weather, too.
Thank you, Angie.
Thanks, Angie. Well, we have a lot more to get to this morning, including a setback for convicted killer Scott Peterson and his push for a new trial.
But first, Iceland rocked by another volcanic eruption, the fifth in just the last few months. But it's not just the lava that's causing concern. As dramatic as that looks, we'll have more on that coming up next on Morning News Now.
Live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. So we just showed you those pictures. A powerful volcano in southwest Iceland has erupted for the 5th time since December, spewing lava more than 150 feet in the air.
This latest eruption forced officials to evacuate the world-famous Blue Lagoon, a natural geothermal spa which lies just south of Reykjavik. Several nearby towns also could be in danger of being cut off by the flowing lava.
Dr. Benjamin Andrews is a geologist at the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History, and he joins us now with more. Good morning, Doctor. Thank you very much for joining us. So this is the 5th and so far the most powerful eruption that we've seen in these recent months. Is it common to have this many eruptions in this particular area?
No, thanks for having me. This is not an unexpected scenario. This part of Iceland has not erupted prior to this cycle that began in December, had not erupted for many, many, many years. But it's totally expected that we could have a series of eruptions here that might go on for years or even longer. And so it's to some extent, it is expected that these eruptions will continue.
So, Doctor, in the past, we've noticed that the smoke, actually, not the lava, is the biggest concern here. What should people know about that?
Sure. So I guess the first part is that what looks like smoke here is actually volcanic ash. And volcanic ash is little tiny bits of lava. So think of it as little frozen pieces of magma foam that have been exploded out. And so it's little pieces of rock and little pieces of glass. And so that can cause a significant hazard if you breathe it in. It can also cause a hazard if you were to ingest it. And as we know from the 2010 eruption of Eyjafjallajökull in Iceland, it can cause a threat to aviation for many thousands of miles if the ash is carried a long ways. So that's one of the hazards here. And the other hazard that can come from these eruptions is gas. So this eruption is releasing sulfur dioxide. And of course, you don't want to breathe in sulfur dioxide, and that's a bad thing to breathe in. And when SO2 reacts with water in the atmosphere, it can form sulfuric acid, which is, of course, something else you don't want to be breathing in. And so the Icelandic Met Office is monitoring closely where that plume of ash and gas is going. And last I checked, it's heading off to the east of the eruption, but winds can change. And so there is always a concern that it could swirl elsewhere in the country.
Doctor, as Joe mentioned a moment ago, several areas near the volcano have been evacuated. We know the last time that it erupted, lava flowed for about 3 weeks. Is there any way to estimate how long it'll flow for this time and how long those areas need to remain evacuated?
That is a fantastic question, and it's one of the hardest questions to address in volcano science. And the previous eruption actually lasted for about 54 days that lava was erupting. And at this point, there's no way to know if this current eruption is going to last for a few days or weeks or for a month or more, such as the previous one. And so in terms of when people can come back, that all depends on where the lava is going and what the civil authorities in Iceland tell people to do.
You are a geologist, not a travel agent, but I will put out there, if there's anyone who's traveling there in the next few days, the next couple of weeks, do you have any advice for them?
I should say I'm hoping to travel to Iceland later this summer on my own vacation, so I'm looking forward to going there. But the main thing is when you're going to a place like Iceland or any place with a volcanic eruption or some other natural phenomenon, make sure you're listening to the local people, the local civil authorities. Don't go across a roadblock. Don't go around something. Basically, be smart and listen to the local authorities.
Dr. Benjamin Andrews, really fascinating conversation with some really powerful pictures there. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And in India, officials are issuing a heat wave alert. Parts of that country could see more record-breaking temperatures today. NBC News International correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer is there with more.
That temperature of 126.1 degrees Fahrenheit registered at a substation here in Delhi, if it's confirmed by officials, would mark the highest ever temperature ever recorded anywhere in India. What does 126 degrees feel like? I could draw a lot of comparisons. The point is that the intense and prolonged heat across much of northern India is for most people unbearable. And in the capital region alone, there are some 30 million people. There's been a rise in the number of cases of heat stroke. Some people have died. Water shortages to a point that officials are talking about rationing. Electricity shortages and blackouts because power grids can't keep up. Schools closed down, crops decimated, fires started. All of it directly linked to this trend that scientists say has been worsened by climate change. Now, heat waves in India are not uncommon, but the weather department here warns they're going to get longer and far more intense. The other impact here has been on the world's biggest election. Nearly 1 billion voters going to the polls over 6 weeks, with the last round happening this weekend. Already, political campaigning has been affected by the heat, and voter turnout has been lower in some areas. So officials here in Delhi and across other states have issued red alerts for weather, urging people to stay inside when possible, stay cool how they can, to hydrate. Most people now just waiting for the monsoon rains to bring some relief. But the looming concern is that this is not some one-off weather event or aberration, but part of a growing crisis. Studies show that the intense heat and its cascading effects could soon limit human survivability if the temperatures keep rising.
All right, Janice, thank you. More international headlines now. South Korea says the North just launched a barrage of missiles just days after North Korea's failed satellite launch.
NBC News International correspondent Claudia Lavanga joins us from Rome. Hey, Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. The military in South Korea said that today North Korea fired a barrage of suspected ballistic missiles. Now, the South says that about 10 projectiles believed to be short-range ballistic missiles were fired from an area near the capital, Pyongyang, traveled more than 200 miles, and then landed in waters off North Korea's eastern coast outside Japan's exclusive economic zone. Now, it is seen as the latest provocation by North Korea after on Wednesday, it allegedly flew hundreds of balloons carrying trash towards the south. And let's go to Amsterdam now, where officials at the city's international airport say a person has died after being sucked into the running turbine engine of a plane. The Netherlands' flagship airline company KLM did not disclose the identity of the victim and has not revealed yet whether it was a passenger, an employee, or a bystander. In a statement, officials said that the flight concern was bound for Denmark and that they are taking care of the passengers and employees who witnessed the incident. Authorities are currently investigating what happened. And let's end this tour of the world in this part of the world, in Pompeii, where children's sketches have been revealed for the first time. The archaeological park's superintendent said the drawings show violent scenes of gladiators and hunters battling animals and are thought to have been made by children between the ages of 5 and 7, sometimes before Pompeii was famously buried by volcanic ash following the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD. Pompeii's director, Gabriel Zugstriegel, said that the drawings show that children in ancient times were exposed to extreme violence just as they are today with video games and social media. The difference, he says, is that in those times, the violence was real and could have had repercussions of the psycho-mental development of children in Pompeii. Back to you guys.
Fascinating stuff. Pompeii is just this wealth. It just keeps on giving of incredible stuff. Claudia, thank you very much.
Coming up, you could call it a mulligan. Prosecutors drop all charges against golfer Scottie Scheffler.
The new body cam video showing the moments after his arrest and what the top-ranked golfer is now saying about the incident. That's all up next.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The world's #1 ranked golfer, Scottie Scheffler, is no longer facing charges. This morning, a Kentucky prosecutor said Wednesday that Scheffler's arrest for allegedly assaulting a Louisville police officer amounted to a, quote, big misunderstanding.
The news comes as new body cam video emerges showing the moments after Scheffler was taken into custody. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with the very latest. Steph, good morning.
Hi, good morning, guys. The prosecutor's office has confirmed to NBC that new body cam video is authentic. Scottie Scheffler was supposed to be arraigned next week in a Louisville court, but instead the prosecutor says there isn't any evidence of a crime, agreeing with Scheffler that it was all a misunderstanding.
This morning, Scottie Scheffler is getting ready for his next tournament without worrying about a criminal trial. The charges against him are dropped as leaked body cam videos surfaced online.
As you can see, I'm still shaking because I was afraid. I didn't know who he was.
Showing the moments after Scheffler's arrest for allegedly assaulting a Louisville police officer.
First of all, I did not know that he was a police officer. I thought he was one of the security guards that was mistaken.
An unrelated fatal collision had taken place near the entrance to the PGA Championship earlier that morning, contributing to a scene that Scheffler later described as rainy and chaotic, causing traffic to back up as he was trying to get to the golf course.
Why does it matter if he's a security guard or a police officer? Because if somebody's telling you to stop. Yes, you're right. I should have stopped. I did get a little bit impatient because I'm quite late for my tee time. And as he was reaching in the car, he grabbed my shoulder and hit me. Trying to get you to stop, right? Yes. Okay. It seemed to be a little bit over-aggressive because the entrance was open.
The arrest report said that Scheffler didn't stop and dragged the detective to the ground. Scheffler's lawyer directly dismissing that allegation.
He was not dragged. You believe they would have dismissed this case if he was dragged? No, they would not have.
And condemning the police.
I think everybody sees something like this happen and realizes they're one wrong turn or running into the wrong person away from going to jail themselves.
Overnight, the officer who arrested Scheffler speaking out in a statement to NBC's Louisville affiliate, Brian Gillis, saying his honesty and integrity had been challenged, adding, to be clear, he was dragged by the car and received visible injuries. Gillis writing, I'm going to recover from it, and saying he and Scheffler both agree there will be no ill will going forward.
We reached out to the Louisville Metro Police Department for comment on Scheffler's remark in the video that he was hit by the officer and have not heard back. And Scheffler wants to put it all behind him. He says, writing on Instagram, police officers have a difficult job and I hold them in high regard. Guys.
All right. Certainly been a talker. Stephanie, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now to new developments in the effort to get Scott Peterson a new trial. Peterson was convicted back in 2004 for the murder of his pregnant wife and unborn child. He appeared virtually in court yesterday with new representation from the Los Angeles Innocence Project, which wants new DNA testing done. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us now from outside the courthouse in California with more on what happened. Liz, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, Scott Peterson appeared here virtually, and it was really not the outcome that he was likely hoping for. His new attorneys with the Los Angeles Innocence Project have been asking for new DNA testing on several pieces of evidence they say was suppressed at the time of the trial. But the judge largely sided with the prosecution, just like a jury did 20 years ago at this very same courthouse.
The court is going to respectfully deny the request to test items 13 and 14.
This morning, a major setback for convicted killer Scott Peterson in his quest for a new trial.
And based on the argument that was articulated today, the court finds that there has been failure to demonstrate a sufficient chain of custody that would permit the DNA testing to be completed.
A California judge denying all but one of Peterson's requests for new DNA testing on evidence his attorneys with the Los Angeles Innocence Project say was initially suppressed.
Your Honor, we would submit there's a reasonable probability that favorable DNA results would have changed the outcome at Mr. Peterson's trial.
Peterson, now 51, joining the hearing virtually from prison, where he is serving a life sentence without parole for the 2002 murders of his pregnant wife Lacey and their unborn child Connor. His attorneys asking to test a sample of a mattress found inside a burned-out orange van the morning after Lacey disappeared, which they believe could contain traces of Lacey's blood.
Should Lacey Peterson's DNA be found anywhere, that would be irrefutable exculpatory evidence supporting Mr. Peterson's claim of innocence.
The prosecution pushing back that DNA testing done in 2019 showed no blood on the mattress and only male DNA.
These are claims that have been previously litigated.
The judge siding with the prosecution, saying the van is not related to the trial. But the judge is allowing DNA testing on one item, duct tape found on Lacey's pants when her body washed ashore in San Francisco Bay.
Do you think the DNA on the duct tape would still even be viable this many years later?
Arguably, yes. Arguably, yes.
Attorney Mark Garagos represented Peterson 20 years ago and disputes the prosecution's claim there's overwhelming evidence against him.
If it was overwhelming, there would not be this fascination with what does the new evidence show.
Now, a hearing to go over testing that duct tape is scheduled for July. Scott Peterson's brother and sister-in-law, they were here in court to support him. They did not respond to reporters' questions about the judge's ruling. Scott Peterson simply watched and listened quietly, at times taking notes. Lacey Peterson's family, they have not commented on any of this. Joe?
All right, Liz, thank you so much. NBC News legal analyst Annie Savalos joins us now with more on this. So I guess anytime one of these Innocence Projects takes on a case, my ears perk up a little bit. I think, oh, what is it they know or they think they know? What are your takeaways from the judge's ruling yesterday?
Yeah, I can tell you, I actually sit on the board of one of these type clinics that take up these wrongful conviction cases. And generally speaking, they have their choice of whatever case they want because they are getting a constant stream of letters and requests from family members, prisoners. So really, they can scoop the cream off the top. So that, to me, tells me they must have seen some value in this case. However, you can see from the judge's ruling that the judge really denied the motion as to almost everything except duct tape found on Lacey Peterson herself. And after this many years, whatever is on that duct tape, it's questionable whether it's going to yield anything valuable at all.
How big of a setback is the way that the judge ruled on this for Peterson?
You could say massive, but on the other hand, almost everything you do when you're at Scott Peterson's procedural posture, after all of his appeals have been exhausted, when you're looking for newly discovered evidence, because there becomes a certain point where the only chance you'll have is some piece of newly discovered evidence. So, in a sense, they threw everything they could at the wall, one item out of over a dozen stuck, and they're going to have to hope beyond hope that that DNA testing is going to yield something interesting. But, you know, when you're calculating the odds and you're in Scott Peterson's position, any ray of hope, anything at all, is a huge deal. So, I mean, it's really, the odds are 1,000,000 to 1 against Scott Peterson at this point. But for a prisoner, I can tell you, from having talked to a lot of them, that's more than enough.
Are there any options from here for him beyond the duct tape at this point?
And the only other chance would be other newly discovered evidence. And just as an aside, people might say, hey, what's the big deal? They're only asking for testing. Well, the law really expresses a preference for finality, because if everybody could raise, hey, I want to test any kind of item that wasn't tested at my trial, the courts would be clogged and families of victims would not have finality.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, coming up, there is good news from this morning for shoppers.
Yeah, more major chains are slashing prices in an effort to bring back customers. We're going to break down the latest announcements and the impact they could have on your wallet coming up next.
lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
We're back now with a look at the latest retailer that's lowering prices. Walgreens announced just yesterday that it would continue slashing prices on 1,300 items in an effort to help consumers who are being hit hard by inflation.
In a statement detailing its, quote, summer of savings, the chain said, quote, Walgreens understands our customers are under financial strain and struggle to purchase everyday essentials.
For more on this, we are joined by NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. Christine, always great to have you here. Okay, so Walgreens is the latest. Remind us who else and where we can get the best deals.
Walmart and Target and Michael's and all kinds of fast food companies. Like, look, value wars are here, from the retailers to just about everything, because for 2-3 years, they have been raising prices. And now these CEOs are seeing, oh, people are very inflation weary, and they are walking across the street someplace else if they can find a better value. So some of the things like a one-a-day gummy is here, down to $11.99 from $13.99. The Squishmallow plush, toy, $20, down from about $25. And you go down the list from lotions and all different kinds of things that you would find at your normal neighborhood drugstore, lower prices for a lot of things there.
All those things add up. You have talked more about fast food in the last few weeks than I think you ever imagined, especially McDonald's and Wendy's. But now McDonald's president is speaking out about the viral $18 Big Mac,
and here's why I've been talking about fast food, because it's supposed to be cheap. It's supposed to be the thing that's a really cheap thing to feed your family, and suddenly it wasn't. And that became viral, this $18 Big Mac. And the CEO, or the president of U.S. operations, wrote a letter to U.S. fans. And he said, look, it worried and concerned me when I saw that $18 viral post. It was one store. And he said that there were some poorly sourced reporting about really high prices for their goods. And he said, Big Mac is really up only about 21% since 2019. And we did the math on the French fries are up about 44% since 2019. So he said it's not the hue and cry online that you would think, but that they are going to try to make some more value for customers. So, 21% is still 21%. If you're buying a Big Mac once a week, you've noticed that for sure.
Absolutely. We just talked a couple days ago of some good news that consumer confidence is creeping back up, but it's still, while inflation sort of stuck. What did you call it? You had a great word for that.
But I don't remember. It was brilliant. And I can't remember.
It was great. Anyway,
that's it. There's inflation, there's affordability. People feel like they just can't afford things.
So what do you think that's going to pan out as this summer, as confidence is up, but we still
So I think we're going to see gas prices go sideways. I think you're going to see lower prices for some of these things, like fast food restaurants. If not lower prices, then ways to bundle things and get value. Looking at these retailers, Walmart, Target with its huge store brand goods that'll be more affordable for people. We'll have to see if people start feeling a little bit better when they realize they can kind of, work their budget a little bit and try to find the deals and the values. But until now, sentiment has really been disappointing. Usually you would say 50-year low unemployment, record highs in the stock market, record high home prices. That would say the economy is good. People don't feel that. They just feel the affordability pinch.
It's really interesting. You've been doing great reporting on it. Christine Romans, thank you so much.
All right, we're going to keep talking about these fast food prices with the top executive at McDonald's coming to the defense of their high prices.
Yes, NBC's Silvana Hanal joins us with more on what Christine was chatting about and more. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. All right. Well, as you mentioned earlier with Christine, yes, McDonald's has sort of hiked some prices, not as much as they have But we're going to go on now to shares of American Eagle Outfitters, which are under pressure, and the retailer's quarterly sales missing Wall Street estimates as inflation has hurt demand for clothing and accessories that are often sold at full price. So analysts say economic worries are driving shoppers to spend more carefully, particularly in discretionary categories like apparel. Now, if you pay for Amazon Prime, well, now you're getting an extra perk. It's free food delivery from Grubhub. Amazon is embedding Grubhub into its website and the Amazon shopping app. Prime members will pay no delivery fees on orders of $12 or more. They'll also get lower service fees and 5% back on pickup orders. Grubhub connects consumers to about 375,000 restaurants, grocery, and convenience stores, guys.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, millions of kids in the U.S. have been diagnosed with a form of attention deficit disorder. But some doctors are doing the unconventional, prescribing more screen time as an alternative to medications like Adderall. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray has more.
Even a quick look online can be hypnotizing, fast-paced, overwhelming. Chaos, many doctors say, contributing to the explosion of attention deficit disorders in the U.S. According to the CDC, more than 14 million Americans have ADHD, including close to 6 million children.
And when we're on screens, our brain is literally dumping dopamine, the neurotransmitter that is so important for focus.
Focus is something 11-year-old Clinton Pierce and his parents say he struggled with for years.
I could, be in a whole conversation, and then 5 seconds later, I could be like, oh, look at that LeBron painting.
Formerly diagnosed with ADHD and initially prescribed Adderall, the drug helped for about a month, they say, before actually making things worse.
So that's when we fully started to explore different options.
Landing on an option that, ironically, includes more screen time. It's called Mindy, a new treatment for ADHD, depression, addiction, insomnia, and other cognitive issues. And here's how it works. Using a neurofeedback headband in conjunction with an online video game, patients concentrate on moving a ball up a hill, increasing blood flow and providing more oxygen to the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for focus, attention, and emotion. The device, described as a gem for your brain, is endorsed by neuroscientists at Stanford, Princeton, and Lund, a research university in Sweden. And NASA is aiming to use Mindy as a part of its long-duration space flight mission later this year. A study conducted with the space agency shows astronauts using it during downtime have reported performance increases and say Mindy helps them manage the stress that comes with isolation and confinement, while other independent studies indicate the technology can be effective in treating ADHD. For Clinton, Mindy has struck the perfect chord.
It's helped me a lot, and I love it. It's pretty fun, actually.
He isn't taking medicine anymore and says using Mindy for about 10 minutes a day, along with a healthy diet, meditation, and therapy, has helped him excel as an athlete and in the classroom, where he was just named the 5th grade student of the semester.
I think it's really helped my attention and focus on somebody speaking. In class, maybe I'd get up and do a little doodle during class last year. But Mindy kind of it helped me focus on the ball, which helps me focus on my teacher and also maybe my coach or my parents.
Increased focus that for Clinton and his family makes the treatment a slam dunk. Jay Gray, NBC News.
So interesting.
Definitely. Coming up, he is a small-town farming phenom who's making it big on social media.
After the break, we'll introduce you to the 8-year-old who's riding his tractor all the way to TikTok stardom. Stay with us.
hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and this
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Molly? Boat snack! Oh. Boat snack upgrade. Bacon and eggs? Why didn't you bring the pig last time?
What can we say except you're welcome? We are back with a snippet of the debut trailer for Moana 2. Maui, Moana, and even Hey Hey, the Crazy Rooster are all setting sail for another adventure. And as you saw, this time Pua the pig will also be making a splash after fans complained about his absence in the first movie. Now, initially, the project was supposed to be an original streaming series on Disney+, but the company switched gears and reworked it into a feature film instead. If that's not enough, a live-action version of the franchise is still in the works. In the meantime, you can catch all the animated fun in theaters this November.
Definitely one of my favorite recent movies.
I feel like a lot of people are really excited about
Exactly.
that. So it's great.
Looking forward to that. Bring back The Rock, too. All right, let's end this hour in Indiana, where one little farmer is growing a big online fan base thanks to his extensive knowledge of tractors and farm life. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park introduces us to this 8-year-old farming phenom.
Farming in South Whitley, Indiana isn't unusual. It's a way of life for many who live here. But it's not every day someone from this small town goes big on social media.
Oh, we got the new tractor.
Meet Jackson Locks. He's 8.
That's fun. This is the first one I ever had.
But some say he's really going on 68.
It changed oil right here.
How often do you have to do that?
I would say probably about every month.
And you can do that?
Yeah.
Really?
Spend a few minutes with Jackson, and it's like a masterclass on tractors and farming equipment.
And then this is how you turn on your mower deck. This is your throttle, how high the engine speed you want. This is your choke.
How do you know all this?
I've just been taught it, and I've just learned it over.
And you remember it all?
Yeah.
From the time he was 2, he remembers things that happened in different points in his life. It just always blew our minds.
I want to say 1992 to 2000, they probably made them.
For the good and the bad, he remembers everything.
I think an X9 is comparable to this.
His memory is spot on all the time. He's amazing that way, for sure.
Yeah, I've quit trying to fact check him because he's always right.
He's always right. He probably likes hearing that.
Yeah.
His knowledge.
So that's doing the least amount of tillage you can.
And quick wit.
And what do they have you do?
I'm kind of there just to keep them talking, keep the conversation going, that's all.
Have made him a star on TikTok. Some videos racking up millions of views.
That'd be a nice machine to have. 75.
Yeah, it's got a nice price tag on it, too. Somewhere around $50,000.
And what do you think about all the attention that you're getting?
I think it's pretty cool. I would definitely say it's probably pretty cool.
But it gets better. Just recently, John Deere, the iconic company known for manufacturing agricultural equipment and machinery, has brought him on board for unique collaboration.
It's going to be fun, but I'm going to be training the new Chief Tractor Officer.
What were you thinking when John Deere came calling?
Blown away.
Yeah.
We both grew up on farms with John Deere.
Yeah.
You know, it's equipment we've always used, so.
I've said it's like the mothership calling home. Really.
At 8 years old.
Yeah.
But before there's any content creating, class always comes first.
Now, goats.
Goats. Are we gonna get goats?
I'd like to.
Mom, Jessica, homeschools Jackson, and hands-on learning is often part of the curriculum.
Can I just drop it on my hand?
Yep, and then you got to keep it from kind of dropping.
Sometimes lessons are learned on a field trip to Grandpa's.
That transmission is nice to shift through. I like how easy it is.
Yeah.
That's why I like John Deere's. Their transmissions are nice.
Grandpa Tracy was a former dairy farmer who now passionately shares his knowledge with Jackson.
He teaches me some things once in a while.
I was going to say.
Some youngsters seem to have it and others don't, you know.
And you think Jackson has it?
I would say he does. How are you, Jackson?
Good.
Jackson's enthusiasm is a source of inspiration and hope for this community where the value of farming runs deep.
Got full weights on it.
Full weights.
And he's not too young to understand the demands of the job.
What do the good days look like?
Crops are growing good. There's not something sitting in the shop or you break something that day.
Yeah.
That's a good day.
And then a bad day?
Stuff's breaking, stuff's not working, crops aren't growing good, there's water in your field, you gotta go fix stuff. That's a bad day.
A small town boy with a big personality and a bright future rooted in farming.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
A farmer and a trucker.
Kathy Park, NBC News.
Okay.
As if there were any doubt what he wanted to do when he grew up.
I mean, he is so adorable, but also so impressive.
Exactly.
It is amazing how much he knows.
And it's great to see in a world where maybe fewer and fewer young people seem to be interested in farming. It is so important to do that. I grew up in a farming community, so to see that
Oh my gosh, absolutely. We need that next generation. He's like next generation.
Exactly.
So it's very cool. What a great story, Kathy. Thank you for that.
That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, waiting game. Jury deliberations continue today in Donald Trump's historic hush money trial. The 7 men and 5 women are sifting through 80 hours of testimony to decide whether the Manhattan District Attorney's Office proved its case beyond reasonable doubt. As the country awaits the fate of the former president, we'll have a look at the key moments from the first day of jury deliberations. Also developing this morning, Israeli forces are pushing forward with military operations in southern Gaza. Military officials saying they now have tactical control over the Gaza-Egypt border. We'll have the latest there. Plus, an alarming new study says girls are starting puberty earlier than ever before. Our medical expert will tell us what's behind this and how bias in puberty care could affect young female minorities later in life. And let's get down to business. Time just released its annual list of 100 companies that are making an impact around the world, from iconic celebrity brands to innovative tech startups. We'll tell you who made the cut.
From the world of beauty to AI, which is one of the most important issues of the day, we'll delve in. Good to have you with us on this Thursday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We, of course, get started today with the hush money trial of former President Donald Trump. Jury deliberations are set to continue later this morning.
On Wednesday, 12 jurors deliberated for 4.5 hours without reaching a verdict. The jury began the day by receiving instructions from the judge. They're tasked with deciding whether Mr. Trump was part of an unlawful scheme to allegedly falsify business records to cover up hush money paid to adult film star Stormy Daniels in the run-up to the 2016 election. Mr. Trump denies the charges. During yesterday's session, the jury requested a readback of testimony from 2 major prosecution witnesses. They also asked for a repeat of at least some of the judge's instructions to them. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Masugian is outside the courthouse for us, and our legal analyst Danny Savalos is here on set. Good morning to both of you. So, Yasmin, no verdict on day 1, but some potentially important requests made by the jury. Which witness testimony did the jury want to review?
David Pecker, the first witness that took the stand in this trial 6 weeks ago now. They want to hear from David Pecker. Again, Michael Cohen as well. About 35 pages or so worth of what the clerk in the courtroom is going to have to read back to the jurors once court resumes at 9:30 this morning. You mentioned it, right? 4.5 hours of deliberation yesterday. They'll be back in court today. They made 4 requests, 3 regarding David Pecker's testimony, 1 regarding Michael Cohen's testimony. David Pecker, when it comes to a meeting he was in, an investor meeting he was in, when he got a phone call from Donald Trump asking what he thought about the Karen McDougal situation, in which David Pecker said to Donald Trump he thinks he should pay off Karen McDougal, and Donald Trump at the time responded, "I'm not into these payoffs," because eventually the story gets out. Another conversation that was had about buying the life rights of Karen McDougal. A third, we all remember, right? We've talked about this repeatedly, the Trump Tower meeting back in 2015. David Pecker recounting the Trump Tower meeting in 2015 when David Pecker was there, Michael Cohen, Donald Trump, and they talked about placing damning stories about Donald Trump's opponents in the 2016 election, along with looking out for stories about Donald Trump as well. David Pecker also saying he's going to look out for stories coming from women. The 4th request made was Michael Cohen's recount of that meeting as well, that Trump Tower meeting as well. So again, 35 pages to be read back to this jury this morning, along with, as you mentioned, jury instructions. We don't have specificity as to whether or not the jury actually wants the entire instructions, i.e. an hour and 15 minutes, as was read to them yesterday, or a portion of those instructions. So we could be looking at getting into deliberations once again at 11 or noon this afternoon.
Danny, let's bring you in here. Is there anything to infer with the fact that they want those 2 specific testimonies read back, David Pecker and Michael Cohen? What do you take away from that?
This is the agony of jury notes, because no matter what the question is, it can be subject to many different interpretations. Perhaps the easiest is the jury is looking at the facts of the arrangements with McDougal to show an overall course of conduct, whether this is something that was a set pattern and it was something that Trump knew about or would have known about, i.e. the phone call with Pecker and Trump. Because one of the things the prosecution has plenty of is testimony by people like Pecker and Cohen. They obviously don't have the testimony of Trump. So they've tried to build Trump's intent through circumstantial evidence and evidence from people like Michael Cohen, who took the stand and told the jury what Trump told him. But, of course, the jury may be looking to hammer down specific intent by Trump as inferred from these different conversations or these different testimonial moments.
Danny, what about the jury's request for the judge to repeat at least some of the instructions which they had received earlier in the day? That's not entirely uncommon, right?
Not at all, and particularly so in New York, where the jury doesn't get the jury instructions as paper in the room with them, which is a weird quirk of New York law. So for that reason, you can expect, and I did expect, that the jury would ask for jury instructions to be read back to them, because they simply can't memorize them. It took an hour to have them read to them. The human mind simply can't memorize an hour's worth of spoken jury instructions. And it's not like this is something easy to remember. These are really difficult concepts, legal concepts, that they have to hold in their mind. So no surprise they're going to make those requests. I expect many more on the jury instructions.
Yasmin, let's go back to you. What kind of mood was Mr. Trump in as these jury deliberations got underway?
By the way, just quickly to add on to what Danny had to say, saying that these jury instructions are complicated is quite an understatement. I mean, we're looking at 54 pages or so of jury instructions, right? So it's understandable as to why they would want to have those read back to them. The former president was certainly focused in when those jury instructions were read by Judge Juan Merchan yesterday. And then he had to go to another courtroom to await any kind of questions coming from the jury throughout the day. He did make a couple of statements throughout the day, of course, the same kinds of things that we've been hearing from the former president earlier. Let me play for you, though, a bit of what he said at one point, equating himself, guys, to Mother Teresa.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges. These charges are rigged. The whole thing is rigged. But we'll see. We'll see how we do. It's a very disgraceful situation. It's a very unfair trial. It should have never happened.
You got to remember, guys, right? He has been in this courtroom every day for the last 6 weeks. He has said repeatedly he'd rather be out campaigning than sitting inside that courtroom. Nonetheless, that's exactly where he's going to be while these deliberations are ongoing until we actually get a verdict. And we'll have to wait and see what more we hear from the former president today throughout these deliberations that are certainly ongoing, guys.
All right, Yasmin and Danny, thank you both.
Well, while Trump does await the verdict in his hush money trial in that courtroom, President Biden is ramping up his campaign efforts in critical battleground states like Pennsylvania that put him over the top back in 2020. He made an appearance yesterday in Philadelphia alongside Vice President Harris in an effort to boost support among black voters. And as NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez reports, the president has seen a dip in support.
In a rare joint appearance on the campaign trail, President Biden and Vice President Harris turned up the heat on former President Trump.
Now he's running again, and he's clearly unhinged.
Their campaign launching a renewed effort to court black voters in this critical swing state.
Joe Biden gave his word that we would fight to address some of the biggest issues facing the black community, and we have delivered.
It comes as Mr. Trump is making his own push, including in the South Bronx.
Joe Biden is not getting the job done for the Bronx.
Recent NBC News polling shows that President Biden's support among black voters has dropped since 2020. Back then, exit polls showed black voters supported Biden over Trump by 75 points. Now that Biden advantage has narrowed to 58 points. Perhaps more concerning for Democrats, less enthusiasm. 4 years ago, 74% of black voters had high interest in the election. Now it's just 59%.
Is the campaign worried about that?
I think it's important for each and every one of us to go out and make the case and show black America that this is an administration that sees us. This is an administration that is willing to fight for us.
Democratic Maryland Governor Wes Moore is helping lead the outreach.
You've got to continue to believe in an administration that's actually doing the work.
But it's a tough sell for Eugene Thomas, who runs a nonprofit in Philadelphia.
Has President Biden earned your vote?
Not yet.
After voting for Biden in 2020, he's considering voting third party or not at all. For him, inflation is a top issue.
People are struggling. We have to help people extra with groceries, gas prices.
Again, that was Gabe Gutierrez reporting. Now, former President Trump's campaign argues that his economic policies benefited black families, calling President Biden's speech pandering. Well, let's talk more about politics here with NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen. John, good morning. So as we heard in Gabe's report, President Biden's support among black voters has dropped since 2020. Broadly, what are some of the reasons we are hearing from voters behind that drop?
Hey, good morning, Sunshine Team. Nice to see you. I think basically there's not a huge difference between what you're seeing from black voters and the rest of the country in terms of the issues that they're struggling with, right? So you just heard the gentleman in Gabe Gutierrez's piece talking about how inflation is hurting him, how he's having to help others with prices based on rising gas prices, et cetera. I mean, that is the number one issue in this country, whether you are white, black, Hispanic, Asian, whatever demographic group you can come up with, that seems to be the number one issue. And as Gabe pointed out, and as you guys have pointed out, Donald Trump is making a push to sort of take from what has traditionally been the Democratic base. I think most of those voters will come back, particularly in the black community, will come back home to Democrats at the end of the election. But the question is how many? And the second question is how many of those Democratic-leaning black voters will just stay home?
So, John, is there a path to victory for President Biden with the level of support he has from black voters right now? Or does the president have a lot of work to do? And I'm especially thinking not just Pennsylvania, but you got Michigan and Georgia.
No, I don't think he has a path to victory unless he can bring home a lot of those black voters who are either alienated from him at this point, or at least considering one of the options of a third party, Donald Trump, or staying home. Biden does have to shore up black voters. They've been the bedrock of the Democratic Party, meaning the folks who are most likely to vote for Democrats in recent election history. It is a group of voters that he has courted assiduously over time, and the fact that he's having trouble maintaining that is I think really symbolic of his larger problems. One thing I would note, yesterday I was on a train from New York to Wilmington, Delaware. I got my car in Wilmington, Delaware, turned on Philadelphia radio, and there was a Biden ad basically aimed at the black community trying to explain why Donald Trump was a bad choice for them and Biden was a good choice. And what I take from that is that the campaign understands that it's not going to win without the level of support, without greater support than it has right now in the Black community.
And John, if we talk about the former president for a moment, there are no signs so far that the hush money trial for Mr. Trump has been harming his support. Also, of course, remains to be seen what a conviction would do for support either way. But from President Biden's perspective, with that going on, has he been able to take advantage of Mr. Trump's time, technically off the campaign trail, though we are, of course, still hearing from him a lot each day as this trial unfolds? Is this helping Mr. Biden in any way that you can see?
Yeah, another sign that the Biden campaign is worried is that we saw their reaction earlier this week to the Trump trial, where surrogates for Biden went out, outside the trial to try to get some attention, to try to counter all of the attention that's been going to Donald Trump, and they sent out the actor Robert De Niro, and what's fascinating to me about that is that they chose for 5 or 6 weeks of this trial to not do that, and so I think they see that this is problematic, that Donald Trump is dominating headlines and it's not hurting him. And I think you asked the right question, Savannah. What would a conviction do? But that's only the right question if he is convicted, and we are a long way from seeing that happen.
Absolutely. John, thank you very much. Always great to have you.
Turning to the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas, Israel's military says it has now established tactical control over the Gaza-Egypt border. The IDF says that is the location of smuggling tunnels Hamas uses to bring weapons into Gaza.
Yeah, this comes after Israeli tanks were seen entering central Rafah for the first time earlier this week after an airstrike sparked a major fire that killed dozens of Palestinians. NBC News International correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us from Tel Aviv on this. Raf, good morning. What can you tell us about the Israeli military's control over this particular corridor, and what are we learning this morning about what troops are discovering there?
Savannah, Joe, good morning. So the Israeli military refers to the Gaza-Egypt border as the Philadelphia corridor, and they say it is of military significance because that is where the smuggling tunnels are from Egypt into Gaza, through which Hamas has brought all of these weapons that we saw on October 7th, that we've seen in the war in Gaza. The Israeli military says they have discovered 20 of those tunnels so far. I asked an Israeli official whether those tunnels have been functioning since October 7th or not. They weren't able to say. They also say that they have discovered Hamas rocket launchers that were deliberately placed near the border. They think Hamas believed that Israel would not risk striking so close to the Egyptian border in case they accidentally hit Egyptian forces. But this is really raising the diplomatic tension between Israel and Egypt. The Egyptians are not happy about having Israeli forces in control of the Rafah crossing all along the border. And we saw this very unusual incident last week where Israeli forces and Egyptian troops actually exchanged fire over the border. At least one Egyptian soldier was killed. Both sides since then appear to have backed down and are trying to restore calm there. Guys.
Raf, let's talk more about Rafah. The deputy U.S. ambassador to the UN, Robert Wood, told the UN Security Council Wednesday that last weekend's airstrikes in Rafah are undermining Israel's strategic goals in Gaza. What is the latest in Rafah now that more than 1 million Palestinians have fled the region?
So, Joe, it is just a devastating situation. As we have talked about for months now, more than half the population of Gaza fled to Rafah, hoping it would be safe there. These are families, some of whom have been displaced 7 or 8 times by the fighting already. They are sleeping in tents made of plastic, made of wood. And we have watched as they've been forced to pack up those tents. They've moved some of them to a coastal area called Al-Mawasi. And humanitarian groups say there is simply not the infrastructure there for 1 million people. You basically have them camping out on the beach without access to medical care, without access to food. And throughout, we are seeing these devastating Israeli airstrikes. Israel says they're aimed at Hamas, but they are killing large numbers of Palestinian civilians. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken overnight urging Israel to swiftly investigate that deadly strike Sunday into Monday, where an Israeli bomb ignited a firestorm at a camp for displaced people. At least 45 dead there, many of them women and children. Guys.
All right, Raf Sanchez. Raf, thank you so much.
Well, we are looking at yet another day of severe weather threats as millions from Colorado to Louisiana could be at risk between today and tomorrow.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman's here with the forecast. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. No break for parts of the plains. We're going to continue to see that potential for some of these strong storms to develop later today, but they've already really started across some of this region. Notice the thunderstorms that we've been dealing with from the northern plains to the southern plains specifically. Already some alerts happening in Texas and Oklahoma at this hour. And we've got more where that came from as the day goes on. We've got a cold front that's inching across parts of the northern plains. We do have a slight risk and an enhanced risk for a good chunk of this region. Notice Lubbock right in the center of that enhanced risk, but San Angelo to Oklahoma City and up to Scott City also included in the slight risk. Basically, that means that we're going to be watching some of these thunderstorms erupt, especially into the evening hours tonight, leaving us with the potential of all the risks. Now, the good news is, just like yesterday, that tornado risk is low. It isn't zero, but it's on the lower end, so we're not as likely to see those kind of storms develop. But we could see some of these spots with really large hail and some damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. So kind of more of the same of what we've been dealing with. Today, it's the baseball-size hail that we'll watch impact folks across parts of Texas. Now, tomorrow, Dallas to Houston is going to watch for that potential with Austin right in the center of that, Alexandria as well. And on top of that, we're going to see some of that heavy rainfall, leaving us with the flash flooding risk. But notice all of those threats are still on the table, but more people involved in this. So 22 million people at risk tomorrow. The biggest threat, most concerning at least, is going to be the severe wind gusts that we watch, but we can't rule out some hail and tornadoes too. By Saturday, rolling into the weekend, it looks like the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, stretching down to the Gulf Coast. That's where we'll see some storms. From Colorado to West Tennessee is where we'll see the strongest of those storms. And on top of that, the rainfall is going to be problematic for folks in the south. Notice where you see that darker red, upwards of 3 inches of rain. So that's why we're concerned for the flash flooding. Temperatures, though, in the northeast, on the cool side, we're running a little below normal, not anything crazy by any means. We're still going to make it into the 70s in Washington, D.C. and in New York, but barely into the upper 60s in Pittsburgh. We'll see 73 degrees in Detroit. We kind of keep more of the same for tomorrow, and then as we look ahead to the weekend, guys, we'll get back to the 80s. I know those are the temperatures people want to see as we're rolling towards summer. 82 degrees on Saturday and Sunday in Washington, D.C., 82 for Columbus on Saturday. And we kind of hang out in that same region of the low 80s for Chicago as well.
That looks like a nice weekend
Yeah,
here.
it does.
All
You're welcome.
Thank you, Angie. All right. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, it's National Water Safety Month, and pools are officially open for this summer. But before you dive in, we have some tips to help you keep safe.
Also coming up, flag controversy. Some lawmakers are calling for Supreme Court Justice Alito to step aside in pending cases related to January 6th and former President Trump. And it's all over flags flown in front of his home. So we have Alito's response. More on that coming up.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore.
How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today?
Closer to the Gaza border.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito is standing firm this morning amid calls for recusal. The justice says he is, quote, duty-bound to serve the court in 2 cases related to former President Trump after controversy over flags displayed in front of 2 of his homes led to lawmakers calling for him to step aside. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has the latest.
A defiant judgment from Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito refusing Democrats' demands that he recuse himself from pending cases related to January 6th and former President Trump over flags flown at his Virginia home in 2021 and New Jersey vacation house in 2023. Flags frequently used by MAGA followers who deny the 2020 election results. The incident sparking national attention just this month. Alito repeatedly blamed his wife, Martha Ann, as solely responsible for the controversial displays and distanced himself in a pair of detailed letters to Congress. I had nothing whatsoever to do with the flying of the flag. I asked my wife to take it down, but for several days she refused. The conservative justice said his wife was greatly distressed over a very nasty neighborhood dispute, noting she is a private citizen with full First Amendment rights. Alito contends the events do not meet the threshold for recusal, so he is duty-bound to reject the request. Democratic leaders have expressed outrage.
It's totally inappropriate. Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas are totally out of control.
Justice Thomas's wife, Ginny, backed efforts to overturn the 2020 election outcome, but has recently said she and her husband don't discuss their work with each other. Alito is among the most conservative jurists on the court, yet he asserted ignorance that the flags have been associated with conservative anger and January 6th. I was not aware of any connection between this historic flag and the Stop the Steal movement. And neither was my wife.
18 Democrats from the House Judiciary Committee signed a letter to Chief Justice Roberts asking him if these events violate the court's code of conduct adopted last November and urging him to enforce that code.
Kelly O'Donnell, thank you very much for that report.
Now, Justice Alito's refusal to step aside on Trump-related cases comes as the Supreme Court is set to release another crop of rulings later this morning.
One of those rulings could impact President Biden's son, Hunter. He's scheduled to begin trial early next week on gun and false statement charges.
NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now to help break it all down. Ryan, good morning. A lot to cover here. Let's start with Justice Alito for a second. As we reported, he's refusing to recuse himself from 2 Trump-related cases. Remind us, what are those pending cases and what sort of impact could they have on the former president?
Sure. So the big one is the Trump immunity case, which is all just about Donald Trump. Obviously it would have bigger repercussions dealing with the issue of immunity for future presidents. But what that has to deal with is the case that's currently before Judge Chuck, and it's basically on pause. The election interference case brought by Jack Smith, where the president is facing 4 charges in connection with his efforts to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to set up these fake elector schemes in various states where these electors would claim that Donald Trump won the state. He actually lost. So that's what that case all has to deal with. There's also the obstruction of an official proceeding case, which involves a lot of January 6th defendants altogether. 2 of those charges would be impacted in the Trump case because he faces those obstruction of justice charges specifically, and the court was pretty skeptical of the use of that. It was actually a Trump-appointed judge in the local district court that basically brought that up to the Supreme Court because he tossed this for so many of these defendants. It eventually bubbled its way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court heard oral arguments on it. So those are the 2 main cases that will impact the Trump case in D.C.
And Ryan, let's talk about that one that we mentioned that could potentially impact Hunter Biden, a ruling that also might come today. That case concerns whether domestic violence abusers, can own guns. That could also affect some gun laws across the country. Help us understand what to expect here and how that could intersect with Hunter Biden's upcoming case.
Yeah, so the Hunter Biden case has to deal with this idea of being an addict in possession of a weapon. It's a very rarely used charge. It's something that, I only really saw when I was covering cases involving white supremacists, where the feds were essentially looking for some charge to stick. When there was some guy who was a white supremacist with guns, but there was no obvious federal charge, and it was like, oh, lo and behold, lucky enough, they also happen to use, marijuana, or they also happen to use some sort of illegal drug, and that's what they would charge him with. But if you were to enforce this across the board, you're talking about literally millions of people, right? Because marijuana is federally legal, even though the Biden administration is trying to step that back a little bit. It's a Schedule I drug, and it's something that if anyone smokes marijuana on a regular basis and also has guns, you can be charged with this crime. It also applies, obviously, to other drugs as well, and that's what you're talking about, really, in the Biden case here. But if the court comes back with a wide enough ruling or something that says that this is illegal, this is too much of a restriction on people's Second Amendment rights, it could impact that Hunter Biden gun case.
Quickly, Ryan, what other cases on the docket are folks eagerly awaiting?
So the immunity one is the big one. That's sort of what we're all waiting on because of the delay that was caused by this, right? Because remember, at this point, in the original schedule that was laid out when this case was indicted back in August, this was supposed to go to trial starting in March. That's when jury selection was supposed to begin. So at this point, that would have impacted the New York City hush money trial case. That would have been pushed back. And the first case would have been this election interference case, which a lot of folks thought was the right way to sort of go about this because that was the really critical case. It was all about stopping the peaceful transfer of power, the really high-profile case. Instead, that's been kicked on the line. It's indefinitely delayed. Very unlikely it actually goes to trial before the election.
All right, Ryan Riley, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning. We're going to start with a decision in the landmark trial of pro-democracy activists in Hong Kong.
NBC News international correspondent Claudio LeBlanc is in Rome. With that and other world news, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. 14 pro-democracy activists were convicted and 2 were acquitted on national security charges in Hong Kong. Now, the trial comes over 3 years after 47 Democrats were arrested by authorities in dawn raids across the city on charges of conspiracy to commit subversion. Now, China has been using its national security law to crack down on dissent and peaceful opposition. Sentencing will come at a later date for the guilty parties, but prison terms for this offense can range from 3 years to life. Now to Mexico, where political campaigning has come to a close before Sunday's election, as several attacks have been reported on political candidates and their staff across the country. 2 mayoral candidates were assassinated by gunmen, and another mayoral candidate and 2 of his staff members were shot multiple times and hospitalized in serious condition. Both presidential candidates, Galvez and Sheinbaum, spoke of their plans for Mexico's rising violence in their final rallies yesterday. And finally, an ancient medical breakthrough has given us a closer look at how history's earliest cancer patients were treated. The Frontiers in Medicine journal published a study examining 2 ancient Egyptian skulls with cut marks around cancerous growths. Using micro-CT scanning and microscopic bone surface analysis, they can conclude ancient Egyptians have had some sort of surgical intervention for cancer. One skull dates back to somewhere between 2687 and 2345 BC, and the other all the way back to anywhere from 663 to 343 BC. Very impressive.
No kidding. Cool, but probably very different technology.
Yeah.
Then. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Well, still ahead, a new study is shining a light on a shift in puberty among girls. We're taking a look at why researchers say girls are starting puberty earlier than before and the effect racial disparities in puberty can have on girls later in life.
Also, breaking barriers. Major League Baseball just announced a major shift in the recorded history of America's pastime. For the first time, it is including data from the Negro Leagues in official statistics. We're going to have reaction from the players' families coming up next.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberations.
All right, it just did too. Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We're back with eye-opening new findings about a shift in puberty among girls. A report published in JAMA yesterday shows a growing number of girls are now experiencing their first period before the average age of 12.
It's especially true among children of color. Research shows that black girls are more than twice as likely as white girls to start their puberty early. Doctors warn the results could be devastating.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us on this now. Dr. Patel, always great to have you. So just tell us about the results of this study and what it tells us about why girls are starting their menstrual cycles earlier and why, as Joe mentioned, black girls are twice as likely to have this happen.
Yeah, Savannah, Joe, this was important. It also compounds research that we've had for decades that have been showing this disturbing trend in an earlier onset of periods in girls. This was a study done over 4 years, self-reported on a mobile app, over 71,000 females who were born in the last 5 decades. So it got to look at a pretty large span of time, and it showed exactly what you're alluding to, that as you were born later, meaning as girls are born more recently, the average age of onset of puberty is much earlier, and their first periods are coming on at an early age, before the age of 12, on average at 11.9 years. And there was also irregularity, Savannah, between the onset of their period and when their cycles got regular. So it's just giving us a peek into something about the hormonal kind of patterns of younger girls. And to your point, not just Black people, but also people of Asian American descent and of Latino and Hispanic descent and other racial and ethnic categories or higher likelihood to have this earlier onset. And there are several reasons why. And so we'll have to kind of probe into that with more research, some association with diet, some association with environment, but probably a lot more questions than answers about exactly why it's happening.
Dr. Patel, let's talk about some of the health risks associated with girls starting their cycles earlier, including how it affects girls later in life.
Yeah, so it's a great point. So a couple of things that I think researchers and doctors are taking note of is that there is potentially a higher risk of cancers, including breast cancer. There are also higher associations with coronary artery disease, and there have been higher kind of higher prevalence of mental health disorders and other associated mental health conditions when you have an earlier onset of puberty. Here's the problem, though, Joe. We don't have enough research that we've done in just menstrual research, period, to even know, like, well, what is it that we can do to modify these risk factors? That's what we like to understand when we see these disturbing trends, but we need to understand, what can I do today? And that's going to require some education as well as more research.
What should parents know before talking to a doctor about this? What kind of support do these girls need?
Savannah, I'm in this exact category right now. My daughter is 7, and what we're recommending is that parents start educating and spreading awareness as early as the ages of 6, 7, or 8, because we can see girls with an onset of puberty around the age of 9 or 10. That showed up in this study most recently. So it's education as parents, also having these conversations with your pediatrician so that you normalize body process, normalize body parts, normalize these words. And then I'm going to do this today. I'm taking a hard look at my child's diet. Oftentimes we see like high sugar, high processed foods. We've talked about that. And we want to make sure that we're making healthy swaps so that we can have a better diet overall.
Oh, such important information. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you very much.
Now to a major change for Major League Baseball. The league announced it's updating the record books to include statistics from the Negro Leagues. That means thousands of Negro League players will now have their accomplishments recognized among the all-time greats. Here's NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster.
This announcement was set in motion more than 3 years ago, but Wednesday morning made it official. Major League Baseball has some new record holders in major categories. It's a dramatic shift in the recorded history of Major League Baseball. For the first time, MLB is including data from the Negro Leagues in official stats. Josh Gibson, who went pro in 1930, now has the league's #1 career and single-season batting average and slugging percentage, surpassing Ty Cobb, Babe Ruth, and Barry Bonds.
This is a great day, not only for the Gibson family, but all the family members of Negro League Baseball players.
Gibson's great-grandson says the honor is meaningful. This will change how other people view him, but does it alter how you view him?
No. If Josh Gibson played in the Negro Leagues or the Major Leagues, he was still one of the greatest of all time.
The recognition coming after an independent committee spent more than 3 years reviewing a patchwork of available data, including thousands of box scores, with more than 2,300 players from the Negro Leagues now entered into the public database.
We have a whole lot of black baseball players who are great, who, but for the color of their skin, would be competing with Ty Cobb, would be striking out Babe Ruth.
In a statement, MLB says this initiative will ensure that future generations of fans have access to the statistics and milestones of all those who made the Negro Leagues possible. Last week, the league and its Players Association also announcing expanded financial assistance programs to support players from the Negro Leagues, but few are still alive.
We've caught up with our past. We've made it right. This is sort of reparations. Reparations come to Major League Baseball.
Official records honoring some of baseball's greats. That updated database is now online for the world to see, and it's also giving us a more holistic look at some black Major League players, from more hits for Jackie Robinson to more wins for Satchel Paige. Back to you.
All right, Shaq, thank you.
Coming up, we're all business. Time just released its annual list of 100 companies that it says are making an extraordinary impact around the world.
From iconic celebrity brands to innovative tech startups and everything in between, we're going to tell you who took the top spot this year. That is next on Morning News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Yeah, you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. New this morning, Time just released its annual list of 100 companies that it says are changing the way business is done.
Yeah, and they range from familiar brands to up-and-coming startups that Time says are shaping the future.
We've got Time senior editor Emma Barker with us for the big reveal. Of course, we had a little sneak peek there on who's on the cover. But before we get into that, let's talk about the idea behind this. What's the criteria for who makes this list?
Yeah, there's no specific data that we look at. It's a really wide range, but the big things we're looking at are newsworthiness and impact. So we're looking at companies that specifically in the past year moved society the most.
And so, as we just saw there, Selena Gomez is one of the covers. We'll get to the other one in just a moment. Of course, she's extremely recognizable. She's an actress, she's a singer, but she is also the founder of this company, Rare Beauty. What is it about her company and her as a businesswoman that's landed her on this list?
Yeah, so we've all heard of a million celebrity beauty brands.
Right.
And what really sets hers apart is that she decided to really put a purpose behind it. The same time she launched the company, she also launched the Rare Impact Fund, which is specifically funded by Rare Beauty proceeds as well as other methods of fundraising. But this funds mental health organizations across the country, and they've already raised many millions of dollars for these organizations. And we spoke to a lot of the organizations that have benefited from it, and they've really seen significant impact from the money coming from Selena Gomez's company.
Wow. Business doing good. All right, let's go from beauty to something that some folks think is kind of ugly, which is AI. The Anthropic founder, Dario Amodei, is the other one to grace the cover. He really focuses on safety with artificial intelligence. What more should we know about him? It's not a name maybe a lot of folks know.
Yeah, he's not really putting himself forward as a face of AI like some other AI CEOs are. But he's come to the forefront in the past year for really speaking out for safe development of AI across the industry. And that's not just speaking out for his own company, but trying to make it so that that is an industry standard. He's well known at this point in the AI community for holding back his own releases to make sure that they're fully safe and responsible before releasing them.
A big question mark a lot of the times when we see some of these new technologies is, are we all ready for this? So it is an interesting way to look at it. So those are two covers, two companies, but there's 100. Tell us about some of the other ones we should know about on this list.
Yeah, absolutely. Another really impactful company that we've all been talking about is the WNBA. A lot of people don't think of the WNBA necessarily as a company, but it is.
Business.
It's a business.
Absolutely.
And it's seen extreme growth over the past few years, especially even before the Caitlin Clark phenomenon of her being drafted to the Indiana Fever, which has really only exacerbated that. It's their viewership numbers have been huge. They've been setting attendance records. And now with Caitlin Clark joining, teams, not just the Indiana Fever, have seen extraordinary ticket sales and selling out games.
It's so great to see and gives young girls so much to look up to and look forward to as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
Yes.
Emma Barker, great list. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. We always love when you're here. And if you have questions about AI, as we were just talking about, well, I've got some exciting news. I'll be hosting a special town hall right here on NBC News Now, focusing on the challenges facing parents in this increasingly complex and interconnected digital world. As part of that, we will talk to experts about real-world solutions. You can watch the special Digital Parenting, Raising the AI Generation on June 4th at 9 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. The town hall is sponsored by Aura in support of their Digital Parenthood initiative. Let's now get to our financial headlines. Tesla is under pressure this morning over reports of safety concerns with their steering power.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning to you. Yeah, so safety regulators are seeking records from Tesla as part of an investigation into reports of power steering loss in Model 3 and Model Y vehicles. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says it wants the information from Tesla by July 24th. Now, the probe covers about 334,000 vehicles from the 2023 model year and comes after the agency received more than 100 reports about the loss of steering control. Regulators want to know how Tesla identifies and creates solutions for possible defects. Tesla hasn't responded to a request for comment. Mickey, Goofy, and Pluto are officially union members. Federal labor officials have certified the result of a vote that took place earlier this month involving character and parade performers at Disneyland. Actors Equity will represent about 1,700 performers and support staff. The workers say they love Disneyland, but are concerned about health and safety since returning from the pandemic. And more than 60% of parents have made at least one financial sacrifice to help their adult children. A new report from Bankrate finds parents have sacrificed emergency savings, paying off debt, their retirement savings, or reaching some other financial milestone. Now, more than a quarter of adults aged 23 and older have received financial assistance from their parents for rent, help buying their first home, and support for everyday expenses, guys.
That's a sign of the times.
I'm guessing that's a shift. Different from when I was younger, certainly. All right.
Silvana, thank you.
Now, during the height of the pandemic, many Americans looking for a change of scenery were drawn to the perks of living in Florida. They liked the warmer weather and the lower taxes. But some now say they haven't found that dream lifestyle they were searching for. They're looking to move again. NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece looks at why the Sunshine State, for some, has lost its luster.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree. This is beautiful. You know, you can't ask for a nicer setting.
Months into the pandemic, Dennis Cole sold his Connecticut home and, like hundreds of thousands of Americans, headed to Florida. Many drawn by the state's lower taxes and sunny skies.
It's not the panacea that I had in my head.
But now he's preparing to put his Florida house on the market and move back north.
We have political issues in Florida that are just ugly. We have costs skyrocketing.
Florida has been among the fastest growing states in the nation since the start of the pandemic. In 2022 alone, more than 700,000 people moved there. But at the same time, nearly 500,000 left, the largest number since the Great Recession. We spoke with dozens of former Florida residents who have recently left the state. Among the reasons they gave, a soaring cost of living. Florida has had one of the nation's highest rates of inflation. Last year, car insurance was up 24% and homeowners insurance jumped 42%. Home prices have risen 60% since 2020.
They love the blue skies and the dolphins and the water, but this comes at a price.
John Desitel has spent 2 decades selling Florida real estate.
Are you getting a lot of calls from people who moved down here during COVID who are now looking to leave?
Yeah, we are.
And what's the #1 reason they're giving?
Politics. Politics.
Florida has recently enacted some of the most conservative legislation in the country, including a near total ban on abortions and restrictions on how race and sexuality are taught in schools.
My in-migration people want to move here due to politics. My out-migration people want to move out of here due to politics.
A spokesperson for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said that under his leadership, Florida led the country in domestic in-migration in 2022 and saw the highest population growth rate in generations.
Look, this has always been a transient state. People come and go. That's normal. I think our policies have attracted folks.
For Cole, who considered himself a moderate conservative when he moved to Florida, the state's political shift to the right has contributed to his decision to leave.
Whether it was fighting with Disney, whether the whole LGBTQ thing, it's just that there are so many things that make it uncomfortable for a lot of people to be here.
Leaving him and others looking for a brighter future outside the Sunshine State.
Our thanks to Shannon Pettypiece for that report.
Well, coming up, pools are open, and we're not to sound like a buzzkill, but we're going to have a little summer safety chat.
It is important after the break how you can stay safe in the water amid a reported rise in drowning incidents. That's next on Morning News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer and the Richardson.
All right, it just made
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Performance legend Audra McDonald is returning to Broadway, set to headline the latest revival of Gypsy. The show, which originally premiered on the Great White Way back in 1959, follows Rose, a relentless stage mother, as she leads her daughter through show business. McDonald will be the first black woman ever to portray Rose on Broadway. It's just the latest in a long list of accomplishments for McDonald, who has won more competitive Tony Awards than any other performer in history. Oh yeah, the show is being directed by another legend, George C. Wolfe. It's going to reopen at the Majestic Theater, former home of Phantom of the Opera, at the end of this year. That will be unusual to see something not Phantom in that space.
Yeah.
But I think they're hoping to have a good run there.
Well, the merry month of May might be winding down, but before it ends, we want to mark National Water Safety Month. So far this year, the CDC is reporting that drownings are actually on the rise for the first time in decades.
Children between the ages of 1 and 4 saw one of the largest increases. Drownings were up 28% in 2022 compared with 2019. That makes it the #1 cause of death for children in that age range. But it's not just the kids who are at risk. 40 million adults in America don't know how to swim.
Joining us now for more on how we can all stay safe in the water this summer is Dr. Molly O'Shea. She's the official pediatrician for Goldfish Swim School. Doctor, thanks so much for being here. So first, tell us why you think it is that we're seeing this rise in incidents like drowning. What are the biggest factors that lead to these accidents?
I think there are several following the pandemic. #1 is that people don't have the same access to swim lessons that they had prior to the pandemic, because we have reduced numbers of people available to teach those lessons. The number, just like in every industry where there are labor shortages, the swim industry is no different. So there are fewer swim instructors, fewer lessons. There are also fewer pools available, especially in certain communities. Pools were actually filled in. They cost a lot of money to keep going. And so especially in urban areas, pools are just not available. Parents are still reluctant to take their kids to swim lessons, even following the pandemic, where, of course, during the pandemic, many didn't do it at all, which reduced swim competency. But even following the pandemic, in my practice at least, parents are still reluctant. They see swim lessons as fun and optional, but not the life-saving tool that it really is.
And here's the thing about swim lessons. Stats show that they reduce the risk of drowning by up to 88%. But here's the problem. More than half of U.S. adults say they have never taken a swim lesson. How do we bridge that gap?
I think there are a couple of ways. #1 is, of course, you're never too old to take swim lessons. So even as a parent, you can sort of role model taking lessons by doing it. And also, I think parents, there's a gap in understanding that fact that you just shared, that swim lessons save lives. And so as a result, having children enroll in lessons starting at age 1 and continuously participating in them until that motor memory is really entrenched is essential. It's not like you can just take that swim lesson for, one 8-week session and feel like, oh, great, my 1-year-old is safe now. Doesn't work that way. Those skills need to be reinforced over and over again until that competency is really entrenched. So swim lessons, kind of like other skills like reading, need to be continuously reinforced. And because it's a life-saving skill, essential, it needs to be part of a regular aspect of that early childhood experience.
And then I think sometimes people who do think that they are strong swimmers or think, hey, I've got an eye on my child, they don't know some of these common misconceptions, whether it's at the beach, the pool, or the lake. What are some of those things that end up to these unsafe conditions in the water?
I think a couple of things. #1 is, even if your kids are strong swimmers, you got to keep your eyes on the prize, right? And your kids are that prize. So especially in an area where there are either a ton of kids. I love that image that you're showing of these crowded beaches. Even if there's a lifeguard there, keep your eyes on your own kids. Have a water watcher whose job it is to really watch the kids. And that way you're sure that your children are safe. Don't be distracted by your phone or conversations with other people during that time that your children are in the water. And older kids, especially in open water, they don't want to wear those life jackets But life jackets are the only safe device for water safety. Floaties, for example, that we see young kids wearing, they're like, "Ooh, I can swim, I can swim." But actually, it gives them a false sense of security. And then they may jump in the water without their floaties on, and they're really not swim competent yet. So parents really do need to be cautious and careful and demand that those life jackets.
Dr. Molly O'Shea, thank you very much for joining us. Great life-saving tips. We appreciate it. Happy summer.
You too.
That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Thursday, Friday, Junior. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, Verdict Watch. It's day 2 of jury deliberations in that historic hush money trial of former President Donald Trump. The courtroom request made by the jury yesterday and what it could mean for Mr. Trump's case as his legal fate hangs in the balance. Also this morning, as Israeli forces push deeper into southern Gaza, the IDF says it now has gained control of land along the Egyptian border. What Israeli officials are now saying about a timeline for the war. Plus, deadline day for Boeing, the embattled plane manufacturer, given until today to lay out its plan to correct its course. This follows a string of high-profile safety incidents that rocked the jet maker's reputation from Wall Street to Main Street. But we're learning about the company's proposal and why the chief of the FAA says the crackdown is just beginning. And charges dropped against top-ranked golfer Scottie Scheffler. The new video showing the moments after his headline-grabbing arrest, what he admitted to police, and what he's now saying about the officer who put him in cuffs. Questions have been swirling for several days about whether those charges would be dropped. Now we have more information on that. We're going to begin this hour with our top story, the hush money trial of former President Trump. No verdict reached on day 1, so day 2 of jury deliberations will begin this morning.
The jury is deciding whether Mr. Trump falsified business records in what the state alleges was a scheme to conceal hush money payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels. The prosecution says it was done to cover up damaging information in the lead up to the 2016 election, but Mr. Trump denies the allegations. Well, yesterday, the jury requested a readback of testimony from 2 major prosecution witnesses and also for some of the judge's instructions to be repeated. NBC's senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest.
Hey there, good morning. It did not take long for this jury to send up a flare for help. And after a trial that has stretched on for weeks, jurors appear to want to go back to the very beginning.
This morning, the jury determining Donald Trump's legal fate back at it.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges.
After roughly 4.5 hours of deliberations Wednesday, a bell loudly ringing in the courtroom, signaling a note to the judge, the foreman asking for a readback of testimony from the very first witness at trial, tabloid mogul David Pecker, and Mr. Trump's former fixer, Michael Cohen. 2 men who placed the former president in the room where they say the trio agreed to influence the 2016 election. Before that, jurors receiving a dizzying dissertation of instructions on the law. The judge specifically advising even if they find Cohen believable, they can't convict unless they find his testimony corroborated by other evidence. Without written copies of the judge's instructions in the deliberation room, that bell in the courtroom soon ringing again as the jury asked to rehear at least some of the legal rules governing the charges Mr. Trump has pled not guilty to. The 7 men and 5 women holed up during deliberations with a laptop loaded with nearly 300 exhibits, but with no access to their cell phones, as the presumptive GOP nominee sits in a court waiting room, waiting for news with his attorneys, friends, and family. Don Jr. taking to TikTok to pass the time.
Hey guys, I'm here with your favorite president. We're cranking out a couple mean tweets at the courthouse.
The judge, the prosecutor, and the defense now need to hash out exactly what portion of David Pecker's testimony is going to come in this morning, and then the jury will have it read back. It said it could take up to a half an hour. Back to you guys.
All right, Laura, thank you.
Let's talk more about this with NBC News legal analyst Angela Senadella. For the purposes of this segment, we're also asking you to be a mind reader because we want you to try and help us understand what could be on the jury's mind for the fact that they're asking for a readback of Pecker and Cohen's testimony.
So I think that last point that Laura just pointed
pointed out is very relevant, and that's that in these jury instructions, it says that because Michael Cohen is considered an accomplice in the eyes of the law, everything that he said has to be corroborated in order for the jury to believe. So now, when we look at those testimonies being put together about David Pecker discussing this meeting and any intent that you can infer that Donald Trump may have had, and then compare that with Michael Cohen and what he has been saying about Trump's intent, that perhaps is the piece that they are looking for. I mean, of course, as you said, though, it's just mind reading. It could be for a whole other host of things. It could just be memory lapse, but that is my best guess so far.
I want to ask you about something else that was in those jury instructions. A little confusing, something I saw a lot of commentary about on social media yesterday. I'm going to read it exactly so I get it right. The judge made it clear that while all jurors must be unanimous that Mr. Trump falsified business records with the intent to defraud and conceal the conspiracy to promote his election through unlawful means, jurors are not required to agree unanimously on what those unlawful means are. What does that mean and why is it important?
So that is so true. And as Laura said, it's a dizzying dissertation. So what these instructions did is said they all have to agree that falsified business records happened. Then after that, they have to agree there's its intent to conceal another crime. Now, what is so confusing is that other crime is actually a conspiracy. It has to involve other people. And that conspiracy then is having influence in election through unlawful means. So now we get to that last step, that unlawful means. It doesn't really matter what unlawful means were used. In fact, I believe the jury could even consider other unlawful means, but it's almost like a drop-down menu that was presented. Here were three things: maybe violation of tax code, or even, confusingly, perhaps just other falsification of business records, which brings it back to the beginning.
Is there a good chance that the jury could ask for more information, for more clarifications?
Joe,
how common is that, and what should we read into that?
Yes, Joe, I would expect that. I mean, again, dizzying dissertation. They don't get these instructions in their room. And I actually believe...
pretty wild to me.
Yeah, but the reason is because the judge wants to be the one to determine the questions of the law. It shouldn't be, for example, those two lawyers in the room who are explaining everything and saying that because of their background as lawyers that their opinions dominate. So for New York to have these instructions not being taken into the room is intentional. It's not just a fluke.
Right.
Angela, thanks for explaining it. The dizzying dissertation and more. We appreciate it.
We sure do. All right, now let's get to the latest out of the Middle East this morning. Israel's military says it has gained strategic control of a small strip of land along the Gaza-Egypt border.
The IDF says troops discovered about 20 tunnels crossing from Egypt into Gaza. They believe the pathways were used by Hamas for smuggling weapons and supplies.
NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest for us from Tel Aviv. Raf, good morning. So explain the significance of the Israeli military's presence along this particular border. How does this impact the country's relationship with Egypt?
Savannah, good morning. The Israeli military refers to this border area as the Philadelphia corridor, and they say it is of military significance because that's where the cross-border tunnels are from Egypt into Gaza, through which it says Hamas smuggles both weapons and supplies. Now, Israel says it has discovered about 20 of those tunnels so far. I asked an Israeli official, were those tunnels operational since October 7th? They weren't able to answer that, but they also say that they found Hamas rocket launchers close to the border, which they believe Hamas put there deliberately in the hope that Israel would not bomb in that area for fear of striking Egyptian forces on the other side of the border. But as you indicated, this is a source of rising diplomatic tension between Israel and its neighbor, Egypt. It's the first Arab state to make peace with Israel, but now they are really at odds over the future of the Gaza-Egypt border. The Egyptians not happy that Israel is in control of the Rafah crossing, not happy that Israeli forces are along the border. And last week we saw this quite unusual incident where troops from the two nations actually exchanged fire over the border. At least one Egyptian soldier was killed. Both sides seem to have backed away now, but this is a pretty significant flare-up.
Raph, well, let's talk about the timeline. A top Israeli official said yesterday the war with Hamas likely to last through at least the end of this year. What are the challenges Israel faces the longer this conflict goes on?
Yeah, guys, so 8 months into this war, the National Security Advisor of Israel indicating it could go on for a minimum of another 7 months. A lot of challenges. One is to the Israeli economy. You have, reservist soldiers who are leaving their jobs in tech, leaving their jobs in finance, other sectors of the economy, going in and serving. But the really big one is international legitimacy. You are seeing just rising impatience worldwide as the number of Palestinian civilian casualties grows, especially after that deadly strike in Rafah, where 45 people were killed, including many women and children. And the question is, how much longer will the world tolerate Israel's military action in Gaza? Guys.
All right, Ralph Sanchez, thank you very much.
Turning now to the latest on Boeing. Today marks the FAA's deadline for the jet maker to lay out a plan to fix the plague of safety and quality control problems affecting its aircraft. Comes after a slew of whistleblower complaints citing years of safety concerns. Back in January, the FAA requested this turnaround plan after missing bolts caused a panel to fly off of an Alaska Airlines plane mid-flight. A few months later, Boeing's CEO announced he plans to step down by the end of the year. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello covers aviation for us, has the latest on what Boeing says it's doing to keep passengers safe in the sky.
The FAA chief has said on the record this is only the beginning, and Boeing still has a long road ahead to prove that it's working to get its quality control and its safety culture issues under control. The plan that Boeing is submitting today is a roadmap of sorts. How will it correct multiple problems found during an FAA audit of Boeing's manufacturing processes? And until those issues are fixed, Boeing will not be allowed to increase production of its MAX jets. The audit was launched after that door plug blew out of an Alaska Airlines jet shortly after takeoff back in January. A preliminary investigation by the NTSB found that no bolts had been installed to secure the plug. Boeing has admitted to quality control breakdowns and said just last week that a big part of its formal safety plan will be focused on the basics, on improving training and simplifying work instructions for its mechanics. The company has been working with regulators, and we know that Boeing and the FAA have a meeting today behind closed doors in Washington. Boeing is also facing other separate investigations, not only FAA, but NTSB and even the FBI, and among them, a probe into the 787 Dreamliner after an employee whistleblower said fellow employees were signing off on paperwork certifying safety inspections on the 87 that had never been done. And the employee notified Boeing. Boeing then self-reported that issue to the FAA. Separate from that now, the families of the victims of those two MAX 8 crashes overseas 6 years ago, they are meeting with the DOJ, the Department of Justice, Friday. They want company to be held criminally liable. They want criminal charges against Boeing because they claim that, in fact, Boeing acted criminally with those two crashes overseas and then violated the terms of its agreement with the FAA and Boeing to avoid any criminal prosecution, violated the terms with the MAX 9 door plug blowout and with everything that we've learned since about the quality control breakdowns at Boeing. So the families of those MAX 8 victims, 346 people, meeting with the DOJ in Washington tomorrow. They want Boeing to be held criminally responsible and charged. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you. Let's check in with meteorologist Angie Lassman. It's spring, so she must be tracking another round of severe weather for us.
That's right. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Will there ever be another quiet day across the middle of the country? To be determined, because over the next couple of days, we've got multiple chances of more of that severe weather. Today, we're already starting off with some of those thunderstorms this morning across that region. As we get through the rest of the day and into tonight, we are concerned with more of these strong storms and clusters of them kind of popping up and impacting folks in some of these similar areas that have dealt with repeated performance when it comes to severe weather. Today, we're specifically worried about Amarillo to Lubbock for the greatest chance for some of that severe weather to develop, but a good chunk of this area does have the potential for it. Dodge City, down to Fredericksburg, out towards Dallas, including the metro area, Wichita Falls and Oklahoma City included in that, with all of those same impacts that we've been watching for days on the table. Now, the tornado threat is low, so that's good news, but we've still got the chance for some really large hail. We're talking baseball size in some spots and some of those strong wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. As we look ahead to tomorrow, notice all of the heavy rain and, you guessed it, another chance for some strong storms. The flash flooding risk will be there, especially as we get through the later part of the day with these kind of repeated repeated rounds of heavy rain impacting us on already saturated soil. So we won't be surprised if we see some flooding. But again, the strong storms are possible too. This time, as we look ahead to your Friday, for 22 million people, including, again, the Dallas metro area, Austin and Houston, as well as out east towards Alexandria, including Shreveport too. So heads up for your Friday plans. Now, looking ahead to the weekend, we've got some good news for the ends of the country. The bookends of the country look great. I mean, gorgeous weather from basically Maine down to Florida. Parts of Florida, you could see some afternoon showers maybe. Temperatures will be on the warm side for folks there, but otherwise we've got kind of milder conditions that will settle in over the next couple of days for parts of the Northeast and the Great Lakes. Notice the rain that we'll see across the middle of the country. Those severe storms that I mentioned for today and tomorrow, those will be stretched across the middle of the country, but out west, a lot of sunshine, plenty of it. We'll see sizzling temperatures into the triple digits, especially for the Southwest, so gear up for that. We'll keep it sunny and warm for folks there here as we get into Saturday. On the East Coast, we'll see lots of sunshine, and those temperatures will slowly start to rebound back to more typical temperatures into the 80s for this time of year. Those storms, though, not letting up from the Gulf Coast to the Great Lakes. We will once again see an unsettled Saturday for folks there. And by the time we get into Sunday, guys, abundant sun out west. Out east, we'll still be dealing with sunny conditions. One thing about me, I love to make my friends happy, and everybody on the East Coast has been complaining about the rain every weekend, even last weekend with the long weekend, Monday.
Yeah.
It was a little rainy here, so your wish is my command.
And it was beautiful before that, though.
Right. Thank you for remembering that. But unfortunately for our friends along the Gulf Coast, it'll be a little bumpy through the weekend, but we'll get better weather on the back.
The middle of the country, they've just had a rough last several weeks.
Breaks.
So,
Dangerous weather, too.
Thank you, Angie.
Thanks, Angie. Well, we have a lot more to get to this morning, including a setback for convicted killer Scott Peterson and his push for a new trial.
But first, Iceland rocked by another volcanic eruption, the fifth in just the last few months. But it's not just the lava that's causing concern. As dramatic as that looks, we'll have more on that coming up next on Morning News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the number one issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
this tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
Welcome back. So we just showed you those pictures. A powerful volcano in southwest Iceland has erupted for the 5th time since December, spewing lava more than 150 feet in the air.
This latest eruption forced officials to evacuate the world-famous Blue Lagoon, a natural geothermal spa which lies just south of Reykjavik. Several nearby towns also could be in danger of being cut off by the flowing lava.
Dr. Benjamin Andrews is a geologist at the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History, and he joins us now with more. Good morning, Doctor. Thank you very much for joining us. So this is the 5th and so far the most powerful eruption that we've seen in these recent months. Is it common to have this many eruptions in this particular area?
No, thanks for having me. This is not an unexpected scenario. This part of Iceland has not erupted prior to this cycle that began in December, had not erupted for many, many, many years. But it's totally expected that we could have a series of eruptions here that might go on for years or even longer. And so it's to some extent, it is expected that these eruptions will continue.
So, Doctor, in the past, we've noticed that the smoke, actually, not the lava, is the biggest concern here. What should people know about that?
Sure. So I guess the first part is that what looks like smoke here is actually volcanic ash. And volcanic ash is little tiny bits of lava. So think of it as little frozen pieces of magma foam that have been exploded out. And so it's little pieces of rock and little pieces of glass. And so that can cause a significant hazard if you breathe it in. It can also cause a hazard if you were to ingest it. And as we know from the 2010 eruption of Eyjafjallajökull in Iceland, it can cause a threat to aviation for many thousands of miles if the ash is carried a long ways. So that's one of the hazards here. And the other hazard that can come from these eruptions is gas. So this eruption is releasing sulfur dioxide. And of course, you don't want to breathe in sulfur dioxide, and that's a bad thing to breathe in. And when SO2 reacts with water in the atmosphere, it can form sulfuric acid, which is, of course, something else you don't want to be breathing in. And so the Icelandic Met Office is monitoring closely where that plume of ash and gas is going. And last I checked, it's heading off to the east of the eruption, but winds can change. And so there is always a concern that it could swirl elsewhere in the country.
Doctor, as Joe mentioned a moment ago, several areas near the volcano have been evacuated. We know the last time that it erupted, lava flowed for about 3 weeks. Is there any way to estimate how long it'll flow for this time and how long those areas need to remain evacuated?
That is a fantastic question, and it's one of the hardest questions to address in volcano science. And the previous eruption actually lasted for about 54 days that lava was erupting. And at this point, there's no way to know if this current eruption is going to last for a few days or weeks or for a month or more, such as the previous one. And so in terms of when people can come back, that all depends on where the lava is going and what the civil authorities in Iceland tell people to do.
You are a geologist, not a travel agent, but I will put out there, if there's anyone who's traveling there in the next few days, the next couple of weeks, do you have any advice for them?
I should say I'm hoping to travel to Iceland later this summer on my own vacation, so I'm looking forward to going there. But the main thing is when you're going to a place like Iceland or any place with a volcanic eruption or some other natural phenomenon, make sure you're listening to the local people, the local civil authorities. Don't go across a roadblock. Don't go around something. Basically, be smart and listen to the local authorities.
Dr. Benjamin Andrews, really fascinating conversation with some really powerful pictures there. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And in India, officials are issuing a heat wave alert. Parts of that country could see more record-breaking temperatures today. NBC News International correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer is there with more.
That temperature of 126.1 degrees Fahrenheit registered at a substation here in Delhi, if it's confirmed by officials, would mark the highest ever temperature ever recorded anywhere in India. What does 126 degrees feel like? I could draw a lot of comparisons. The point is that the intense and prolonged heat across much of northern India is for most people unbearable. And in the capital region alone, there are some 30 million people. There's been a rise in the number of cases of heat stroke. Some people have died. Water shortages to a point that officials are talking about rationing. Electricity shortages and blackouts because power grids can't keep up. Schools closed down, crops decimated, fires started. All of it directly linked to this trend that scientists say has been worsened by climate change. Now, heat waves in India are not uncommon, but the weather department here warns they're going to get longer and far more intense. The other impact here has been on the world's biggest election. Nearly 1 billion voters going to the polls over 6 weeks, with the last round happening this weekend. Already, political campaigning has been affected by the heat, and voter turnout has been lower in some areas. So officials here in Delhi and across other states have issued red alerts for weather, urging people to stay inside when possible, stay cool how they can, to hydrate. Most people now just waiting for the monsoon rains to bring some relief. But the looming concern is that this is not some one-off weather event or aberration, but part of a growing crisis. Studies show that the intense heat and its cascading effects could soon limit human survivability if the temperatures keep rising.
All right, Janice, thank you. More international headlines now. South Korea says the North just launched a barrage of missiles just days after North Korea's failed satellite launch.
NBC News international correspondent Claudia Lavanga joins us from Rome. Hey, Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. The military in South Korea said that today North Korea fired a barrage of suspected ballistic missiles. Now, the South says that about 10 projectiles believed to be short-range ballistic missiles were fired from an area near the capital, Pyongyang, traveled more than 200 miles, and then landed in waters off North Korea's eastern coast outside Japan's exclusive economic zone. Now, it is seen as the latest provocation by North Korea after on Wednesday, it allegedly flew hundreds of balloons carrying trash towards the south. And let's go to Amsterdam now, where officials at the city's international airport say a person has died after being sucked into the running turbine engine of a plane. The Netherlands' flagship airline company KLM did not disclose the identity of the victim and has not revealed yet whether it was a passenger, an employee, or a bystander. In a statement, officials said that the flight concern was bound for Denmark and that they are taking care of the passengers and employees who witnessed the incident. Authorities are currently investigating what happened. And let's end this tour of the world in this part of the world, in Pompeii, where children's sketches have been revealed for the first time. The archaeological park's superintendent said the drawings show violent scenes of gladiators and hunters battling animals and are thought to have been made by children between the ages of 5 and 7, sometimes before Pompeii was famously buried by volcanic ash following the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD. Pompeii's director, Gabriel Zuckstriegel, said that the drawings show that children in ancient times were exposed to extreme violence just as they are today with video games and social media. The difference, he says, is that in those times, the violence was real and could have had repercussions of the psycho-mental development of children in Pompeii. Back to you guys.
Fascinating stuff. Pompeii is just this wealth. It just keeps on giving of incredible stuff. Claudia, thank you very much.
Coming up, you could call it a mulligan. Prosecutors drop all charges against golfer Scottie Scheffler.
The new body cam video showing the moments after his arrest and what the top-ranked golfer is now saying about the incident. That's all up next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second, News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The world's #1 ranked golfer, Scottie Scheffler, is no longer facing charges. This morning, a Kentucky prosecutor said Wednesday that Scheffler's arrest for allegedly assaulting a Louisville police officer amounted to a, quote, big misunderstanding.
The news comes as new body cam video emerges showing the moments after Scheffler was taken into custody. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with the very latest. Steph, good morning.
Hi, good morning, guys. The prosecutor's office has confirmed to NBC that new body cam video is authentic. Scottie Scheffler was supposed to be arraigned next week in a Louisville court, but instead the prosecutor says there isn't any evidence of a crime, agreeing with Scheffler that it was all a misunderstanding.
This morning, Scottie Scheffler is getting ready for his next tournament without worrying about a criminal trial. The charges against him are dropped as leaked body cam videos surfaced online.
As you can see, I'm still shaking because I was afraid. I didn't know who he was.
Showing the moments after Scheffler's arrest for allegedly assaulting a Louisville police officer.
First of all, I did not know that he was a police officer. I thought he was one of the security guards that was mistaken.
An unrelated fatal collision had taken place near the entrance to the PGA Championship earlier that morning, contributing to a scene that Scheffler later described as rainy and chaotic, causing traffic to back up as he was trying to get to the golf course.
Why does it matter if he's a security guard or a police officer? Because if somebody's telling you to stop. Yes, you're right. I should have stopped. I did get a little bit impatient because I'm quite late for my tee time. And as he was reaching in the car, he grabbed my shoulder and hit me. Like
trying to get you to stop, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It seemed to be a little bit over aggressive because the entrance was open.
The arrest report said that Scheffler didn't stop and dragged the detective to the ground. Scheffler's lawyer directly dismissing that allegation.
He was not dragged. You believe they would have dismissed this case if he was dragged? No, they would not have.
And condemning the police.
I think everybody sees something like this happen and realizes they're one wrong turn or running into the wrong person away from going to jail themselves.
Overnight, the officer who arrested Scheffler speaking out in a statement to NBC's Louisville affiliate, Brian Gillis, saying his honesty and integrity had been challenged, adding, to be clear, he was dragged by the car and received visible injuries. Gillis writing, I'm going to recover from it, and saying he and Scheffler both agree there will be no ill will going forward.
We reached out to the Louisville Metro Police Department for comment on Scheffler's remark in the video that he was hit by the officer and have not heard back. And Scheffler wants to put it all behind him. He says, writing on Instagram, police officers have a difficult job and I hold them in high regard. Guys.
All right. Certainly been a talker. Stephanie, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now to new developments in the effort to get Scott Peterson a new trial. Peterson was convicted back in 2004 for the murder of his pregnant wife and unborn child. He appeared virtually in court yesterday with new representation from the Los Angeles Innocence Project, which wants new DNA testing done. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us now from outside the courthouse in California with more on what happened. Liz, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, Scott Peterson appeared here virtually, and it was really not the outcome that he was likely hoping for. His new attorneys with the Los Angeles Innocence Project have been asking for new DNA testing on several pieces of evidence they say was suppressed at the time of the trial. But the judge largely sided with the prosecution, just like a jury did 20 years ago at this very same courthouse.
The court is going to respectfully deny the request to test items 13 and 14.
This morning, a major setback for convicted killer Scott Peterson in his quest for a new trial.
And based on the argument that was articulated today, the court finds that there has been failure to demonstrate a sufficient chain of custody that would permit the DNA testing to be completed.
A California judge denying all but one of Peterson's requests for new DNA testing on evidence his attorneys with the Los Angeles Innocence Project say was initially suppressed.
Your Honor, we would submit there's a reasonable probability that favorable DNA results would have changed the outcome at Mr. Peterson's trial.
Peterson, now 51, joining the hearing virtually from prison, where he is serving a life sentence without parole for the 2002 murders of his pregnant wife Lacey and their unborn child Connor. His attorneys asking to test a sample of a mattress found inside a burned-out orange van the morning after Lacey disappeared, which they believe could contain traces of Lacey's blood.
Should Lacey Peterson's DNA be found anywhere, that would be irrefutable exculpatory evidence supporting Mr. Peterson's claim of innocence.
The prosecution pushing back that DNA testing done in 2019 showed no blood on the mattress and only male DNA.
These are claims that have been previously litigated.
The judge siding with the prosecution, saying the van is not related to the trial. But the judge is allowing DNA testing on one item, duct tape found on Lacey's pants when her body washed ashore in San Francisco Bay.
Do you think the DNA on the duct tape would still even be viable this many years later?
Arguably, yes. Arguably, yes.
Attorney Mark Garagos represented Peterson 20 years ago and disputes the prosecution's claim there's overwhelming evidence against him.
If it was overwhelming, there would not be this fascination with what does the new evidence show.
Now, a hearing to go over testing that duct tape is scheduled for July. Scott Peterson's brother and sister-in-law, they were here in court to support him. They did not respond to reporters' questions about the judge's ruling. Scott Peterson simply watched and listened quietly, at times taking notes. Lacey Peterson's family, they have not commented on any of this. Joe?
All right, Liz, thank you so much. NBC News legal analyst Annie Savalos joins us now with more on this. So I guess anytime one of these Innocence Projects takes on a case, my ears perk up a little bit. I think, oh, what is it they know or they think they know? What are your takeaways from the judge's ruling yesterday?
Yeah, I can tell you I actually sit on the board of one of these type clinics that take up these wrongful conviction cases. And generally speaking, they have their choice of whatever case they want because they are getting a constant stream of letters and requests from family members, prisoners. So really, they can scoop the cream off the top. So that, to me, tells me they must have seen some value in this case. However, you can see from the judge's ruling that the judge really denied the motion as to almost everything except duct tape found on Lacey Peterson herself. And after this many years, whatever is on that duct tape, it's questionable whether it's going to yield anything valuable at all.
How big of a setback is the way that the judge ruled on this for Peterson?
You could say massive, but on the other hand, almost everything you do when you're at Scott Peterson's procedural posture, after all of his appeals have been exhausted, when you're looking for newly discovered evidence, because there becomes a certain point where the only chance you'll have is some piece of newly discovered evidence. So, in a sense, they threw everything they could at the wall, one item out of over a dozen stuck, and they're going to have to hope beyond hope that that DNA testing is going to yield something interesting. But, you know, when you're calculating the odds and you're in Scott Peterson's position, any ray of hope, anything at all, is a huge deal. So, I mean, it's really, the odds are 1,000,000 to 1 against Scott Peterson at this point. But for a prisoner, I can tell you, from having talked to a lot of them, that's more than enough.
Are there any options from here for him beyond the duct tape at this point?
And the only other chance would be other newly discovered evidence. And just as an aside, people might say, hey, what's the big deal? They're only asking for testing. Well, the law really expresses a preference for finality, because if everybody could raise, hey, I want to test any kind of item that wasn't tested at my trial, the courts would be clogged and families of victims would not have finality.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, coming up, there is good news from this morning for shoppers.
Yeah, more major chains are slashing prices in an effort to bring back customers. We're going to break down the latest announcements and the impact they could have on your wallet coming up next.
happened?
Back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah. Nice to see you.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a look at the latest retailer that's lowering prices. Walgreens announced just yesterday that it would continue slashing prices on 1,300 items in an effort to help consumers who are being hit hard by inflation.
In a statement detailing its, quote, summer of savings, the chain said, quote, Walgreens understands our customers are under financial strain and struggle to purchase everyday essentials.
For more on this, we are joined by NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. Christine, always great to have you here. Okay, so Walgreens is the latest. Remind us who else and where we can get the best deals.
Walmart and Target and Michael's and all kinds of fast food companies. Like, look, value wars are here, from the retailers to just about everything, because for 2-3 years, they have been raising prices. And now these CEOs are seeing, oh, people are very inflation weary, and they are walking across the street someplace else if they can find a better value. So some of the things like a one-a-day gummies here down to $11.99 from $13.99. The Squishmallow plush, toy, $20 down from about $25. And you go down the list from lotions and all different kinds of things that you would find at your normal neighborhood drugstore, lower prices for a lot of things there.
All those things add up. You have talked more about fast food in the last few weeks than I think you ever imagined, especially McDonald's and Wendy's. But now McDonald's president is speaking out about the viral $18 Big Mac,
and here's why I've been talking about fast food, because it's supposed to be cheap. It's supposed to be the thing that's a really cheap thing to feed your family, and suddenly it wasn't. And that became viral, this $18 Big Mac. And the CEO, or the president of U.S. operations, wrote a letter to U.S. fans. And he said, look, it worried and concerned me when I saw that $18 viral post. It was one store. And he said that there were some poorly sourced reporting about
really high prices for their goods, and he said, you know, a Big Mac is really up only about 21% since 2019. And we did the math on the French fries are up about 44% since 2019. So he said it's not the hue and cry online that you would think, but that they are going to try to make some more value for customers. So I mean, 21% is still 21%. If you're buying a Big Mac once a week, you've noticed that for sure.
Absolutely. We just talked a couple days ago of some good news that consumer confidence is creeping back up, but it's still while inflation sort of stuck. What did you call it? You had a great word for that.
But I don't remember. It was brilliant.
It was great. Anyway,
That's it. There's inflation, there's affordability. People feel like they just can't afford things.
So what do you think that's going to pan out as this summer? As confidence is up, but we still
see. So I think we're going to see gas prices go sideways. I think you're going to see lower prices for some of these things like fast food restaurants. If not lower prices, then ways to bundle things and get value. Looking at these retailers, Walmart, Target with its huge store brand goods that'll be more affordable for people. We'll have to see if people start feeling a little bit better when they realize they can kind of, you know, work their budget a little bit and try to find the deals and the values. But until now, sentiment has really been disappointing. You know, usually you would say 50-year low unemployment, record highs in the stock market, record high home prices. That would say the economy is good. People don't feel that. They just feel the affordability pinch.
It's really interesting. You've been doing great reporting on it. Christine Romans, thank you so much. Millions of kids in the U.S. have been diagnosed with a form of attention deficit disorder. But some doctors are doing the unconventional, prescribing more screen time as an alternative to medications like Adderall. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray has more.
Even a quick look online can be hypnotizing, fast-paced, overwhelming. Chaos, many doctors say, contributing to the explosion of attention deficit disorders in the U.S. According to the CDC, more than 14 million Americans have ADHD, including close to 6 million children.
And when we're on screens, our brain is literally dumping dopamine, the neurotransmitter that is so important for focus.
Focus is something 11-year-old Clinton Pierce and his parents say he struggled with for years.
I could, you know, be in a whole conversation, and then 5 seconds later, I could be like, oh, look at that LeBron painting.
Formerly diagnosed with ADHD and initially prescribed Adderall, the drug helped for about a month, they say, before actually making things worse.
So that's when we fully started to explore different options.
Landing on an option that, ironically, includes more screen time. It's called Mindy, a new treatment for ADHD, depression, addiction, insomnia, and other cognitive issues. And here's how it works. Using a neurofeedback headband in conjunction with an online video game, patients concentrate on moving a ball up a hill, increasing blood flow and providing more oxygen to the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for focus, attention, and emotion. The device, described as a gem for your brain, is endorsed by neuroscientists at Stanford, Princeton, and Lund, a research university in Sweden. And NASA is aiming to use Mindy as a part of its long-duration space flight mission later this year. A study conducted with the space agency shows astronauts using it during downtime have reported performance increases and say Mindy helps them manage the stress that comes with isolation and confinement, while other independent studies indicate the technology can be effective in treating ADHD. For Clinton, Mindy has struck the perfect chord.
It's helped me a lot, and I love it. It's pretty fun, actually.
He isn't taking medicine anymore and says using Mindy for about 10 minutes a day, along with a healthy diet, meditation, and therapy, has helped him excel as an athlete and in the classroom, where he was just named the 5th grade student of the semester.
I think it's really helped my attention and focus on somebody speaking. In class, maybe I'd get up and like do a little doodle during class like last year, but Mindy kind of like, it helped me focus on the ball, which helps me focus on my teacher and also like maybe my coach or my parents.
Increased focus that for Clinton and his family makes the treatment a slam dunk. Jay Gray, NBC News.
So interesting.
Definitely. Coming up, he is a small-town farming phenom who's making it big on social media.
After the break, we'll introduce you to the 8-year-old who's riding his tractor all the way to TikTok stardom. Stay with us.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Boat snack! Oh! Boat snack upgrade! Bacon and eggs? Why didn't you bring the pig last time?
What can we say except you're welcome? We are back with a snippet of the debut trailer for Moana 2. Maui, Moana, and even Hey Hey, the Crazy Rooster are all setting sail for another adventure. And as you saw, this time Pua the pig will also be making a splash after fans complained about his absence in the first movie. Now, initially the project was supposed to be an original streaming series on Disney+, but the company switched gears and reworked it into a feature film instead. If that's not enough, a live-action version of the franchise is still in the works. In the meantime, you can catch all the animated fun in theaters this November.
Definitely one of my favorite recent movies.
I feel like a lot of people are really excited about
Exactly.
that. So it's great.
Looking forward to that. Bring back The Rock, too. All right, let's end this hour in Indiana, where one little farmer is growing a big online fan base thanks to his extensive knowledge of tractors and farm life. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park introduces us to this 8-year-old farming phenom.
Farming in South Whitley, Indiana isn't unusual. It's a way of life for many who live here. But it's not every day someone from this small town goes big on social media.
Oh, we got the new tractor.
Meet Jackson Locks. He's 8.
That's fun. This is the first one I ever had.
But some say he's really going on 68.
You change the oil right here.
How often do you have to do that?
I would say probably about every month.
And you can do that?
Yeah.
Really?
Spend a few minutes with Jackson, and it's like a masterclass on tractors and farming equipment.
And then this is how you turn on your mower deck. This is your throttle, how high the engine speed you want. This is your choke.
How do you know all this?
I've just been taught it, and I've just learned it over.
And you remember it all?
Yeah.
From the time he was 2, he remembers things that happened in different points in his life. It just always blew our minds.
I'm gonna say 1992 to 2000, they probably made them.
For the good and the bad, he remembers everything.
I think an X9 is comparable to this.
His memory is spot on all the time. He's amazing that way, for sure.
Yeah, I've quit trying to fact check him because he's always right.
He's always right. He probably likes hearing that.
Yeah.
His knowledge.
So that's doing the least amount of tillage you can.
And quick wit.
And what do they have you do?
I'm kind of there just to keep them talking, keep the conversation going, that's all.
Have made him a star on TikTok. Some videos racking up millions of views.
That'd be a nice machine to have. 75
Yeah, it's got a nice price tag on it, too. Somewhere around $50,000.
And what do you think about all the attention that you're getting?
I think it's pretty cool. I would definitely say it's probably pretty cool.
But it gets better. Just recently, John Deere, the iconic company known for manufacturing agricultural equipment and machinery, has brought him on board for unique collaboration.
It's going to be fun, but I'm going to be training the new Chief Tractor Officer.
What were you thinking when John Deere came calling?
Blown away.
Yeah.
We both grew up on farms with John Deere.
Yeah.
You know, it's equipment we've always used, so.
I've said it's like the mothership calling home. Really.
At 8 years old.
Yeah.
But before there's any content creating, class always comes first.
Now, goats.
Goats. Are we gonna get goats?
I'd like to.
Mom, Jessica, homeschools Jackson, and hands-on learning is often part of the curriculum.
Can I just drop it on my hand?
Yep, and then you gotta keep it from kind of dropping.
Sometimes, lessons are learned on a field trip to Grandpa's.
That transmission is nice to shift through. I like how easy it is.
Yeah.
That's why I like the John Deere's. Their transmissions are nice.
Grandpa Tracy was a former dairy farmer who now passionately shares his knowledge with Jackson.
He teaches me some things once in a while.
I was going to say.
Some youngsters seem to have it and others don't, you know.
And you think Jackson has it?
I would say he does.
How are you, Jackson?
Good.
Jackson's enthusiasm is a source of inspiration and hope for this community where the value of farming runs deep.
Got full weights on it.
Full weights.
And he's not too young to understand the demands of the job.
What do the good days look like?
Crops are growing good. There's not something sitting in the shop or you break something that day.
Yeah.
That's a good day.
And then a bad day?
Stuff's breaking, stuff's not working, crops aren't growing good, there's water in your field, you gotta go fix stuff. That's a bad day.
A small town boy with a big personality and a bright future rooted in farming.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
A farmer and a trucker.
Kathy Park, NBC News.
Okay.
As if there were any doubt what he wanted to do when he grew up.
I mean, he is so adorable, but also so impressive. live.
Exactly.
It is amazing how much he knows.
And it's great to see in a world where maybe fewer and fewer young people seem to be interested in farming. It is so important to do that. I grew up in a farming community, so to see that.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. We need that next generation. He's like next generation.
Exactly.
So it's very cool. What a great story, Kathy. Thank you for that.
That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Thursday, Friday, Junior. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, Verdict Watch. It's day 2 of jury deliberations in that historic hush money trial of former President Donald Trump. The courtroom request made by the jury yesterday and what it could mean for Mr. Trump's case as his legal fate hangs in the balance. Also this morning, as Israeli forces push deeper into southern Gaza, the IDF says it now has gained control of land along the Egyptian border. What Israeli officials are now saying about a timeline for the war. Plus, deadline day for Boeing, the embattled plane manufacturer, given until today to lay out its plan to correct its course. This follows a string of high-profile safety incidents that rocked the jet maker's reputation from Wall Street to Main Street. But we're learning about the company's proposal and why the chief of the FAA says the crackdown is just beginning. And charges dropped against top-ranked golfer Scottie Scheffler. The new video showing the moments after his headline-grabbing arrest, what he admitted to police, and what he's now saying about the officer who put him in cuffs. Questions have been swirling for several days about whether those charges would be dropped. Now we have more information on that. We're going to begin this hour with our top story, the hush money trial of former President Trump. No verdict reached on day 1, so day 2 of jury deliberations will begin this morning.
The jury is deciding whether Mr. Trump falsified business records in what the state alleges was a scheme to conceal hush money payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels. The prosecution says it was done to cover up damaging information in the lead up to the 2016 election. But Mr. Trump denies the allegations. Well, yesterday, the jury requested a readback of testimony from 2 major prosecution witnesses and also for some of the judge's instructions to be repeated. NBC's senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest.
Hey there, good morning. It did not take long for this jury to send up a flare for help. And after a trial that has stretched on for weeks, jurors appear to want to go back to the very beginning.
This morning, the jury determining Donald Trump's legal fate back at it.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges.
After roughly 4.5 hours of deliberations Wednesday, a bell loudly ringing in the courtroom, signaling a note to the judge, the foreman asking for a readback of testimony from the very first witness at trial, tabloid mogul David Pecker, and Mr. Trump's former fixer, Michael Cohen. 2 men who placed the former president in the room where they say the trio agreed to influence the 2016 election. Before that, jurors receiving a dizzying dissertation of instructions on the law. The judge specifically advising even if they find Cohen believable, they can't convict unless they find his testimony corroborated by other evidence. Without written copies of the judge's instructions in the deliberation room, that bell in the courtroom soon ringing again as the jury asked to rehear at least some of the legal rules governing the charges Mr. Trump has pled not guilty to. The 7 men and 5 women holed up during deliberations with a laptop loaded with nearly 300 exhibits, but with no access to their cell phones, as the presumptive GOP nominee sits in a court waiting room, waiting for news with his attorneys, friends, and family. Don Jr. taking to TikTok to pass the time.
Hey, guys, I'm here with your favorite president. We're cranking out a couple mean tweets at the courthouse.
The judge, the prosecutor, and the defense now need to hash out exactly what portion of David Pecker's testimony is going to come in this morning, and then the jury will have it read back. It said it could take up to a half an hour. Back to you guys.
All right, Laura, thank you.
Let's talk more about this with NBC News legal analyst Angela Senadella. For the purposes of this segment, we're also asking you to be a mind reader because we want you to try and help us understand what could be on the jury's mind for the fact that they're asking for a readback of Pecker and Cohen's testimony.
So I think that last point that Laura just pointed
pointed out is very relevant, and that's that in these jury instructions, it says that because Michael Cohen is considered an accomplice in the eyes of the law, everything that he said has to be corroborated in order for the jury to believe. So now, when we look at those testimonies being put together about David Pecker discussing this meeting and any intent that you can infer that Donald Trump may have had, and then compare that with Michael Cohen and what he has been saying about Trump's intent, that perhaps is the piece that they are looking for. I mean, of course, as you said, though, it's just mind reading. It could be for a whole other host of things. It could just be memory lapse, but that is my best guess so far.
I want to ask you about something else that was in those jury instructions. A little confusing, something I saw a lot of commentary about on social media yesterday. I'm going to read it exactly so I get it right. The judge made it clear that while all jurors must be unanimous that Mr. Trump falsified business records with the intent to defraud and conceal the conspiracy to promote his election through unlawful means, jurors are not required to agree unanimously on what those unlawful means are. What does that mean and why is it important?
So that is so true. And as Laura said, it's a dizzying dissertation. So what these instructions did is said they all have to agree that falsified business records happened. Then after that, they have to agree there's its intent to conceal another crime. Now, what is so confusing is that other crime is actually a conspiracy. It has to involve other people. And that conspiracy then is having influence in election through unlawful means. So now we get to that last step, that unlawful means. It doesn't really matter what unlawful means were used. In fact, I believe the jury could even consider other unlawful means, but it's almost like a drop-down menu that was presented. Here were three things: maybe violation of tax code, or even, confusingly, perhaps just other falsification of business records, which brings it back to the beginning.
Is there a good chance that the jury could ask for more information, for more clarifications?
Joe,
how common is that, and what should we read into that?
Yes, Joe, I would expect that. I mean, again, dizzying dissertation. They don't get these instructions in their room. And I actually believe...
pretty wild to me.
Yeah, but the reason is because the judge wants to be the one to determine the questions of the law. It shouldn't be, for example, those two lawyers in the room who are explaining everything and saying that because of their background as lawyers that their opinions dominate. So for New York to have these instructions not being taken into the room is intentional. It's not just a fluke.
Right.
Angela, thanks for explaining it. The dizzying dissertation and more. We appreciate it.
We sure do. All right, now let's get to the latest out of the Middle East. This morning, Israel's military says it has gained strategic control of a small strip of land along the Gaza-Egypt border.
The IDF says troops discovered about 20 tunnels crossing from Egypt into Gaza. They believe the pathways were used by Hamas for smuggling weapons and supplies.
NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest for us from Tel Aviv. Raf, good morning. So explain the significance of the Israeli military's presence along this particular border. How does this impact the country's relationship with Egypt?
Savannah, good morning. The Israeli military refers to this border area as the Philadelphia corridor, and they say it is of military significance because that's where the cross-border tunnels are from Egypt into Gaza, through which it says Hamas smuggles both weapons and supplies. Now, Israel says it has discovered about 20 of those tunnels so far. I asked an Israeli official, were those tunnels operational since October 7th? They weren't able to answer that, but they also say that they found Hamas rocket launchers close to the border, which they believe Hamas put there deliberately in the hope that Israel would not bomb in that area for fear of striking Egyptian forces on the other side of the border. But as you indicated, this is a source of rising diplomatic tension between Israel and its neighbor, Egypt. It's the first Arab state to make peace with Israel, but now they are really at odds over the future of the Gaza-Egypt border. The Egyptians not happy that Israel is in control of the Rafah crossing, not happy that Israeli forces are along the border. And last week we saw this quite unusual incident where troops from the two nations actually exchanged fire over the border. At least one Egyptian soldier was killed. Both sides seem to have backed away now, but this is a pretty significant flare-up.
Raph, well, let's talk about the timeline. A top Israeli official said yesterday the war with Hamas likely to last through at least the end of this year. What are the challenges Israel faces the longer this conflict goes on?
Yeah, guys, so 8 months into this war, the National Security Advisor of Israel indicating it could go on for a minimum of another 7 months. A lot of challenges. One is to the Israeli economy. You have, reservist soldiers who are leaving their jobs in tech, leaving their jobs in finance, other sectors of the economy, going in and serving. But the really big one is international legitimacy. You are seeing just rising impatience worldwide as the number of Palestinian civilian casualties grows, especially after that deadly strike in Rafah, where 45 people were killed, including many women and children. And the question is, how much longer will the world tolerate Israel's military action in Gaza? Guys.
All right, Ralph Sanchez, thank you very much.
Turning now to the latest on Boeing. Today marks the FAA's deadline for the jet maker to lay out a plan to fix the plague of safety and quality control problems affecting its aircraft. Comes after a slew of whistleblower complaints citing years of safety concerns. Back in January, the FAA requested this turnaround plan after missing bolts caused a panel to fly off of an Alaska Airlines plane mid-flight. A few months later, Boeing's CEO announced he plans to step down by the end of the year. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello covers aviation for us, has the latest on what Boeing says it's doing to keep passengers safe in the sky.
The FAA chief has said on the record this is only the beginning, and Boeing still has a long road ahead to prove that it's working to get its quality control and its safety culture issues under control. The plan that Boeing is submitting today is a roadmap of sorts. How will it correct multiple problems found during an FAA audit of Boeing's manufacturing processes? And until those issues are fixed, Boeing will not be allowed to increase production of its MAX jets. The audit was launched after that door plug blew out of an Alaska Airlines jet shortly after takeoff back in January. A preliminary investigation by the NTSB found that no bolts had been installed to secure the plug. Boeing has admitted to quality control breakdowns and said just last week that a big part of its formal safety plan will be focused on the basics, on improving training and simplifying work instructions for its mechanics. The company has been working with regulators, and we know that Boeing and the FAA have a meeting today behind closed doors in Washington. Boeing is also facing other separate investigations, not only FAA, but NTSB and even the FBI, and among them, a probe into the 787 Dreamliner after an employee whistleblower said fellow employees were signing off on paperwork certifying safety inspections on the 87 that had never been done. And the employee notified Boeing. Boeing then self-reported that issue to the FAA. Separate from that now, the families of the victims of those two MAX 8 crashes overseas 6 years ago, they are meeting with the DOJ, the Department of Justice, Friday. They want company to be held criminally liable. They want criminal charges against Boeing because they claim that, in fact, Boeing acted criminally with those two crashes overseas and then violated the terms of its agreement with the FAA and Boeing to avoid any criminal prosecution, violated the terms with the MAX 9 door plug blowout and with everything that we've learned since about the quality control breakdowns at Boeing. So the families of those MAX 8 victims, 346 people, meeting with the DOJ in Washington tomorrow. They want Boeing to be held criminally responsible and charged. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you. Let's check in with meteorologist Angie Lassman. It's spring, so she must be tracking another round of severe weather for us.
That's right. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Will there ever be another quiet day across the middle of the country? To be determined, because over the next couple of days, we've got multiple chances of more of that severe weather. Today, we're already starting off with some of those thunderstorms this morning across that region. As we get through the rest of the day and into tonight, we are concerned with more of these strong storms and clusters of them kind of popping up and impacting folks in some of these similar areas that have dealt with repeated performance when it comes to severe weather. Today, we're specifically worried about Amarillo to Lubbock for the greatest chance for some of that severe weather to develop, but a good chunk of this area does have the potential for it. Dodge City down to Fredericksburg, out towards Dallas, including the metro area, Wichita Falls and Oklahoma City included in that, with all of those same impacts that we've been watching for days on the table. Now, the tornado threat is low, so that's good news, but we've still got the chance for some really large hail. We're talking base baseball size in some spots, and some of those strong wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. As we look ahead to tomorrow, notice all of the heavy rain and, you guessed it, another chance for some strong storms. The flash flooding risk will be there, especially as we get through the later part of the day with these kind of repeated rounds of heavy rain impacting us on already saturated soil. So we won't be surprised if we see some flooding. But again, the strong storms are possible too. This time, as we look ahead to your Friday, for 22 million people, including, again, the Dallas metro area, Austin and Houston, as well as out east towards Alexandria, including Shreveport too. So heads up for your Friday plans. Now, looking ahead to the weekend, we've got some good news for the ends of the country. The bookends of the country look great. I mean, gorgeous weather from basically Maine down to Florida. Parts of Florida, you could see some afternoon showers maybe. Temperatures will be on the warm side for folks there, but otherwise we've got kind of milder conditions that will settle in over the next couple of days for parts of the Northeast and the Great Lakes. Notice the rain that we'll see across the middle of the country. Those severe storms that I mentioned for today and tomorrow, those will be stretched across the middle of the country, but out west, a lot of sunshine, plenty of it. We'll see sizzling temperatures into the triple digits, especially for the Southwest, so gear up for that. We'll keep it sunny and warm for folks there here as we get into Saturday. On the East Coast, we'll see lots of sunshine, and those temperatures will slowly start to rebound back to more typical temperatures into the 80s for this time of year. Those storms, though, not letting up from the Gulf Coast to the Great Lakes. We will once again see an unsettled Saturday for folks there. And by the time we get into Sunday, guys, abundant sun out west. Out east, we'll still be dealing with sunny conditions. One thing about me, I love to make my friends happy, and everybody on the East Coast has been complaining about the rain every weekend, even last weekend with the long weekend, Monday.
Yeah.
It was a little rainy here, so your wish is my command.
And it was beautiful before that, though.
Right. Thank you for remembering that. But unfortunately for our friends along the Gulf Coast, it'll be a little bumpy through the weekend, but we'll get better weather on the back.
The middle of the country, they've just had a rough last several weeks.
breaks.
So, all right.
Dangerous weather, too.
Thank you, Angie.
Thanks, Angie. Well, we have a lot more to get to this morning, including a setback for convicted killer Scott Peterson and his push for a new trial.
But first, Iceland rocked by another volcanic eruption, the fifth in just the last few months. It's not just the lava that's causing concern. As dramatic as that looks, we'll have more on that coming up next on Morning News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
And the storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking until the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
And the storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. So we just showed you those pictures. A powerful volcano in southwest Iceland has erupted for the 5th time since December, spewing lava more than 150 feet in the air.
This latest eruption forced officials to evacuate the world-famous Blue Lagoon, a natural geothermal spa which lies just south of Reykjavik. Several nearby towns also could be in danger of being cut off by the flowing lava.
Dr. Benjamin Andrews is a geologist at the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History, and he joins us now with more. Good morning, Doctor. Thank you very much for joining us. So this is the 5th and so far the most powerful eruption that we've seen in these recent months. Is it common to have this many eruptions in this particular area?
No, thanks for having me. This is not an unexpected scenario. This part of Iceland has not erupted prior to this cycle that began in December, had not erupted for many, many, many years. But it's totally expected that we could have a series of eruptions here that might go on for years or even longer. And so it's to some extent, it is expected that these eruptions will continue.
So, Doctor, in the past, we've noticed that the smoke, actually, not the lava, is the biggest concern here. What should people know about that?
Sure. So I guess the first part is that what looks like smoke here is actually volcanic ash. And volcanic ash is little tiny bits of lava. So think of it as little frozen pieces of magma foam that have been exploded out. And so it's little pieces of rock and little pieces of glass. And so that can cause a significant hazard if you breathe it in. It can also cause a hazard if you were to ingest it. And as we know from the 2010 eruption of Eyjafjallajökull in Iceland, it can cause a threat to aviation for many thousands of miles if the ash is carried a long way. So that's one of the hazards here. And the other hazard that can come from these eruptions is gas. So this eruption is releasing sulfur dioxide. And of course, you don't want to breathe in sulfur dioxide, and that's a bad thing to breathe in. And when SO2 reacts with water in the atmosphere, it can form sulfuric acid, which is, of course, something else you don't want to be breathing in. And so the Icelandic Met Office is monitoring closely where that plume of ash and gas is going. And last I checked, it's heading off to the east of the eruption, but winds can change. And so there is always a concern that it could swirl elsewhere in the country.
Doctor, as Joe mentioned a moment ago, several areas near the volcano have been evacuated. We know the last time that it erupted, lava flowed for about 3 weeks. Is there any way to estimate how long it'll flow for this time and how long those areas need to remain evacuated?
That is a fantastic question, and it's one of the hardest questions to address in volcano science. And the previous eruption actually lasted for about 54 days that lava was erupting. And at this point, there's no way to know if this current eruption is going to last for a few days or weeks, or for a month or more, such as the previous one. And so in terms of when people can come back, that all depends on where the lava is going and what the civil authorities in Iceland tell people to do.
You are a geologist, not a travel agent, but I will put out there, if there's anyone who's traveling there in the next few days, the next couple of weeks, do you have any advice for them?
I should say I'm hoping to travel to Iceland later this summer on my own vacation, so I'm looking forward to going there. But the main thing is when you're going to a place like Iceland or any place with a volcanic eruption or some other natural phenomenon, make sure you're listening to the local people, the local civil authorities. Don't go across a roadblock. Don't go around something. Basically, be smart and listen to the local authorities.
Dr. Benjamin Andrews, really fascinating conversation with some really powerful pictures there. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And in India, officials are issuing a heat wave alert. Parts of that country could see more record-breaking temperatures today. NBC News International correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer is there with more.
That temperature of 126.1 degrees Fahrenheit registered at a substation here in Delhi, if it's confirmed by officials, would mark the highest ever temperature ever recorded anywhere in India. What does 126 degrees feel like? I could draw a lot of comparisons. The point is that the intense and prolonged heat across much of northern India is for most people unbearable. And in the capital region alone, there are some 30 million people. There's been a rise in the number of cases of heat stroke. Some people have died. Water shortages to a point that officials are talking about rationing. Electricity shortages and blackouts because power grids can't keep up. Schools closed down, crops decimated, fires started. All of it directly linked to this trend that scientists say has been worsened by climate change. Now, heat waves in India are not uncommon, but the weather department here warns they're going to get longer and far more intense. The other impact here has been on the world's biggest election. Nearly 1 billion voters going to the polls over 6 weeks, with the last round happening this weekend. Already, political campaigning has been affected by the heat, and voter turnout has been lower in some areas. So officials here in Delhi and across other states have issued red alerts for weather, urging people to stay inside when possible, stay cool how they can, to hydrate. Most people now just waiting for the monsoon rains to bring some relief. But the looming concern is that this is not some one-off weather event or aberration, but part of a growing crisis. Studies show that the intense heat and its cascading effects could soon limit human survivability if the temperatures keep rising.
All right, Janice, thank you. More international headlines now. South Korea says the North just launched a barrage of missiles just days after North Korea's failed satellite launch.
NBC News international correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. The military in South Korea said that today North Korea fired a barrage of suspected ballistic missiles. Now, the South says that about 10 projectiles believed to be short-range ballistic missiles were fired from an area near the capital, Pyongyang, traveled more than 200 miles, and then landed in waters off North Korea's eastern coast outside Japan's exclusive economic zone. Now, it is seen as the latest provocation by North Korea after on Wednesday, it allegedly flew hundreds of balloons carrying trash towards the south. And let's go to Amsterdam now, where officials at the city's international airport say a person has died after being sucked into the running turbine engine of a plane. The Netherlands flagship airline company KLM did not disclose the identity of the victim and has not revealed yet whether it was a passenger, an employee, or a bystander. In a statement, officials said that the flight concern was bound for Denmark and that they are taking care of the passengers and employees who witnessed the incident. Authorities are currently investigating what happened. And let's end this tour of the world in this part of the world, in Pompeii, where children's sketches have been revealed for the first time. The archaeological park's superintendent said the drawings show violent scenes of gladiators and hunters battling animals and are thought to have been made by children between the ages of 5 and 7, sometimes before Pompeii was famously buried by volcanic ash following the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD. Pompeii's director, Gabriel Zugstriegel, said that the drawings show that children in ancient times were exposed to extreme violence just as they are today with video games and social media. The difference, he says, is that in those times, the violence was real and could have had repercussions of the psycho-mental development of children in Pompeii. Back to you guys.
Fascinating stuff. Pompeii is just this wealth. It just keeps on giving of incredible stuff. Claudia, thank you very much.
Coming up, you could call it a mulligan. Prosecutors drop all charges against golfer Scottie Scheffler.
The new body cam video showing the moments after his arrest and what the top-ranked golfer is now saying about the incident. That's all up next.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The world's #1 ranked golfer, Scottie Scheffler, is no longer facing charges. This morning, a Kentucky prosecutor said Wednesday that Scheffler's arrest for allegedly assaulting a Louisville police officer amounted to a, quote, big misunderstanding.
The news comes as new body cam video emerges showing the moments after Scheffler was taken into custody. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with the very latest. Steph, good morning.
Hi, good morning, guys. The prosecutor's office has confirmed to NBC that new body cam video is authentic. Scottie Scheffler was supposed to be arraigned next week in a Louisville court, but instead the prosecutor says there isn't any evidence of a crime, agreeing with Scheffler that it was all a misunderstanding.
This morning, Scottie Scheffler is getting ready for his next tournament without worrying about a criminal trial. The charges against him are dropped as leaked body cam videos surfaced online.
As you can see, I'm still shaking because I was afraid. I didn't know who he was.
Showing the moments after Scheffler's arrest for allegedly assaulting a Louisville police officer.
First of all, I did not know that he was a police officer. I thought he was one of the security guards that was mistaken.
An unrelated fatal collision had taken place near the entrance to the PGA Championship earlier that morning, contributing to a scene that Scheffler later described as rainy and chaotic, causing traffic to back up as he was trying to get to the golf course.
Why does it matter if he's a security guard or a police officer?
Because
if somebody's telling you to stop.
Yes, you're right. I should have stopped. I did get a little bit impatient because I'm quite late for my tee time. And as he was reaching in the car, he grabbed my shoulder and hit me. Like
trying to get you to stop, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It seemed to be a little bit over aggressive because the entrance was open.
The arrest report said that Scheffler didn't stop and dragged the detective to the ground. Scheffler's lawyer directly dismissing that allegation.
He was not dragged. You believe they would have dismissed this case if he was dragged? No, they would not have.
And condemning the police.
I think everybody sees something like this happen and realizes they're one wrong turn or running into the wrong person away from going to jail themselves.
Overnight, the officer who arrested Scheffler speaking out in a statement to NBC's Louisville affiliate, Brian Gillis, saying his honesty and integrity had been challenged, adding, to be clear, he was dragged by the car and received visible injuries. Gillis writing, I'm going to recover from it, and saying he and Scheffler both agree there will be no ill will going forward.
We reached out to the Louisville Metro Police Department for comment on Scheffler's remark in the video that he was hit by the officer and have not heard back. And Scheffler wants to put it all behind him. He says, writing on Instagram, police officers have a difficult job and I hold them in high regard. Guys.
All right. Certainly been a talker. Stephanie, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now to new developments in the effort to get Scott Peterson a new trial. Peterson was convicted back in 2004 for the murder of his pregnant wife and unborn child. He appeared virtually in court yesterday with new representation from the Los Angeles Innocence Project, which wants new DNA testing done. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us now from outside the courthouse in California with more on what happened. Liz, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, Scott Peterson appeared here virtually, and it was really not the outcome that he was likely hoping for. His new attorneys with the Los Angeles Innocence Project have been asking for new DNA testing on several pieces of evidence they say was suppressed at the time of the trial. But the judge largely sided with the prosecution, just like a jury did 20 years ago at this very same courthouse.
The court is going to respectfully deny the request to test items 13 and 14.
This morning, a major setback for convicted killer Scott Peterson in his quest for a new trial.
And based on the argument that was articulated today, the court finds that there has been failure to demonstrate a sufficient chain of custody that would permit the DNA testing to be completed.
A California judge denying all but one of Peterson's requests for new DNA testing on evidence his attorneys with the Los Angeles Innocence Project say was initially suppressed.
Your Honor, we would submit there's a reasonable probability that favorable DNA results would have changed the outcome at Mr. Peterson's trial.
Peterson, now 51, joining the hearing virtually from prison, where he is serving a life sentence without parole for the 2002 murders of his pregnant wife Lacey and their unborn child Connor. His attorneys asking to test a sample of a mattress found inside a burned-out orange van the morning after Lacey disappeared, which they believe could contain traces of Lacey's blood.
Should Lacey Peterson's DNA be found anywhere, that would be irrefutable exculpatory evidence supporting Mr. Peterson's claim of innocence.
The prosecution pushing back that DNA testing done in 2019 showed no blood on the mattress and only male DNA.
These are claims that have been previously litigated.
The judge siding with the prosecution, saying the van is not related to the trial. But the judge is allowing DNA testing on one item, duct tape found on Lacey's pants when her body washed ashore in San Francisco Bay.
Do you think the DNA on the duct tape would still even be viable this many years later?
Arguably, yes. Arguably, yes.
Attorney Mark Garagos represented Peterson 20 years ago and disputes the prosecution's claim there's overwhelming evidence against him.
If it was overwhelming, there would not be this fascination with what does the new evidence show.
Now, a hearing to go over testing that duct tape is scheduled for July. Scott Peterson's brother and sister-in-law, they were here in court to support him. They did not respond to reporters' questions about the judge's ruling. Scott Peterson simply watched and listened quietly, at times taking notes. Lacey Peterson's family, they have not commented on any of this. Joe?
All right, Liz, thank you so much. NBC News legal analyst Annie Savalos joins us now with more on this. So I guess anytime one of these Innocence Projects takes on a case, my ears perk up a little bit. I think, oh, what is it they know? Or or they think they know. What are your takeaways from the judge's ruling yesterday?
Yeah, I can tell you, I actually sit on the board of one of these type clinics that take up these wrongful conviction cases. And generally speaking, they have their choice of whatever case they want because they are getting a constant stream of letters and requests from family members, prisoners. So really, they can scoop the cream off the top. So that, to me, tells me they must have seen some value in this case. However, you can see from the judge's ruling that the judge really denied the motion as to almost everything except duct tape found on Laci Peterson herself. And after this many years, whatever is on that duct tape, it's questionable whether it's going to yield anything valuable at all.
How big of a setback is the way that the judge ruled on this for Peterson?
You could say massive, but on the other hand, almost everything you do when you're at Scott Peterson's procedural posture, after all of his appeals have been exhausted, when you're looking for newly discovered evidence, because there becomes a certain point where the only chance you'll have is some piece of newly discovered evidence. So, in a sense, they threw everything they could at the wall. One item out of over a dozen stuck, and they're going to have to hope beyond hope that that DNA testing is going to yield something interesting. But, you know, when you're calculating the odds and you're in Scott Peterson's position, any ray of hope, anything at all, is a huge deal. So, I mean, it's really, the odds are 1,000,000 to 1 against Scott Peterson at this point. But for a prisoner, I can tell you, from having talked to a lot of them, that's more than enough.
Are there any options from here for him beyond the duct tape at this point?
And the only other chance would be other newly discovered evidence. And just as an aside, people might say, hey, what's the big deal? They're only asking for testing. Well, the law really expresses a preference for finality, because if everybody could raise, hey, I want to test any kind of item that wasn't tested at my trial, the courts would be clogged and families of victims would not have finality.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, coming up, there is good news from this morning for shoppers.
Yeah, more major chains are slashing prices in an effort to bring back customers. We're going to break down the latest announcements and the impact they could have on your wallet coming up next.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We're back now with a look at the latest retailer that's lowering prices. Walgreens announced just yesterday that it would continue slashing prices on 1,300 items in an effort to help consumers who are being hit hard by inflation.
In a statement detailing its, quote, summer of savings, the chain said, quote, Walgreens understands our customers are under financial strain and struggle to purchase everyday essentials.
For more on this, we are joined by NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. Christine, always great to have you here. Okay, so Walgreens is the latest. Remind us who else and where we can get the best deals.
Walmart and Target and Michael's and all kinds of fast food companies. Like, look, value wars are here, from the retailers to just about everything, because for 2-3 years they have been raising prices, and now these CEOs are seeing, oh, people are very inflation weary, and they are walking across the street someplace else if they can find a better value. So some of the things like a one-a-day gummy is here, down to $11.99 from $13.99. The Squishmallow plush, toy, $20, down from about $25. And you go down the list from lotions and all different kinds of things that you would find at your normal neighborhood drugstore, lower prices for a lot of things there.
All those things add up. You have talked more about fast food in the last few weeks than I think you ever imagined, especially McDonald's and Wendy's. But now McDonald's president is speaking out about the viral $18 Big Mac,
and here's why I've been talking about fast food, because it's supposed to be cheap. It's supposed to be the thing that's a really cheap thing to feed your family, and suddenly it wasn't. And that became viral, this $18 Big Mac. And the CEO, or the president of U.S. operations, wrote a letter to U.S. fans. And he said, look, it worried and concerned me when I saw that $18 viral post. It was one store. And he said that there were some poorly sourced reporting about really high prices for their goods. And he said, Big Mac is really up only about 21% since 2019. And we did the math on the French fries are up about 44% since 2019. So he said it's not the hue and cry online that you would think, but that they are going to try to make some more value for customers. So, 21% is still 21%. If you're buying a Big Mac once a week, you've noticed that for sure.
Absolutely. We just talked a couple days ago of some good news that consumer confidence is creeping back up, but it's still, while inflation sort of stuck. What did you call it? You had a great word for that.
But I don't remember. It was brilliant. And I can't remember.
It was great.
Anyway, affordability.
That's it.
There's inflation, there's affordability. People feel like they just can't afford things.
So what do you think that's going to pan out as this summer, as confidence is up, but we still
So I think we're going to see gas prices go sideways. I think you're going to see lower prices for some of these things, like fast food restaurants. If not lower prices, then ways to bundle things and get value. Looking at these retailers, Walmart, Target with its huge store brand goods that'll be more affordable for people. We'll have to see if people start feeling a little bit better when they realize they can kind of, work their budget a little bit and try to find the deals and the values. But until now, sentiment has really been disappointing. Usually you would say 50-year low unemployment, record highs in the stock market, record high home prices. That would say the economy is good. People don't feel that. They just feel the affordability pinch.
It's really interesting. You've been doing great reporting on it. Christine Romans, thank you so much. Millions of kids in the U.S. have been diagnosed with a form of attention deficit disorder. But some doctors are doing the unconventional, prescribing more screen time as an alternative to medications like Adderall. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray has more.
Even a quick look online can be hypnotizing, fast-paced, overwhelming. Chaos, many doctors say, contributing to the explosion of attention deficit disorders in the U.S. According to the CDC, more than 14 million Americans have ADHD, including close to 6 million children.
And when we're on screens, our brain is literally dumping dopamine, the neurotransmitter that is so important for focus.
Focus is something 11-year-old Clinton Pierce and his parents say he struggled with for years.
I could, be in a whole conversation, and then 5 seconds later, I could be like, oh, look at that LeBron painting.
Formerly diagnosed with ADHD and initially prescribed Adderall, the drug helped for about a month, they say, before actually making things worse.
So that's when we fully started to explore different options.
Landing on an option that, ironically, includes more screen time. It's called Mindy, a new treatment for ADHD, depression, addiction, insomnia, and other cognitive issues. And here's how it works. Using a neurofeedback headband in conjunction with an online video game, patients concentrate on moving a ball up a hill, increasing blood flow and providing more oxygen to the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for focus, attention, and emotion. The device, described as a gem for your brain, is endorsed by neuroscientists at Stanford, Princeton, and Lund, a research university in Sweden. And NASA is aiming to use Mindy as a part of its long-duration space flight mission later this year. A study conducted with the space agency shows astronauts using it during downtime have reported performance increases and say Mindy helps them manage the stress that comes with isolation and confinement, while other independent studies indicate the technology can be effective in treating ADHD. For Clinton, Mindy has struck the perfect chord.
It's helped me a lot, and I love it. It's pretty fun, actually.
He isn't taking medicine anymore and says using Mindy for about 10 minutes a day, along with a healthy diet, meditation, and therapy, has helped him excel as an athlete and in the classroom, where he was just named the 5th grade student of the semester.
I think it's really helped my attention and focus on somebody speaking. In class, maybe I'd get up and do a little doodle during class last year. But Mindy kind of it helped me focus on the ball, which helps me focus on my teacher and also maybe my coach or my parents.
Increased focus that for Clinton and his family makes the treatment a slam dunk. Jay Gray, NBC News.
So interesting.
Definitely. Coming up, he is a small-town farming phenom who's making it big on social media.
After the break, we'll introduce you to the 8-year-old who's riding his tractor all the way to TikTok stardom. Stay with us.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just made so.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Boat snack! Oh, boat snack upgrade. Bacon and eggs? Why didn't you bring the pig last time?
What can we say except you're welcome? We are back with a snippet of the debut trailer for Moana 2. Maui, Moana, and even Hey Hey, the Crazy Rooster are all setting sail for another adventure. And as you saw, this time Pua the pig will also be making a splash after fans complained about his absence in the first movie. Now, initially, the project was supposed to be an original streaming series on Disney+, but the company switched gears and reworked it into a feature film instead. If that's not enough, a live-action version of the franchise is still in the works. In the meantime, you can catch all the animated fun in theaters this November.
Definitely one of my favorite recent movies.
I feel like a lot of people are really excited about
Exactly.
that. So it's great.
Looking
Love
forward to
it.
that. Bring back The Rock, too. All right, let's end this hour in Indiana, where one little farmer is growing a big online fan base thanks to his extensive knowledge of tractors and farm life. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park introduces us to this 8-year-old farming phenom.
Farming in South Whitley, Indiana isn't unusual. It's a way of life for many who live here. But it's not every day someone from this small town goes big on social media.
Oh, we got the new tractor.
Meet Jackson Locks. He's 8.
That's fun. This is the first one I ever had.
But some say he's really going on 68.
You change the oil right here.
How often do you have to do that?
I would say probably about every month.
And you can do that?
Yeah.
Really?
Spend a few minutes with Jackson, and it's like a masterclass on tractors and farming equipment.
And then this is how you turn on your mower deck. This is your throttle, how high the engine speed you want. This is your choke.
How do you know all this?
I've just been taught it, and I've just learned it over.
And you remember it all?
Yeah.
From the time he was 2, he remembers things that happened in different points in his life. It just always blew our minds.
I want to say 1992 to 2000, they probably made them.
For the good and the bad, he remembers everything.
I think an X9 is comparable to this.
His memory is spot on all the time. He's amazing that way, for sure.
Yeah, I quit trying to fact check him because he's always right.
He's always right. He probably likes hearing that.
Yeah.
His knowledge.
So that's doing the least amount of tillage you can.
And quick wit.
And what do they have you do?
I'm kind of there just to keep them talking, keep the conversation going. That's all
have made him a star on TikTok. Some videos racking up millions of views.
That'd be a nice machine to have. 75
Yeah, it's got a nice price tag on it, too. Somewhere around $50,000.
And what do you think about all the attention that you're getting?
I think it's pretty cool. I would definitely say it's probably pretty cool.
But it gets better. Just recently, John Deere, the iconic company known for manufacturing agricultural equipment and machinery, has brought him on board for unique collaboration.
It's going to be fun, but I'm going to be training the new Chief Tractor Officer.
What were you thinking when John Deere came calling?
Blown away.
Yeah.
We both grew up on farms with John Deere.
Yeah.
You know, it's equipment we've always used, so.
I've said it's like the mothership calling him home. Really.
At 8 years old.
Yeah.
But before there's any content creating, class always comes first.
Now, goats.
Goats. Are we gonna get goats?
I'd like to.
Mom, Jessica, homeschools Jackson, and hands-on learning is often part of the curriculum.
Can I just drop it on my hand?
Yep, and then you got to keep it from kind of dropping.
Sometimes lessons are learned on a field trip to Grandpa's.
That transmission is nice to shift through. I like how easy it is.
Yeah.
That's why I like the John Deere's. Their transmissions are nice.
Grandpa Tracy was a former dairy farmer who now passionately shares his knowledge with Jackson.
He teaches me some things once in a while.
I was going to say.
Some youngsters seem to have it and others don't, you know.
And you think Jackson has it?
I would say he does. How are you, Jackson?
Good.
Jackson's enthusiasm is a source of inspiration and hope for this community where the value of farming runs deep.
Got full weights on it.
Full weights.
And he's not too young to understand the demands of the job.
What do the good days look like?
Crops are going good. There's not something sitting in the shop or you break something that day.
Yeah.
That's a good day.
And then a bad day?
Stuff's breaking, stuff's not working, crops aren't growing good, there's water in your field, you gotta go fix stuff. That's a bad day.
A small town boy with a big personality and a bright future rooted in farming.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
A farmer and a trucker.
Kathy Park, NBC News.
Okay. As if there were any doubt what he wanted to do when he grew up.
I mean, he is so adorable, but also so impressive.
Exactly.
It is amazing how much he knows.
And it's great to see in a world where maybe fewer and fewer young people seem to be interested in farming. It is so important to do that. I grew up in a farming community, so to see that.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. We need that next generation. He's like next generation.
Exactly.
So it's very cool. What a great story, Kathy. Thank you for that.
That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, we are so glad you are with us today on this Thursday. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, May 30th. Quality Control Boeing is submitting plans to the FAA about how it will fix issues with its manufacturing process. More on the changes the company is making to ensure air travel safety.
Sharing her story, the co-worker who was there when soap opera star Johnny Wachter was shot and killed is finally speaking out about the actor's final moments, shielding her from the gunfire and saving her life.
New treatment. Researchers are touting a video game-like device being used to help people with ADHD, how it's improving users' attention spans and reducing the need for medication.
Money management, creating a budget and sticking to it. It can be made easier by the help of a professional. So we're going to get into it. We're going to talk about when it might actually be good to bring in a financial advisor and what they can do to help you reach your goals.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Thursday. We're going to start with deadline day for Boeing to show how it will fix serious safety issues and build planes that won't fall apart in the sky.
Yeah, federal regulators, they gave the troubled airplane manufacturer 90 days to come up with a plan. And that was after, of course, that door plug there on your screen. It blew out of an Alaska Airlines plane right there in the middle of a flight. And it all happened back in January, if you remember, leaving a gaping hole in the cabin with passengers still inside. Of course, they were terrified. And that incident shined a light on major quality control problems. NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar joins us now. Priya, look, Boeing and the FAA, they're having a closed-door meeting today. What do we know about this plan to ultimately fix the problems?
That's right. Well, this was all sparked from that Alaska Airlines incident that you mentioned back in January. And a preliminary investigation concluded that that door plug didn't have any of the bolts that were necessary to attach it to the airplane. They just weren't there. And so that's really what sparked this audit by the FAA into Boeing as far as their maintenance procedures and their safety protocols. And so, as you mentioned, they had a 90-day deadline to come up with a comprehensive plan. And why this is so significant is that Boeing isn't allowed to produce any MAX jet planes until the FAA approves of this plan. And so what we know of the plan thus far is Boeing leadership has said that it focuses on three things. One is the training of their personnel. The second is simplifying their work instructions. And the third is the availability of tools. They have admitted that they have had safety issues in the past. And by the way, the FAA isn't the only federal agency that's investigating Boeing right now. They really have been in the spotlight. The FBI and the NTSB have also conducted investigations into Boeing when it comes to their safety procedures. One employee actually became a whistleblower and notified Boeing leadership that their fellow employees weren't certifying the safety inspections that they were supposed to do. And so that actually caused Boeing leadership to notify the FAA, guys.
You know, Priya, the Justice Department is set to meet with the families of the victims from past crashes tomorrow. What would they like to see happening at Boeing?
Yeah, about 346 people died in MAX 8 crashes. Those were Boeing jets in Ethiopia and Indonesia, and they're set to meet with the Department of Justice tomorrow. So Boeing was initially shielded from any federal criminal prosecution so long as they adhered to certain safety requirements that now the Department of Justice is saying they didn't meet. So now there's the potential there that they could backtrack on that and that the Department of Justice could pursue criminal charges against Boeing. And by the way, if that were to happen, it would happen sometime this summer, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar. Priya, thank you so much.
Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito standing firm against calls for him to step down from several key cases related to former President Donald Trump and the January 6th Capitol riot.
This all comes as he is facing growing backlash from critics about controversial flags flown outside 2 of his homes. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has more on the fallout.
Hey there. In deciding not to step aside, Justice Alito is pointing the finger at his wife for flying those controversial flags, with critics slamming Alito's decision as an ethical lapse in judgment. Even as conservatives argue he had no reason to recuse in the first place.
New court criticism from top Democrats after a flag-flying controversy involving Justice Samuel Alito and the provocative symbols seen at his properties in Virginia and New Jersey. Alito, in a new letter to Congress, explaining he had no involvement in the decision to fly the Appeal to Heaven flag at his beach home last summer. You see it here in photos first reported by the New York Times, a pine tree on a white background, a symbol rooted in the Revolutionary War, but more recently linked to Christian nationalism and support for Donald Trump, appearing multiple times during the January 6th attack. Alito says his wife is the one who put up the flag and that neither of them were aware of any connection between this historic flag and the Stop the Steal movement. Alito's reiterating his wife was also responsible for the upside-down American flag, long seen as a symbol of distress, on the flagpole outside their Virginia home in the days after January 6th. Flown, he says, because of a very nasty neighborhood dispute. As soon as I saw it, he writes, I asked my wife to take it down, but for several days she refused. Alito later writes, my wife is fond of flying flags. I am not. Adding, she makes her own decisions, and I have always respected her right to do so. It's why the justice says he will not step aside from key cases involving January 6th defendants and former President Trump's claim of immunity in connection to his election interference case, and that a reasonable person, not motivated by political considerations, would agree this does not meet the recusal standard. Some Republicans, like Senator Mike Lee, backing up the justice, saying he's absolutely right not to recuse. But Democrats slamming the decision.
What Justice Alito is doing, in fact, is dragging down the credibility of the court, destroying American people's trust in the court by these kinds of flimsy excuses.
Now, Alito is winning praise from former President Trump on Truth Social, his online platform, applauding what he calls the justice's intelligence, courage, and guts in deciding not to step aside. But the backdrop to this, and something the Judiciary Chairman's referencing, the public's declining confidence in the Supreme Court, with the court's approval rating near record lows. Back to you.
Hallie, thank you. Now to an update in the Scott Peterson murder case. A California judge ruled that only one item can undergo new DNA testing.
Yeah, Peterson's attorneys, they're pushing for a new trial, claiming that several pieces of evidence were previously overlooked. The 51-year-old was convicted 2 decades ago of killing his pregnant wife, Lacey, and their unborn child. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro joins us now. Valerie, which piece of evidence are we talking about? What did the judge allow to be retested?
So this effort has been led by the Los Angeles Innocence Project, and they presented 14 different pieces of evidence that they wanted retested. The judge only allowed one, and that is a piece of duct tape that was found on Lacey's pants when her body was recovered in the San Francisco Bay. Another piece that the defense wanted tested was a mattress that was found inside a burnt-out van that was discovered the day after Lacey disappeared. Right. The defense is hoping that there is blood on that mattress. They say they want it tested for that. But the prosecution argued that that was tested back when the trial was happening. No blood was found at the time. And the judge sided with the prosecution, agreeing that that mattress in that van had nothing to do with the Peterson case.
Wow.
But take a listen to what Peterson's attorney said in court.
We are continuing to obtain declarations. We have more declarations from witnesses that we have not filed with the court. That is what a post-conviction investigation entails. You keep going until you can get a clear picture of what happened in your case. In all of my years, I have never had to litigate a DNA motion to this extent because DNA is just a no-brainer.
Again, so 14 different pieces, the judge only granting one.
You know, this decision seems like a major setback for the defense because there are a lot of questions, and it seems like the DNA technology has advanced quite a bit since this case was first in court. So what happens from here?
So at least that's what the defense is hoping. This piece of duct tape was tested back in 2004. At the time, the testing was inconclusive. So they're hoping that there could be a chance that if it's tested again now, maybe something will be found. Of course, they're hoping that there's DNA on that duct tape that doesn't match Scott or Lacey Peterson. Again, that testing is yet to be determined when it will happen. The next hearing is in July, and that's when the court will decide how this testing will take place, the parameters, how it will be conducted. So we'll have to wait and see what happens then. But in the meantime, Peterson is serving a life sentence.
All right, NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro. Valerie, thank you so much.
Thanks, Valerie. Well, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. All of your favorite characters at Disneyland. We're talking Mickey Mouse, Pluto. They are officially unionized. On Wednesday, federal labor officials certified the park performers' vote to unionize, making them part of the Actors Equity Association.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Abosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, talk to us about how this labor union will address some of the performers' workplace concerns.
Hey, good morning, Vicki and Morgan. So the union says its next steps involve improving health and safety, along with wages, working conditions, and benefits. The parade and character workers who promoted the union drive, they say they love Disneyland, but they were concerned about health and safety since returning from the pandemic. Most of Disneyland's other California workers are already in labor unions. And Instagram is adding a mute button. It's a safety feature that lets users hide DMs and comments from accounts that may be harassing you. With this feature, you can basically mute incoming messages from all but your close friends list. And one of John Lennon's guitars from his time with the Beatles just sold for $2.9 million at an auction. That makes it one of the most valuable pieces of Beatles memorabilia. The 12-string acoustic guitar known as the Hootenanny, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, Hootenanny, was believed to be lost for over 50 years until it was discovered in someone's attic in England. It was used in the recording of the albums Help and Rubber Soul, two of the great ones. Can you imagine finding that in your attic?
And then getting $3 million
Right?
for it?
I mean,
yeah.
It's kind of incredible. I wonder if they have to restring it or how, does anybody even try to play it? I don't know, but it's
You probably
beautiful.
don't even touch it, right?
That's true. Put it in a box and put it on a
fair.
wall.
Also fair. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Abosa. Deirdre, as always, thanks so much.
Making history, we are going to hear from civil rights activist Amanda Nguyen, who's on track to become the first Vietnamese-American woman to go into space. You'll want to hear her story. You're watching NBC News Daily.
back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Live from studio.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins. Amanda Nguyen first made headlines for her advocacy on behalf of sexual assault survivors, then campaigning to stop Asian hate crimes. Well, now she's making news for an entirely different reason.
She is about to become the first Vietnamese-American woman to go into space. I spoke with Amanda about her training and her message for anyone with big dreams. As part of her astronaut training, Amanda Nguyen was submerged underwater, upside down and blindfolded. She had seconds to find her way to the surface.
My oxygen tank failed. So I took in my first breath and I was like, okay, something's wrong. And when you're pushed to that moment where you're going to drown, you choose at that moment to either fail, flail, or to go through with it.
True to her nature, she fought.
I remember when I surfaced the water, I told my instructor, you know, sir, like my tank failed. And he said, so what? You passed.
You are no stranger to struggling and to fighting. You were sexually assaulted in college. What did that do to your life's journey at that point?
At Harvard, my dream was to become an astronaut. You know, I researched astrophysics. During my last semester at Harvard, I was raped. And I went to the hospital. I got a rape kit procedure. And I remember walking out of the hospital feeling so alone, feeling overwhelmed with the amount of papers and pamphlets that they had given me. And on one of those brochures was a single line that defined the rest of my life, which is that in 6 months, my rape kit could be destroyed untested.
That was the law then, that they could destroy a rape kit after 6 months?
That's right. So that turned into this choice that I had to make, which is, do I rewrite the law? So I decided to defer my dreams of becoming an astronaut and fight for justice.
Nguyen created the nonprofit Rise to lobby for a law that would protect rape kits, ensure survivors don't have to pay for their own medical exams, and mandates access to their police reports. In 2016, President Obama signed the Sexual Assault Survivors Bill of Rights into law.
It grants 25 million rape survivors on the federal level rights. Now, most rape cases are adjudicated in state courts, so that's why we still have to pass it state by state, and that's what our team has continued to do.
Her work garnered her a Nobel Peace Prize nomination, and during the pandemic, when Asian hate crimes spiked, from 2020 to 2021, the number of anti-Asian incidents reported across major cities increased 224%. Nguyen spoke up again.
We matter, and racism is killing us.
In February of 2021, I turned on the camera and I asked people to listen to our stories, and overnight 11 million people responded. Then, you know, our political leaders started listening and taking this seriously.
Now she's returning to her dream, deferred but not denied, set to ride into space on Jeff Bezos's Blue Origin rocket. She plans to study menstruation and wound dressing to help researchers learn how to treat injuries in space.
Menstruation was actually one of the reasons used by NASA to deny women from becoming astronaut candidates. And very famously, the first American woman astronaut, Sally Ride, for her just a couple days trip into space was given 100 tampons. So even the scientists and the engineers did not quite understand.
I'm sorry, I had to laugh. I have to laugh. What?
Yeah, that's right.
As gifts to bring back home, she'll be carrying with her seeds from the U.S. and Vietnam and seashells from the Malaysian island where her family first landed after escaping Vietnam in 1979. What does it mean to you to be the first Vietnamese American into space. I mean, that's the farthest our people have ever gone.
Yeah, I'm so excited to carry the mantle of the first Vietnamese woman in space, and I just think about my 5-year-old self, you know, how much she wanted to see somebody that looked like her. My family are boat refugees from Vietnam, just like yours.
Yeah.
And we came on boats, and now we're on spaceships. It means to me that within a generation, we can do great things, and no matter how hard things get, the future is bright.
I mean, don't you just love to listen to her and her perspective on life and everything she's accomplished so far? She's only 32.
And now they are in the sky.
I love that.
What
I
a
knew you'd love that.
line.
So the mission date has not yet been announced, but Amanda will complete a same-day mission following the same flight profile as Alan Shepard, who became the first American in space back on May 5th, 1961.
We are so proud of her.
Yeah.
Well, later on this hour, if you've ever thought about getting a financial advisor, no fear. We've got some tips to help you find the perfect fit. Plus, we're also going to dive into some less expensive alternatives that work really for any budget. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Next week marks 80 years since D-Day. That's when American and other Allied troops stormed the beaches of Normandy during World War II. To commemorate the occasion, a 100-year-old veteran from Arkansas will return to that same battlefield to be honored alongside others who fought with him. Tylisa Hampton from our NBC affiliate KARK spoke to him about the meaning of this trip.
He might not look like it, but this Arkansan World War II veteran, William Toombs, is 100 years old.
There's not too many of the old veterans left.
Grateful he is still able to tell his story.
We flew our first bombing mission on D-Day. We was to bomb that railroad yard that morning to cut off communications to keep the Germans from letting anything to come in, but we couldn't see the target, so we didn't drop.
This year, on June 6, marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day.
That was the largest amphibious landing in the history of the world.
Tens of thousands of American and Allied troops stormed Normandy's shoreline of northern France to take back Europe from Nazi Germany in 1944.
You just never can imagine how many ships and airplanes flew that day.
It's memories he'll soon share with around 50 other World War II veterans selected to attend the battlefield return to Normandy, with the Best Defense Foundation partnering with Delta to provide a special charter flight.
This only happened one time in a lifetime.
Taking them back to be honored in places they fought decades ago.
It'll be exciting just to meet them and talk about old times with them.
When William was 18, he enlisted in 1942, leaving his then job as a railroad mechanic apprentice.
When I enlisted, I wanted to be a mechanic. I didn't want to fly. I just evolved into a flying group.
Serving as a flight engineer gunner on both B-17s and B-24s with the 493rd Bomb Group of the 8th Army Air Corps, also known as the Mighty 8th.
I don't believe I could have picked a better crew, and every man knew his job.
Serving in 28 missions until the war ended.
When the war was over, I thought that was it. We never hear any more about it.
But to his pleasant surprise, he would be honored many times. Thankful that on this trip, he gets to join hands with others who served.
I really appreciate that part.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Tylisa Hampton.
Well, in Virginia, a sheriff's canine is now back on the force after having his leg amputated because of cancer. But his handler says that hasn't stopped the renowned pup from wanting to work. Andrew McClung from our NBC affiliate WCYB has the story.
He's one of the most popular members of the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
He loves to work.
His name is Boone, and he's a one-year-old bloodhound canine.
That dog is just motivated and has the abilities to just hit a track and go straight to it.
Sergeant Michael Tabor is Boone's handler.
With the dog, you've got you're on call 24/7.
And the two are always ready to go.
Ready to go? He's got exceptional drive. You can't make him not work.
Sheriff Grant Kilgore says that was until a few months ago.
Then one day he gets this knot on his leg.
That knot was cancer.
Your heart drops, and you're just scares you to death.
Vets removed the cancer, which also led to the amputation of Boone's leg. He was set to retire, with Kilgore and Tabor already looking for a new dog.
2 or 3 days after the surgery, I was talking to the vet, and she said, this dog's bouncing around like it has 5 legs. It does not know it's missing a leg. And she said, he's going to be able to go back to work.
After getting the all clear from the vet,
find him, man.
Boone was back doing the impossible.
When the vet cleared him to come back into service, it's like, man, this is the greatest day ever.
He was motivated. He wanted to get out there, and he wanted to find people.
Good boy. Good boy. And a few weeks after being cleared, he found a missing child. And within the next 9 days, Boone would find 2 more.
3 finds in 10 days. That's just amazing work, and only, in my opinion, only comes from the greatest dog.
Who has some big potential for his future.
He's such a great dog, and I'm so thankful he's pushed through it.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Andrew McClung.
You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, including all the places you see there on your screen. YouTube is a real favorite, but Peacock works too. Your news continues right after these messages.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Yeah, you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening. What a pleasure to have you back with us. I'm Morgan Radford. It is 12:30 in Lansing, Michigan, and right here in New York City.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. The Israeli military says it has established tactical control over a key part of the border between Gaza and Egypt. Israel says it discovered about 20 tunnels used by Hamas. They believe Hamas has used those tunnels to smuggle weapons into Gaza, but it's not clear if they have been used since the October 7th attack.
Tennessee Governor Bill Lee has signed new legislation that penalizes adults who help minors get an abortion or gender-affirming care without parental consent. Those found violating this new law could face nearly a year in prison. This new rule, it takes effect in July.
And a volcano erupted in Iceland yesterday, sending lava 150 feet into the air. This happened near Iceland's popular tourist destination, the Blue Lagoon. That is a geothermal spa, and it is the volcano's 5th eruption since December. Ooh, kind of amazing,
yeah, but also terrifying. As the investigation continues into the shooting death of soap opera actor Johnny Wachter, his co-worker who witnessed that attack, well, now she's breaking her silence.
In a post on social media, she details the moment Wachter shielded her from the suspects who pulled a gun on him after trying to steal a part from his car. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has our report.
Yeah, we have heard some from police and other bits of this tragic tale from family members, but for the first time overnight, we had a chance to hear the story from one of the only witnesses to this horrific crime. A co-worker identified as Anita Joy, writing that she was with Johnny during those final moments of his life. She said that she now is heartbroken over the loss of a dear friend and angry that the suspects are still at large, stressing that above all, police need to track down those individuals. The co-worker there for the final moments of soap star Johnny Wachter's life, speaking out. Anita Joy sharing her story for the first time since the 37-year-old soap opera star was fatally shot last week. Joy revealing that she is the colleague Wachter shielded from deadly gunfire following their bartending shift in downtown Los Angeles when the pair walked up on a group of car thieves who authorities say were attempting to steal the catalytic converter from Wachter's car. Joy posting on Instagram that when they approached the men, Wachter asked them to leave, adding, quote, Johnny kept his cool, hands open to his sides in peace. Then she says the shooting happened with Wachter in front of her. Johnny was between me and the man who shot him. As I heard the shot ring into the night, he forcefully tumbled back into my arms. And as I grabbed for him, I shouted, honey, you okay? And he only responded, nope, shot. Joy saying that she and Wachter toppled onto the street, where she tried to hold his body up as she was screaming for help and screaming at him to stay with me. Joy says a security guard tried to perform CPR on Wachter, adding that though Wachter's wound was extreme, writing, my God, he fought to stay. The LA County Medical Examiner confirming Wachter's cause of death as a gunshot wound to the chest. Wachter's mother, Scarlett, confirming to NBC News overnight that Anita Joy was the co-worker her son shielded from death.
Thankful that when he died, he wasn't alone.
Wachter's family and friends now pleading for justice. Earlier this week, his ex-fiancée releasing this emotional video.
These criminals can't keep being on the street.
Now Anita Joy writing, her only peace was, quote, that I was with him. And my only other peace will be seeing these awful men brought to justice. Details on those suspects are still very few. Police only saying that the individuals were last seen leaving the scene in a dark sedan, and they all appear to be wearing dark clothing. Meanwhile, friends of Johnny have already started a GoFundMe account to help the family with funeral expenses. At last check, it's already raised nearly $100,000. We'll send it back to you.
Morgan, thank you. With the general election just about 5 months away, President Biden and Vice President Harris are ramping up their campaign as part of a new push to reach black voters. The two held a joint rally in Philadelphia yesterday. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on how they are courting this crucial voting bloc.
In a rare joint appearance on the campaign trail, President Biden and Vice President Harris turned up the heat on former President Trump.
Now he's running again and is clearly unhinged.
Their campaign launching a renewed effort to court black voters in this critical swing state.
Joe Biden gave his word that we would fight to address some of the biggest issues facing the black community, and we have delivered.
It comes as Mr. Trump is making his own push, including in the South Bronx.
Joe Biden is not getting the job done for the Bronx.
Recent NBC News polling shows that President Biden's support among black voters has dropped since 2020. Back then, exit polls showed black voters supported Biden over Trump by 75 points. Now, that Biden advantage has narrowed to 58 points. Perhaps more concerning for Democrats, less enthusiasm. 4 years ago, 74% of black voters had high interest in the election. Now, it's just 59%.
Is the campaign worried about that?
I think it's important for each and every one of us to go out and make the case and show black America that this is an administration that sees us. This is an administration that is willing to fight for us.
Democratic Maryland Governor Wes Moore is helping lead the outreach.
You've got to continue to believe in an administration that's actually doing the work.
But it's a tough sell for Eugene Thomas, who runs a nonprofit in Philadelphia.
Has President Biden earned your vote?
Not yet.
After voting for Biden in 2020, he's considering voting third party or not at all. For him, inflation is a top issue.
People are struggling. We have to help people extra with groceries, gas prices.
Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News.
Doctors and patients are praising a new drug-free treatment that they say could actually change the way that we manage cognitive disorders like ADHD. Now, this neurodevelopmental condition is one of the most common among kids, according to National Institutes of Health. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray is going to show us exactly how it works.
Even a quick look online can be hypnotizing, fast-paced, overwhelming. Chaos, many doctors say, contributing to the explosion of attention deficit disorders in the U.S. According to the CDC, more than 14 million Americans have ADHD, including close to 6 million children.
And when we're on screens, our brain is literally dumping dopamine, the neurotransmitter that is so important for focus.
Focus is something 11-year-old Clinton Pierce and his parents say he struggled with for years.
I could, be in a whole conversation, and then 5 seconds later, I could be like, oh, look at that LeBron painting.
Formerly diagnosed with ADHD and initially prescribed Adderall, the drug helped for about a month, they say, before actually making things worse, landing on an option that, ironically, includes more screen time. It's called Mindy, a new treatment for ADHD, depression, addiction, insomnia, and other cognitive issues. Using a neurofeedback headband in conjunction with an online video game, patients concentrate on moving a ball up a hill, increasing blood flow and providing more oxygen to the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for focus, attention, and emotion. The device, described as a gem for your brain, is endorsed by neuroscientists at Stanford, Princeton, and Lund, a research university in Sweden. And NASA is aiming to use Mindy as a part of its long-duration space flight mission later this year. A study conducted with the space agency shows astronauts using it during downtime have reported performance increases and say Mindy helps them manage the stress that comes with isolation and confinement, while other independent studies indicate the technology can be effective in treating ADHD.
It's helped me a lot, and I love it. It's pretty fun, actually.
He isn't taking medicine anymore and says using Mindy for about 10 minutes a day, along with a healthy diet, meditation, and therapy, has helped him excel as an athlete and in the classroom, where he was just named the 5th grade student of the semester.
I think it's really helped my attention and focus on somebody speaking.
Increased focus that for Clinton and his family makes the treatment a slam dunk. Jay Gray, NBC News.
Really cool technology. All right, well, finding a financial advisor, it can be a really tricky process. A lot of factors come into play when choosing the right person, from researching their credentials and fees to knowing your own personal finance goals.
Yeah, so before you make that final decision, there are a few things that you should know. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here to walk us through it. Sharon, for people who are questioning whether or not they even need a financial advisor, how do you know and what questions should you be asking?
Well, I think it's really important to think about where you are in this stage of your life. I know when we found a financial advisor, we had just gotten married, and so we really were trying to figure out how to mesh our finances or keep them separate or whatever we decide to do. But you may have a baby, you may be getting ready to retire, you may want to make sure you're properly insured. Whatever the life situation is, that may be one reason. Another reason is you don't have the time or the expertise to really handle it. So you want someone who's going to be able to help you to do that, or you want a better strategy. You know what your financial goals are, but you want a better strategy to get there. So the questions you need to ask are, what are your credentials? How are you going to help me get there? Are you a fiduciary? Will you put my interests as your clients above your own and your own profitability? And you want the answer to that to be yes, of course.
Okay.
What do you cost? How are you getting compensated? Do I pay you a flat fee? Are you getting paid percentage based on commissions? You want to know those things. And then how are you going to help me actually stick to my goals?
That part.
Or how are we going to communicate? And that is the way to build trust. And when that's not there, that can be an issue.
Those are great interview questions. What exactly is a fiduciary, by the way, and what are the different types of financial advisors, and how do you know which one is the best for you?
So a fiduciary is someone who has made the pledge that they are going to put your interests as their clients above their own and their own profitability.
Okay.
So if it's an investment advisor that's registered with the government, with the SEC, they have to be a fiduciary. If it's a certified financial planner, they have to be a fiduciary. And so there are various types of financial advisors, as you mentioned. I mean, you can go from a robo-advisor that's like a digital aid that's going to kind of spit out what an investment portfolio could look like for you based on some questions you answer in a questionnaire, to a financial coach teaching you about basic money management skills, to a certified financial planner who has some certain credentials and some rigorous work that they've had to do to get those credentials. Wealth manager just focusing on your investment choices, investment advice for the strategy that you should have. And then for people who have trauma or significant psychological issues that have been a barrier to them dealing with their money, a financial therapist may be someone that they want to consider.
Interesting. I didn't know that. I never heard of that. Yeah, I really love that. Look, what if you are looking at all those different types on the screen and you say, I can't afford any of that? Are there other options?
Well, the first thing is meeting with someone initially should be free, just to find out if you mesh or not. Also, your employer, look to see what they have. Financial wellness is what every employer is saying that they really care about. And in doing so, many of them are now offering free consultations with a financial coach. So look into that. Your bank or your credit union may have some free webinars, free things, offerings for you to look into. And then there are pro bono programs that are specifically to help you with your money, whether it's a nonprofit or a trade organization.
All really good information.
As always with Sharon.
CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson. And by the way, if you would like some free financial tips, Sharon's got a bunch for you. You can actually sign up for her Money 101 newsletter. There's a QR code there. Just open your camera app, scan it. It'll take you right to the link.
Sharon, we are so happy when you're here, but let's talk about anger for a moment, because coming up next, anger can be a powerful feeling with serious consequences for your own health. We're going to have tips on how you can control your emotions and keep calm during times of stress. Stay with us right here. Don't touch that dial. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Holly, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
We have a good one for you today. Have you ever been so mad about something that it felt like anger was literally coursing through your veins? Well, it turns out that feeling may not just be in your head.
Yeah, a new study actually suggests that anger plays a direct role in your heart health. The findings show that a surge of anger can increase the risk of cardiovascular diseases like heart attacks and even strokes. Thankfully, family and clinical psychologist Dr. Jen Hartstein is here with advice on how we can stay calm. Dr. Jen, why is anger and how is anger such a physical emotion?
It is a physical emotion because it triggers kind of that fight or flight response we have, right? So it creates headaches, it creates tension. You did it. It creates this. So we get headaches, we might have stomach aches, we might have heart issues. It also can increase our risk of depression and anxiety because we don't always know what the emotion is, and anger is often the thing that protects us. So it's the first thing that often we react to when we're having that kind of intense emotional reaction.
I think about that animated movie, Inside Out, I think, with anger in there, like steaming and red in your brain. It just makes a lot of sense. It's so powerful. What are some healthy ways to learn how to express your anger and cope with it?
It's a really important question. So the first thing we really need to know is what triggers our anger, right? So I think the first thing we need to know is, like, these are the things that make me angry. And when I'm angry, can I take a time out? We put kids when they're really dysregulated on time out. Why? We were just talking about this. Why are we not taking our own break when we need it? So if we do that, then I want to kind of figure out what I want to do. I want to figure out what I want to say. I want to go back to the person that maybe made me angry and talk about what my concerns are. And then I need to know how to let it go. Meditate, relax, move my body, something so I can shake it off.
I'm so interested when you said what triggers our anger. I remember my mom always told me when I was little, she was like, beneath anger, there's almost always hurt. And when you think about that, you know, how does anger affect us differently than, say, sadness or anxiety? What's the difference in the physicality of those emotions?
It's a really important thing to notice. So emotions are like a Venn diagram. I like to think about everything overlaps in some way. So one of the big things that happens is both anger and anxiety, as I said, trigger our fight or flight. But what happens is anger is kind of the thing that protects us. So depression and anxiety are more vulnerable emotions. They bring people to us, whereas anger keeps people away, right? So depression can be overlapping with anger in the irritability and in the frustration. Anxiety can be in like the intensity of emotion, but anger's like can be both primary and secondary. So it's like the first thing we might feel if someone really makes us mad, but if I'm really depressed and I want you to go away, it's the thing I'm going to show you, which is what your mom was saying.
That's fascinating.
We hear so much about how no emotion is a bad emotion. It's something we're supposed to communicate to our kids, that you can feel all of the feelings. We've heard a lot of negative aspects of anger, but are there benefits to being mad?
For sure. I mean, there is no bad emotion. It's what we do with the emotion that's the problem, right? And I think that's the message we need to give to our children, is that, hey, you can be sad, angry, or frustrated, but you cannot punch your sibling. Like, that's all okay. So it is important because we know that anger can be protective. You have the right to be angry. If someone did something wrong to you, anger is an appropriate emotion, and it can motivate you to make change, to do something different, to figure out what you want to kind of handle the situation, how to make it better. So I think it gives us a lot of information, and we don't want to disregard it because it's not always hurt. Sometimes it's just anger.
Yeah, I like that.
You know, speaking of which, I feel like we all know those people who, like, their fuse, their distance between the event and getting angry is like really short. You know, and so
they have a trigger switch.
They have a trigger switch. Exactly. So, like, for those people, the trigger switch, how do you know when, like, it's too much? How do you know when you do need to seek professional help?
Well, I think if you know you have a trigger switch, you probably should get some help anyway, because if the littlest thing can trigger your rage, that's going to impact every relationship you have in your life, right? So you want to be able to understand what that is. You want to figure out what other outlets you might be able to do that are kind of low dopaminergic things. Art, sitting and put your face in the sun, putting your hands in the dirt, right? Planting, moving, any of that kind of stuff. And you want to seek help if you're like, this is impacting my life. And once you notice that, or someone tells you that that's what's happening, find a trusted source and go there.
And be honest with yourself. Family and clinical psychologist, Dr. Jen Hartstein, thank you so much. And a belated happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
You are so smart. Gosh, I feel like I just get so much smarter when you're on set. Stay with us. We've got a lot more ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
news lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, as we head into summer, there is so much to look forward to on the big and the small screen, frankly. So we're getting ready to head back into the kitchen for a third season of The Bear, Vicky.
And we are finally getting a look at the highly anticipated sequel to Moana. I'm super excited about that one, Morgan. Here to break it all down is TV personality and host of The Baker Show podcast, Baker Machado himself. Baker.
Hi, guys.
So
good
great
to
have
see you.
So wait, third season of The Bear?
Oh,
I
yes.
can't believe there's been that many episodes already.
Oh, yes, and everybody's been waiting for this forever. We finally got served the trailer for season 3 just this week. Yes, we got served it on a great dish this week. So we get to see how Carmy, played by the amazing Jeremy Allen White, handles now the success of The Bear now that it's a fully blown restaurant and all the sort of pitfalls that come with it. And based off the trailer, it doesn't look like they're handling it too well, guys. Hulu is going to be dropping all of the episodes for season 3 on June the 27th. Now, last time we saw Carmy, I know you remember this, Morgan.
Yes.
He was trapped inside of the fridge in the end of season 2. Clearly, he's able to get out of it.
Lots of kitchen scenes.
But this has won every award imaginable, from the Golden Globes to the Emmys to everything. So this is great for Bear fans out there.
I love that. Totally switching gears here.
Morgan wants to be out of the kitchen.
Yes, she wants out of the kitchen and on an island with Moana.
Take me to the island with Moana.
Yes.
Tell me about the sequel, Baker.
This is so exciting. I mean, 2016 was the last time we got Moana on the big screen. Now we're finally getting a sequel to it. Disney dropping the sequel trailer earlier this week. The entire cast, including Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, is returning. This is going to take place 3 years after the first one. This is going to follow Moana as she's leaving the island in search for more life. Now, this is going to hit theaters later this year on the 27th of November. It's also getting a live-action adaptation in 2026 as well. And this is coming at a great time for Disney because this was the most streamed movie on all of Disney Plus last year.
Really?
So people are very, very excited for the return of Moana.
I wonder why. I mean, the soundtrack is amazing.
Yes.
The most streamed last year.
Have you seen the picture of The Rock that they just put up?
Yes, I mean, that also helps as well.
Him off, like any island. There we go.
You'll sail into the distance with him.
Sail into the distance with him. Moana, you name it. Just tell me. Like.
Speaking of another heartthrob, Zac Efron and Nicole Kidman in a new film, A Family Affair. What's this one about?
Okay, so guys, listen to this. Imagine your former boss, who you cannot stand whatsoever, starts dating your mom. That is basically the synopsis of this show. Zac Efron stars as a movie star, and he dates his former assistant's mom, played by the great Nicole Kidman. This is going to premiere on Netflix on June the 28th. This is actually the second time Nicole Kidman and Zac Efron have been in a movie together. They were in The Paperboy back in 2012. It also has an amazing cast in this. Kathy Bates is in this. Joey King is in this as well. So definitely going to be on top of my radar next month when this comes out.
And Nicole's had a big year. I mean, I just was looking at a trailer for, I think, The Expats.
Yes, on Amazon Prime, which is awesome.
Is it good?
It's so good. And she's got so many shows on different streaming platforms. You got Big Little Lies on Max. I mean, she's everywhere.
Oh, man. I saw
the interpreter as well.
Okay. Knives Out 3. Big casting names. Who's in it?
Huge casting names. It is a list of whodunit for Knives Out 3. Kerry Washington, Glenn Close, Andrew Scott, all joining the next film, including Benoit Blanc, played by the great Daniel Craig. This is not coming out until 2025, but this one is being titled Wake Up Dead Man, a Knives Out mystery. Now, plot details haven't been revealed so far, but writer-director Rian Johnson has basically kept this under wraps. He and Daniel Craig are saying, though, that this is going to be Blanc's most dangerous case yet. So they're going to go into production later this year, and I'm loving this. Kerry Washington, Glenn Close. I mean, how could you go wrong with that?
Look how beautifully shot it is. I mean, it looks beautifully done.
No, this is season 2, yeah?
That was the second one.
Yes.
The
one. That was, I mean, the second one.
Was that
yes.
the second installment?
Which
Yeah, that was
was at the time.
late.
I'm like a whole season late?
You're a whole film late.
Wow.
There's 2 films,
Not
and
the
now
whole
this will be the
film
third.
late.
And the second one, by the way, at the time was one of the most streamed things on Netflix at the time when it came
was
out.
breaking
Records out here. This, Moana?
Yeah, I know. And speaking of big names, let's talk about Variety's Actors on Actors coming out with a 20th season. We got about 25 seconds.
Okay, guys, the list on this thing is amazing. The Actors on Actors, where they interview each other. You got Emma Corrin and Elizabeth Debicki, who both play Princess Di in The Crown, interviewing each other. Robert Downey Jr., Jodie Foster, Quinta Brunson is talking with Jennifer Aniston, John Hamm with Kristen Wiig. But the one a lot of people are talking about right now online, Kim Kardashian and Chloe Sevigny.
Wow.
They are going to be talking about working with Ryan Murphy. A lot of people surprised that Kim Kardashian is an actor on that list.
You are
Calm down,
incredible.
haters.
Calm down, haters.
Baker Machado, thank you. You are the best.
Thanks,
Stay with
guys.
us. You're watching NBC
Thank you.
News Daily.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What a joy to be with you this Thursday. Welcome. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, May 30th, deadline day. Boeing set to report how it plans to address growing concerns about the quality of its planes and what all this means for the future and the safety of flying.
Troubling trend. Health officials say they are seeing an increase in the number of heart attacks among young and healthy adults. What you should know about the potential risks.
Value wars. Walgreens is one of the latest retailers slashing prices as Americans continue to feel the squeeze from inflation. But are we in for a big season of savings? We're going to explain what to expect from the checkout counter to the gas pump.
Summer releases. A new slate of movies and shows is rolling out right now. We're going to break down all the buzz in our entertainment wrap.
Welcome to NBC News Daily, where we start right now with Boeing facing a crucial deadline today to lay out how it will fix safety problems and ultimately build planes that won't fall apart.
Yeah, the Federal Aviation Administration gave the troubled aircraft manufacturer 90 days to come up with a plan after a door plug blew out during an Alaska Airlines flight back in January. That terrifying incident left a gaping hole in the cabin with passengers sitting right next to it. It also raised the alarm about the company's quality control issues. NBC News News correspondent Priya Sridhar joins us now. So, Priya, the FAA is set to give a news conference just a few minutes from now. What do we know about Boeing's plan at this point?
That's right. Well, this was all sparked from that Alaska Airlines situation back in January that you just mentioned. The FAA conducted an audit and found that there were several quality controlled and safety issues that they then brought to Boeing's attention. That was never made public, so we should have a better idea of what those issues actually were after this press conference. But Boeing leadership has admitted that they have had safety and quality control issues, and they said that this new plan is going to have a three-pronged approach. It's going to focus on training, the simplification of work instructions, and also the availability of tools. But the reason, you guys, this is so important is because the FAA has actually halted production on all MAX jets that are being produced by Boeing, and this is ahead of what's expected to be a record-breaking travel season this summer. And aviation experts have said that the slowdown and the halt of this Boeing production of these MAX planes could really impact flight schedules and availabilities as soon as this fall.
And Priya, Boeing is still facing, several different investigations at the same time, including by the FBI and, of course, the NTSB. So what can you tell us about all of these investigations simultaneously?
That's right. Boeing has really been in the spotlight when it comes to safety issues. One of those investigations that's currently open right now involves a Boeing employee that essentially was a whistleblower and went to leadership and said that their fellow employees were certifying safety inspections that simply didn't happen. Boeing then self-reported that issue to the FAA, which is what launched this investigation. But of course, these are really serious and troubling safety concerns and allegations, guys.
You know, Priya, the families of victims from two deadly Boeing crashes, they are set to meet with the Justice Department tomorrow. Tell us what they are going to say.
That's right. So the family members of the 347 people who died in these MAX 8 Boeing jet crashes several years ago in Ethiopia and Indonesia are set to meet with the Department of Justice tomorrow. And that's because back then, when federal prosecutors were looking into both of these crashes, they decided not to pursue criminal charges against Boeing as long as they adhere to certain safety protocol, which now the Department of Justice is saying they didn't do based on all of these previous incidents that we were just discussing. So if, in fact, these family members get what they want and there is criminal charges pressed against Boeing, that trial would actually take place as soon as this summer. So it's certainly something that Boeing and these families, of course, are going to be watching really closely.
All right, NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar for us there. Priya, thank you.
Now to new developments in Scott Peterson's attempt at getting a new trial. The convicted killer appeared virtually in court yesterday to request DNA testing on several pieces of evidence.
Now, the judge largely ruled against him, but is allowing one item to be retested. Peterson was found guilty back in 2003 of murdering his pregnant wife, Lacey, and their unborn child. Thankfully, here to break it down, we have NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro. What exactly did the judge decide during this hearing, Valerie?
So the judge largely sided with the prosecution in this case. The defense had requested 14 different pieces of evidence be retested. The judge only granted that request on one piece of evidence. That was a piece of duct tape that was found on Lacey Peterson's pants after her body washed ashore in the San Francisco Bay. One of the pieces of evidence that the defense wanted retested that the judge declined was a mattress that was found in a burnt-out van that was discovered the day after Lacey disappeared. The defense wanted that mattress to be tested for blood, but the prosecution argued that that had already been tested years before. No blood was found, and the judge sided with the prosecution and said that the van and mattress itself had nothing to do with the Peterson case. But take a listen to what Peterson's defense said in court.
Your Honor, we would submit there's a reasonable probability that favorable DNA results would have changed the outcome at Mr. Peterson's trial. Should Lacey Peterson's DNA be found anywhere, that would be irrefutable exculpatory evidence supporting Mr. Peterson's claim of innocence.
And guys, in the meantime, Scott Peterson is serving out a life sentence.
Yeah, Valerie, the defense seemed to believe that mattress was really key. They said if DNA was found on that, that would essentially exonerate Scott Peterson. What will they do now in terms of the process? They get one piece of duct tape retested. Do they have any other outlets for Scott Peterson at this point?
Not really. I mean, they really are hoping to exhaust all possibilities. And going back to that mattress, they were really hoping that any blood on the mattress might have proved that Laci Peterson had been there. They were hoping that it would have Laci's DNA. But again, the judge ruled that out as having anything to do with this case. So they're really just trying to get anything to stick and hoping now that something will come from that duct tape.
All right. Valerie Castro for us. Valerie, thank you so much. Well, a group of doctors in New York City say they're seeing an increase in heart attacks among younger adults with no risk factors. We're talking about obesity or smoking. Well, now they're tracking patients to see if they can actually uncover what's behind the trend. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more.
Matias Escobar runs to control his physical and mental health.
Bye, Matias!
The 38-year-old fine-tuning his mind and body with years of triathlons. Until last October, when the unthinkable happened. Matias collapsed at the end of a race from a heart attack.
How close to death did you come?
I was dead for several minutes.
You were dead?
I mean, my heart stopped beating, and they kept me with CPR for 12 minutes until the ambulance came.
The heroic CPR was caught on camera. His smartwatch recorded what happened to his heart.
So you've got one heartbeat there.
Yes, and then nothing.
For 2 days, he was in a coma. Doctors mystified by how this young man in great shape came so close to death.
Did you eat a lot of red meat?
No.
Did you drink?
Very, very little, I would say, social.
How's the stress?
I wasn't a stressed out person at all.
Trying to unravel the mystery of young heart attacks, Dr. Deepak Bhatt, director of Mount Sinai Fuster Heart Hospital in New York City. He's looking into patients presenting with no known risk factors like diabetes, high blood pressure, and high cholesterol. Dr. Bhatt says 12% of heart attack patients don't have those risk factors.
We're seeing younger people come in like we never used to see before.
Why is that?
Well, that's a great question. I think there are a lot of reasons for that. One probably has to do with the obesity epidemic, but it could also be other things. I hate to say it, but there's more substance abuse these days. Things like cocaine, for example, even smoking marijuana.
Another potential clue, long smoldering inflammation.
And I'm talking about inflammation in the arteries, supplying blood to the heart. It might lead to the plaque in that artery to act up, in fact, to rupture, a blood clot to form. If that blocks the blood flow in that artery, that's what causes a heart attack or heart muscle damage.
The cause of inflammation in seemingly healthy people like Matias, who are not obese and don't smoke, is not yet clear. But as a precaution, the husband and father of a 2-year-old watches his diet more carefully. He's gone vegan. Eating lots of fresh fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and less red meat is recommended by Dr. Bhatt, along with 30 minutes of exercise daily and getting a good night's rest. Not easy when you worry if it could happen again.
How do you manage that fear of it coming back?
So I think that's probably the biggest part out of this entire thing. What you do with fear, then you're going to start feeling things in your body that don't exist. So it's very important that you work on that right from the beginning.
Ann Thompson, NBC News.
All right, we're turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. Time magazine naming this year's 100 most influential companies across the globe. Today's list includes brands like Selena Gomez's Rare Beauty, United Airlines, and BMW.
CNBC Senior Markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, what was the magazine's sort of criteria when it came to deciding who was going to make this list?
So, Morgan, Vicky, there wasn't any set criteria. Time says it compiled the list through a combination of suggestions, also applications and survey data as well. The magazine says it is looking for companies with influence. Other companies, by the way, that top the list include artificial intelligence startup Anthropic, also Reddit, the internet messaging service, which recently made its public debut, also abortion pill maker Danco Laboratories, so a very extensive list. Meanwhile, nearly 2 million bottles of Fiji water sold on Amazon are part of a recall. The FDA said that Fiji found elevated levels of manganese and bacteria in 79,000 cases of the water sold between February 1st and March 3rd. The company, by the way, says 99% of the affected bottles were never even outside of the warehouse, but keep an eye on some of those bottles. And orange juice prices are at record highs, driven by bad weather in Brazil and citrus disease in Florida. Those are the world's top 2 producers, by the way. The benchmark frozen concentrated orange juice futures contracts closed at record highs of $4.77 on Wednesday. Now, experts say the soaring prices have forced some manufacturers and blenders to consider the use of alternative fruit juices, and they expect this to be the case for the longer term. So it may not be that you'll get the 100% frozen orange juice. It might be a mix of things like apple and others in there. So something to watch out for as a consumer.
Don, I got a couple juice suggestions for you. Got the mango juice and the lychee juice.
Ooh,
Those
yes,
are
the
really
lychee
popular in my
juice.
house. And a mango mimosa, I'm just saying.
Wow, way to start your Sunday off right.
Right?
Although
Change
you
it up a
guys
little.
not mix that mango mimosa with those Fiji water bottles.
No,
Order
no,
from
no,
Amazon.
no.
I'm a tropical fruit guy, so I will try either of those things right now. I'll just
We
tell you
love
guys
that for
both.
all of us.
Scary moments on board a school bus caught on camera. How parents risk their own lives to save students from a driver that police say was under the influence. Stay with us. You're not going to miss this. More on NBC News Daily.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head? That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It sounds like a scene from a bad movie. Panicked 911 calls from teenagers on a bus whose driver was allegedly under the influence as he was taking them on a school trip. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo explains how 2 parents put their own lives at risk to get that bus to stop.
2 parents, 9 years old, 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 9 years old,
A community outraged after a senior class trip in Central Florida was cut short due to this.
Pull over, pull over. Oh my God.
Bus driver Keith Shiflett arrested, accused of driving dozens of teens while under the influence of alcohol on Saturday.
There's something wrong with our bus driver, and he's not being responsive, and he's not stopping the bus, and he's ran through a couple red.
Shiflett was driving students and chaperones on a coach bus from Sebring to Daytona Beach, Florida, when passengers noticed him driving recklessly, according to arrest documents.
And he keeps asking him to stop, to pull over, and he's refusing.
But it took the actions of someone outside the bus to get it to stop.
If something would have happened, I couldn't even forgive myself. I don't know what I would have done.
Parents Freddie and Giselle Diaz were following along in a separate car when they got a call from their daughter.
We can hear the kids screaming in the background. We can hear everybody screaming in the background.
They jumped into action, getting in front of the massive bus, slowing it down, and eventually getting it to stop.
Not everyone would put themselves and their wife in front of danger like that, especially a big bus as fast as it was going. So we thank him very, very much.
No injuries were reported, in part thanks to those quick-thinking parents, now being hailed as the heroes of the day. Stephen Romo, NBC News.
3 black men are suing American Airlines for racial discrimination, saying they were unfairly removed from a flight just earlier this year. Now, they say they were removed from that plane with 5 other black passengers after a white flight attendant complained about an unidentified passenger's body odor. Linda Baquero with NBC New York walks us through what happened on that flight from Phoenix to New York.
We're the only ones getting taken off the plane.
This was the scene on the jetway at Phoenix Airport in January. 3 Brooklyn men say they were kicked off an American Airlines flight to JFK and weren't initially given a reason why. When they pressed further,
they told us that the reason that we were being put off the plane and rebooked was because of a body odor.
a lawsuit filed in New York against American Airlines alleges they, along with 5 other black men, were thrown off the plane solely based on their race.
So this is discrimination.
Yo, this is insane. I agree. Emmanuel Jean Joseph, Alvin Jackson, and another man were traveling separately. They say they don't know each other. The men claim they were individually approached by an airline rep who asked them to get off the plane. On the jetway, they were told they'd be rebooked on other flights. When it appeared the airline couldn't rebook them, they were allowed to get back on the plane, the flight now delayed by an hour.
It was horrible, honestly. It was everyone staring at me.
It was horrifying. It was like I felt like I was in prison. I was walking down and people were staring at me and I was going to get at the guillotine and my head was going to be chopped off at the end of it.
Their lawyer accuses American Airlines of racial discrimination and is suing in federal civil court.
To try to influence American so that this kind of thing doesn't happen to other African Americans or Black people trying to fly in the future.
American Airlines sent News 4 this statement saying, "We take all claims of discrimination very seriously. Our teams are currently investigating the matter as the claims do not reflect our core values or our purpose of caring for people."
Linda Baquero for NBC News Daily.
Stores across the country are cutting prices. How you can save money and find some major deals on essentials this summer. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now he's raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now he's real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Next week marks 80 years since D-Day. That's when American and other Allied troops stormed the beaches of Normandy during World War II. To commemorate the occasion, a 100-year-old veteran from Arkansas will return to that same battlefield to be honored alongside others who fought with him. Tylisa Hampton from our NBC affiliate KARK spoke to him about the meaning of this trip.
He might not look like it, but this Arkansan World War II veteran, William Toombs, is 100 years old.
There's not too many of the old veterans left.
Grateful he is still able to tell his story.
We flew our first bombing mission on D-Day. We were to bomb that railroad yard that morning to cut off communications, to keep the Germans from letting anything to come in, but we couldn't see the target, so we didn't drop.
This year, on June 6, marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day.
That was the largest amphibious landing in the history of the world.
Tens of thousands of American and Allied troops stormed Normandy's shoreline of northern France to take back Europe from Nazi Germany in 1944.
You just never can imagine how many ships and airplanes flew that day.
It's memories he'll soon share with around 50 other World War II veterans selected to attend the battlefield return to Normandy, with the Best Defense Foundation partnering with Delta to provide a special charter flight.
This only happened one time in a lifetime.
Taking them back to be honored in places they fought decades ago.
It'll be exciting just to meet them and talk about old times with them.
When William was 18, he enlisted in 1942, leaving his then job as a railroad mechanic apprentice.
When I enlisted, I wanted to be a mechanic. I didn't want to fly. I just evolved into a flying group.
Serving as a flight engineer gunner on both B-17s and B-24s with the 493rd Bomb Group of the 8th Army Air Corps, also known as the Mighty 8th.
I don't believe I could have picked a better crew, and every man knew his job.
Serving in 28 missions until the war ended.
When the war was over, I thought that was it. We never hear any more about it.
But to his pleasant surprise, he would be honored many times. Thankful that on this trip, he gets to join hands with others who served.
I really appreciate that part.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Tylisa Hampton.
Well, in Virginia, a sheriff's canine is now back on the force after having his leg amputated because of cancer. But his handler says that hasn't stopped the renowned pup from wanting to work. Andrew McClung from our NBC affiliate WCYB has the story.
He's one of the most popular members of the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
He loves to work.
His name is Boone, and he's a 1-year-old bloodhound canine.
That dog is just motivated and has the abilities to just hit a track and go straight to it.
Sergeant Michael Tabor is Boone's handler.
With the dog, you've got you're on call 24/7.
And the two are always ready to go.
Ready to go? He's got exceptional drive. You can't make him not work.
Sheriff Grant Kilgore says that was until a few months ago.
Then one day he gets this knot on his leg.
That knot was cancer.
Your heart drops, and you just scares you to death.
Vets removed the cancer, which also led to the amputation of Boone's leg. He was set to retire, with Kilgore and Tabor already looking for a new dog.
2 or 3 days after the surgery, I was talking to the vet, and she said, this dog's bouncing around like it has 5 legs. It does not know it's missing a leg. And she said, he's going to be able to go back to work.
After getting the all clear from the vet,
find him, man.
Boone was back doing the impossible.
When the vet cleared him to come back into service, it's like, man, this is the greatest day ever.
He was motivated. He wanted to get out there, and he wanted to find people.
Good boy. Good boy.
And a few weeks after being cleared, he found a missing child. And within the next 9 days, Boone would find 2 more.
3 finds in 10 days. That's just amazing work, and only, in my opinion, only comes from the greatest dog.
Who has some big potential for his future.
He's such a great dog, and I'm so thankful he's pushed through it.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Andrew McClung.
You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, including all the places you see there on your screen. YouTube is a real favorite, but Peacock works too. Your news continues right after these messages.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey there, welcome back on this Thursday. It is 12:30 in Des Moines, Iowa, and 1:30 in Caribou, Maine. Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Our pleasure. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news as we speak. Disgraced producer Harvey Weinstein could face new charges after more people came forward with accusations of sexual misconduct. That's from prosecutors here in New York who told a judge that they are evaluating the claims that Weinstein is already facing a retrial after his 2020 rape conviction was overturned last month. Now, this next hearing is set for early July.
14 pro-democracy activists in Hong Kong found guilty of conspiring to subvert the state over their rules in an unofficial primary election there. This is part of the territory's largest case related to a sweeping national security law imposed by China. 2 defendants were acquitted, but the prosecution says it plans to appeal. Those who were convicted could face 3 years to life in prison.
Now, look at this. A small plane making a dramatic emergency landing on a busy stretch of highway down in South Carolina, where authorities say it happened just yesterday afternoon when the pilot reported a problem with the engine. 2 people were on board, and luckily, no one was hurt.
Well, mortgage rates are currently hovering about 7%. That is pricing out a lot of prospective home buyers.
But a creative maneuver called an assumable mortgage, it's now gaining a lot of popularity because it helps people get mortgages at less than half the going rate. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chan explains how.
House hunters aren't exactly holding their heads high with mortgage rates where they are.
Interest rates are absolutely out of control. May I suggest a tree house? What?
Everybody talking about, oh, you need to buy a house, yeah, until that mortgage rate go up. Till that escrow payment just skyrockets.
But for some home buyers, hope. Christopher and Ashley Sutton purchased this home in Northeast Maryland in February. Even though mortgage rates are around 7% now, the Suttons were able to pick up the previous owner's mortgage rate of 3.4%.
Something called a assumable mortgage. Never heard of in my life.
John Gatsoulis is the RE/MAX realtor who got creative to make it happen.
An assumable mortgage is where the buyers assume the existing mortgage that the seller already has in place, instead of the buyers going out and getting their own mortgage.
After qualifying and agreeing with the buyer, the Suttons were able to take over the previous owner's mortgage, who had bought the house when rates were in the range of 3%. So in 2024, the Suttons picked up this house at a rate about half market rates, meaning big-time monthly savings.
Yeah, like $1,000, $1,500 for sure.
Monthly.
Yeah.
An estimated 12.2 million loans might be eligible for assumable mortgages. That's about 23% of homes, which could cover these right here in Northeast Maryland. That's because many VA loans, and in the case of the Suttons, FHA loans, are eligible for assumable mortgages. But many conventional mortgages are not. Another challenge, the borrower needs to cover all the equity already built up in the house. For the Suttons, it worked out because the previous owner had only built about 1.5 years worth of mortgage payments before having to move to Florida for work.
It was just one more of those stars that had to align for this to work.
Experts say assumable mortgages may not be right if the current owner has paid off a large stake of the house already. The Suttons said the process involved a lot of paperwork too. But in the end, it landed them their dream home.
What's your favorite part of the house?
Blue.
The what?
That is blue.
That it's blue? From the...
Brian Chung, NBC News, Northeast Maryland.
A new study from Harvard School of Public Health found black girls are starting puberty much earlier than average. In fact, it found the same is true for Asians, other non-white ethnicities, and anyone from a lower economic background. This supports earlier research that found black girls are more than twice as likely to start puberty earlier than white girls. Now, that research also found that puberty is beginning between ages 8 and 13 on average. But some black girls, they're starting as young as 5. Joining me now, Dr. Lucky Sikon. She is a double board certified reproductive endocrinologist and OBGYN at RMA of New York Fertility Clinic. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us, because I think for a lot of people, this study is eye-opening. I mean, we're talking about kids as young at 5. Why does this matter? Why should people care?
Well, we have known for many years now, and there have been a lot of studies that have shown girls are getting their periods earlier than, 50 plus years ago. This recent study is unique in that it really shows that there is this pattern is more pronounced in Black, Hispanic, Asian children versus non-Hispanic, white children, and in children of lower socioeconomic status. And there's a couple of theories as to why this is the case. A large part of it may be driven by higher BMI. We know that childhood obesity is on the rise in this country, but there's also other factors like environmental factors, endocrine disrupting chemicals that could mimic the effects of estrogen. And these are exposures that we are still learning more about.
It's interesting because you're talking about diet, you're talking about environmental factors, you're talking about BMI, which a lot of people sort of associate with weight. This study, though, it found, though, that girls also get their period when they get it earlier. It can take longer to actually become regular. Explain to us why that poses a problem.
Well, it is normal when someone first starts getting their period for that first year to 2 years for you to have an irregular cycle because your system is maturing. And that is normal, but if it takes longer than 2 years, that's considered a delayed time to regularity. And for some people, they may never have a regular cycle. And that points to there being a high likelihood of having metabolic or hormonal imbalances. And this can be associated with infertility and metabolic issues like type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure later in life, and higher all-cause mortality.
Just fascinating. And I think, frankly, something that a lot of people aren't even aware is happening. So thank you for educating all of us. Reproductive endocrinologist and OBGYN, Dr. Lucky Sikon, thank you so much.
Really fascinating conversation. Well, Morgan, over the past few years, many Americans packed up and moved to Florida. But now some say they are having second thoughts about the Sunshine State. NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece spoke with several former transplants about why they're now leaving.
This is beautiful. You know, you can't ask for a nicer setting.
Months into the pandemic, Dennis Cole sold his Connecticut home and, like hundreds of thousands of Americans, headed to Florida. Many drawn by the state's lower taxes and sunny skies.
It's not the panacea that I had in my head.
But now he's preparing to put his Florida house on the market and move back north.
We have political issues in Florida that are just ugly. We have costs skyrocketing.
Florida has been among the fastest growing states in the nation since the start of the pandemic. In 2022 alone, more than 700,000 people moved there. But at the same time, nearly 500,000 left, the largest number since the Great Recession. We spoke with dozens of former Florida residents who have recently left the state. Among the reasons they gave, a soaring cost of living. Florida has had one of the nation's highest rates of inflation. Last year, car insurance was up 24% and homeowners insurance jumped 42%. Home prices have risen 60% since 2020.
They love the blue skies and the dolphins and the water, but this comes at a price.
John Desitel has spent 2 decades selling Florida real estate.
Are you getting a lot of calls from people who moved down here during COVID who are now looking to leave?
Yeah, we are.
And what's the #1 reason they're giving?
Politics.
Florida has recently enacted some of the most conservative legislation in the country, including a near total ban on abortions and restrictions on how race and sexuality are taught in schools.
My in-migration people want to move here due to politics. My out-migration people want to move out of here due to politics.
A spokesperson for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said that under his leadership, Florida led the country in domestic in-migration in 2022 and saw the highest population growth rate in generations.
Look, this has always been a transient state. People come and go. That's normal. I think our policies have attracted folks.
For Cole, who considered himself a moderate conservative when he moved to Florida, the state's political shift to the right has contributed to his decision to leave.
Whether it was fighting with Disney, the whole LGBTQ thing, it's just that there are so many things that make it uncomfortable for a lot of people to be here.
Leaving him and others looking for a brighter future outside the Sunshine State. Shannon Pettypiece, NBC News, St. Pete Beach, Florida.
Well, here's something a lot of people have been talking about. Walgreens is joining the new wave of major retailers who are actually slashing their prices in their stores.
Yeah, the retail giant is the latest. They're calling it their summer of savings, and they're going to lower the cost on more than 1,300 items. The company is hoping these savings will help customers, quote, under financial strain, struggling to purchase everyday essentials. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now. So, Christine, we saw Target doing this, Walmart doing this. Now, Walgreens is joining this. What kinds of items, though, are we talking about?
Like 1,300 things. There were some pool toys on this list. You know, there's some vitamin gummies that were on this list with a couple of dollar price cut there. There was a Squishmallow little toys, like down $4. A whole bunch of things on here that you've probably heard of. And there's an old phrase that I learned covering markets years ago. Higher prices cure higher prices, meaning when prices keep rising, at some point consumers are like, no thanks. And all of a sudden, retailers and fast food companies and the like have to start cutting prices to get your business back. So I feel as though prices have been rising for so long. Yeah. This is sort of the David versus Goliath moment where consumers are like, I'll go across the street if the price is cheaper someplace else, and these companies know it.
It's also an interesting moment because it's happening during the summer. People are hitting the road, they're traveling. That means a lot more driving, a lot more eating out. Are there other spaces and places there we're going to see savings?
We're seeing a lot of a value war really in fast food, no question. So I think you can expect that to continue for the foreseeable future. And you're so right. People are spending on cruises, on plane tickets, on vacations, on experiences, but they're really sick and tired of feeling nickeled and dimed on the little everyday things like the bottle of lotion and the lunch meal. Yeah. So I think that it's very clear that many of the CEOs know that that's happening, that people do have money to spend, but they're spending it differently now 3 years into inflation. In terms of gas prices, I think you can expect gas prices to remain pretty steady this year. They're down a penny overnight from where they were a year ago. So that's kind of, actually they're $3.52 right now is what you have there, but they're down. They're up from a week ago. Those numbers are a little different than what I was showing this morning. But I'm telling you that I feel as though Prices are probably going to trickle along here sideways, and so people can start to plan their vacations and plan their driving vacations.
Higher prices cure higher prices. Consumers are basically saying enough is enough.
Yep,
I'm not going to buy that Squishmallow.
Attention, falling prices. There will be some falling prices out there.
Enough. Christine Romans, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, we are getting a first look at the new Moana movie, plus many new movies and shows that are coming out this summer. What to watch when we come back. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Well, as we head into summer, there is so much to look forward to on the big and the small screen, frankly. So we're getting ready to head back into the kitchen for a third season of The Bear, Vicky.
And we are finally getting a look at the highly anticipated sequel to Moana. I'm super excited about that one, Morgan. Here to break it all down is TV personality and host of The Baker Show podcast, Baker Machado himself. Baker.
Hi, guys.
So
good
great
to
have
see you.
So wait, third season of The Bear?
Oh,
I
yes.
can't believe there's been that many episodes already.
Oh, yes, and everybody's been waiting for this forever. We finally got served the trailer for season 3 just this week. Yes, we got served it on a great dish this week. So we get to see how Carmy, played by the amazing Jeremy Allen White, handles now the success of The Bear now that it's a fully blown restaurant and all the sort of pitfalls that come with it. And based off the trailer, it doesn't look like they're handling it too well, guys. Hulu is going to be dropping all of the episodes for season 3 on June the 27th. Now, last time we saw Carmy, I know you remember this, Morgan.
Yes.
He was trapped inside of the fridge in the end of season 2. Clearly, he's able to get out of it.
Lots of kitchen scenes.
But this has won every award imaginable, from the Golden Globes to the Emmys to everything. So this is great for Bear fans out there.
I love that. Totally switching gears here.
Morgan wants to be out of the kitchen.
Yes, she wants out of the kitchen and on an island with Moana.
Take me to the island with Moana.
Yes.
Tell me about the sequel, Baker.
This is so exciting. I mean, 2016 was the last time we got Moana on the the big screen. Now we're finally getting a sequel to it. Disney dropping the sequel trailer earlier this week. The entire cast, including Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, is returning. This is going to take place 3 years after the first one. This is going to follow Moana as she's leaving the island in search for more life. Now, this is going to hit theaters later this year on the 27th of November. It's also getting a live-action adaptation in 2026 as well. And this is coming at a great time for Disney because this was the most streamed movie on all of Disney Plus last year.
Really?
So people are very, very excited for the return of Moana.
I wonder why. I mean, the soundtrack is amazing.
Yes.
It's the most streamed last year.
Have you seen the picture of The Rock that they just put up?
Yes, I mean, that also helps as well.
Him off, like any island. There we go.
You'll sail into the distance with him?
Sail into the distance with him, Moana, you name it. Just tell me. Like.
Speaking of another heartthrob, Zac Efron and Nicole Kidman in a new film, A Family Affair. What's this one about?
Okay, so guys, listen to this. Imagine your former boss, who you cannot stand whatsoever, starts dating your mom. That is basically the synopsis of this show. Zac Efron, or this movie, Zac Efron stars as a movie star, and he dates his former assistant's mom, played by the great Nicole Kidman. This is going to premiere on Netflix on June the 28th. This is actually the second time Nicole Kidman and Zac Efron have been in a movie together. They were in The Paperboy back in 2012. It also has an amazing cast in this. Kathy Bates is in this. Joey King is in this as well. So definitely going to be on top of my radar next month when this comes out.
And Nicole's had a big year. I mean, I just was looking at a trailer for, I think, The Expats.
Yes, on Amazon Prime, which is awesome.
Is it good?
It's so good. And she's got so many shows on different streaming platforms. You've got Big Little Lies on Max. I mean, she's everywhere.
Oh, man. I
the
saw
AMC thing as well.
Okay. Knives Out 3.
Can't wait.
Big casting names. Who's in it?
Huge casting names. It is a list of whodunit for Knives Out 3. Kerry Washington, Glenn Close, Andrew Scott, all joining the next film, including Benoit Blanc, played by the great Daniel Craig. This is not coming out until 2025, but this one is being titled Wake Up Dead Man, a Knives Out mystery. Now, plot details haven't been revealed so far, but writer-director Rian Johnson has basically kept this under wraps. He and Daniel Craig are saying, though, that this is going to be Blanc's most dangerous case yet. So they're going to go into production later this year, and I'm loving this. Kerry Washington, Glenn Close. I mean, how could you go wrong with that?
Look how beautifully shot it is. I mean, it looks beautifully done.
No, this is season 2, yeah?
That was the second one.
That was, I mean, the second one.
Was that the second
installment?
Which was at the time.
Late? I'm like a whole season late?
You're a whole film late.
Wow.
There's 2 films, and now this will be the third.
And the second one, by the way, at the time was one of the most streamed things on Netflix at the time when it came out.
Breaking records out here. This, Moana.
Yeah, I know. And speaking of big names, let's talk about Variety's Actors on Actors coming out with a 20th season. We got about 25 seconds.
Okay, guys, the list on this thing is amazing. The Actors on Actors, where they interview each other. You got Emma Corrin and Elizabeth Debicki, who both played Princess Di in The Crown, interviewing each other. Robert Downey Jr., Jodie Foster, Quinta Brunson is talking with Jennifer Aniston, John Hamm with Kristen Wiig, but the one a lot of people are talking about right now online, Kim Kardashian and Chloe Sevigny. They are going to be talking about working with Ryan Murphy. A lot of people surprised that Kim Kardashian is an actor on that list.
You are incredible.
Calm down, haters.
Baker Machado, thank you. You are the best.
Thanks,
Stay with
guys.
us. You're watching NBC News Day.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Now to a big shakeup for Major League Baseball. It is updating the record books to honor the milestones of some of the greatest players of all time.
That's right. The MLB announced this week that it's now recognizing career and season data from the Negro Leagues and its official stats. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster has more on the new look leaderboards.
It's a dramatic shift in the recorded history of Major League Baseball. For the first time, MLB is including data from the Negro Leagues in official stats. Josh Gibson, who went pro in 1930, now has the league's #1 career and single-season batting average and slugging percentage, surpassing Ty Cobb, Babe Ruth, and Barry Bonds.
This is a great day, not only for the Gibson family, but all the family members of Negro League Baseball players.
Gibson's great-grandson says the honor is meaningful.
This will change how other people view him, but does it alter how you view him?
No. If Josh Gibson played in the Negro Leagues or the Major Leagues, he was still one of the greatest of all time.
The recognition coming after an independent committee spent more than 3 years reviewing a patchwork of available data, including thousands of box scores, with more than 2,300 players from the Negro Leagues now entered into the public database.
We have a whole lot of black baseball players who are great, who, but for the color of their skin, would be competing with Ty Cobb, would be striking out Babe Ruth.
In a statement, MLB says this initiative will ensure that future generations of fans have access to the statistics and milestones of all those who made the Negro Leagues possible. Last week, the league and its Players Association also announcing expanded financial assistance programs to support players from the Negro Leagues, but few are still alive.
We've caught up with our past. We've made it right. This is sort of reparations. Reparations come to Major League Baseball.
Official records honoring some of baseball's greats. Shaquille Brewster, NBC News.
Olympic gymnast Gabby Douglas is ending her bid for the Paris team. Douglas told ESPN that it's because of an ankle injury she sustained during training just this past week. Now, she also said she intends to continue training and hopes of joining the 2028 Olympic team in Los Angeles.
Douglas was scheduled to compete in 3 events at this weekend's U.S. Gymnastics Championships in Texas. She qualified for the event earlier this month, and it was the first time in 8 years that Douglas participated in a competitive event. If she had been named to the Paris team, she would have been the first American woman since Dominique Dawes to make 3 Olympic teams.
So usually when you appear before a judge, you really want to be on your best behavior. Well, one man in Michigan took a very different approach.
Yeah, earlier this month, Corey Harris dialed into a Zoom call for his court appearance on charges of driving without a license. There was just one problem when his Zoom shot popped up. Take a look.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
A lot of strikes in that video.
I mean, imagine doing the thing that took you to court on video, like the very thing. So that is Mr. Harris driving, well, with a suspended license. So after the judge, who looks completely unimpressed, waited patiently for him to park, he pointed out, well, this obvious fact and then handed down his decision.
So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driver with a license suspended?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he was just driving. And he didn't have a license. Defendant is turning himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond.
Yeah, there's a lot of tough calls there. Also, the driving while distracted and being late to the Zoom. According to the New York Times, Mr. Harris did indeed report to jail. He was eventually released on bond. Court records show he is due back in court next week, and hopefully this time he comes in person with someone else taking him, or maybe a rideshare service. There are a lot of options nowadays.
Or maybe he turns his camera off.
I don't know
Also,
if that's going to be the solution.
A possibility.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oof. That was a tough one. All right. Thanks for being with us today. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, May 30th, 2024, deliberate questions. Jurors are now in day 2 of deliberations in former President Trump's hush money trial. The questions the jurors have had and the testimony they wanted to hear a second time, what it might indicate.
Deadline day, troubled manufacturer Boeing has until today to reassure the public their planes are safe to fly. How Boeing just said it plans to make that all happen.
Price drop. More major retailers are slashing their prices. Why so many are jumping in and where consumers may not see deals this summer.
Plus, hit the brakes. A man shows up virtually in court from behind the wheel for a hearing on his suspended license.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
We'll have the rest of their unbelievable exchange coming up later this hour.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll look forward to that interesting story. But we do begin this hour with the second day of jury deliberations underway right now in the criminal trial of former President Donald Trump.
The jurors are back in the jury room again once after hearing portions of testimony from 2 of the prosecution's key witnesses. The jurors heard testimony again from former tabloid executive David Pecker and Trump's former fixer and attorney Michael Cohen. Among other things, they wanted to hear what both men said about a meeting that happened inside Trump Tower.
Both of them testified the purpose of that meeting was to discuss how Pecker's company, which published the National Enquirer, could help the Trump campaign during the 2016 election. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis is outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Also with us, NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden here on set. Rahema, I'll start with you. So the jury, I think, has sent 3 notes so far. What have they requested?
Yeah, it's a lot of things they've been requesting, and so far, I should tell you, it's been about 2.5 hours or so of deliberating. That's because this morning they had a readback of this. These are the jury instructions, pages long. They wanted about 30 of the pages read to them because they don't have it in the room with them. So they wanted a readback of that. In addition, one of the things that they were requesting is that they wanted to see more about wanted to get headphones, and the judge suggested that they should get some speakers because they wanted to listen to some of the evidence. They don't have that, but they wanted to listen to it. They have 2 laptops in the room, and rather than listen on those tiny little speakers off of the laptop, the judge suggested, let's get speakers in there to make it easier for them. In addition, they wanted testimony from David Pecker and testimony from Michael Cohen. This is because the judge has said to them they can't make a guilty verdict on this case based on Michael Cohen alone. There's got to be some corroboration. That would come from David Pecker. That reference that they wanted to hear in his testimony, he testified back in June of 2016, you know, the presidential campaign was in full swing, that he was at a meeting in New Jersey and got a call from Donald Trump. And Donald Trump was asking him about a story around Karen McDougal and whether or not they should buy it and so forth, and kill it, if you will. And Pecker testified that Trump said to him, I don't buy this, but I want you to talk to Michael Cohen. He will get back to you. And Cohen testified that when he did hear from Michael Cohen said, so don't worry, he told him, I'm your friend and the boss will take care of it. He was asked by the prosecution who was the boss. Pecker said Donald Trump. What did you understand that to mean? Pecker said that I would be either reimbursed by the Trump organization or by Donald Trump. And he said, did Michael Cohen say anything to you that he was aware of the conversation that you, Pecker, had with him, Donald Trump? Pecker testified yes. He said, I heard what you said to the boss, meaning to Donald Trump, and, quote, I want you to go forward and negotiate the purchase of the story. This may be some part of an issue that the jurors are trying to define around the question of election interference. And could this be a part of it? We don't know yet, but they are deliberating, and we hope that it won't be for too long that we'll find out. Kate,
yeah,
is it Clay?
A lot of information the jury is tasked with synthesizing and understanding. So, Kristen, let's bring you in, because during closing arguments, the prosecution did say, go back to David Pecker's testimony. And what did the jury do? They did. They asked to hear it again. What might that indicate to us?
It's an interesting development, and quite frankly, my experience tells me that this is exactly where the prosecution wants to be. It bodes well for the prosecution. Keep in mind, this testimony, as Rahema alluded to, really shows Donald Trump's direct knowledge. It really shows his involvement in the alleged conspiracy with regard to the catch and kill story. But also importantly, it shows that he had empowered Cohen to really execute this plan on his behalf. And therein lies the heart of the underlying crime. So I think this is great for the prosecution. The other thing is, listen, Pecker's testimony was at the beginning of the trial. So having the jury hear Pecker's testimony alongside Michael Cohen's testimony, listening for consistencies, is also a good sign for the prosecution.
Kristen, the jury can't have the instructions with them, and they can't have a transcription of the testimony. Why is that? Is that normal?
Yeah, so in New York, you know, the deliberations have to be based on the collective memory, understanding, and shared experience of the jurors. So if you have a transcript in the deliberation room where only one person's reading it, it's not really the collective understanding of the jury as a whole. It also doesn't allow for collective participation and active participation during the deliberations. So asking for the testimony allows not only for different portions of the transcript to be taken out of context, but it also allows for the collective understanding and active participation in deliberations. Same with the jury instructions.
Okay. Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, always good to have you. Rahema Ellis, thanks so much.
Just moments ago, we learned new details about how aircraft manufacturer Boeing plans to address serious safety issues that have plagued its production processes in recent years.
Federal regulators had given the company 90 days to come up with a plan after that near catastrophic door plug blowout we all remember in January. NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar joins us now from Atlanta Airport. Priya, what did we just learn about Boeing's plan to try to address these safety issues?
Yeah, that's right. Well, the FAA leadership and Boeing leadership delivered this press conference where we learned new details about the plan. The FAA said that they were involved throughout the 90 days with Boeing in coming up with this plan. But what we've learned is that now Boeing will be required to have a safety management system, which will also include a mechanism for employees to report any safety issues that they might observe anonymously, so without fear of reprisal. There's also going to be enhanced oversight of the suppliers that Boeing uses to produce their aircraft. But one of the biggest takeaways from this press conference is that Boeing is not going to be allowed to increase the production levels that it currently has unless it actually adheres to this plan. So that was a question that many reporters kept asking the FAA. How are you going to know whether or not Boeing is actually sticking to the plan? And they said that they do have some key performance indicators that they're going to be monitoring. They're going to have a dashboard. But why this is relevant for all of us is that we're heading into what's expected to be a record-breaking travel season ahead. And so any sort of production delays or a decrease in anticipated production could have impacts on flight schedules and flight availabilities as soon as this fall.
So, Priya, notably, all of this also has to do with the fallout from two 737 MAX crashes from back in 2018, 2019. Those killed 346 people. Boeing actually reached a deal with the Department of Justice years ago to avoid prosecution. So how does that now play out with today's announcement?
That's right. So at the time, the settlement that was agreed upon said that Boeing wouldn't face any federal criminal prosecution as long as they stick with a certain safety protocol, which now the Department of Justice is saying, listen, you did not hold up your end of the bargain. So tomorrow, the Department of Justice will be meeting with the families of those victims in those two air crashes to see whether or not they will, in fact, pursue criminal charges moving forward, guys.
All right. Priya Sridhar, thank you so much.
Well, today, the Supreme Court released a new batch of opinions, but the High Court is also facing mounting criticism after Justice Samuel Alito declined to recuse himself from two cases related to January 6th.
Justice Alito has been criticized after reporting revealed controversial flags were flown outside two of his homes. One is an upside-down American flag. The other has the Revolutionary War-era motto, "Appeal to Heaven." Similar flags were flown by people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. Alito says his wife hung them and he is not responsible. NBC News senior Washington correspondent and anchor of Hallie Jackson Now. Hallie Jackson is here in studio with us. So, Hallie, I understand you have some major breaking news for us.
Just in literally the last 5 minutes, there's a new letter now that has been sent from the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court to the chairman of the Judiciary Committee and Senator Sheldon Whitehouse as well. Basically, congressional Democrats on the Senate side, because these are Democrats who had said, OK, Alito, you're recusing yourself. This is not, or you're not recusing yourself. That's not good enough. They called that, some of them, an ethical lapse in judgment. And Senator Durbin himself, while he didn't go that far, did suggest that this is leading to a decline in public confidence in the Supreme Court. And he said, hey, Chief Justice John Roberts, what are you going to do about it? Well, the Chief Justice is now responding. He is basically saying, hey, thanks, but no thanks. We're not going to meet. He said he thought that would be inadvisable based on the precedent of 235 years of history, essentially, in which individual justices decide recusal issues. Now, remember, there is a new code of conduct that the Supreme Court adopted late last year. It is enforceable by the justices themselves, right? So they are the ones who make decisions on whether they should step aside from cases or not. And of course, the cases in front of the Supreme Court this term involve a key case involving January 6th defendants, as well as one involving former President Trump's claim of immunity here. So the Chief Justice is saying, it's up to the justices. Alito explained that in a letter to you. And by the way, wouldn't look great, and I'm paraphrasing here, he says, for me to meet with only lawmakers from one party, like the optics of that, that's just not something that the court typically does.
Okay, and I want to ask you, you mentioned the Court of Public Opinion a second ago.
Yeah.
So there's a new Marquette Law School poll that was out this week that found the Supreme Court has a 39% approval rating overall. That is real low. The approval rating's down across Democrats, across independents and Republicans, and 60% 41% disapprove of what the court is doing. So that's the context that we come into this with. And this, I would think, what's happening now with Justice Alito might even damage the court further.
That's the argument that some Democrats are making, like Senator Durbin, basically saying there is a crisis of confidence here, that the American people are in this downward spiral as it relates to trust in the court. And those numbers you just showed, Kate, they're backed up by literally decades of polling from Gallup, right? Since, since the early 2000s, you go back and look at that, 70%-ish, 50, 60%, the Supreme Court would be is an approval rating. Near record lows now, right around 40, 41%, which matches what Marquette shows as well. So clearly there has been, I think, a turn in the way that people feel about the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court knows this. The justices are aware of that. That's part of what was behind the code of conduct that was established last year. But again, critics have really shined a spotlight on the lack of enforceability as it relates to that code. That's something that you're seeing even House Democrats push back on. I should note there are conservatives, Senator Mike Lee, for example, who says, hey, wait a second, Alito doesn't need to recuse. There's no reason for him to recuse. These flags were his wife's thing, not him. He can be impartial in front of these cases. And a number of congressional Republicans agree with that sentiment, that there is absolutely no need for Alito to have to step aside. So again, you're seeing this divide down partisan lines.
Hallie Jackson, always great to have you, especially in person. Thanks so much. Well, don't miss Hallie coming up as well on Hallie Jackson Now, streaming live starting at 5 p.m. Eastern. That's right on NBC News Now.
And don't go anywhere, because coming up, high costs and high credit card debt have more people considering getting a financial advisor. But is that move worth it?
We'll get into that. Plus, after days of hail, rain, strong winds, Texas once again facing a severe storm threat. What millions in the Lone Star State, many without power, need to look out for. Up next on NBC News Daily.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Florida's pandemic-fueled population boom now appears to be busting.
Yeah, people who moved to the Sunshine State are now putting up for sale signs. NBC's Shannon Pettypiece traveled to Florida to find out why.
This is beautiful. You can't ask for a nicer setting.
Months into the pandemic, Dennis Cole sold his Connecticut home and, like hundreds of thousands of Americans, headed to Florida. Many drawn by the state's lower taxes and sunny skies.
It's not the panacea that I had in my head.
But now he's preparing to put his Florida house on the market and move back north.
We have political issues in Florida that are just ugly. We have costs skyrocketing.
Florida has been among the fastest growing states in the nation since the start of the pandemic. In 2022 alone, more than 700,000 people moved there. But at the same time, nearly 500,000 left, the largest number since the Great Recession. We spoke with dozens of former Florida residents who have recently left the state. Among the reasons they gave, a soaring cost of living. Florida has had one of the nation's highest rates of inflation. Last year, car insurance was up 24% and homeowners insurance jumped 42%. Home prices have risen 60% since 2020.
They love the blue skies and the dolphins and the water, but this comes at a price.
John Desitel has spent 2 decades selling Florida real estate.
Are you getting a lot of calls from people who moved down here during COVID who are now looking to leave?
Yeah, we are.
And what's the #1 reason they're giving?
Politics.
Florida has recently enacted some of the most conservative legislation in the country, including a near total ban on abortions and restrictions on how race and sexuality are taught in schools.
My in-migration people want to move here due to politics. My out-migration people want to move out of here due to politics.
A spokesperson for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said that under his leadership, Florida led the country in domestic in-migration in 2022 and saw the highest population growth rate in generations.
Look, this has always been a transient state. People come and go. That's normal. I think our policies have attracted folks.
For Cole, who considered himself a moderate conservative when he moved to Florida, the state's political shift to the right has contributed to his decision to leave.
Whether it was fighting with Disney, whether the whole LGBTQ thing, it's just that there are so many things that make it uncomfortable for a lot of people to be here.
Leaving him and others looking for a brighter future outside the Sunshine State. Shannon Pettypiece, NBC News, St. Pete Beach, Florida.
A Michigan man was asked by a judge to turn himself in after he was caught on camera driving under a suspended license.
But get this, that was all during his virtual court hearing earlier this month. Take a look at the moment 44-year-old Corey Harris joins the call.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
Well, after realizing what was going on, Judge Simpson points out to Harris that he should not be driving at all.
So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he was just driving. And he didn't have a license. Defendant is to turn himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond.
It's like he just realized. Jail records show that Mr. Harris did indeed turn himself in that evening. He was eventually released on bond, and another hearing on the case is scheduled for next week.
Phew.
Maybe he goes in person this time.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Well, coming up, a lot of people are avoiding buying a home because of sky-high mortgage rates. But what if you didn't have to pay those high costs? That's ahead on Daily.
Kelly, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments.
Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
In Florida, a group of high school seniors were on their way to a graduation trip, but their bus driver allegedly showed up to work drunk. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has more on the two parents who swooped in to stop the bus.
A community outraged after a senior class trip in Central Florida was cut short due to this.
Pull over, pull over. Oh my God.
Bus driver Keith Shiflett arrested, accused of driving dozens of teens while under the influence of alcohol on Saturday.
There's something wrong with our bus driver, and he's not being responsive, and he's not stopping the bus, and he's ran through a couple red.
Shiflett was driving students and chaperones on a coach bus from Sebring to Daytona Beach, Florida, when passengers noticed him driving recklessly, according to arrest documents.
And he keeps asking him to stop, to pull over, and he's refusing.
But it took the actions of someone outside the bus to get it to stop.
If something would have happened, I couldn't even forgive myself. I don't know what I would have done.
Parents Freddie and Giselle Diaz were following along in a separate car when they got a call from their daughter.
We can hear the kids screaming in the background. We can hear everybody screaming in the background.
They jumped into action, getting in front of the massive bus, slowing it down, and eventually getting it to stop.
Not everyone would put themselves and their wife in front of danger like that, especially a big bus as fast as it was going. So we thank him very, very much.
No injuries were reported, in part thanks to those quick-thinking parents, now being hailed as the heroes of the day.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Around 6 million young people in our country have been diagnosed with some form of an attention disorder. Now, there's a new treatment being tested that does not use any drugs, and it actually involves more screen time for kids. NBC's Jay Gray explains.
Even a quick look online can be hypnotizing, fast-paced, overwhelming. Chaos, many doctors say, contributing to the explosion of attention deficit disorders in the U.S. According to the CDC, more than 14 million Americans have ADHD, including close to 6 million children.
And when we're on screens, our brain is literally dumping dopamine, the neurotransmitter that is so important for focus.
Focus is something 11-year-old Clinton Pierce and his parents say he struggled with for years.
I could, be in a whole conversation, and then 5 seconds later, I could be like, oh, look at that LeBron painting.
Formerly diagnosed with ADHD and initially prescribed Adderall, the drug helped for about a month, they say, before actually making things worse.
So that's when we fully started to explore different options.
Landing on an option that, ironically, includes more screen time. It's called Mindy, a new treatment for ADHD, depression, addiction, insomnia, and other cognitive issues. And here's how it works. Using a neurofeedback headband in conjunction with an online video game, patients concentrate on moving a ball up a hill, increasing blood flow and providing more oxygen to the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for focus, attention, and emotion. The device, described as a gem for your brain, is endorsed by neuroscientists at Stanford, Princeton, and Lund, a research university in Sweden. And NASA is aiming to use Mindy as a part of its long-duration space flight mission later this year. A study conducted with the space agency shows astronauts using it during downtime have reported performance increases and say Mindy helps them manage the stress that comes with isolation and confinement, while other independent studies indicate the technology can be effective in treating ADHD. For Clinton, Mindy has struck the perfect chord.
It's helped me a lot, and I love it. It's pretty fun, actually.
He isn't taking medicine anymore and says using Mindy for about 10 minutes a day, along with a healthy diet, meditation, and therapy, has helped him excel as an athlete and in the classroom, where he was just named the 5th grade student of the semester.
I think it's really helped my attention and focus on somebody speaking. In class, maybe I'd get up and like do a little doodle during class like last year. But Mendy kind of like, it helped me focus on the ball, which helps me focus on my teacher and also like maybe my coach or my parents.
Increased focus that for Clinton and his family makes the treatment a slam dunk. Jay Gray, NBC News.
Jay, thanks, and we'll be right back.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A California judge has opened the door slightly for Scott Peterson in his long-shot bid for a new trial. Peterson is serving a life sentence without parole after he was convicted of murdering his wife Lacey and their unborn child 2 decades ago. The judge now ruled that a hearing will be held in July to discuss the possibility of conducting another DNA test of duct tape found on Lacey's body.
We have new video this hour of a tornado that touched down outside of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Monday. The National Weather Service confirms this was an EF1 tornado. Homes and businesses were damaged, but no one was hurt. Today, 13 million people from Colorado to Texas face the risk of severe storms, including isolated tornadoes, heavy rainfall, and localized flooding.
A New York Mets pitcher is getting cut after appearing to say that his team was the worst in the league. Reliever Jorge Lopez appeared to make the comment after getting ejected during a loss to the Dodgers last night. When asked to clarify if he said the Mets were the worst team in the league, Lopez said, quote, "Yeah, probably." According to the Associated Press, the Mets have already begun the process of cutting him from the team.
Heading overseas now, the Israeli military says it has established tactical control over the border between Gaza and Egypt. The move was part of Israel's offensive in the city of Rafah in southern Gaza. As part of the operation, Israel announced it's discovered around 20 tunnels crossing from Egypt into Gaza, which they say Hamas used for smuggling weapons and supplies. NBC News has not independently verified those claims. NBC News international correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from London. So, Megan, what's the significance of Israel controlling this specific corridor between Egypt and Gaza, and what can you tell us about those tunnels that were discovered?
So this is a strategic corridor along Gaza's border with Egypt, which Israel says has allowed cross-border smuggling of weapons and other goods into and out of Egypt. The occupation of this corridor could very well impact relations between Israel and Egypt because of an agreement both countries made nearly 2 decades ago, allowing the Palestinians to control the Rafah side of the border. Now, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu sees having control of this corridor as a key part of their mission to defeating Hamas. So we are still standing by, waiting for official word and comment coming out of Egypt, which we've not yet heard. Sinclair.
And Megan, we're learning that the United States, Egypt, and Israel will meet in the coming days to discuss Gaza border security. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so this latest reporting is coming in from our colleague Monica Alba at the White House. She's confirmed that an initial interagency delegation will travel to Egypt to follow up on the call between President Biden and President Sisi of Egypt for further discussions on the Rafah border crossing and border security. Now, our team at the White House has also learned that a broader and more senior delegation will then travel to continue those discussions, though the details are still being figured out, but we should learn more information in the coming days. Sinclair.
All right, we know you'll stay on it. Megan Fitzgerald, thank you.
An important warning this hour about your heart health. More doctors report seeing an alarming uptick in heart attacks among seemingly healthy young adults. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson shows us the risk factors they think could be fueling the trend.
Matias Escobar runs to control his physical and mental health.
Bye, Matias!
The 38-year-old fine-tuning his mind and body with years of triathlons. Until last October, when the unthinkable happened. Matias collapsed at the end of a race from a heart attack.
How close to death did you come?
I was dead for several minutes.
You were dead?
I mean, my heart stopped beating, and they kept me with CPR for 12 minutes until the ambulance came.
The heroic CPR was caught on camera. His smartwatch recorded what happened to his heart.
So you've got one heartbeat there.
Yes, and then nothing.
For 2 days, he was in a coma. Doctors mystified by how this young man in great shape came so close to death.
Did you eat a lot of red meat?
No.
Did you drink?
Very, very little, I would say, social.
How's the stress?
I wasn't a stressed out person at all.
Trying to unravel the mystery of young heart attacks, Dr. Deepak Bhatt, director of Mount Sinai Fuster Heart Hospital in New York City. He's looking into patients presenting with no known risk factors like diabetes, high blood pressure, and high cholesterol. Dr. Bhatt says 12% of heart attack patients don't have those risk factors.
We're seeing younger people come in like we never used to see before.
Why is that?
Well, that's a great question. I think there are a lot of reasons for that. One probably has to do with the obesity epidemic, but it could also be other things. I hate to say it, but there's more substance abuse these days. Things like cocaine, for example, even smoking marijuana.
Another potential clue, long smoldering inflammation.
And I'm talking about inflammation in the arteries, supplying blood to the heart. It might lead to the plaque in that artery to act up, in fact, to rupture, a blood clot to form. If that blocks the blood flow in that artery, that's what causes a heart attack or heart muscle damage.
The cause of inflammation in seemingly healthy people like Matias, who are not obese and don't smoke, is not yet clear. But as a precaution, the husband and father of a 2-year-old watches his diet more carefully. He's gone vegan. Eating lots of fresh fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and less red meat is recommended by Dr. Bhatt, along with 30 minutes of exercise daily and getting a good night's rest. Not easy when you worry if it could happen again.
How do you manage that fear of it coming back?
So I think that's probably the biggest part out of this entire thing. What you do with fear, then you're going to start feeling things in your body that don't exist. So it's very important that you work on that right from the beginning.
Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Wow, Ann, thank you. Anyone who has ever bought a house knows one of the biggest hurdles can be getting a mortgage.
Right now, the average rate for a 30-year fixed mortgage is 7.29%, but some buyers are getting creative to cut that rate in half. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung shows us how.
House hunters aren't exactly holding their heads high with mortgage rates where they are.
Interest rates are absolutely out of control.
May I suggest a tree house?
What?
Everybody talking about, oh, you need to buy a house, yeah, until that mortgage rate go up. Till that escrow payment just skyrockets.
But for some home buyers, hope. Christopher and Ashley Sutton purchased this home in Northeast Maryland in February. Even though mortgage rates are around 7% now, the Suttons were able to pick up the previous owner's mortgage rate of 3.4%.
It's something called a assumable mortgage. Never heard of it in my life.
John Gatsoulis is the RE/MAX realtor who got creative to make it happen.
An assumable mortgage is where the buyers assume the existing mortgage that the seller already has in place, instead of the buyers going out and getting their own mortgage.
After qualifying and agreeing with the buyer, the Suttons were able to take over the previous owner's mortgage, who had bought the house when rates were in the range of 3%. So in 2024, the Suttons picked up this house at a rate about half market rates, meaning big-time monthly savings.
Yeah, like $1,000, $1,500 for sure.
Monthly.
Yeah.
An estimated 12.2 million loans might be eligible for assumable mortgages. That's about 23% of homes, which could cover these right here in Northeast Maryland. That's because many VA loans and, in the case of the Suttons, FHA loans are eligible for assumable mortgages, but many conventional mortgages are not. Another challenge, the borrower needs to cover all the equity already built up in the house. For the Suttons, it worked out because the previous owner had only built about a year and a half's worth of mortgage payments before having to move to Florida for work.
It was just one more of those stars that had to align for this to work.
Experts say assumable mortgages may not be right if the current owner has paid off a large stake of the house already. The Suttons said the process involved a lot of paperwork too. But in the end, it landed them their dream home.
What's your favorite part of the house?
Blue.
The what?
That is blue.
That it's blue? From the
Brian Chung, NBC News, Northeast Maryland.
Love that, Brian. Thank you. All right, let's talk about money, specifically your money.
Yeah, if you need help managing it, maybe thinking about buying a house or whatever, it might be a good idea to get a financial advisor. But how do you get one, and what can they actually do for you? Here to break that down for us, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson. Sharon, we love this topic. I think a lot of our viewers might think that financial advisors are something fancy that is only for certain people who can afford that. Mm-hmm. Is that the case?
Well, that's definitely not the case. It's for anyone who needs it, actually, and the cost of it can vary widely. Yes, there are some financial advisors that may say, if you don't have over 6 figures to invest with me, I'm not going to do business with you. But there are others that will just, you can pay them by the hour for specific things that you need help with, like figuring out if you can afford to buy a home or how you're going to retire. So it can be affordable for people, and they're also free places to go.
So, Sharon, and we'll dig into the free stuff in a minute, but walk us through the different financial advisors that exist and how might someone go about picking what's best for them?
There are a lot of different types of financial advisors. There's a word that kind of encompasses many different folks, whether you're talking about a robo-advisor who's not really a person, but more like an algorithm that picks what investments you should be in based on a questionnaire that you fill out, a financial coach who's kind of helping you with basic money management skills, or a certified financial planner who has gone through some rigorous training to be certified in a more holistic view of financial planning. Wealth managers focusing on investment advice and investment strategies, and then a financial therapist for those people who may be a little bit confused about how their money and their relationship with money is working because of trauma, because of some issue that they're dealing with. Behavioral therapy as well as financial coaching may be something that they need.
I honestly had never heard that term before, financial therapist.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand why it might be needed, for sure.
Yeah.
So we've done our research, let's say. What are some of the questions, once we approach one of those types of financial advisors, that we should be asking?
Well, you want to know what their qualifications are, first of all. How are they able to give you this advice? What makes them qualified to do so. Also, you want to make sure that they're a fiduciary, that they have your best interest, the client's best interest at heart, and not necessarily their own profitability. Are they doing this just, they have to make money, but they want to, it should be towards your financial goals. What is the cost? As I mentioned, it could be an hourly rate, a flat fee, it could be a commission, could be a percentage of assets under management. How are you going to stick to your goals? Ask them that question. How are you going to help me do this, actually? How are we going to communicate? How often are we going to communicate? That is key. And you want to make sure that there are no complaints against them, any disclaimers that might be against them, that they have. You can go to the government website, the Security Exchange Commission website, and do an advisor search.
And briefly, you alluded to affordability. What are the resources out there if that's a concern?
Well, first of all, when you meet with someone initially, it should be a complimentary free consultation. Also, many employers are looking into financial wellness benefits, and that is including financial coaching. So find out if there's something that might be available through your employer. Also, your bank or your credit union may offer something, maybe a webinar, maybe some type of free advice initially, and then something that would cost. And then, of course, you also want to make sure that you're looking at pro bono programs, whether that's through the industry or through a nonprofit.
Love it. Sharon Epperson, thank you so much, as always. And for more of Sharon's money-saving tips, just head to cnbc.com/personal-finance. And coming up, we're going to switch gears, talk emotions and the impact of anger, how lashing out can take a major toll on your physical health. Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
In today's mental health check, we're talking anger management. For some folks, it's easier said than done.
In fact, being angry doesn't just ruin your mood, but it can directly impact your heart health. A new study finds that a surge of anger can increase the risk of cardiovascular diseases like heart attacks and strokes. Joining us now is family and clinical psychologist Dr. Jennifer Hartstein.
Dr. Jen, always good to have you. So I want to put out the disclaimer. Anger is a natural emotion that everyone will feel, but of course, unregulated, it can be harmful, as Kate just touched on. What are some of the negative health effects that come with that?
So you're right. It's something we're all going to experience at different times, and things we have to be mindful of. Or it can cause heart distress and some sort of cardiovascular responses because our kind of bodies are flooded with all of these stress hormones, and so it keeps us at this elevated risk. Gastric distress is possible. Heart issues, as we said, it can create an increase in depression and anxiety for some people, headaches, insomnia. There's a lot of things that then kind of also impact our cardiovascular health when one thing happens, kind of the domino effect.
I'm going to be honest. You see me here every day, pretty calm, but when I get angry, I get really like, rah, you know, and have to yell. And so when we're in that moment, in my family, we call it emotion mind. When I'm in that moment, how I've tried to learn, but talk about how to calm down.
Right, so it is emotion mind, right? When we feel any emotion intensely, we are in emotion mind. So we need to kind of inject what we would call some rational mind so we can be a little calmer. Some ways to do that is we put kids on a timeout when they're overwhelmed and dysregulated. Put yourself on a timeout, right? Hit pause before you say something you're gonna regret. Then kind of when you can be on that timeout, think about what it is that's really bothering you, be clear, go back to the source and have a conversation. And maybe your timeout involves some meditation, some relaxation, some movement, so you can kind of like shake it off in some way.
Yeah, and Dr. Jen, notably, this study seems to indicate that anger hits differently than some of the other emotions you touched on, depression, sadness. Yeah. Why is that? Why is the impact so much bigger?
So I think that, you know, emotions are a Venn diagram. They all overlap, right? So anxiety, depression, and anger have overlap, but anxiety and depression are kind of things that bring you to somebody. If I'm sad, you're going to want to come towards me.
Yeah.
Whereas when I'm angry, you're going to want to go away from me. So anger becomes a protective emotion for many of us, but the overlap with depression might be some irritability, or with anxiety might be a heightened level of hyperarousal. So there's a lot of things that go together, but anger is definitely a push away kind of a thing.
Can we flip the script though for a second? Are there any positives to that angry release, or, you know, the feeling anger?
For sure. Well, we started by saying anger is a natural reaction.
Yeah.
So it's valid. If I like smashed into you and didn't apologize, that might make you angry, and that's valid, right? So we want to make sure that we don't say that anger is bad, because it gets a bad rep. But it's a valid emotion, and getting that release and like kind of discharge helps us feel calmer. But what we do with it and how we kind of follow through on it is, you know, go boxing. Don't hit somebody else.
Right. When might anger be a sign that you need some more professional help, intervention? I feel like culturally we talk about anger management a lot, maybe flippantly, but it can warrant some serious intervention.
It really can, because many of us have a very short fuse. I imagine when you're having these emotion-minded moments, it's not like something happens, boom, you blow up. It probably builds up. But for some of us, there is a small fuse, and boom, we're there. So if I'm noticing it's impacting relationships, impacting other people, causing problems in my life, or people are saying to me, hey, I can't tolerate your anger, really take that to heart and go seek some professional help to get some skills and strategies, not to make your anger go away, but to make you handle it better.
One of the things that I do, and I know this is something I've learned from psychologists, is to literally cool myself down.
Yes.
Right? Like put my hands under water or splash some water on my face.
Yes.
Are there any other tips real quick that you would...
Cool yourself down. Get, you know, what are your outlets? Art. What other low dopaminergic exercise or thing can you do? Get your face in the sun, hold an ice cube, take a really hot shower even, and then really talk to somebody so that you trust to help you calm down.
Dr. Jen Hartstein, always great to have you.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for being with us. We got a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It's a mission over 50 years in the making. A team of scientists at NASA working to get humans back on the moon.
NBC's Al Roker got an opportunity to visit NASA's Houston facility, where he learned all about the Artemis mission and what goes into being an astronaut. Take a look.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Perched atop NASA's most powerful rocket, an uncrewed Orion capsule leapt skyward. An almost 240,000-mile trip, paving the way for humans to return to the lunar surface for the first time in 50-plus years.
This has got to be one of the most proud moments of my life.
But first, a crew of 4 will embark on a 10-day mission, orbiting the moon, a critical test flight, making sure that all systems are go.
When people ask you, why do we need to go back to the moon? What do you say to them?
What do we call it when humanity does something great? A moonshot. And so our generation now has the opportunity to have our own moonshots, and I think that is a win that the whole world needs.
That's Mission Commander Reed Weissman, a Navy captain who spent 165 days on the space station. Victor Glover flew on the second SpaceX Dragon mission, and he'll be the Artemis II pilot. Mission specialist Christina Cook, spending nearly a year on the space station and was on the first all-female spacewalk. Jeremy Hansen, mission specialist and the first Canadian to lead an astronaut class. This will be his first time in space.
We are humans. We are built to explore. We know how to live off our planet. Now it's time to push humanity out into the solar system.
The crew training in Houston invited me to spend a day to see if I had the right stuff. My first test at the controls of the Orion flight simulator with a spectacular view.
You're sitting in the commander spot, and I'm sitting in the pilot seat right now.
I get some on-the-job training on my very first mission to the moon.
This goes in, out, up, down, left, and right.
Our trip today, docking with an orbiting space station.
We're going to drift over. When that cross is in the center, tap it to the right 3 times, and that'll stop the motion.
It's not exactly like learning to drive a car, but I think I got it.
And what do you think? Is he going to make the crew or not?
I think he's going to make the crew.
All that work has worked up an appetite. So into the Orion capsule simulator for a space food taste test.
This little briefcase is our oven.
Space oven. Used to cook everything from couscous to kale and what the team calls the gold standard.
That's the brisket, macaroni and cheese.
And you like that, right?
That's good. Do your taste buds change in space?
Well, your body's going through a lot of changes. You have fluid shifting to your head, making you feel slightly congested, so food can taste bland. And we have a few things like garlic paste, pesto, and sriracha, just
hot
to
sauces.
activate those taste buds.
After lunch, time for a little ride. Artemis astronaut Rajachari and I took a spin around the NASA rock yard, built to mimic the surfaces of the moon and Mars.
Don't try this at home.
We're inside a moon rover, an electric RV, where astronauts will be able to work and sleep while exploring the craters and other surfaces on the moon.
The rover allows us to get into places that you would never get on foot.
This is the ultimate off-road vehicle.
Yeah. Off-planet vehicle. Yeah.
Next, we're off to mission control for a warm welcome and an out-of-this-world phone call.
Well, hello, space station. This is Al Roker. How are you guys doing?
We're doing
feeling really good, but even better now.
One of the things I've noticed, I was in the Orion capsule. You guys, you got a mansion compared to what they're going to be in.
This is almost the size of a 5-bedroom house on the inside. You could use the ceiling a lot, so you could fit a lot more people in small spaces. At home, you don't take advantage of the ceiling.
And finally, a time-honored tradition.
We have come to the decision that you have the humor and the technical acumen, truly the right stuff to join this crew. So, Victor, will you do him the honors?
We would love to present you with the official astronaut office coin, and we always give those in a handshake. So thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Bring it in.
Welcome out.
Wow, that's what an honor. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh my God.
I love it. Al Roker, astronaut correspondent, meteorologist. He does it all.
He gets the best assignments, too, right? No, thank you for bringing that to us, Al. That was fantastic.
Yes, love it.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinklea Samwa. Thank you for being with us. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today?
Closer to the Gaza border.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, May 30th, 2024, pins and needles. The nation awaits a verdict in Donald Trump's historic criminal hush money trial. Jury deliberations now in their second day, the questions the jurors have been asking and what they could reveal.
Breaking news, Chief Justice John Roberts says he will not meet with Democratic lawmakers about their concerns over Justice Samuel Alito's refusal to recuse himself from two big cases. How Justice Roberts is explaining his decision.
Flight fight, 3 black men walked onto a plane. Then they say the airline kicked them off, along with every other black man on board. We'll dig into the new racial discrimination federal suit against American Airlines and how the company is responding.
And defensive driving, a man with a suspended driver's license zooms into his court hearing from behind the wheel.
So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
Wait till you see how the judge reacts to that.
We certainly had some reactions to seeing that.
Yeah, you're going to want to wait for that story
for sure. But we're going to start this hour with day 2 of jury deliberations in the criminal trial of former President Donald Trump.
The jury is making their way through more than 3 weeks worth of testimony and evidence. Today, the jurors were read parts of testimony from 2 of the prosecution's most high-profile witnesses, former tabloid executive David Pecker and Trump's former attorney and fixer Michael Cohen.
The jurors also asked the judge to repeat part of the all-important jury instructions, as well as speakers and headphones in the jury room in order to listen back to evidence. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Also here with us on set, NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. So, Kristen, let's start with you and take a step back here. I think some of these rules may seem archaic to people, but why can't the jury have the instructions and the transcripts of the testimony with them?
Well, it's interesting you say archaic because not all states follow that. In some states, including Pennsylvania, where I also practice, the jury can have the written instructions. But in New York, the purpose behind keeping the jury instructions as well as the transcript in the purview of the court is to allow and ensure collective participation in the deliberative process of the jurors. And so that's why the jury instructions and the transcript does not go back. It allows the court to be the leader and the arbiter of what evidence goes in and how.
As in, people aren't reading one-on-one, they're having to listen collectively as a group.
That's right.
So, Vaughn, let me go to you. What parts of Cohen and Pecker's testimony did the jury ask to hear again, and why might that be significant?
It could be significant because it has to do directly with the allegation that Donald Trump violated New York election law. It goes back to the 2015-2016 conversations between Donald Trump, Michael Cohen, and David Pecker of the National Enquirer. And as the prosecution has alleged, these conversations were the beginning of what they say was the conspiracy to suppress the salacious stories like that of Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election. And when you're looking at the 34 felony counts that Donald Trump is facing, he is facing 34 felony counts for the falsification of business records to conceal an underlying crime. That underlying crime is the violation of the New York election law to promote his own candidacy through unlawful means. And so this would suggest, to the extent that we can try to read any tea leaves from what the jury is interested in, is that they are at least engaged in conversation behind closed doors about the second tier of the law that the prosecution is alleging that he broke. And so for them, at least they would suggest that the jury is not just simply focused on the falsification of business records, but also on the underlying crime, in that they are looking deeply at those conversations that Pecker and Cohen had with Trump.
Yeah, Vaughn, thank you. Kristen, so let's dig into that a bit. You know, Vaughn just talked about the parts of the testimony we've heard from. The prosecution specifically asked the jury to focus on Pecker's testimony, and they seem to have done that and be doing that. What might that indicate to us?
It indicates that they're being conscientious. They're looking at the testimony. Keep in mind, Pecker testified weeks ago. And so them kind of listening to Pecker's testimony again alongside Cohen's testimony, I think they're also looking for consistencies. But again, as Vaughn pointed out, this is the heart of the underlying crime. It's the heart of the prosecution's case. And by asking for that particular testimony, it really highlights, you know, the evidence that talks about Donald Trump's direct knowledge, his alleged acts in the alleged conspiracy, and it shows that he really did empower Cohen to be his fixer and really execute on this catch-and-kill scheme. And therein lies the underlying heart of the prosecution's case. So I think it bodes well for the prosecution. And as you mentioned, that's exactly what they wanted the jury to focus on. And so it sounds like they're looking at evidence in line with the prosecution's narrative.
All right, really helpful analysis. Kristen Gibbons-Fedden and Vaughn Hilliard, thank you both.
A California judge has cracked open the door slightly for Scott Peterson in his latest long-shot bid for a new trial.
Peterson is in prison serving a life sentence without parole after he was convicted of murdering his wife, Lacey, and their unborn child, Connor, 2 decades ago. The now 51-year-old appeared virtually in court just yesterday. His legal team pushed for a new DNA testing over several pieces of evidence it says were previously overlooked.
NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro joins us now. So, Valerie, out of all those pieces of evidence, the judge ruled that only one of them can be retested, DNA tested, right? So what is the defense hoping that this DNA testing might actually accomplish?
Well, Kate and Zinkley, the defense is hoping that there could be some evidence that could potentially exonerate Scott Peterson. They brought forward 14 different pieces of evidence that they wanted to be retested for DNA. In this case, the judge denied the request on all of those pieces except for one. There is a piece of duct tape that was found on Lacey Peterson's pants when her body washed ashore in the San Francisco Bay. And so the defense is hoping that there could be some DNA on that piece of duct tape that is not that of Scott Peterson's, that is not that of Lacey Peterson's, that could potentially point to another suspect in this case. Now, the defense says that piece of duct tape was tested back in 2004. However, those results were inconclusive. And so the defense is hoping that perhaps with advances in testing technology, that they could find some sort of new evidence or extra evidence on that piece of duct tape. There's no telling what state that DNA could potentially be in, if it's even viable at this point after so many years. Guys?
So, Valerie, with all that said, what happens next?
So there's still no timeline as to when this will all take place. There will be a hearing in July, and that's when the court will decide the parameters as to how this testing will take place, where it will happen, when it will happen. And after that, we could know more about when that piece of duct tape, that one piece of evidence out of the 14 pieces, could potentially be tested for new DNA. Guys?
Valerie Castro, thanks so much.
And we're following breaking news involving the Supreme Court. Chief Justice John Roberts says he will not meet with Senate Democrats about the flag controversy involving Justice Samuel Alito.
Alito has declined to recuse himself from 2 January 6th related cases. This all comes after reporting that revealed controversial flags were flown outside 2 of Alito's homes. Similar flags were flown by people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. Justice Alito says his wife hung them and she is responsible and he is not responsible. NBC News senior Washington correspondent and anchor of Hallie Jackson Now. Hallie Jackson is here with us in studio. Hallie, good to see you.
You too.
So Chief Justice Roberts is responding to 2 Senate Democrats who said, we want to sit down and talk this through. And what did he say?
Well, in this new letter, Kate, that's out in just the last hour, he's basically saying thanks, but no thanks. He says such a meeting would not be advisable. And let me quote you here. He says the format proposed, a meeting with leaders of only one party, because remember, they're both Democrats, who have expressed an interest in matters currently pending before the court, simply underscores that participating in such a meeting would be inadvisable. He also says in this letter, and this goes back to the issue of the recusal, or the non-recusal from Justice Alito, he says it is his decision on whether to step aside or not. That is the way that the Code of Conduct is set up for the Supreme Court, that newly put in place code that was instituted last fall. It is enforceable from the justices themselves. Now, Alito, in his letter yesterday, lays out a long list of reasons why he says he is not going to step aside from these key cases involving January 6 defendants and former President Trump's immunity claim as it relates to election interference, because he says he didn't fly those flags. His wife did. In fact, he goes on to say, my wife is fond of flying flags. I am not. He makes very clear he asked her in one instance to take down a flag for a few days. She did not. He says that as far as the appeal to heaven flag, which we showed in that image from January 6th, green pine tree, white background, it's rooted in the Revolutionary War. It has since become a symbol of Christian nationalism and linked to support for former President Trump. Justice Alito says he didn't know about that connection, and neither did his wife at the time. He says as far as the other flag, the one on the left side of the screen here, it's long been seen as a symbol of distress. He says his wife flew it after a very nasty, as he says, neighborhood dispute with somebody who was a neighbor that apparently followed her down the street. She raised that as a sort of a sign of protest in that instance.
So, Hallie, we've heard from the chief of the highest court, but then there's also the court of public opinion, right? Sure. And when it comes for the Supreme Court, they're not doing too well. 39% approval rating. That's according to a Marquette Law School poll released just last week. How might this flag controversy further impact the way the public is viewing the court?
Yeah, that's I think remains to be seen as far as polling and how that goes. But I think the numbers that you just shown are really indicative of where the American people are. It is very consistent with polling that's been done over the course of the last couple of decades, showing that now, in the years since the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, they've hit a near record low approval rating. It's been typically in the past 50, 60%, et cetera. Very different now. And this is something that Democrats are keenly aware of. You saw the Judiciary Chair, Democrat Senator Dick Durbin, say, hey, part of this, right, in his letter, saying part of this is the crisis of confidence that the American people have in the Supreme Court because of the optics of what Democrats perceive as ethical lapses. Republicans don't see it the same way. Some have expressed support for Justice Alito, saying, hey, you have every right to recuse. And former President Trump himself has come out several times in just the last 24 hours praising Alito for his decision not to step aside.
Hallie Jackson, great to have you. Thanks so much. And by the way, you don't want to miss Hallie Jackson coming up on Hallie Jackson Now. That streams live starting at 5 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Let's head over to today's CNBC Money Minute, a potential deal between Apple and OpenAI.
And how much would you pay for one of John Lennon's guitars? My husband would pay a lot.
Yeah.
Pippa Stevens joins us. Hi, Pippa.
Hey, Kate and Zinkley. Well, OpenAI has reportedly struck a deal with Apple to integrate its chatbot into the iOS 18 operating system. The information first reported the news and says that Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella is concerned about the potential conflict with its OpenAI partnership. Microsoft has invested more than $13 billion in OpenAI. Nearly 2 million bottles of Fiji water sold on Amazon are part of a recall. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration said Fiji found elevated levels of manganese and bacteria in 79,000 cases of the water sold between February 1st and March 3rd. The company says 99% of the affected bottles never even left the warehouse. And one of John Lennon's guitars from his time with the Beatles just sold for $2.9 million at auction. That makes it one of the most valuable pieces of Beatles memorabilia. The 12-string acoustic guitar, known as the Hootenanny, was believed to be lost for over 50 years until it was discovered in someone's attic in England. It was used in the recording of the albums Help and Rubber Soul. So, Kate, would your husband have paid that much for Hootenanny?
Absolutely not.
Hey, Father's Day's coming up. It could be a good gift.
Yep.
Pippa Stevens, thanks.
Coming up, are you in the market for a new home? The resurging trend that could help lower your next mortgage payment.
Plus, Boeing hits a key federal deadline, how the company plans to fix its safety and quality control issues. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Welcome back. We're learning new details this hour about how aircraft manufacturer Boeing plans to address serious safety concerns that have plagued its production process in recent years. The FAA had given the company 90 days to come up with a plan after that near catastrophic door plug blowout back in January. NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar has been following all this and joins me now. So, Priya, what more do we know about how Boeing plans to practically address these issues?
Yeah, that's right, Sinclair. Well, the FAA and Boeing had been talking about this plan for the last 90 days, so it wasn't really a surprise to the FAA, but they did conduct a joint press conference where they revealed some of the details of that plan, which include having more FAA safety inspectors inside of the Boeing production facilities. Prior to this, the FAA would choose a random airplane to do a safety inspection, and they would assume that if all the procedures and protocol were followed with that airplane, that it can be assumed that Boeing was replicating that with all their other aircraft. They say now that they're actually going to be doing safety inspections on each and every aircraft before it actually gets sent into the field in flight operations. They're also going to require Boeing to have a safety management system, which includes a mechanism for employees to anonymously report any safety observations they might see that are concerning to them without fear of reprisal. So let's take a listen to what FAA Administrator Michael Whitaker had to say about Boeing's plan.
This plan does not mark the end of our increased oversight of Boeing and its suppliers, but the beginning of the next chapter. We will not approve production increases beyond the current cap until we're satisfied.
And so, as you can see there, one of the most noteworthy things about this press conference is that Boeing will not be able to increase the levels of production on aircraft. And that's important because heading into this very busy holiday travel season, that could impact the flight availability and flight schedules.
Helpful reporting, Priya Sridhar. Thank you.
We're learning new details about the shocking murder of soap opera star Johnny Wachter, who was best known for his role on General Hospital. Wachter's co-worker at a local bar is now breaking her silence about what happened during last weekend's shooting in Los Angeles. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more.
The co-worker there for the final moments of soap star Johnny Wachter's life, speaking out. Anita Joy sharing her story for the first time since the 37-year-old soap opera star was fatally shot last week. Joy revealing that she is the colleague Wachter shielded from deadly gunfire following their bartending shift in downtown Los Angeles when the pair walked up on a group of car thieves who authorities say were attempting to steal the catalytic converter from Wachter's car. Joy posting on Instagram that when they approached the men, Wachter asked them to leave, adding, quote, "Johnny kept his cool, hands open to his sides in peace." Then she says the shooting happened with Wachter in front of her. "Johnny was between me and the man who shot him. As I heard the shot ring into the night, he forcefully tumbled back into my arms. And as I grabbed for him, I shouted, 'Honey, you okay?' And he only responded, 'Nope, shot.'" Joy saying that she and Wachter toppled onto the street, where she tried to hold his body up as she was screaming for help and screaming at him to stay with me. Joy says a security guard tried to perform CPR on Wachter, adding that though Wachter's wound was extreme, writing, "My God, he fought to stay." The LA County Medical Examiner confirming Wachter's cause of death as a gunshot wound to the chest. Wachter's mother, Scarlett, confirming to NBC News overnight that Anita Joy was the co-worker her son shielded from death.
Thankful that when he died, he wasn't alone.
Wachter's family and friends now pleading for justice. Earlier this week, his ex-fiancée releasing this emotional video.
These criminals can't keep being on the street.
Now Anita Joy writing, her only peace was, quote, "that I was with him. And my only other peace will be seeing these awful men brought to justice." Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Up ahead, a driver caught on camera allegedly trying to mow down Jewish people.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Amanda Nguyen was nominated for a Nobel Prize for her advocacy on behalf of sexual assault survivors, and she's been credited with spearheading the movement to stop violence against Asian Americans.
But now she's making headlines for another achievement. She's set to become the first Vietnamese American woman to go to space. NBC News Daily anchor Vicky Nguyen spoke with Amanda about her journey to the stars.
As part of her astronaut training, Amanda Nguyen was submerged underwater, upside down and blindfolded. She had seconds to find her way to the surface.
My oxygen tank failed, so I took in my first breath and I was like, okay, something's wrong. And when you're pushed to that moment where you're going to drown, you choose at that moment to either fail, flail, or to go through with it.
True to her nature, she fought.
I remember when I surfaced the water, I told my instructor, you know, sir, like, my tank failed, and he said, so what, you passed.
You are no stranger to struggling and to fighting. You were sexually assaulted in college. What did that do to your life's journey at that point?
At Harvard, my dream was to become an astronaut. You know, I researched astrophysics. During my last semester at Harvard, I was raped. And I went to the hospital, I got a rape kit procedure. And I remember walking out of the hospital feeling so alone, feeling overwhelmed with the amount of papers and pamphlets that they had given me. And on one of those brochures was a single line that defined the rest of my life, which is that in 6 months, my rape kit could be destroyed untested.
That was the law then, that they could destroy a rape kit after 6 months?
That's right. So that turned into this choice that I had to make, which is, do I rewrite the law? So I decided to defer my dreams of becoming an astronaut and fight for justice.
Nguyen created the nonprofit Rise to lobby for a law that would protect rape kits, ensure survivors don't have to pay for their own medical exams, and mandates access to their police reports. In 2016, President Obama signed the Sexual Assault Survivors Bill of Rights into law.
It grants 25 million rape survivors on the federal level rights. Now, most rape cases are adjudicated in state courts, so that's why we still have to pass it state by state, and that's what our team has continued to do.
Her work garnered her a Nobel Peace Prize nomination, and during the pandemic, when Asian hate crimes spiked.
From 2020 to 2021, the number of anti-Asian incidents reported across major cities increased 224%.
Nguyen spoke up again.
We matter, and racism is killing us.
In February of 2021, I turned on the camera and I asked people to listen to our stories, and overnight 11 million people responded. Then, you know, our political leaders started listening and taking this seriously.
Now she's returning to her dream, deferred but not denied, set to ride into space on Jeff Bezos's Blue Origin rocket. She plans to study menstruation and wound dressing to help researchers learn how to treat injuries in space.
Menstruation was actually one of the reasons used by NASA to deny women from becoming astronaut candidates. And very famously, the first American woman astronaut, Sally Ride, for her just a couple days trip into space was given 100 tampons. So even the scientists and the engineers did not quite understand.
I'm sorry, I had to laugh. I have to laugh. What?
Yeah, that's right.
As gifts to bring back home, she'll be carrying with her seeds from the U.S. and Vietnam and seashells from the Malaysian island where her family first landed after escaping Vietnam in 1979.
What does it mean to you to be the first Vietnamese American into space? I mean, that's the farthest our people have ever gone.
Yeah, I'm so excited to carry the mantle of the first Vietnamese woman in space, and I just think about my 5-year-old self. You know, how much she wanted to see somebody that looked like her. My family are boat refugees from Vietnam, just like yours. Yeah. And we came on boats, and now we're on spaceships. It means to me that within a generation, we can do great things, and no matter how hard things get, the future is bright.
Vicki Nguyen, NBC News.
Oh, Vicki, I love that story.
Yeah, especially for AAPI month. And Amanda is just such a powerhouse. I interviewed her a few years ago, and it's so exciting to see.
Oh, you did? You had a chance to meet her?
Yeah.
Seems incredible. Still ahead, Al Roker, also getting ready for takeoff. Well, kind of. This is a little different. An inside look at his training for NASA.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A 58-year-old Brooklyn man is under arrest after he allegedly tried to hit people on the sidewalk outside of a Jewish school. Police say around lunchtime yesterday, the man drove his car onto the sidewalk while yelling anti-Semitic words at the people nearby. He was arrested moments after the incident and has been charged with hate crimes. Fortunately, no one was hurt.
New York Mets pitcher Jorge Lopez is being cut from the team after his outburst following an ejection. During Wednesday's game with the LA Dodgers, Lopez was seen throwing his glove into the crowd. According to initial reports, he then yelled that the Mets were the worst team in the league with some expletives. However, Lopez now claims that he was calling himself the worst teammate in the league.
And take a look at this. A Michigan man was told to turn himself in after he was caught on camera driving with a suspended license. It actually happened during his virtual court hearing earlier this month. Take a look at the moment. Corey Harris joins the call.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually.
This is a driver with a license suspended?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he was just driving. And he didn't have a license.
Jail records show that Harris did indeed turn himself in that evening. He was eventually released on bond. Another hearing on the case is scheduled for next week.
3 black men are suing American Airlines, claiming they were victims of racial discrimination.
According to the lawsuit, 8 passengers in total, all of them black, were asked to leave a flight prior to takeoff over an alleged body odor complaint made by a white male flight attendant.
We're the only ones getting taken off the plane. Look at us.
The complaint also alleges that it appeared that all of the flight's black male passengers had to be ordered off the plane. American Airlines, for its part, says the claims do not reflect the company's values and has opened an investigation into this incident. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa, who's been following this story for us. So, Emily, walk us through what allegedly happened in this case.
Yeah, so the lawsuit is calling this blatant and egregious racial discrimination. According to the lawsuit, this group of people have been going from actually California to New York. They had a layover in Phoenix. They didn't know each other. They were sitting near each other. You can see 3 of them are now suing American Airlines: Alvin Jackson, Emmanuel Jean Joseph, and Xavier Veal. And the lawsuit alleges that they were forced off because what they later learned when they arrived to the gate, they're off the plane, they say because of a complaint of body odor. And their cell phone video, you're seeing it on your screen now, and it really captures, it's very palpable just how confused, bewildered, they're just in complete disbelief as to what was happening as they were being ushered off the plane. You can hear comments like, "We're the only ones getting taken off the plane, look at us," or "I paid for the flight just like everybody else." Here's more of their reaction.
It was horrifying. It was like, I felt like I was in prison. I was walking down and people were staring at me and I was gonna get at the guillotine and my head was gonna be chopped off at the end of it.
So after those men were forced off the plane, they were then actually let back onto the same flight and took the flight to JFK, which just resulted in an hour-long delay.
And is American Airlines saying anything about this?
Yeah, so we reached out to them for a statement. It says, in part, our teams are currently investigating the matter as the claims do not reflect our core values or our purpose of caring for people. I should note that the lawsuit also alleges that this is not an isolated incident, pointing to back in 2017 when the NAACP issued a travel advisory for black passengers, warning them against traveling on American Airlines because of a string of possible racial incidents on the airline.
Emily Aketa, thank you.
Thanks, Miss.
Florida's pandemic-fueled population boom now appears to be busting. People who moved to the Sunshine State from across the U.S. are now putting up for sale signs for a number of reasons. NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece traveled to Florida to find out why.
This is beautiful. You can't ask for a nicer setting.
Months into the pandemic, Dennis Cole sold his Connecticut home and, like hundreds of thousands of Americans, headed to Florida. Many drawn by the state's lower taxes and sunny skies.
It's not the panacea that I had in my head.
But now he's preparing to put his Florida house on the market and move back north.
We have political issues in Florida that are just ugly. We have costs skyrocketing.
Florida has been among the fastest growing states in the nation since the start of the pandemic. In 2022 alone, more than 700,000 people moved there. But at the same time, nearly 500,000 left, the largest number since the Great Recession. We spoke with dozens of former Florida residents who have recently left the state. Among the reasons they gave, a soaring cost of living. Florida has had one of the nation's highest rates of inflation. Last year, car insurance was up 24% and homeowners insurance jumped 42%. Home prices have risen 60% since 2020.
They love the blue skies and the dolphins and the water, but this comes at a price.
John Desitel has spent 2 decades selling Florida real estate.
Are you getting a lot of calls from people who moved down here during COVID who are now looking to leave?
Yeah, we are.
And what's the #1 reason they're giving?
Politics.
Florida has recently enacted some of the most conservative legislation in the country, including a near total ban on abortions and restrictions on how race and sexuality are taught in schools.
My in-migration people want to move here due to politics. My out-migration people want to move out of here due to politics.
A spokesperson for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said that under his leadership, Florida led the country in domestic in-migration in 2022 and saw the highest population growth rate in generations.
Look, this has always been a transient state. People come and go. That's normal. I think our policies have attracted folks.
For Cole, who considered himself a moderate conservative when he moved to Florida, the state's political shift to the right has contributed to his decision to leave.
Whether it was fighting with Disney, the whole LGBTQ thing, it's just that there are so many things that make it uncomfortable for a lot of people to be here.
Leaving him and others looking for a brighter future outside the Sunshine State. Shannon Pettypiece, NBC News, St. Pete Beach, Florida.
Shannon, thanks. Let's talk about the price you pay. In some cases, it is getting lower. Lots of big-name companies are slashing price tags from fast food restaurants to pharmacies.
Walgreens is just the latest retail giant trying to win over customers by cutting prices this summer. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now to tell us where we can find the best deals. So, Christine, we all want to know this. What are some of the most popular items being marked down right now? And most importantly, where can we find them?
It's so amazing. They're calling it the Summer of Savings. And really it is 3 years into this inflation story where prices just kept rising. People are voting with their feet. They're going across the street if it's cheaper there. Walgreens knows this, so do they all. So look, you've got a whole bunch of different household good items, personal care items at Walgreens that'll be cheaper, including some one-a-day gummies for men and for women. Those will be a little bit cheaper. This Squishmallow little pillow guy thing will be down $4 if you have that. See, exactly. If you have that kind of disposable income to be buying that little stuff, but lots of different things, pool toys for kids. And then we've talked about, the fast food wars. That's going gangbusters as well. I mean, you can bundle items for $4 or $5 at a lot of different places here. So again, value is on the menu, pun intended, for the summer, whether it's at your pharmacy or whether it's at the drive-thru. Not the healthiest value, but okay. I sound like such a snob. Such a mom. Okay, we understand there's good news on gas prices, too. Yeah, so I've been watching gas prices pretty carefully here, and last night they fell 1 penny. They're just right about where they were last year this season. So when everything else is higher year over year, gas prices are right exactly where they were really last year, and they're down over the past month. And frankly, the White House released a whole bunch of gas from a strategic reserve recently, and the idea for that is to keep a lid on gas prices, especially in the Northeast. So I think the good news is you're not going to see that seasonal spike you sometimes see in gas prices, also because we don't all run out to go on our driving vacation in the summer anymore. Post-COVID, we're kind of taking vacations all the time, so you don't really have that seasonal spike maybe this summer that we are so used to.
And we got to talk about a breakfast staple, orange juice.
Yes, I'm working on this story right now. Orange juice prices are up 42% just this year. They are at all-time highs, and production in Florida has been declining for years because of storms and because of some blight, and Florida growers are really scrambling to try to make it better there. But the bigger story is Brazil. Brazil has had warmer weather, really chaotic weather events and wildfires. Production in Brazil this year is forecast to be the lowest since 1989. Brazil is the biggest orange juice producer in the world. So you're going to see higher prices at the breakfast table. We'll see consumers might start switching to other kinds of juices in the morning if they have sticker shock at breakfast. Is that something you're touching on Nightly News tonight? As a matter of fact, it will be on Nightly News That's tonight. What I thought. And by the way, let's just put the full screen up. You can catch that NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt on your local NBC station.
Well, one of the biggest hurdles to buying a new home can be getting a mortgage. The average rate for a 30-year fixed mortgage is just under 7.3%, but there's a lesser-known type of mortgage out there, and some home buyers are using it to save big bucks. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung shows us how.
House hunters aren't exactly holding their heads high with mortgage rates where they are.
Interest rates are absolutely out of control.
May I suggest a tree house?
What?
Everybody talking about, oh, you need to buy a house, yeah, until that mortgage rate go up. Till that escrow payment just skyrockets.
But for some home buyers, hope. Christopher and Ashley Sutton purchased this home in Northeast Maryland in February. Even though mortgage rates are around 7% now, the Suttons were able to pick up the previous owner's mortgage rate of 3.4%.
It's something called a assumable mortgage. Never heard of it in my life.
John Gatsoulis is the RE/MAX realtor who got creative to make it happen.
An assumable mortgage is where the buyers assume the existing mortgage that the seller already has in place, instead of the buyers going out and getting their own mortgage.
After qualifying and agreeing with the buyer, the Suttons were able to take over the previous owner's mortgage, who had bought the house when rates were in the range of 3%. So in 2024, the Suttons picked up this house at a rate about half market rates, meaning big-time monthly savings.
Yeah, like $1,000, $1,500 for sure. Monthly. Yeah.
An estimated 12.2 million loans might be eligible for assumable mortgages. That's about 23% of homes, which could cover these right here in Northeast Maryland. That's because many VA loans and, in the case of the Suttons, FHA loans are eligible for assumable mortgages, but many conventional mortgages are not. Another challenge, the borrower needs to cover all the equity already built up in the house. For the Suttons, it worked out because the previous owner had only built about 1.5 years worth of mortgage payments before having to move to Florida for work.
It was just one more of those stars that had to align for this to work.
Experts say assumable mortgages may not be right if the current owner has paid off a large stake of the house already. The Suttons said the process involved a lot of paperwork too. But in the end, it landed them their dream home.
What's your favorite part of the house?
Blue.
The what?
That is blue.
That it's blue? From the
Brian Chung, NBC News, Northeast Maryland.
Brian, thank you. Coming up, how to tap into an athlete's mindset and how that could help you overcome your own mental health challenges potentially. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
In today's mental health check, we're focusing on sports on and off the field.
Just yesterday, we told you about professional golfer Lexi Thompson. She shocked fans and the world by announcing her retirement from the sport after mental health concerns. Well, now the Ad Council is out with a new ad campaign.
It features athletes sharing the rituals that help them stay grounded.
And they're not just habits. They're steps we take to lift us up and keep us going. Because being your best isn't just about taking care of your body. It's about taking care of your mind and mental health.
Joining us now, Dr. William Smith of the Huntsman Mental Health Institute, which helped create that campaign you just saw. And also Tim O'Connell in the bottom corner of your screen. He is 3-time pro rodeo world champion bareback rider. Tim, good to see you. And Dr. Smith, thanks for being with us. Dr. Smith, what do you want people to take away from this campaign?
Well, we want people to take away that the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have come together for an exciting campaign to showcase our professional sports athletes and organizations to show the rituals that they have about how they take care of not only their physical body, but their mental aspects of life. And they have rituals, healthy rituals that makes them compete at a high level, but they understand that if they aren't grounded with their mental strength, that they can't perform at their highest levels.
Love that. Tim, let's dig into some of those rituals with you because, of course, we're seeing more and more athletes. I think of Simone Biles, Michael Phelps, opening up about their own mental health journeys. Talk to us about why you specifically chose to be a part of this campaign and what your ritual is.
Well, I specifically wanted to be a part of this from just something that I personally went through in 2020, which I think is one of the hardest years in my generation's history. I was in the lead for my fourth world title in 5 years for 284 days of the year. And they crowned the world champion on the 285th day, and I was surpassed in the final day. And I really felt at that time, because I was so invested in my sport and I didn't take care of my mental health. I took care of my physical and everything else to be an athlete, that in that loss, even though I was the reserve world champion, I felt like I let my family down, my friends down, my fans down. And I was just a shell of myself for a long time after that, until thankfully my wife talked me into seeking out a sports psychologist. And with her help, she helped me realize that my brain and my mental state of being was just as important as my physical state of being. And she helped me see the things that I can control in my sport and the things that I cannot control in my sport.
Tim, really appreciate you speaking out about this, right, and sharing that. How do we, to both of you, maybe Tim first, how do we ask our friends, our colleagues about their mental health?
I think in my journey, it's just opening up to your friends and family, talking about the things that are going on inside your head. I mean, no one really knows what someone's going through unless you sit and hear from them. And for me, there's a lot of athletes in my sport that go through the same thing as me, and we just don't talk about it. You know, our background is as rough and tough rodeo cowboys and cowgirls. You just pick up and keep going on. And I think the best thing that we've discovered in the last couple of years is that we all struggle with the same things, and it's easier to talk about it. And we can help each other be better for it.
Yeah, Dr. Smith, given what Tim just said, we all struggle with the same things. What are some resources people can look at if they're struggling or just trying to talk through their mental health?
Well, one thing that we have to remember is that Tim is a role model in this regard, not just as a professional athlete, but as a human being. And if Tim can have problems and struggles, and he reaches out to someone, his wife or to a mental health care provider, that is the first step towards mental health. So what we have to do is make it personal, share our experiences, let other people know that we all have good and bad days. When you have good and bad days, you normalize this. We have to remove the stigma around mental health.
So good. Dr. William Smith and Tim O'Connell, such a pleasure to have you. Thank you for sharing your stories.
Appreciate what you're doing here. It means a lot. There's much more news ahead.
So don't go anywhere. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It's a mission over 50 years in the making. A team of scientists at NASA working to get humans back on the moon.
NBC's Al Roker got an opportunity to visit NASA's Houston facility, where he learned all about the Artemis mission and what goes into being an astronaut. Take a look.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Perched atop NASA's most powerful rocket, an uncrewed Orion capsule leapt skyward, an almost 240,000-mile trip, paving the way for humans to return to the lunar surface for the first time in 50-plus years.
It's got to be one of the most proud moments of my life.
But first, a crew of 4 will embark on a 10-day mission, orbiting the moon, a critical test flight, making sure that all systems are go.
When people ask you, why do we need to go back to the moon? What do you say?
What do we call it when humanity does something great? A moonshot. And so our generation now has the opportunity to have our own moonshots, and I think that is a win that the whole world needs.
That's Mission Commander Reed Weissman, a Navy captain who spent 165 days on the space station. Victor Glover flew on the second SpaceX Dragon mission, and he'll be the Artemis II pilot. Mission specialist Christina Cook, spending nearly a year on the space station and was on the first all-female spacewalk. Jeremy Hansen, mission specialist and the first Canadian to lead an astronaut class. This will be his first time in space.
We are humans. We are built to explore. We know how to live off our planet. Now it's time to push humanity out into the solar system.
The crew training in Houston invited me to spend a day to see if I had the right stuff. My first test at the controls of the Orion flight simulator with a spectacular view.
You're sitting in the commander spot, and I'm sitting in the pilot seat right now.
I get some on-the-job training on my very first mission to the moon.
This goes in, out, up, down, left, and right.
Our trip today, docking with an orbiting space station.
We're going to drift over. When that crosses in the center, tap it to the right 3 times, and that'll stop the motion.
It's not exactly like learning to drive a car, but I think I got it.
And what do you think? Is he going to make the crew or not?
I think he's going to make it.
All that work has worked up an appetite. So, into the Orion capsule simulator for a space food taste test.
This little briefcase is our oven.
Space oven. Used to cook everything from couscous to kale and what the team calls the gold standard.
That's the brisket, macaroni and cheese.
And you like that, right?
That's good. Do your taste buds change in space?
Well, your body's going through a lot of changes. You have fluid shifting to your head, making you feel slightly congested, so food can taste bland. And we have a few things like garlic paste, pesto, and sriracha, just
hot
to
sauces.
activate those taste buds.
After lunch, time for a little ride. Artemis astronaut Rajachari and I took a spin around the NASA rock yard, built to mimic the surfaces of the moon and Mars.
Don't try this at home.
We're inside a moon rover, an electric RV where astronauts will be able to work and sleep while exploring the craters and other surfaces on the moon.
The rover allows us to get into places that you would never get on foot.
This is the ultimate off-road vehicle.
Yeah, off-planet vehicle.
Next, we're off to mission control for a warm welcome and an out-of-this-world phone call.
Well, hello, space station. This is Al Roker. How are you guys doing?
We're doing really good, but even better now.
One of the things I've noticed, I was in the Orion capsule. You guys, you got a mansion compared to what they're going to be in.
This is almost the size of a 5-bedroom house on the inside. You can use the ceiling a lot, so you can fit a lot more people in small spaces. At home, you don't take advantage
end of the feeling.
And finally, a time-honored tradition.
We have come to the decision that you have the humor and the technical acumen, truly the right stuff to join this crew. So, Victor, will you do him the honors?
We would love to present you with the official astronaut office coin, and we always give those in a handshake. So thank you. Thank you for
Bring it in.
Thank you.
Bring it in.
Welcome out.
Wow, that's what an honor. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh my God.
I love it. Al Roker, astronaut, correspondent, meteorologist. He does it all.
He gets the best assignments, too, right? No, thank you for bringing that to us, Al. That was fantastic.
Yes, love it.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinklea Sawad. Thank you for being with us. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Thursday, it is day 2 of jury deliberations in Donald Trump's criminal trial. As jurors consider the evidence from both sides, a new poll suggested voters are digging in ahead of November, regardless of which way the verdict goes. Plus, a major shift in U.S. policy tied to the war in Ukraine. A U.S. official confirming to me within the last 15 minutes that President Biden secretly gave Ukraine permission to strike inside Russia with U.S.-provided weapons. And Israeli forces take control of the Gaza-Egypt border, saying that they found tunnels Hamas was using to smuggle weapons there, in a move that aid groups warn could further disrupt the flow of desperately needed humanitarian aid into the region. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Peter Alexander here in Washington, and for yet another day, we are keeping a very close eye on that courthouse in Lower Manhattan, where at any time a jury could return a verdict in Donald Trump's criminal hush money fraud trial. Jurors have now been deliberating for what is more than 9 hours, deciding the fate of the former president, who of course is the current presumptive Republican presidential nominee. The jury right now is weighing the evidence regarding 34 felony counts of falsifying business records tied to those alleged hush money payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 election. Right now, we are, in effect, in a wait-and-see mode at the courthouse. The last Several hours have been relatively quiet. The jury has not made any new requests or issued any new notes since this morning when they had key sections of testimony from former Trump fixer Michael Cohen and former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker read back to them. The jurors had asked to go back over Pecker's testimony about his conversations with Mr. Trump, in addition to testimony from Pecker and Cohen about a meeting at Trump Tower with Mr. Trump in 2015. The prosecutors say it was during that 2015 meeting that an agreement was made to notify Mr. Trump about negative stories to help his campaign. The jury also asked to rehear parts of Judge Juan Merchan's lengthy and complex jury instructions. As the jury deliberates, Donald Trump remains inside the courthouse. He's there just waiting. He's required to be there for the duration of these deliberations, and it comes as a new national poll by NPR, PBS, and Marist finds that a vast majority of voters say whatever the verdict is in this trial, it's going to do very little to affect their vote. According to the poll, if Mr. Trump is found guilty, 67%, two-thirds of registered voters say it won't make a difference in how they vote. 15% say a guilty verdict will make them more likely to support him. Not surprisingly, those voters are overwhelmingly Republican. 17% say they would be less likely to support him. Also not surprising, most of those voters are Democrats. And an acquittal, by the way, that wouldn't move the needle much either. If Trump is found not guilty, more than 3/4 of registered voters say it will not make a difference in how they vote. That's where we get started with NBC's Yasmin Vasugian. She is outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Paul Callan is a former prosecutor in the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office, a criminal defense attorney as well. Yasmin, let's get to you on the ground there. Tell us what more we know about what's going on inside the jury room and walk us through the requests that came from the jury today.
Not much, Peter. Got to say, it's being described in the courtroom as a hospital waiting room. Everyone's a little tired, a little anxious as well, as we're all feeling out here, waiting for any kind of additional jury note to come out when that bell actually rings inside the courtroom. But as of now, we're being told no note. It's 4 p.m., obviously. Court usually goes into recess at 4:30. However, the judges said they are willing to work till 6 p.m., so we don't know yet if they're going to go into recess at 4:30 or work till 6 p.m. Hopefully we'll get an answer on that soon, but they've been inside those deliberations ever since 11:15 or so earlier today after those additional jury instructions were in fact read. It was pages 6 to 35 of Judge Juan Merchan's jury instructions, about 45 minutes of reading of those jury instructions. Let me walk you through quickly some of what that entailed. It was talking about how to draw inferences, giving an example. For instance, if you go to bed, it's not raining, you wake up, the streets are wet, someone's holding an umbrella and walking outside, you might infer, you might come to the conclusion that in fact it had rained overnight or it is raining outside right now without actually seeing rain. Talking about limiting instructions, specifically when it comes, and this is interesting, of course, because they wanted to hear excerpts of testimony from Michael Cohen and David Pecker, limiting instructions when it comes to their testimony. David Pecker, Michael Cohen, David Pecker signing a non-prosecution agreement saying take that into consideration when it comes to his credibility, not when it comes to saying guilty or not guilty of Donald Trump. Also with Michael Cohen, yes, he pled guilty. Yes, he is a convicted liar. However, take that into consideration when it comes to credibility, not guilty or not guilty when it comes to Donald Trump. They went through talking about not drawing any inferences when it comes to the former president deciding not to testify, reasonable doubt, New York election law, federal election law, tax law as well. Again, pages 6 to 35. Of these jury instructions, 45 minutes or so, and then back into that deliberation room, Peter. And as of now, it could be any minute, it could be any hour, any day. It's anybody's guess right now as to when we're going to get a verdict on this thing.
Yeah, no doubt. So we keep waiting. We also learned a little bit more, Yasmin, about the former president. He got a TV, we're told, inside the room where he's waiting. What do we know about how he is spending his time and who he is with? Again, to be clear for those watching us right now, he is required throughout these deliberations to stay inside that courthouse.
Yeah, required. Important to use that word carefully because he is, in fact, required, but only more because of security purposes. It would be too difficult for the former president to be leaving this building and coming back, obviously, because of the security and the security details that the former president needs when he's traveling around the city, hence the reason why he's staying inside the courthouse. By the way, Eric Trump is here today as well. Don Jr. was here yesterday. Laura Trump here yesterday as well. As you mentioned, he did get a TV in the room in which he's waiting in. Jason Miller, who passed by us a little bit earlier, we asked him what's the former president watching in that room. He would not tell us what he is watching. We asked him if he was watching us. He did not tell us if he was watching that either. But in fact, he does have a television. There was a TikTok posted by Don Jr. yesterday alongside his father's, saying jokingly he was helping his father post mean tweets. But beyond that, that's all we know. Alina Habba also speaking to our own Vaughn Hilliard over here, telling him he is working inside that room. He's focused and he is awaiting a verdict.
Yep, Yasmin, thank you very much. Of course, we'll come back to you if we learn anything more over the course of this hour here. We should note Doug Burgum, another man being considered as a possible VP candidate, also there with the president over the course of this day. We want to get to Paul Callan right now, our attorney with the legal expertise we need. Paul, so pull back the curtain for folks who are not lawyers here. What do you read into what the jury wanted to have read back to them today in terms of those instructions?
Well, you know, Peter, it's fascinating that they asked so many questions so quickly. Usually in jury trials, this happens a day or two into the deliberations when they're fighting with each other and somebody says, you should hear this testimony or you should hear this instruction. This jury pretty much asked for a complete readback of the instructions and a lot of the critical evidence to be read back right away. And what that says to me is that as they were listening to the case and listening to the evidence, they didn't realize how complex it was going to be until the judge read the charge, the 55-page charge. And I think they went into the jury room and they said, whoa, we better get parts of that read back. This is very, very complicated. And of course, New York has this rule where they don't submit it in writing to the jury, as they do in most states. And it makes it very difficult for jurors to remember what the law has been instructed in complicated cases.
And Paul, let me just say to the audience who's joining us now, we have just learned from our reporters that are there that the prosecutors are inside the courtroom right now. We don't know specifically why. I just want to ask our producers, have we heard if the judge is in the courtroom as well, or simply that the prosecutors? We don't know yet. We'll try to get more information on that. So there's some movement of some kind, but obviously before anything significant occurs, we believe everybody would clearly be in the courtroom. Let me ask you quickly, though, about the instructions that were read. Why not just give the jurors the instructions on a laptop that they have access to right now?
Well, you know, the New York Court of Appeals has ruled previously, and that's the highest court in New York, that they don't want this done, that it will be too confusing for the jury to have the instructions in writing. And I think it's an idiotic ruling, frankly.
It doesn't make a ton of sense to those of us just paying attention to you, yeah.
But New York is very backward in so many ways with the way it runs its legal system compared to other states across the country. Less technology, less bending to modernity, you know, in terms of what they do. But I think they're going to learn a lesson this time. Maybe the law will be changed because of this.
Obviously, we're only toward the end of day two. This thing could go on for a period of time. But just for a layperson sort of understanding, the longer this goes, does that just give us a better sense that they're more and more likely to be hung? Or, you know, is there sort of a sweet spot right now? We're still in the early stages, I guess, of this deliberation.
It's very hard to predict. But, you know, we're early on in when you consider that this case went on for 22 witnesses and 6 weeks. Now, with days off and everything, maybe it was more like a 3-week trial. But right. I would expect 3 or 4 days of deliberation on a case that went that long. I think what's interesting is that now that the readback was done by the judge, he re-instructed them, he gave them the evidence, no more questions today. That means, I think, that they're having very productive discussions in that jury room. When they start to fight with each other, a lot of times that's when you see a lot of notes coming out to the judge saying, well, could you read back this item of evidence? Could you re-instruct on this particular point? But we've got no more questions now. So that says to me, wherever they're going, they're making some progress, I think. And I don't think you'll see a verdict today, maybe tomorrow, but you never know with jurors.
Well, interesting. You talk about possibly going 3 or 4 days. 3 days means they end on a Friday. 4 days means this thing goes through the weekend, right? And that can always be interesting in a trial and a jury deliberation of this kind. I want to ask you about part of what Judge Mershon's instructions to the jurors included, specifically with regards to what they call the unlawful means that they could consider while deciding if these alleged falsified documents were part of an effort to cover up another crime. The judge made clear they don't have to all agree agree on what that other crime was, just that there was another crime that was trying to be covered up here. So they could determine that that was either violations of the Federal Election Campaign Act. They could say it was the falsification of other business records or violation of tax laws. Does the fact that the jury wanted to hear back testimony from David Pecker of the National Enquirer and the 2015 Trump Tower meeting in particular, does that indicate that the jurors are interested, specifically, I don't know, in Judge Merchan's instructions, or were Pecker and Michael Cohen sort of agree?
Well, I think that they asked for that testimony because, remember, Pecker and Cohen are really the link back to former President Trump, because Pecker was doing this catch and kill agreement where if there were bad things coming out about Trump, they would pay for the story and see if they could kill the story. And of course, Cohen was the bag man, says the prosecutor, who was setting up the payment scheme that the money was coming from the trust account of the former president to the people that he wanted to silence. And the outline of that conspiracy can be heard in the readback of the stuff they had with Pecker and Cohen. So I think that's critical evidence in the case, and the jury just wanted to hear that first before they delved into the details of those crimes, those secondary crimes that you're talking about.
Paul, I don't want to interrupt you. I want to get right back to Yasmin Vasugian outside the courtroom really quickly if I can. Yasmin, try to get a better understanding of what's going on in that courtroom night now. We're getting notes from our team. What more are you learning?
Yeah, again, I'm looking down at my iPad here on my phone as well, where we're getting the document from inside the courtroom. So apologies on why I'm not addressing you, Peter, directly. But we're getting some scattered information here. Judge Juan Merchan has just walked back into the courtroom. Donald Trump is in the courtroom. The defense team is in the courtroom as well. The prosecution is in the courtroom as well. I want to be clear. No bell has been rung, right? Yesterday, a bell was rung. 2 notes came in. Another bell, another note came in. So 3 total notes came in yesterday after bells were rung inside the courtroom. This time, no bell has been rung. The judge, okay, so we just got it in, and Lisa Rubin is reporting this now, our colleague here who's inside the courtroom. The jury is going to be excused at 4:30 p.m. So that is why the prosecution and the defense were back in the courtroom along with Judge Juan Merchan. Let me just remind folks, right, normally we get excused at 4:30 p.m. here in court, and the judge had said, listen, we can work until 6 p.m. depending on where you are in the decision-making process, right? It seems as if they've now made the decision. Judge Juan Merchan has made the decision alongside, of course, obviously talking to the jury. It seems that they're going to be excused at 4:30 p.m. That likely means they're not very close, and I'm sure Paul can kind of weigh in on this more so, to a decision. If they were closer to a decision, they may have decided to extend to 6 p.m. to possibly come out with a verdict before court went into recess. But because they're being excused at 4:30 p.m., it seems they are not necessarily close to a decision. So court will be back tomorrow morning. Peter.
Yeah, so a little better clarity on that. Yasmin, thank you, Paul. Just to button this all up before we thank you as well. So they're all back in the courtroom, so the judge can say everybody's going home for the day and we pick it up again tomorrow. Is that a fair takeaway?
Fair enough, and I agree with Yasmin completely. They need more time to reach this verdict, and otherwise we would have stayed until 6 o'clock.
So we pick it up in the morning, and we'll surely see you back here on this platform again tomorrow, I trust. Paul Callan, we really appreciate you. We want to get to our panel now. On set with me, Betsy Woodruff-Swan, national correspondent for Politico, Simone Sanders-Townsend, former senior advisor to Vice President Kamala Harris and co-host of The Weekends on MSNBC, and Danielle Pletka, senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Glad you guys are with us. We were all sort of watching that play out in real time. It seemed like we might have some excitement. Turns out everybody's going home to have some dinner.
I went to pull up the document. I'm like, is this happening? And
is this a document? The document is that they want to be dismissed, that they're going home.
No one is going to have any adrenal glands by the time this is done.
At some point, this is a lot of speculation game. So let's talk the big picture about why this matters and what this means. There's new polling today about it broadly, gives us a sense of where Americans are on this issue. How in particular has this trial impacted the race? We really have sort of been frozen in place in a lot of ways, as evidenced by new polling as well.
There is, thus far, I think, from most of the public polling, it's pretty clear that the trial has not been helpful to the president's re-election bid. At the bare minimum, we can say that. There hasn't been any dramatic or meaningful hit that Trump has seen in his polling numbers. Flies completely in the face of conventional wisdom over the last year or so since his indictment, since his legal troubles really started metastasizing. Of course, the true test of this is going to come on Election Day, but many national Democrats understandably and reasonably, had hoped that being on trial for crimes related to hush money and a porn star would be a political liability. Thus far, in the polls, we're not seeing that in a meaningful way.
And what's stunning is these polls also, Simone, tell us, the newest ones say whether he's convicted or acquitted is going to change the deal for very few Americans right now. We're going to have a debate. It's only a few weeks away. That's the next sort of shake-up point, as it were, here. But it's clear that the White House had the expectation that, hey, when you see this guy in the courtroom day in, day out, that Americans will really start to get a better understanding of it. Is the White House disappointed, surprised that this hasn't had bigger impact?
You know, I think the White House actually realized, and we saw this earlier this week when Michael Tyler, the communications director, and some very famous people, very famous individual, Robert De Niro, were outside of the courthouse having a press conference with two former Capitol Police officers who served during January 6th. And when Michael Tyler was asked, well, why are you here? And he said, because you all are here, i.e. you, the press. I think they actually realized that they cannot just allow this to play out and be highbrow about it all. That's usually how some of my former colleagues at the White House like to operate. They like to be highbrow. We're the White House. We'll
You're saying they got to make sure people get this, right?
Yeah, because this is very different than the last court proceeding we saw, actually. And the one where I'm thinking of is Fani Willis and her hearing. It was appointment television. Why? Because it was a little salacious, but it was broadcast on live television. Anyone could tune in and watch it anywhere.
Right.
This is not that. We are reading from a transcript, and although there are some very dramatic reads, it is not the same thing as live television. I think that's part of the reason this court case has not pierced everyday, the everyday non-political group chat bubble, if you will, as the Fani Willis case did.
And as you make clear, and the White House aides have said to me, like, the expectation was, and they hope with the debate, it'll make it clear, Danny, to the audience, to Americans, hey, this is a choice between these two. A lot of Americans, surprisingly, don't realize Donald Trump's likely to be the Republican, is the presumptive Republican nominee. They wanted this all to be clear for them. That hasn't happened to this point. Maybe it happens when the two stand side by side. But for Donald Trump, has this harmed him in any form? It's given him a platform each and every day to stand before the cameras and be on television each night.
I mean, it's really interesting. This is sort of unknown territory. We've never had a former president of the United States in court as Donald Trump is. I think it's a real double-edged sword. And I'm not saying anything I think we haven't all said before and are going to say again about this, which is, number one, this has the sort of Joe Biden in the basement effect, right? Donald Trump is often his own worst enemy. He's actually off the scene. He's not saying that much. He's being meted out to the public in much smaller doses. That is, on the whole, good for him. Also, for a lot of people, they think he's a victim. Now, we may not agree, we may, but it deepens that sense that the establishment is out to persecute Donald Trump, and that's helpful to him as well. So I think the real shoe that drops is exactly what both of you have said, which is, if there's a conviction, then all of a sudden we need to ask people, now what do you think? My guess is they think what they thought before the conviction.
I think what these polls also reflect is sort of a broad, decades-long trend of Americans' trust in institutions being in a free fall. The fact that our criminal justice system in so many different jurisdictions can accuse Trump of multiple crimes, and it doesn't affect his polling by any reasonable metric.
A lot of it has to do with Mr. Trump himself, mind you.
A lot has to do with Trump himself, but the fact that people don't have confidence in the justice, that so many people don't have confidence in the Justice Department, that people even say that a conviction wouldn't change their view of him. More broadly, it's part of us living in a culture where many institutions have taken extraordinary reputational blows, and we're seeing the product of that now.
And a reminder, as we've seen so many times, right at the end of the day, for the wishful Democrats who thought this might be resolved in a courtroom, if you're going to beat Donald Trump, it's going to happen at the ballot box.
Absolutely, at the ballot box. That's the only place, frankly, Democrats were ever going to beat Trump. Any of these court cases could have impacted the thinking, but it would not take him out of the race. I think the only thing that the court case has done to damage Donald Trump is his inability to be on the campaign trail and fundraise. He is cash-strapped, and the kind of events that the former president likes to put together, those are events that cost anywhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a pop per event, with the pomp and circumstance, the stage, the pipe and draping. That costs money.
Let me push back on this for a half second, though, Simone. Donald Trump gets free media every day.
It is crazy to me,
and you can't put a price tag on it, right? So we talk about, hey, Joe Biden's got a lot more money than Donald Trump, but Donald Trump is sitting there giving a news conference on live television almost every day.
Yeah, but news conferences do not make voters turn out to the polls.
Okay.
He needs money to build infrastructure, to literally turn people out. This, at the end of the day, I think is going to be a turnout election still. It's going to be a close election.
Yep.
It's going to be a turnout election. And the lack of infrastructure investment from the Republican National Committee and the Trump campaign, I think will hurt them come November.
What you're saying is really smart. And this, I really do agree with. There's no partisan spin to this one. Donald Trump has focused so much on himself and on buttressing the people around him, getting his daughter-in-law and a crony into the Republican National Committee. They have not done what's necessary at the state level. And while I think it'll still be very difficult for the Democrats, the reality is this stuff matters. It costs money. It requires organization and professionalism. And that is something that we really are not seeing yet.
Yeah, all good points. Appreciate you guys being with us. Betsy, Danny, Simone, we'll have you stick around for a little bit. We got more news to talk about. Coming up, brand new reporting on the Biden administration's decision to secretly allow Ukraine to use U.S. weapons in strikes inside Russia. The very latest from the White House and from the Pentagon is next. Plus, extreme heat hits the world's largest election. Voters in India are sweating it out while heading to the polls amid a brutal, record-breaking heat wave. Get this, temperatures unofficially hitting 126 degrees. New reporting from New Delhi is straight ahead. You're watching Meet the Press now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
Welcome back. We do have some news that's breaking from the White House. The Biden administration quietly made a significant shift in policy when it comes to U.S.-supplied weapons to Ukraine. In just the past few minutes, a U.S. official confirmed to me that President Biden secretly gave Ukraine permission to use U.S.-supplied weapons to strike inside Russia. but solely around the city of Kharkiv. That's the second largest city in Ukraine. It comes at a crucial time as Russia continues to make gains in northeast Ukraine, specifically targeting that Kharkiv region. This move from President Biden follows similar announcements by the French president, President Macron, German Chancellor Scholz, who both said they support Ukraine using weapons to strike targets in Russia. Joining me now on set is NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce. Kelly O'Donnell, my colleague, is at the White House for the latest. Kelly, let's get to you quickly. This is a notable shift in policy by the White House, and it comes amid a lot of pressure right now in the administration to get on the same page as what NATO and America's European allies have been saying.
That's right, Peter. And the original intent here was President Biden and his administration wanted to be careful to provide weapons, but to not be so provocative that American weapons could be used inside Russia, perhaps drawing the U.S. into a direct conflict with Russia. That has been one of the principal ideas behind the president's approach since the war in Ukraine began. Now we're at a point 2+ years into the fighting where what we see is that Ukraine has suffered dramatic setbacks over just the relentless push from Russia, and some of that is staged inside Russia and then targeting Ukraine. And so making this adjustment, which, as you pointed out, is aligned with some of the thinking of European allies who are also critically important in support for Ukraine, would allow Ukraine to prevent those attacks by striking inside Russia at the bases or operation points where Russian soldiers and forces are working on their own land, but projecting munitions into Ukraine. So that's the sort of scope that we're talking about here. This isn't about going to Moscow or a more aggressive approach, but trying to prevent damage by attacking inside Russia where needed.
And Dan, let me bring you into this conversation a bit. And you and I were talking in the break here, right? This is part of a pattern, and it's one that conservatives, Republicans have criticized the White House on here, which is them sort of slow walking in the eyes of these critics, being reluctant before finally agreeing. Tanks, fighter jets, and beyond. The White House recognizing they needed to do more to help Ukraine sort of take the handcuffs off.
That's right. And it's really, you see friction now between the Ukrainian government and the White House because of this pattern. You often have Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, Bill Burns, the CIA director, staking out the bolder, more aggressive stance in those policy deliberations. The end result is the White House and the president come around, but the Ukrainians will say, look at the time lost, look at the lives lost, and now you have a fairly desperate situation there in the north, and they desperately feel they need to hit Russian forces just over the border.
So specifically it is to try to keep this in a narrow realm. As we heard from Kelly there, the desire is not to start targeting Moscow, go nowhere near Vladimir Putin, so to speak, in the Kremlin here, but really to try to target these forces and other launch points where this offensive is coming from, right?
That's right, because the White House wants to send a message, too, to Moscow. Like, you know, we don't want a direct conflict with Russia. That's right. But so this is a limited area around the border. Having said that, Ukraine on its own, with its drones that they make themselves, have been striking inside Russia repeatedly in these kinds of sabotage actions where they hit oil facilities or they hit an air base. So those will continue, and of course, that's really angered Moscow.
And Kelly, what I'm struck by here is if we put this into political terms quickly, you got what's going on in Gaza with Israel. You got what's going on between Russia and Ukraine. Is that in a lot of ways, as it relates to the president's foreign policy, I guess his future, his fate is dependent on things out of his control, what Vladimir Putin in Russia decides to do. In effect, what Benjamin Netanyahu is deciding to do. There is only so much control this president has had, but here's an opportunity where they're trying to at least try to seize some control and do more.
As so often the case with the president, outside events or other actors can dramatically affect the set of cards that the president must play, and that certainly is true here. We've seen the resistance among lawmakers about supplying Ukraine, as you were talking about delays that might be coming from administration choices. That's been coupled with the delays in getting funding for Ukraine. And it also comes at a time before the G7 summit, which is coming up in Italy in early June. And tomorrow, the Belgian Prime Minister, of course, NATO is housed in Belgium, will be here at the White House. And it begins a kind of renewed sense of these conversations with European partners about the U.S. role in trying to defend and protect Ukraine and help it in its own operations against Russia without going beyond that. And of course, politically, for the president, he separates the decisions he needs to make as commander-in-chief. But the overall politics are certainly being watched by voters here at home who are weary of some of these interventions. And at the same time, you also do see support for a sovereign democratic country like Ukraine among some of the electorate. So it's a hard needle to thread for the president, and he's trying to maintain and show leadership that the U.S. can bring Europeans together and he can be a supportive partner when they sometimes take an early lead on certain things.
Yeah, all smart points there, Kelly. Dan, I want to ask you one other question on a separate topic. This is relating specifically to the defense intelligence community right now, releasing new findings about debris from a missile attack that was discovered inside Ukraine, and the determination was made with, as they describe it, almost certainly that this came from a North Korean missile. This is a big revelation. If it proves to be true, it means that the Russian relationship with North Korea, which we knew to be tight, was even stronger. The North Korea could be providing munitions specifically to Russia right now. How concerned is the U.S. about this? And frankly, how concerned should we be about this pattern and it's the way it's going?
I think it's very concerning, and the intelligence community has been warning now for a while. You have this deepening kind of alliance between Russia, North Korea, and most of all, China.
Yeah.
And this is a case where you have North Korea already helping Russia, giving them a lot of artillery ammunition. And then in this case, they're actually using North Korean ballistic missiles. And they used, the DIA looked at photos, publicly available photos.
Defense Intelligence Agency.
And they just show that, you know, look, these missiles are clearly North Korean. And they came to that conclusion. So it's yet another example of this kind of what the U.S. considers this kind of nefarious network of authoritarian states, all lining up against Ukraine and other democratic countries.
Yeah, also revealing that Vladimir Putin needs the assistance of other countries to have the munitions he needs to continue this war, now 2.5 years old. Dan DeLuce, thank you. Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. Kel, always good to see you. Coming up next, rising concerns that Israel's seizure of another key border crossing into Gaza could deepen the already dire humanitarian crisis. We're going to have the very latest on the war there. You're watching Meet the Press now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I'm Peter Alexander. Conditions in Gaza are, quote, worse now than ever before. That's according to the USAID Administrator Samantha Power. In a post on X, formerly Twitter, Power went on to say Israeli military operations and closed crossings are making it extremely difficult to distribute aid. This comes as the UN says that aid distribution into Gaza has dropped by 67% since Israel seized control of the Rafah border crossing earlier this month. Yesterday, Israel announced that it has expanded that control and now has operational control over the entire border between Egypt and Gaza, known as the Fidelfi corridor. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez has more from Tel Aviv.
Hey there, Israeli forces say they have seized control of the entirety of the Gaza-Egypt border. They refer to it as the Philadelphia corridor, and they say it is of military significance because that's where the Hamas cross-border tunnels are, which they use to smuggle weapons, supplies from Egypt into Gaza. Now, the IDF says they have discovered 20 of those tunnels so far. I asked an Israeli official whether they have been operational since October 7th or not. They said they weren't able to tell at this point. They also say they've discovered Hamas rocket launchers right up against the border, which they believe Hamas specifically placed there in the hope that Israel would not bomb in that area for fear of striking Egyptian troops on the other side. But all of this comes after days of Israeli strikes that have caused significant civilian casualties, dozens of Palestinian civilians killed, many of them women and children. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken is urging Israel to consider whether what he called the incremental military gains it is making in Rafah is worth the human cost. He is urging Israel to swiftly investigate that deadly strike on Sunday night local time, which ignited a firestorm at a camp for displaced people, killing at least 45, according to the emergency services in Gaza. Israel says it is investigating and that it was targeting 2 Hamas commanders who were inside of that camp. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also meeting yesterday with both former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley and Senator Lindsey Graham, and he urged both of them to push the United States to impose sanctions on the International Criminal Court. The court's chief prosecutor, of course, is seeking the arrest of Prime Minister Netanyahu for alleged war crimes in Gaza, including the starvation of Palestinian civilians there, accusations he denies. Back to you.
Sanchez with the very latest for us from Tel Aviv. We do have some breaking news that we have just learned. A verdict has been reached by the jury in former President Donald Trump's hush money fraud trial. To be clear, a verdict has been reached. The jury has not been dismissed for the day, as was initially indicated here. We are getting our teams together and expect that we will get that information in a short period of time. The verdict has not been read to this point so far. Again, a reminder that the former President Donald Trump right now is facing a total of 34 separate counts. These counts relate specifically to an effort to try to cover up, in the eyes of prosecutors, a separate crime that was committed as related to the 2016 election by the former president. I want to get to Paul Callan, our attorney, who's with us. Paul, when we said hello and goodbye to you a few moments ago, we thought that the jury was being dismissed for the day. It's only 9+ hours into its deliberation. They asked for a little bit of testimony to be reread. They asked for some of the jury instructions to be reread. And then in not too much time, they have come to some conclusion. What do you make of this, and what do you think this indicates?
Wow, this is a real shocker. I really expected that they would be out at least until the end of the day tomorrow and probably into next week because of the number of charges. There are 34 charges here that they have to go through methodically.
But 34 of them, Paul, to be clear, all 34 are in 3 buckets, right? So it's sort of that if you agree to one, you agree to all 11, and all 12.
Well,
but you make a good point.
That's true. And the other truth of this case is that if he's even convicted on 1 count, it's probably the same thing as 34 because he's not going to get consecutive sentences. The max sentence is 4 years for it. So, and he's probably not even going to get jailed for that.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, let me ask you about that specifically. And the judge made very clear it's not up to, he got upset at the defense attorney there, saying that, hey, it's not up to you to suggest that this guy would be getting jail time if the jurors come back with the guilty verdict here. Is a guilty verdict likely to mean jail time in your view, acknowledging we don't know what the verdict is?
All I can look at are the statistics on this, and it's 1 in 10 convictions of this offense results in a jail sentence, and almost always that's somebody with an extensive prior record, and usually charges like these are tied with other charges, tax violations, corporate violations that cause a judge to give a jail sentence. it would be highly, highly unusual for him to get a jail sentence. The only reason that he'd get it is because the judge might be so angry at him because he's been held in contempt essentially 10 times for out-of-court statements, and he really has angered the judge. But I think this judge is wise enough to step back and sentence Trump just like he would any other person convicted of this kind of crime. And usually it's probation or a fine for a first offense. For this.
Paul, stay with us. I'm going to get to Yasmin Vasugian. I do want to let our audience know that as soon as we have our team together, we're going to have a special NBC News report. Yasmin, what are you seeing on the ground there outside the courthouse? What more are we learning?
So we have a verdict. As you're reporting, we thought that a jury was going to go into recess at 4:30. In fact, we have a verdict. A note came in just a couple of minutes ago. There was some conversation happening inside the court, and now, in fact, we have a verdict. We don't know what the verdict is yet. Marshana's reading a direct quote of the note sent by the jury. Let me read it for you now. We, the jury, have a verdict. We would like an extra 30 minutes to fill out the forms, if that would be possible. Let me walk you through what's going to happen. So the jury foreperson, they're going to fill out the forms in that jury deliberation room. Once those forms are filled out, Peter, they're going to come back in to the courtroom. The jury foreperson will then read out the verdict count by count. Want to remind folks, there are 34 counts here involving 12 counts with regards to ledgers, 11 counts with regards to invoices, 11 counts with regards to checks. After they have read out all of those counts, the judge must then ask the jury foreperson if everybody agrees with the verdicts that have just been read out by the jury foreperson, and they must all then agree. This is also so there is no mistrial, and also for appeal purposes as well, so that everybody is in agreement and it's on the record as well. So right now we are waiting for the jury to fill out this form for this verdict. Once they do, they'll be brought back into the courtroom. That verdict will then be read. Let me walk you through who's inside the courtroom right now. The entire prosecution team is inside that courtroom. I do not have an indication as to whether or not DA Alvin Bragg is inside that courtroom. I know that Donald Trump himself, the former president of the United States, presumptive Republican nominee for president, as well as inside that courtroom. Todd Blanche, his lead attorney, is inside that courtroom. Susan Necheles as well. Bovee, one of his attorneys, as well, is inside that courtroom. Eric Trump, his son, is in the courtroom as well as Andrew Giuliani, Rudy Giuliani's son. They are all awaiting this verdict that could really change the course of history in this country, I would say, and is something that many of us have been waiting on pins and needles, this country really, to hear what happens inside that courtroom behind us. Remember, 6 weeks, Peter, this trial has been ongoing, this Trump hush money trial. It is not the trial that we thought would go forward first. These 4 criminal trials in which the former president is facing, however, it is the trial that did in fact go first, and it may be the only trial to happen before the November elections. Right. And what comes out of that courtroom, Peter, behind us may very well set into motion what will happen in November as we await a verdict in the Trump hush money trial.
Yasmin will allow you to do a little more reporting there, see what other detail and color you can get from behind the scenes. You can imagine that courtroom right now as the president had been sitting there, in effect, cooling his heels for most of this entire day, and now learns on the second day of jury deliberations that the verdict has been reached by the jurors, those 12 Manhattanites, coming up with a final decision here. Paul, I want to get back to you for a second on this. Just a couple points of clarification. Again, to be clear, we have no idea what the verdict will be. We don't know if it's a hung jury, an acquittal, a guilty verdict. But to be clear, once a verdict is reached here, Donald Trump, if convicted, is not yet a convicted felon. That wouldn't be the case specifically until a sentencing took place here. But are there any other appeals that could take place here, or is this, in effect, the final word?
Well, there can be an appeal here. Obviously, the conviction becomes final when sentencing is completed, and that's not going to happen probably for another month or so, because probation would do a report back to the judge, and the judge would then sentence. Then a notice of appeal is filed, and it goes up to the appellate division, and then eventually it would go up to New York's highest court, the Court of Appeals. So that's how the process works. At this point, yeah.
Paul, we appreciate that. I want you guys to stay with us. Paul, stay with us. Yasmin Vasugian, stay with us. Our panel is with us as well right now. We are going to have an NBC News special report. Again, the breaking news at this time is that a verdict has been reached by the jurors in the hush money fraud trial for the former president, Donald J. Trump. We await and hope within the next 30 minutes to know that conclusion. Here's this NBC News special report.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news. A verdict has been reached in former President Donald Trump's New York criminal trial.
And we are just moments away now from learning what that verdict will be. As you know, cameras have not been allowed in the courtroom, but there it is, the courthouse, where in a few moments, our reporters inside will be able to transmit to us the results of this verdict in real time. We will bring you that information live as it happens, and we do expect it in the next few minutes.
This is a landmark case, as you know, the first criminal trial against a former president or presumptive nominee to be the next one. Mr. Trump is facing 34 counts of falsifying business records stemming from an alleged hush money scheme to pay off adult film star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 election. He has pleaded not guilty and denied their alleged sexual encounter, but his fate has just been decided by the jury.
It has been a long road, a 7-week trial, 12 jurors sitting through more than 80 hours of testimony from 22 witnesses, including some of Mr. Trump's former allies who testified against him on behalf of the prosecution. We've got the parties back in the court, the defendant, the prosecutors, they're in the courtroom right now. As mentioned again, there are no cameras in the courtroom. There is no live audio feed that can be broadcast. However, we have reporters who are inside the courtroom who can transmit to our reporter outside the courtroom, who is Laura Jarrett, standing by and who has covered this trial. And so we're talking about 9 hours or so of deliberation time over 2 days, Laura. And a verdict is what the judge said that the jurors had. Not a hung jury, not we can't keep up. We have a decision here, and we're about to hear it.
That's right, Savannah. Just to recap a little bit of how this day went down, you'll recall we left yesterday with a little bit of a cliffhanger. The jury had some questions. They wanted to hear some testimony. They wanted to hear the instructions, which are lengthy and complex, as we have discussed at length. So they came back this morning. They heard testimony from 2 key witnesses, including Mr. Trump's former fixer, one of the key witnesses, a star witness for some in this case. They also heard some portions of testimony from David Pecker, the very first witness in this trial. Both of those men put the former president in the room where the prosecutors say this alleged conspiracy to try to corrupt the 2016 election happened. They heard that testimony, and then they were also given, Savannah, another round of instructions. They don't have the physical instructions in the room with them, but they were able to hear them orally. We saw many of them taking notes. They heard instructions about Michael Cohen in particular. Then they went back into the jury room, and we heard nothing. It was crickets for a while until we saw both the prosecution and the defense returning to the courtroom. The judge then took the bench, and then we understood from our team in the room there that the judge was informed that the jury does in fact have a verdict. And so we're now waiting, standing by. We were given about a 30-minute window in which to predict, in which they will come back in, they will all file in, and then history will be made in that room. Those 12 jurors, including 2 lawyers, a salesman, the foreman, somebody who's a speech therapist, all walks of life from New York City, returning this historic verdict soon, Savannah and Lester.
Laura, let me ask you, could this be potentially, is there a mechanism for a split verdict here, keeping in mind there were 34 counts?
Sure, Lester, any different number of combinations is possible here. We have 34 felony counts, as you say, which are really 34 pieces of paper. Those are the physical business records. They span a year in 2016, in which prosecutors say invoices, checks, general ledger entries at the Trump Organization were all falsified. How were they falsified? They included certain language, which the prosecutors say was essentially bogus language, creating a fake paper trail so that Mr. Cohen and the former president could cover their tracks, so that they could disguise the true nature of why the former president was reimbursing Cohen, which prosecutors say was because he had offered to actually make the payments to Stormy Daniels, that porn star, on Mr. Trump's behalf. Mr. Trump says, that was just my lawyer. He was doing all of this on his own. I knew nothing about it. That was the defense. Soon we're going to see which side the jury believed, Lester.
All right, Laura, thanks. I want to remind folks to stay with us. As you said, perhaps a half-hour period, but a lot of things are going to fall here as this all is unveiled to us shortly.
We have analysts with us. We have Hallie Jackson, our political correspondent, Danny Savalas, NBC News legal analyst, and it's been fun to watch legal analysts, and I'm a former recovering legal analyst myself, try to guess what the jurors might be doing there, what it means that they're out or they've asked for this testimony to be read back. So here, let's take another crack at it. What does it mean to you that the jurors have come back rather quickly for a pretty complicated case?
It's all guesswork. And any lawyer who tells you otherwise, that they can predict the verdict by the length of deliberations, is making it up, because we don't even know and we cannot even predict the outcome of our own cases. So
if you're a defense attorney right now, are you happy it's a quick verdict?
You know, it's hard to say, because this is not a traditional case like with a street crime where you can sort of get your mind around all the elements. The elements in this case were tricky. So you could imagine a jury going in there, and I think you would consider these short deliberations. Some folks may think of this as, oh, this is about the time it should have taken. Not me. I do think this is very short for a case of this magnitude and complexity. We only saw a couple notes, really, a couple requests from the jury. I have to say, I really expected more requests to read back jury instructions, more confusion on the law. We did not see that. We saw some factual requests, some requests to read back the instructions, but all in all, in my view, relatively speaking, this was overall a short deliberations period.
We just want to mention, this is the scene. The camera is allowed to be positioned on, I think it's the 15th floor of the courthouse down there. And so that is where we have seen those shots of the former president walking in and out. But he is in the courtroom right now, along with his defense attorneys. Members of his family have been waiting there as well. The prosecution team also there. They are awaiting a verdict. Just to be clear, because there's been a lot of misinformation about this, Danny, in the last day or so, this jury verdict must be unanimous one way or the other. Either all 12 jurors agree to convict or all 12 jurors agree to acquit.
Absolutely right. This is this is going to be a unanimous verdict one way or the other. It might be unanimous to acquit. It might be unanimous to convict. Now, there was, I think, some confusion in part because of the jury instructions and the requirement that the jury, if they wanted to convict, did not need to find beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of what is called the object crime, the secondary or really tertiary crime that they needed to find, but that never took away from the requirement of unanimity among this jury. Everyone is either for or against at this point.
And we may get to delve into the details of that in a moment, but I believe Laura Jarrett outside the courtroom has more to tell us.
Yeah, that's right, Savannah. The district attorney, Alvin Bragg, has entered the courtroom with his senior leadership team. According to our team in the room, he has a stack of papers in his hand. We don't know exactly what, but he's been there throughout this trial, not every day, but for the most part, supporting his team, not at a counsel table, but in the rows with the rest of his senior leadership team. We don't know if he will plan to speak, although I would expect he would, no matter what the verdict is here. And he really hasn't said much throughout this trial, as he shouldn't. He really is letting his attorneys proceed with this case in the normal course, treating what is anything but a normal case as Mr. Trump is any other defendant for this purposes. It's something we've heard from prosecutors in this case, that nobody is above the law. But the district attorney, as we said, is in the courtroom right now. And
word, of course, has spread across the country that a verdict is we're standing by for that. Let's go to NBC's Dasha Burns live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Describe what you're seeing in terms of people coming to react to this verdict.
Well, like you said there, Lester, everyone is starting to realize the historic moment that is before us right now. And as we heard that there is a verdict right around here in the press pen area, there was a flurry of activity. Let me just show you what this looks like here. There's a massive scrum in this area where typically we might see a press conference. That's where some of the Trump supporters, Trump allies have come to speak to cameras. So there's a large crowd gathered here. Everyone is scrambling in the press pen, looking at their notes, trying to see what we're about to experience here. I'll show you, this is the park across the street where supporters are able to gather and protest, demonstrate. There is a small crowd starting to form. Typically, the demonstrators have been leaving at around 4 o'clock or so. The crowd dissipated and now starting to build back up again as we are here waiting to find out what happens. You know, each of the times that the jury has sent a note, we don't know, right, when the jury rings that court bell, is that going to be a verdict? Is that going to be a question? The last couple of times, everyone's had that miniature heart attack wondering whether or not it would be the verdict. It hasn't been the case. Today, we knew the jury was going to be dismissed at around 4:30. A lot of folks kind of assuming that we were going to have to wait another day. But now, after about 9.5 hours, according to our clock of deliberations, the jury has reached a verdict, and we are just on the edge of our seats here, Lester. You can palpably feel the energy here from the press, from the public, as this is a massive moment that we've all been anticipating for so many weeks now.
All right, Dasha,
Lester,
thanks. Danny, let me turn back to you. We talk about this, a relatively short deliberation, 9 hours. But what I kept hearing over the course of the weeks is that this jury was invested. They were taking notes. They were interested. So when you think about that, is 9.5 a short period of time?
Yes, I still think it is. And part of that was taken up a little bit with notes, but we didn't have anything even approaching a note saying, hey, we're having trouble, or far, far from something called an Allen charge. There was no point where there was any indication there was deadlocking or any kind of internal strife. So to me, all in all, relatively speaking, measuring not so much by the 9+ hours, but really by the time, 2 days, I just think this is a relatively short deliberations period. But I'll also say this. Most folks, I find, think jury deliberations go on much longer than they actually do. Even in very big, complicated cases, they're rarely out more than a few days. So in that sense, this is about average. But for a case of this magnitude and this complexity, yes, I thought this was a relatively short period of time to deliberate. And there were no indications that there was any internal strife through notes or anything else. It looked like they had a few questions, and then they got to work, and they did their job.
Well, let's go to Laura Jarrett, who's outside the courthouse, and let's get some of the mechanics here down, because we want to prepare people. At any moment, we're going to hear this verdict from the courtroom. And as we've mentioned, it's a complex case. 34 counts. Now, this case is not about a hush money payment per se. It's a business records case. Did President Trump, former President Trump, falsify business records in pursuit of this conspiracy that the state alleges? 34 counts that have to do with 11 different transactions. Can you kind of walk us through what we're going to be hearing as we go count by count?
Yes, Amanda, sometimes we shorthand this case as the hush money case, the hush money trial. But in reality, it's about paper. It's about business records. As you say, 34 different pieces of paper corresponding to checks, invoices, and then general ledger entries in the books of the Trump organization. You can imagine a drop-down menu. It's a very, sort of just Byzantine computer system that they're using. And so that's what's making up the actual 34 counts. If you see me looking down, guys, it's because I'm looking down at a sheet to make sure that nothing has come in here from the actual courtroom, from Tom Winter, our reporter who's in the courtroom right now, standing by for this verdict. But the 34 counts, Savannah, those are typically misdemeanors, as we've discussed at length. The only way they get bumped up, escalated to felonies, is if they have another hook. And the prosecutors here, the hook that they've used is actually another misdemeanor. It's a New York law. It's a violation of an election law that says if 2 or more people conspire to promote somebody's candidacy through, quote, unlawful means, that's a violation of the law. And they point to that as how they're going to escalate this case to a felony. Now, you might say, okay, what's the unlawful means in this case? And this is where it gets tricky, because when you think about the unlawful means in this case, how they're making this case what's normally a misdemeanor books and records charge a felony, the way they do that is through almost a choose your own adventure potpourri of different options that this jury can choose from. They can choose from tax violations. They can use from other false business records, or they can choose from a federal law, something really controversial. We've never seen that done before, using what is essentially a state law, then hooked on through another law, hooked on through another law. That's just something we never seen before. It's very complicated, which is why we wondered whether this jury would take even longer to come back. And not surprisingly, they asked to hear the instructions again, given how complex what I just laid out is. But now, of course, we have the verdict. They have managed to find their way through it one way or another as we stand by waiting for that outcome, Savannah.
And Laura, just to put that chart back up, it's really a three-step process. First, you have to find that the business records were falsified. By the way, the defense argued in closing arguments they weren't. They were actually accurate invoices for legal services that Michael Cohen provided. But let's say you don't buy that. Then you get to this next step, the second crime. Okay, were you trying to affect the election by some unlawful means? And if you say yes, then you get to that third step of what are those unlawful means.
Let me just point out the judge has returned. Sorry, the judge has returned to the courtroom, we understand, and the jury is present?
Yes.
Jury is
Here
present.
comes the jury. No, the jury's coming right now.
And the verdict is coming in shortly.
Yeah. So just briefly,
so Mershon is back on the bench.
Yeah.
The jury is now officially at 3.
The jury doesn't have to be unanimous as to that third prong. That was the only, there's a lot of misinformation going around today about whether or not the jury has to be unanimous. Yes, it has to be unanimous for conviction or acquittal. Once you get down to that third step, that is the part where jurors all have to think there was some unlawful means, but they may differ on what those unlawful means were.
That's exactly right. They have to agree that there was some unlawful means. They have to be unanimous about that. But what exactly they think the contours of that are, they could have 12 different versions of that, and we won't know because we don't actually get to see their thinking about that. Since they don't have to be unanimous, they're not going to break it down for us. Laura, we're going to see count 1 through 34, yes or no. That's what we're going to see.
And Laura, we'll let you keep your eye on that. I'll turn to Hallie because, you know, the former president has been quite busy on Truth Social, quite busy with his social media, and this is some of the word that he is putting out that in this case is false.
But not just him, his allies as well.
Right, but as always, there's a grain of truth, which I think we have amply explained at this point.
Which comes on that third step, as you and Laura have so capably laid out here. But the bottom line is this misinformation NBC News is reporting today that has come out now that has been amplified by former President Trump around these jury instructions and around the way that this jury is going to be deliberating and has deliberated on these charges has led now to threats against the judge sitting on the bench right now as we are waiting for that jury to deliver the verdict here, Judge Juan Mershon. Threats from far-right extremist sites talking about potential issues, trying to do the judge harm, et cetera. I mean, there are real-world consequences to some of this here.
And I just want to say, I mean, like it or not, this is the law. The judge is not freelancing here. He did not create these rules. These jury instructions are the law of the land as he best understands it at this moment.
Absolutely not. I'm really glad you bring that up because it is true that there are grounds maybe to complain to an appellate court about these statutes, but the law is applying, I mean, the judge is applying the law as it exists in the statutes, and that law permits jurors to have differing theories when it comes to deciding on that tertiary, that third-level crime. They don't need to be unanimous in the sense that they all need to agree on that particular crime. But, of course, they must be unanimous as to each and every count, as to all the elements. And, again, that really is a function of the law. The judge is correctly applying the law. You can complain about the law itself, but your beef then is with the legislature, not the judge.
And if we're about to have a conviction, they may well have an appeal. And if they do, this will be the grounds because there are aspects of this prosecution that are quite novel, in particular, a state prosecutor essentially trying to prosecute a federal campaign elections violation.
Yes, that's one of many different grounds for appeal. And in a case like this, it is true that false business records prosecutions are brought frequently. But in this context, the way this one was brought, it is novel. And anything novel is ripe for appeal.
We want to let folks know you're looking at the screen there. At the top is where we often see the former president when he comes in and out of the courtroom. We would assume, no matter the verdict, we will see him, likely hear from him, so we'll keep an eye on that. We're also keeping an eye on the crowds gathered around the courthouse right now. They have grown as word has circulated that a verdict is close by. And as far as that verdict is concerned, we're told at about 4:20 Eastern time was the note indicating the jurors, I guess, have to push a buzzer. And communicated that they had a verdict. We were told it would be about a half-hour process as they prepare the documents or some of the logistics of revealing this.
What's interesting about that is the judge had intended to dismiss them today at 4:30, and they would come back tomorrow.
We heard 6 initially. It was going to be 6.
But they decided 4:30, so the judge indicated this afternoon, okay, he told the parties, I'm going to send them home at 4:30. At 4:20, they get a note. They send a note and say, we have a verdict, and that's why they hadn't even filled out the verdict forms. So then they told the judge, okay, we just want you to know we have a verdict, but now we need a half hour to fill out the forms for these 34 counts.
You have to imagine at 4:15, the prosecution and the defense was going, okay, we got another day of this now, getting ready to go home because of that indication from the judge. What's also interesting here is what former President Trump has been doing as the jury is deliberating. He is in a holding room now in court. Sources have confirmed to our team, to Laura, that he has a TV that's been put in there, so he is engaged in some TV. He's been doing TikToks filmed by his son, Donald Trump Jr., and he's been sending fundraising appeals as well while this process has been going on, telling people to try to donate to his campaign. We know that the former president has used these legal issues as a boon to his fundraising push.
The jury is here in the courtroom now and properly seated, so one would imagine that the verdict will be read at any time. So for anybody who's about to be introduced or we're going to talk to, you may get interrupted, but Dasha Burns is outside. And we have seen, Dasha, something of a carnival atmosphere from time to time outside that courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Oh, here we go. Let's listen. Laura, go.
Guys, we need to go. We need to go.
Go.
Okay. Okay, here we go. We have our verdict, Savannah. Here we go. Count 1, guilty. Count 2, guilty. Count 3, guilty. Count 4, guilty. Count 5, guilty. Count 6, guilty. Count 7, guilty. Count 8, guilty. Count 9, guilty. Count 10, guilty. Count 11, guilty. Count 12, guilty. Count 13, guilty. Count 14, guilty. Count 15, guilty. Count 16, guilty. Count 17, guilty. Count 18, guilty. Count 19, guilty. Count 20, guilty. Count 21, guilty. Count 22, guilty. Count 23, guilty. I'm pausing because it's coming in. Count 24, guilty. Count 25, guilty. Count 26, guilty. Count 27, guilty. Count 28, guilty. Count 29, guilty. Count 30, guilty. Count 31, guilty. Count 32, guilty. Count 33, guilty. Count 34, guilty. That is 34 felony counts here, all guilty verdicts. Savannah and Lester, back to you.
A total victory for the prosecution here. Laura, the jurors obviously bought the prosecution case in full. There was a consideration of whether or not they might split their verdict or compromise in some way. That is not the case. It's a total rejection of the defendant's case, Donald Trump's case. And we're starting to show you some of the scene outside the courthouse. We could actually hear it, Laura, as you were reading that verdict. And just as you're digesting it, and I know you're keeping your eye on the courtroom as well, what do you make of this verdict?
Savannah, it's a resounding victory for this prosecution in a case that they pitched as something far greater than about hush money. The way they tried to cast this case was about the subversion of democracy, and today the jury agreed with them, Savannah. The former president has tried to cast this as a political prosecution, a political hit job by a Democratic elected DA, by a judge that was biased against him. But these 12 jurors, these 12 New Yorkers have come to a different conclusion, an independent conclusion, that the former president of the United States is guilty of 34 felony counts. You can hear the crowd here. There's a lot of Trump supporters out here that you can hear are very worked up. As I was reading the verdict, I could hear the crowd emotion growing behind me. I'm only a couple yards away from the area that you can see on your screens right there, sort of the First Amendment area, if you will. It's just a stone's throw away from the press area. It's been growing as the day went on. It was growing after they heard that this verdict was coming in. A lot of emotions running very high in this city right now. Again, this is the presumptive GOP nominee in the middle of an election year for things that he did, that the prosecution said he did to try to corrupt the last election. A just remarkable scene playing out right here in Lower Manhattan.
I want to read, we're getting some color from the courtroom. Tom Witter saying Trump is looking at each juror as they are polled, craning his head at times to look at all the jurors. We're still waiting for kind of a read on what the reaction has been. The former president, of course, has been behind closed doors in a holding room throughout the trial, frankly, but certainly waiting, unable to leave the courthouse and waiting for the verdict. So we're going to get a little more information. Dasha Burns, are you still in the crowd there?
What's your name, sir? Hey, Lester, can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Lester, if you can hear me, there's a lot of passion in this park right now. The former president has alleged a couple of times that because of the police presence here, right, the protesters, demonstrators weren't able to come. They absolutely can, and this crowd is growing here. I've been talking to people who are happy about this verdict, people who are devastated about this verdict. You just saw this man with a passionate plea here. I also just met this gentleman. What's your name, sir?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey. Jeffrey, what is your reaction as we're all just taking this in right now?
Well, we're watching the legal system work the way it's supposed to work in a democracy. 3 equal branches of government. No one is above the law. He was indicted by a jury of his peers. This was not political. This was not Joe Biden, despite the alt-right rhetoric. It was a grand jury indictment and now a jury conviction of his peers. And this is the legal system working, and this is how America is supposed to work. And I feel very happy for America. I feel very happy for democracy, because this is how it's supposed to work.
Jeffrey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Lester, Savannah, back to you.
Hallie, I would expect we're going to hear a lot of that, a characterization of this as a fair trial, as a fair judgment of the former president.
Yeah, not from the former president himself, of course, as he has worked for months now to cast this as a political persecution against him. And I think it's worth taking a beat here, right? And recognizing that whether you like this verdict or not, this is an historic moment. This is the former president of the United States and the current presumptive Republican nominee in a razor-close race now coming up in November that has been convicted on these 34 counts in a court of law.
And there's going to be a lot of discussion about the politics. I want to get to Laura Jarrett on a pretty key thing that I'm sure a lot of our viewers are wondering.
Yes.
Will he have to serve any jail time? What is the potential for jail time, and what is the timing of any appeal?
It's a great question, Savannah, and it's something that I have purposely tried not to talk with you about very much during this trial, because he was entitled to a presumption of innocence, and so it seemed premature. That's a different situation now that he has been convicted of 34 felony counts. These are low-level felonies. He does not have any criminal history, which means he hasn't been convicted before, and so the judge will be the one who will determine his sentence in this case. He faces anywhere from just probation to up to 4 years in prison. Now, the fact that he was convicted on all 34 felony counts actually functionally doesn't make any difference, because they were all the same. So it would be as if he was convicted on one for all purposes. In other words, they're not stacked. It's not 4 times 34. It's just 4 max, given what he's facing here. Again, for those low-level felonies, the judge will be the one to sentence him. He will get sort of recommendations from both sides about what an adequate and appropriate sentence would be. He's going to hear from the probation department. All of this, guys, is going to take months and months. This sentence is not going to just happen overnight. The judge actually making it very clear into the jury that their job was not to consider the sentence at all. That had come up in closing arguments. The lead attorney for the president had tried to argue, don't put this man in prison, and the judge interrupted and said, no, disregard that. That's my job. That's not your job. So the judge will be the one who will bring everybody in several weeks to discuss sentencing, a plan for sentencing, and then we'll see where he goes with this. I think one thing to keep in mind here is that this is a person who not only is the former president, but the current presumptive GOP nominee. And again, it's hard to really understate and underscore. I think it's necessary how unusual this is. This is not any other criminal defendant. As much as people have said that, he's not just any other criminal defendant. And the judge is going to have a really tough situation here in sort of balancing all the competing factors, making sure he's paying attention to the case law, making sure he's paying attention to, obviously, to any past precedent that applies to these types of felonies in this type of situation. But this, again, will take weeks and weeks and months. And of course, he's entitled to an appeal. This is not the end of the road for the former president. There is plenty on this record to appeal. There are plenty of legal arguments. It's always hard to challenge a jury verdict, but there are plenty of tricky, complicated legal arguments in this case that the former president can marshal in his favor in terms of doing that appeal. And typically, in this kind of a case, you're going to hear the former president say he gets to stay out of prison while that appeal goes on. So it's not as if he would be behind bars or in custody while that appeal is going on.
Laura, has the judge made many accommodations acknowledging that this A is a former president and B is a presumptive nominee for his party?
Yes, in one big way, Lester. And the biggest way is that he had 10 separate violations of a gag order. He was ordered not to attack witnesses, and the judge found him in contempt of court 10 different times. I say that because any other defendant would have been in a heap of trouble for that. And I'm not trying to discount the fine that he faced for that, but any other defendant would have faced jail time for that. And the judge went on the record many times saying, please don't do this. I don't want to put you in prison, but I may have to if you continue to violate the gag order. Now, we haven't heard much about the gag order, but that gag order is going to be in place while this case continues on, at least through sentencing, and then we'll see where it goes with that. But he's, as of this moment, still under that gag order, Lester.
Well, a couple of notes from the courtroom while we were talking. Not surprisingly, as is customary, the defense has already made a motion for acquittal, arguing that the jury must have relied on Michael Cohen's testimony solely, which was in violation of the jury instructions. That motion already denied by the judge. That's the scene outside as the crowd grows outside the courthouse. I want to turn to Hallie Jackson here. Hallie, you just said it very starkly. Donald Trump, convicted felon candidate for office of the presidency of the United States. What has been so interesting is the X factor is no one really knows how this will play, whether it hurts him in the upcoming presidential election or whether it helps him, because aspects of this have certainly helped him in the primary race.
That's right. It has always been a question mark as to how this would affect him in the general election. We have seen some polling, including some new numbers out today, suggesting that about 2/3 of Americans say even if he were to be convicted, as we now know he has been, it wouldn't change their vote. They would still vote the same way. That said, anywhere from 10 to about 25% of independents suggest that it may make them less likely to vote for the former president. Still, Savannah, a hypothetical is very different from the reality that we now face. Let me point something out here, because people may have this question. Can Donald Trump still run for president even though he's been convicted? He sure can. Yeah. There is nothing in the Constitution that prohibits or precludes him from this, unless the Republican Party were to, for example, come up and say, we don't want you as our nominee anymore. Let me tell you why that's not going to happen, because we are already hearing from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, the top Republican, of course, in the House of Representatives, calling this essentially a shameful day in American history, describing what he sees as the weaponization of our justice system. Remember, this is somebody who showed up at court while Donald Trump was in trial.
And we just, the judge has just announced a sentencing date. Well, let's go back to Laura for that. What are you hearing?
Yeah, guys, it's interesting. This came up right away, and the prosecution made a suggestion about sentencing, and the defense attorney made a suggestion asking for a sentencing in mid to late July, pointing out that the former president faces other charges in other jurisdictions. Remember, this is just one of 4 different criminal cases, perhaps the only one that will reach a conclusion before Election Day, and the former president's lawyer pointing to that as a reason to sort of put off sentencing for a little while, and the judge announcing sentencing will be on July 11th, guys. July 11th at 10 a.m., the former president will face his sentencing. So again, as I mentioned before, the people, the defense, are now going to put in motions and briefs about what they think the appropriate sentencing will do, and then or what an appropriate sentence would accomplish. And it's interesting. They're not really discussing any of the conditions of release quite yet. I'm gonna wait for more information about that before I delve into that, guys. But for right now, July 11th is sentencing.
And his bail continues, Laura, so he's out of court. He'll be free on bail while pending sentencing.
And I think we just got our first glimpse of Mr. Trump from behind the glass, or he darted back behind. But Eric Trump is here. This is again the camera that we have been seeing every day, the arrival and departure and remarks from former President Trump, and we believe he is in this group here. And we would guess, but we don't know for sure whether he'll address the cameras. Here he comes.
Mr. Trump, what do you have to say to the American people? Mr. Trump, how do you feel being convicted of felon? Are you worried about going to jail?
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. But the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end, and we'll win, because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now from prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists, and they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble. But this was a rigged decision right from day one, with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
Taking no questions, the former president now about to leave the courthouse. His remarks very similar to what we've heard during other appearances at the courthouse, and frankly, during appearances at some of the rallies he's been able to fit in around.
Say though, the demeanor grim and angry, and clearly the weight of this is upon him. And he said something so interesting, Hallie. He said the real verdict will come November 5th. And to a certain extent, he is right, because for those who were thinking that there might be some legal resolution that would affect whether or not Donald Trump will ever see the Oval Office again, this case is likely not it. As you just mentioned, you can be a convicted felon and run for president, and you can be a convicted felon and serve as president. So the real verdict in terms of the politics is November 5th. He also said, I just want to say, point of fact, that this was a Biden administration hit job on him. This is a state prosecution. The DA here, Alvin Bragg, is certainly no fan of Mr. Trump, so you can't say there's no politics in it. But this is not a federal Biden administration prosecution.
And in fact, President Biden has gone to notable lengths to distance himself from commenting or reacting to much of the day-to-day about the trial or about the specifics on the legal issues here. You know, you point out, and that caught my ear too, that the real verdict is in November, because that is going to be former President Trump's rallying cry for the months that we have until this election takes place, because he sees it as an effective way to rally people around him here. It is notable here that he is coming out. I think it's interesting that it was a fairly short statement. This is listen, having covered him in the White House for many years, he understands the power of a television camera upon him and how to react in front of that television camera. He didn't go on for 25 minutes, and he frankly could have in this instance. I just want to note one other thing, too, on this sentencing date, Savannah, as we talk about the politics piece. It is 4 days before the start of the Republican convention, when Donald Trump is expected to officially take the nomination for the Republican Party, and it is also almost certainly going to be right in the middle of an announcement of his vice presidential pick. He has suggested he would do that in early July, probably right before the convention. What a collision of the campaign and the legal problems that he faces.
Well, let me ask Danny a question on that, because let's just say the judge did give him jail time on July 11th. Would he be remanded right then and there to the state prison? And what does that mean in terms of the convention and the campaign?
Well, first of all, the issue of prison is an issue that the Secret Service has been very quiet about how they would handle actually incarcerating a former president and a presidential candidate. And I think that will factor into the judge's decision. I think in all likelihood, you're not looking at a sentence of imprisonment. We may have been over this, but it's Class E felony, nonviolent, age of the offender, no guns, no drugs, not likely to happen here. In most jurisdictions, for example, in federal, you get a turn-in date. You ask for a turn-in date. It actually helps you with your sentence. Here in New York, it's uncertain whether or not the judge would remand him right away, but the odds of him being imprisoned on this Class E felony, which is the lowest level felony for a nonviolent first-time offender of his age, very unlikely.
And Judge Merchan certainly knows that and has seemed to want to bend over backwards to say, I'm not treating this defendant any differently, although Laura Jarrett says his violations of the gag order would have landed probably any typical defendant in much more hot water.
Yes, and something else to consider, too, that his sentence will now actually affect, particularly with his federal cases, his 2 federal criminal cases, it will now affect his criminal history category. So sentencing in federal court, and I'm jumping the gun, assuming that there may be a conviction in his federal cases, is a function of the gravity of the offense and your criminal history category. Now he may have a criminal history.
But real quickly, for those who are just tuning in here, he has been found guilty now in this Manhattan, this New York State case. There are 3 other cases pending. One is a state case in Georgia. 2 are federal cases. One regarding efforts to subvert the the election in 2020 and January 6th. The other having to do with holding on to classified documents. But generally speaking, it is not expected that any of those cases will proceed to trial before Election Day.
And more than that, there's a strong probability that if any of the 2 federal cases are still pending when he's inaugurated, they will disappear. Either he will appoint an attorney general who is favorable to him, that attorney general will dismiss the cases, and barring that, he may attempt a self-pardon, which may or may not work. We simply don't know.
And if Biden wins, they continue, but he's a private citizen. And we'll see where that leads.
Exactly right.
Just a quick legal point. He is not a convicted felon until he's sentenced? Is that...
Technically, yes. Technically, once he is sentenced, he will be a felon. He is technically a felon now, but typically the end of the case, the trial court end of the case, is upon the sentence. Then you file your notice of appeal, and then you are considered a felon during the pendency of that appeal. There are some jurisdictions where, strangely, Massachusetts is one. While your case is on appeal, a very famous Aaron Hernandez, the wide receiver for the Patriots, died while his case was on appeal. And under Massachusetts law, that resulted in him not having a criminal history. That is the exception. That is not the norm.
As we talk about the other legal issues that the former president faces, it may be worth getting a gut check on the timing and the timeline here for those 3 cases, Savannah, that you've laid out. The next one that we're watching the most closely is that federal election interference case, because we are waiting for that critical decision from the Supreme Court at some point, probably by the end of next month, by the end of June, before their term ends, when they will decide on the former president's claim of immunity in that case. There's the Florida federal case on the classified documents that were taken to Mar-a-Lago after the former president's time in the White House. They're going through a whole bunch of pretrial issues on that one. The next hearing is late July. It really doesn't look like that one is close to beginning at this point, as it is sort of working through the system here. And then there's that state case in Georgia, the Fulton County election interference case. The next hearing in August is on the former president's appeal regarding the prosecutor in that case, Fani Willis, and whether she should be allowed to continue to prosecute the claims against him. So the timeline is stretching, right? I mean, this is the case that I think people thought, if it came, would be resolved prior to the election, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Let's bring in someone who worked for Mr. Trump's White House, former White House Deputy Press Secretary Hogan Gidley. Hogan, thank you for being with us. Give me your initial thoughts.
Well, someone I worked with for a long time, actually, on the first impeachment was a man named Alan Dershowitz, who you know very well. And he said one of the things that he was most concerned about in all of these matters with Donald Trump was the venue. Donald Trump alluded to it in his comments there. You hit on some of them where he pointed out the real verdict is going to be on November 5th. Couldn't get a fair trial here. The venue was a problem. He also said this is far from over. I think that's very poignant from the former president, because he understands just what is at stake here. And I know, Savannah, for example, you used to be a reporter there at Court TV. I think you're even an attorney, as I recall. And for the life of me, I can't imagine any other case where you would allow a defendant to stand trial for a month but no one would tell you what you were accused of until the last part of the closing arguments. The whole thing on its face, in my opinion, is a complete and total joke. Now, what the left has gotten in this verdict is exactly what they wanted. Yes, they wanted to bleed him dry financially. Yes, they wanted to keep him off the campaign trail. And they wanted to be able to call him a convicted felon. This is purely political, and you're going to see that when Joe Biden himself is going to address this from the White House, elevating this and showing some of the rampant politics around these proceedings.
Well, Hogan, just a point of correction there. Of course, the former president knows very well what the charges are against him. They're laid out in a 34-count indictment. But I think what you're referring to, which is a fair point, is that some of those underlying crimes that are sort of the girding and the foundation of those charges, which are clearly delineated, those were not really delineated until the final hour in closing argument. So I understand what you're saying. I just want to make sure that we're clear about that.
And how do you mount a defense if you don't know those things? Those are key to the case.
Well, there were aspects of it that came out through the trial. So yes, and by the way, the defense did respond to them in the trial.
Just want to note, as we talk about what is happening politically here, and as Hogan has brought up, for example, President Biden, in just the last minute, he has tweeted from his campaign account that there's only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office: at the ballot box. Now, not specifically referencing the verdict, not specifically referencing the convictions here for the former president, but interesting, Savannah and Lester, both Donald Trump and Joe Biden are saying it all comes down to November. On that, these two agree on that point.
Well, there's no question. And I think there were partisans, people who are obviously not fans of the former president, who were hoping there would be a legal resolution to what they perceive as a political problem. That, in all likelihood, is not going to happen, although we will see whether or not the Judge Marchand sees fit to give him jail time and how that might affect anything. But again, I mean, it's as extraordinary as it is. Our Constitution has very few requirements in terms of eligibility to be president. You got to be 35 years old, you have to have lived in this country for 10 years, and you have to be a natural-born citizen. And why? The founders didn't want to put a list of requirements. They wanted the voters to decide. They wanted the voters to say, this is unacceptable for us, for a president, and this is fine. And that is essentially what will happen in this election in November.
What we're seeing, too, from the Biden campaign is this pivot to a degree, or at least a shift towards what a senior campaign official had told me just within the last 72 hours that they had wanted to do. Once this trial ends, remind people that this is a very, in their view, a very stark and clear choice between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And you're seeing that in this statement that is just in now from the Biden-Harris campaign through a spokesperson. It is not from the president or the vice president, saying that today's verdict does not change the fact that the American people face a simple reality. There is still only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office: at the ballot box. It also says that Donald Trump has always, again, from the Biden campaign, mistakenly believed he would never face consequences for breaking the law for his own personal gain. So obviously, the legal issues fold into what the Biden campaign will press as a character case against the former president. And the former president will use his legal issues, not just this one, but the other ones as well, to try to make the case that he is the one who is a victim.
Well, that's what's interesting about what Hogan Gidley said. Fair point. He feels the left and the President Biden are going to use this politically. Perhaps they will, but certainly Donald Trump has used it politically to his advantage, I might add.
He raised $360,000, as far as we can tell, from small donors on day one of this trial alone, Savannah, based on the fundraising appeals. And he's got another one out tonight from the campaign. I'm just going to pull it up briefly here, where he calls himself, or the campaign calls him, a political prisoner. It's him with a raised fist here. I mean, it's begun already.
Let's go to Kelly O'Donnell, NBC senior White House correspondent. Kelly, at the White House right now. We know the president in recent weeks has been a little more willing to take jabs and mock Mr. Trump. We saw the tweet, or the X, if you will. Do we expect the president to make remarks about healing, about the court system, about all the things surrounding this?
In time, that is likely, Lester, but it is just a strange moment of timing that today is the 9th anniversary of the death of Beau Biden, the president's son. He is away in Rehoboth with family, marking that day. And the guidance we have had is there are no immediate plans for the president to speak on this issue. There is an expectation that the White House, in the official role, separate from the campaign, would emphasize the importance of respecting the rule of law. And inevitably, the president will be asked about the verdicts and what this will mean for the election and what it means for the country and the historical perspective in the days ahead. But right now, he is with family at their home in Delaware and focused on the loss they suffered 9 years ago. So the sort of strange twist of history, that was such a pivotal moment, the death of his son, in encouraging him to run for office in 2020. And then on the anniversary of Beau Biden's death, to have a verdict in the New York trials of Donald Trump is just one of those strange coincidences that brings so much of this into focus about the larger context. So we expect that the White House will ultimately support the rule of law, support the jury's verdict. At the moment, it is the campaign that is speaking in terms of how they are responding, and again, pointing to November and the choice that Americans need to make. They have a couple of paragraphs in a statement that Hallie alluded to, talking about how this is a choice for the American people.
Kelly, let us just jump in here for a second, because I want to get outside to the courthouse. Tom Winter is our NBC News producer who was inside the courtroom as that verdict was read, and he joins us now along with our correspondent, Laura Jarrett. Tom, there is nothing like the tension in a courtroom right before a verdict is read. Tell us what it was like in there, whether the jurors looked at the former president, and any other color you can provide from the courtroom.
Sure. Well, it was really a 180 in what occurred in there, because the judge brought us in. First off, the prosecution just showed up. We did not hear the bell. It's a 1960s rotary style bell that we typically hear when the jury has something to tell the court. That's what we've been hearing over the past day or so. The prosecution comes in. All of a sudden, Donald Trump and his team come in, and the judge says, look, it's my intention here to let the jury go at 4:30. And all 4:30 comes and goes, and we're about 5 or 6 minutes past that. He comes in. He says, well, we received a note from the jury at 4:20 saying they have reached a verdict, and they want about 30 minutes or so more to be able to go through the paperwork and go count by count and item by item. At that point, the mood in the court completely changed. You could even hear the air conditioning system in there over just a couple of keyboard strokes from reporters that were in the courtroom. Obviously, the tension built. Prior to that, the former president and his defense attorney were talking as if the day was over. They were laughing with each other, covering their mouths so that the cameras that are viewed in the overflow courtroom weren't seen. And so the focus was just kind of the day is done. And immediately the gravity of the moment struck everybody in the courtroom, prosecution and defense. And you saw a real change at the defense table, understanding that this was really it. To your point, Savannah, I noticed the jurors, and I did not see all of them coming in because of just the way that the courtroom was set up, but I did not see any of them make any eye contact with Donald Trump prior to the verdict being read. I did not see them make any eye contact with the prosecution either. At that point, the judge asked the jury foreperson, have you reached a verdict without telling me? He said yes. He stood. They handed him a handheld mic, which allowed all of us to hear what he was going to say. And then one of the courtroom staff members went count by count. All those 34 counts, which, as you well know by now, were all guilty. There was not a ton of reaction within the courtroom. We had been strongly admonished by the court security officers. They didn't want any sort of outbursts of any type. Once the jury was polled, which, as you know, is the moment where the judge or the court asks each individual juror if what the foreperson read was accurate. They said yes. And then at that point, they were let out. And there did not appear to be any sort of significant eye contact there either. And there were some jurors that, of course, over the course of a trial, as you know, are more animated than others. Some take more notes than others. But even those that were a little bit more animated, I didn't detect any sort of kind of a telling of what the verdict would be prior to it being read. So obviously a kind of a quick turn of events, putting all of this in perspective. For years, going back to September 2019, when the Manhattan District Attorney's Office asked for Donald Trump's tax records, asked for his financial documents, the two Supreme Court battles that followed all throughout the pandemic up until the point when they got those documents, at that point there, Savannah, this case kind of moved forward slowly because there was a bit of a change here at the office. There was an election. There was a different district attorney, as you know, that came in and took office. And the plan of attack, if you will, for this investigation and case changed after that point. And eventually we got the charges that we got today, and approximately a year later, well, here we are now talking about a verdict. Where does this go from here has been so often the question involving investigations surrounding Donald Trump for the past 6-7 years or so. Today, this is kind of a big moment because we have no indication whatsoever that there is now going to be any sort of ongoing criminal jeopardy for the former president and presumptive Republican nominee going forward. None from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, no indication that they're doing any additional work, no indication that the federal prosecutors about 2 blocks from me and the FBI 2 blocks from me is doing anything involving any sort of investigation involving the former president as it pertains or has a nexus to New York. Obviously, there's the other cases that you well know about. So it's a big moment today, a bit of a period on a number of investigations going back to the Michael Cohen guilty plea in federal court that surrounded all the conduct in this case. And so now we'll just have to see where those other 2 cases go. But as far as things go from here in his hometown, where so much of these investigations originated from or involved, including the conviction and jailing of his chief financial officer, Alan Weisselberg, and the conviction of his company, it's over.
All right,
so that's
Tom,
a big moment here
on that
today,
note,
on
let me ask you.
Obviously, those guilty pleas.
Let me ask you, we're obviously seeing the helicopter shots around the courthouse, presuming the former president has not exited yet, but we know he was required to be in court every day and certainly to be in the courthouse during the deliberations. Is he now free to return to Florida, or is he, does he still have to remain in New York?
100%, Lester. They addressed that at the end of the guilty plea in the proceedings today, or the guilty verdict, I should say, in the proceedings today. The prosecution said that he remains R.O.R., which is he's released on his own recognizance. There's no bail, there's no restrictions, so he's certainly free to travel to Florida at the instance that he wants to, or anywhere else across the country, obviously, as he continues his campaign. So at this point, Lester, there's no restrictions on Trump. The question here going forward, and something that we're going to need to report out and get some clarity on, it was not addressed in court, is whether or not the gag order remains in place. What happens to that? Can Trump start to speak about the jurors? Can he direct his comments and obviously his Truth Social posts more pointedly at the prosecution and the judge and the people surrounding this case? That's a big question, whether or not he kind of goes on the attack. And obviously it was statements that he made that got him in a finding of contempt here, not put in jail pending this trial or during the course of it. But that's something that is a bit of a question, and perhaps a significant one, knowing how much the former president likes to talk about his particular cases, in this case in particular, whether or not he can do that and to what extent he can do that, Lester, going forward.
Tom, what about the jurors now? They're free. They've been dismissed. They've been thanked for their service. I think it was indicated the judge might chit-chat with them behind closed doors to thank them. A lot of times attorneys try to speak to the jurors. They want to learn what worked, what didn't about their cases. But they are free to remain anonymous, or they can identify themselves and do interviews, right? They're not under any further restriction from the court.
Perfectly put, Savannah, and that's exactly what the judge told them. The judge told them, look, you're free at this point to speak if you want to, not if you don't want to. He did want to talk to them afterwards, more of a process thing. He says, look, I can't talk to you about the case. I can't talk to you about how you came to your verdict, but I do want to figure out, were there any sort of issues with the process, things that worked well, things that didn't work well from the point of voir dire, obviously up until the conclusion of testimony and then their ultimate verdict here today. So that's what the judge is going to focus on. The jurors, not to get too much into their security plan for obvious reasons, given the sensitivities of the case and the fact that they are anonymous. There are little details that came out in the course of their questioning that have been well reported at this point, kind of a cross-section of people that you might expect here in New York City. And so really it's up to them. They will be taken to another location. Their security is assured to that point. So it's not a situation as if they're going to come out of the courthouse, say, behind me any minute. That's not what's going to be occurring.
All right. Tom, we want to point out that we've learned that DA Bragg is going to be holding a news conference, making some remarks. We're told about 6:30 Eastern time. So where are we? About 45 minutes from now. We will look for that. Also want to point out July 11th is the sentencing date the judge issued a while ago. That is just a few days before the start of the Republican National Convention. So, Hallie, we can only imagine what that's going to be like.
And I think back to the few days before the Republican convention back in 2016. Donald Trump was just announcing his vice presidential pick, who was then, of course, Mike Pence. And I wonder, how are we going to see this collision between the politics of this? Will the Trump campaign try to do perhaps some counter-programming to that degree right before the Republican convention? We don't know yet. There's still more reporting to be done. But I think the thing that I'll be most interested to see, at least between now and maybe the next month, 6 weeks till that sentencing, is what do people say now that he has been convicted? Does the polling shift? Because right now, yes, we are seeing that some degree of people, even 6% of Trump voters, say they'd be less likely to vote for him if he were convicted. That's not a big number, but remember, this election is not going to be about big numbers. It's going to be the tiniest margins.
That brings me to Hogan Gidley, who is a former aide to Donald Trump in the White House. And Hogan, I'm giving you truth serum on this one, because I know that the former president will know how to spin this and know how to talk about it, and we've already seen that. But if you are in your old job and it's you're on the campaign, how concerned are you really about this conviction going into a tightly contested presidential race?
Well, I would be concerned, Savannah, and by the way, you don't have to give me truth serum. I always bring the truth to you. You don't have to worry about that. But let me give you some truth right now. 67% of Americans already believe these attacks on Donald Trump are politically motivated. 59% of Americans believe Joe Biden is part of it. Okay? That tells me so many in this country aren't really concerned so much about this, although the weaponization of government is a very big issue that Republicans, Donald Trump, will run on. They care about the issues that affect them every single day. And poll numbers shift and change based on information the public gathers. And so, for example, in 2020, they thought that Joe Biden would unite the country. They thought he'd be good for the economy, good for the border, good for the world. No wars would break out. The exact opposite has happened. So you've seen a shift in those poll numbers, which is why Joe Biden is losing to Donald Trump in all the battleground states on all the most important issues. The same thing applies here. We'll see maybe a shift in the days and weeks following this, but as it begins to play out and settle, getting closer and closer to November, Donald Trump's right. This is where we're going to decide the next election will be on Election Day, and it'll be about the issues the American people care about. And when they can't afford gas and groceries, and when they have drugs pouring into their communities, killing our American citizens from Mexican drug cartels, and you have human trafficking and children being sold into sex slavery, wars breaking out all over the world, crime spiking, and when they do get caught, no one goes to jail, they are rejecting the Joe Biden policies. Right. That's what this election is going to be about.
Okay, Hogan, I'm going to wrap you because you're getting into campaign speech territory there. So let's stay focused, stay on the topic here. Let's go to Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, who is also an attorney. You prosecuted the Bill Cosby case. We're now looking at a sentencing date about 6 weeks away. You've got Judge Marchand, who's aware of what Danny Cevallos so ably laid out about in the typical case, this probably wouldn't be a case where you get jail time. On the other hand, you have a defendant who has violated the gag order at least 10 times and who did not receive any kind of penalty for that. Do you think any of this is like in the swirl of what Judge Marchand might be considering?
He absolutely would consider it. Absolutely. But as Danny pointed out, the most significant considerations and factors that really go into sentencing is whether or not he's committed a crime in the past. And he really hasn't. Yes, he violated the gag order, but certainly if the judge was not willing to change the bail conditions, he's probably not willing to sentence him severely as a result of the gag order. And then the other factors that Danny kind of brought up as well. Look at the severity of the crime. There's a low-level felony, and so it's probably not going to significantly impact the sentence in that regard.
Let's go to Stephen Hayes, an NBC News contributor, CEO of The Dispatch. Stephen, we were just having a colloquy with Hogan Gidley about the political impact. You, of course, are a Republican. I think you're no fan of Donald Trump's. However, how do you think this plays in terms of the election?
Yeah, well, I agree with some of what Hogan said there. I mean, I think the unfortunate thing for the country is this was the weakest of the 4 cases against Donald Trump. It was brought by a political prosecutor who needed to take a circuitous route, sort of double, triple bank shot in order to convict Donald Trump. And I think it was a weak case. Unfortunately, now what you have is a political situation where Donald Trump, if you've been paying attention to what he's been saying in his speeches and his appearances and his Truth Social posts, he has been laying the groundwork for this for a long time. Of course, it wasn't the Biden Justice Department that's responsible for this, but Donald Trump has been actively conflating the cases brought by the Biden Justice Department, the case in Georgia, with this case, and suggesting it's everybody out to get him. The Democrats are out to get him. And unfortunately, I think he has a better case on those grounds in this particular case, in this particular conviction, than he does in others.
Stephen, thanks very much. We want to cut back to outside the courthouse. You can see the aerials of lower Manhattan. We believe the former president is on the move now, presumably going to Trump Tower uptown. Laura Jarrett, I think you're able to see this as well.
Yeah, you can see his motorcade making its way through the city, winding its way through lower Manhattan. It's interesting, Lester, outside of court, it is eerily quiet. This had been sort of a chaotic scene in the moments as I was reading the verdict. You could hear a lot of cheers, a lot of boos. It all came very quickly as the 34 counts were coming in, as long as it took to read that. But right now, it is remarkably peaceful. There's obviously swarming with law enforcement that have been gearing up for this moment. Not predicting that he would be found guilty, but prepared for whatever may come, whatever the security risk is. These are law enforcement professionals that have trained for high-profile cases before, but obviously this is different. The stakes are higher. It is politically tinged. It has been sort of a tinderbox in this First Amendment area outside of court, where just weeks ago a man set himself on fire mere steps away from the courthouse. So law enforcement has been ready for this moment, prepared for this moment, whatever the verdict might be, and we continue to watch now the former president of the United States, now convicted of those 34 felonies, working his way through the city now. A different status, not politically, perhaps, as you guys have been discussing for the past half an hour, but certainly legally. He is different, in a different category today, now having been convicted of these crimes.
All right, let me turn back to Kristen, if I can, to talk about the impact of this. We've already heard from some of the supporters of the former president. They believe this was a political process. So clearly there is suspicion, a suspicious glare glancing toward the court. But what about, or toward the prosecution, but what about the court itself? Has it suffered?
I hope not. I think absolutely, listen, the narrative that a lot of the Trump supporters are going to have is going to be maintained. They're going to say this was politically motivated, it was a witch hunt on the side of the prosecution, but we've already heard some negative comments regarding George Mershon and specifically his daughter and her affiliations with the Democratic Party, whether true or not, and how it impacted the case. And so absolutely they're going to look at the court system, and of course they're going to look at the jurors as well. Trump has made some statements about the jurors early on, before the trial started. So I absolutely think so. But at the end of the day, you know, I think one of the things that's really important here is Trump's attorneys had the opportunity to select the jury. That was part of the judicial system. And that is exactly what played out here. Trump had certain constitutional rights that were abided by and respected. And that's exactly what we saw in this trial. And at the end of the day, I think all of this could objectively agree that Judge Mershon acted appropriately, fairly, and he conscientiously made sure that he applied the law as it was intended to be applied, as precedent had dictated it should be applied.
It's interesting because in that very brief statement we heard from the former president, he took on the issue of venue, saying that this trial should have never been conducted in New York City, in Manhattan, which is a bastion of you know, liberal politics, that most of the jurors would not be Trump supporters was his assumption, and he's still banging on that drum. And speaking of, I think he just posted to Truth Social, Hallie.
He did. It is really reflective of what he said that we showed live outside of court, that this was a disgrace, he said. He continues to reiterate that he believes this is a rigged trial by a conflicted judge, etc. He says, we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over, in his words. Again, an allusion to November. On this, go ahead.
No,
I was on the venue point. I think it's an interesting one because this is an issue that first thing he said when he came out of court, and I'll tell you, there was a lot on the bingo card of what he could have reacted to, what he could have said when he came out of court, and that's what he chose. It is worth noting here that his defense team only challenged one juror out of the 12. That challenge was obviously denied by Judge Mershon here, but it was, as we saw, an intensive and exhaustive voir dire process, too, for jury selection as well. Of course, Manhattan, obviously New York, does lean Democratic. That is the case. That is true.
And if he had gotten a change of venue, it would have still been in the state of New York, because it's a state case. You don't move it to another state.
Danny, how long before typically would an appeal process take for a case like this?
It could take years. I mean, most appeals take it takes several months to even get a briefing schedule. They have to file their notice of appeal relatively quickly. They get an appeal as of right to the appellate division.
When you say they have to file it right away, on the specifics of what they're challenging, or just that they're going to challenge?
Just a general notice of appeal, and that starts the appellate process. Then it's going to be in the appellate division first department, because that is the intermediate appellate court here that serves this county and close by counties. It goes up to the appellate division, and that takes months, sometimes years. It really depends on the congestion in the court. Arguably, in a case like this, maybe it gets a little closer look, maybe it moves along a little faster, but no, we're months, many months, if not years away from a decision.
But during that time, you would be either serving a sentence or some kind of a sentence.
Yes. General rule is this: if you are serving a very short sentence and you have a major issue on appeal that has a likelihood that you can show is going to result in some overturning of your conviction, then you can suspend not suspend it. You can ask the court to hold it while you appeal. Mm-hmm. That is not the norm. That's the exception to the rule. But obviously, if it's a sentence of probation, that doesn't happen. If it's a very short sentence and you have those constitutional issues, you can get them to hold off on your sentence. But typically, if it's a lengthy sentence and it doesn't involve any novel issues, then you're going to serve that sentence. Otherwise, everybody would try to prolong their sentence while they were on appeal, and nobody would actually be in prison.
We're watching the Trump motorcade as it presumably heads uptown to Trump Tower moments after, if you're just tuning in, the former president was found guilty. A sweeping verdict from a jury here in Manhattan, 34 counts of falsification of business records, a felony because the jury found it was in pursuit of promoting an election by unlawful means. And those unlawful means, Danny, are likely the fertilest ground for this appeal because, as we've explained this morning, the jury had to find that there was this unlawful means, but they didn't have to agree on what exactly it was that the former president did wrong. So how do you mount an appeal on that when they were given an assortment of laws that they could have said that there were violations of, but we don't know which ones they relied on? It's not in the court record. It wasn't on the verdict form.
I expect a challenge that the statute is what's called unconstitutionally vague. Now, it's presumed that we all know the law. It's a legal fiction, but the key is the law must prescribe certain conduct. It must say, thou shalt not do something in a way that members of the public can understand, whether or not they've actually read them, because it's presumed that we've all read the law, which obviously we haven't. But it has to be able to tell us with some certainty what is prohibited and what is permitted. And the argument I believe we'll see on appeal is that this statute is unconstitutionally vague because it does not tell us specifically, what does not tell a defendant like Trump or any defendant what exactly was prohibited. And then also, it may create a burden of proof issue, the statute itself. Again, nothing to do with Justice Merchan, but the actual statute as written may create due process issues, burden of proof issues. All of those are fertile grounds for appeal. And then if you go back to the facts, I guess I would put as number 2, maybe elements of testimony of Stormy Daniels, which at the time Justice Merchan himself said raised some concerns. In fact, the real problem was the defense didn't appear to object when Justice Merchan, it seems, thought they should have.
We're looking at the motorcade right now.